transformed into Luffy's twin sister? What a ridiculous twist. Ha, Luo, come look what I caught, Luffy shouted, holding up a big fish in the river. Monkey D. Luo squinted her eyes and glanced at him. This little brat is so happy just catching a fish. She had been transported to the pirate world for 6 years and was now 6 years old, the same age as Luffy. The two looked almost identical, distinguished only by their hair. She had long hair while Luffy had short hair. Later, when Luffy got a scar on his face, he became even easier to recognize, but that was after he met Shanks. What frustrated her the most was that in her past life, she was a guy named Luo, and now she had become a girl. 6 years ago, she was in Dragon's arms, hearing his subordinates say, "Boss, your daughter is so cute," and she was completely dumbfounded. Daughter? What the hell, daughter? She was supposed to be the man who would marry a rich beauty like Boa Hancock or Shirahoshi. Even now, she still hoped that one day she could change back if time travel could happen. Why couldn't she change her gender? Hee laughter from women came from the riverbank. Luo immediately perked up, sitting up from the grass, and whistled at the approaching beauties. Does Luo want to bathe with her sisters? The women asked with laughter. Yes, Luo blurted out, happily following them into the river for a water fight. Luo, come play with me. Luffy, holding a fish, looked aggrieved. He couldn't understand why his sister preferred to play with the big sisters instead of him. You play by yourself, he'll buy you candy later. Luo rolled her eyes. Who wants your candy? I want to break up with you. Luffy ran off angrily. Luo talks like a little adult, the women laughed. By the time they finished bathing, it was already evening. Could Luo really change back? What changes would she bring to the Pirate King storyline by following Luffy? Shanks was about to arrive. How would he react upon seeing that Luffy had a sister? Luo shook her wet hair, just about to go ashore when she suddenly saw a familiar figure running from a distance. It was Luffy. He actually ran back. Luo waved goodbye to the big sisters, put her hands in her pockets, and headed home. She still had to go back and grill fish for Luffy. After all, she was a 20-something soul. She couldn't just leave a 6-year-old kid alone. Luo and Luffy were abandoned in Windmill Village shortly after they were born, raised with help from neighbors. Garp occasionally came back, giving them some berries as child support, and the two lived in a simple house. With Luo cooking and Luffy hunting, life wasn't too bad. As soon as she reached the door, she smelled delicious food and heard laughter. Pushing the door open, she indeed saw Garp and Luffy sitting by the campfire, roasting wild boar, enjoying their meal. When Luffy saw her, he ate even faster, still upset that she played with the big sisters instead of him during the day. Luo is back. Come sit down. Eat well before we set off, Garp said with a smile. The three of them finished off a whole wild boar, still wanting more. Indeed, the appetite of the Monkey D family was legendary. After eating, Garp picked one of them up in each hand and headed towards the back mountain. Let go of me, Luffy shouted. What are you doing, old man? Luo complained this guy never had good intentions when he came back. At the top of the cliff, below was a bottomless abyss, pitch black. Luo swallowed hard. Scared. She knew Luffy had been trained like this when he was young, but she never thought she would have to experience it too. Watching the anime was fun back then, but now it was just overwhelming. Grandpa, I'm your cute granddaughter. Luo quickly clung to Garp's arm. Throw Luffy instead. He has the main character's aura and won't die. She was different, trapped in a little girl's body. She had less than a fifth of her former strength. The anime never mentioned Luffy having a sister. She might just die here. You actually betrayed me. Luffy was furious. You're a bad sister. I came out 3 minutes before you. I'm the big brother. He was extremely aggrieved. Just wanted to hear big brother from her. Why was it so hard? Get lost. Garp ignored their bickering and tossed Luffy into the air, kicking him down. Ah! Would Luo be thrown down too? Could she survive like Luffy? Was Garp's training really to train the Navy? Or did he just want to set up his grandchildren? Garp turned to Luo, a familiar devil smile creeping on his face. It's your turn now, Luo. Luffy's screams echoed through the valley, his figure growing smaller until swallowed by darkness. Luo stared in the direction he disappeared, suddenly feeling a chill behind her. She mechanically turned her head to see Garp squinting at her, his eyes clearly saying, "You're next." Grandpa Luo shrank her neck, putting on a pitiful expression, her little face soft and pinchable. Garp stared at her for a long time without saying a word, making her hair stand on end. Was he playing mind games? Suddenly, Garp raised his hand, and Luo was so scared that she closed her eyes and flailed around. But instead of being thrown away, she found herself in his embrace. Luo opened one eye. Just kidding. I can't bear to throw my granddaughter away. Garp laughed heartily, rubbing his stubble against her face. Ouch. Luo pushed his face away. This felt so familiar in her past life. When she rubbed against her little niece, she got the same reaction. So this is what it feels like to have a beard. After changing back, she wouldn't have to press her face against a child anymore. It was dark at night, and only by the moonlight could she see her surroundings. Luo realized she wasn't on her way home, but deep in the jungle there were tigers, lions, wolves, much larger than those in the real world, and villagers didn't dare enter alone during the day. She panicked instantly. She thought acting cute would help, but it turned out there was something even scarier waiting. Just as she was about to jump off Garp's shoulder to escape, he twisted her around. "Where are you going, my cute granddaughter?" Garp said with a wicked smile. "I'm only 6. Can we wait until I'm older to go in?" Luo tentatively asked. "When I was 6, I was already sleeping with the Jungle King." Garp tossed her out. "Go on, Grandpa loves you." With that force, she could fly a kilometer or 2 without a problem. Garp watched his granddaughter disappear into the night sky, nodding she needed to grow up while the future of the Navy depended on them. Luo felt the world spinning, the scenery flashing by quickly. "Garp, you old man. How can you treat a child like this? Where's the justice?" She flew through the air for quite a while before falling down, crashing through layers of branches and finally landing face first. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" Luo rubbed her head as she sat up, feeling like she was falling apart, with scratches from branches all over her body. In the darkness, it felt like beasts could jump out at any moment. She bolted, feeling like something was chasing her from behind. "Garp, I will beat you up one day. Treating a child like this, where's the fairness in the world?" After running for an unknown length of time, Luo stopped. Why did everything around her look so familiar? She took a closer look, and almost creed, wasn't this the place she just fell from? How did she run back to the same spot? Luo's back went cold. Could it be a ghost wall? As the wind blew, it felt like something was breathing down her neck, causing her to shrink her neck and her breathing to become lighter. This was too scary. Wait, this is the pirate world, not a supernatural novel. Confusion, fear, and helplessness. Everything around her felt eerie. Had Luo really encountered a ghost wall? Will the beasts in the jungle find her? Can she endure this training like Luffy? In the darkness, a low roar echoed, getting closer and closer to her. She started running again, only to end up back where she started. Is this really a dead end? Running is a waste of effort waiting for daylight. She needs to find a safe place, so she won't be discovered by the beasts. Hiss! A rustling sound came from behind her. The grass was being pushed aside, and dry branches were snapping. Luo suddenly turned around. A giant python was staring at her with its tongue flicking. Looming over her, its body visible in the moonlight, was several meters long, thicker than an adult man's waist. That gaze was like it was eyeing a midnight snack. The giant python suddenly opened its mouth and lunged at her. Luo reacted quickly, dodging to the side, and ran frantically without looking back. Since she was 3, Garp had been training her in Luffy fist and foot techniques, chopping trees, rock climbing, hunting. If they didn't perform well, they got beaten and often had to run around the village being chased. Now, she understood it was all for times like this. If she hadn't trained, she would have been swallowed whole just now. Ahead was a dead tree blocking her path. Luo squeezed through the gap, wasting a few seconds. Her legs were short, and she wasn't fast. The giant python closed the distance quickly and lunged to bite her. Luo rolled and crawled away, checking her body. Where's her weapon? Suddenly, she remembered that her waist felt lighter. Just a moment ago, it was Garp who took the dagger. This old man is such a schemer. Not only did he throw her into the jungle, but he also stole her weapon. Did he think she could fight beasts barehanded? She's not Iron Fist Garp. Moreover, she is a girl now, naturally weaker than boys. With tears in her eyes, Luo ran wildly, almost getting her backside bitten. System, ding dong. The cute system Yaya is online. You have met the training conditions. Encountering danger. Task activated. Defeat the giant python behind you. Reward, finger gun. Luo was stunned now. The essential system for crossing over shows up. Yaya, can I exchange the task completion for a gender transformation gift package? I'm a guy. I must change back. There are so many beautiful women in the pirate world. I can't miss this opportunity. Yaya, we'll talk about that later. Currently not available. Talk about it later? Does that mean there's a chance? Luo was suddenly overjoyed. This was the best news in 6 years. Does the reward include Conqueror's Haki? Devil Fruit? Luo asked eagerly, wanting to be invincible from the start. Yaya, the reward is finger gun, and the task is to defeat the giant python. Finger gun. A bit disappointed. The finger gun concentrates power in the index finger, capable of penetrating bodies, stones, and steel, just like a gun. She had always been curious if the finger gun was perfected, could it penetrate Sea Prism Stone? Sea Prism Stone can control Devil Fruit users and is particularly hard. Even knives can't cut through. Forget it. A finger gun is better than nothing. It's just the beginning. Maybe there will be better rewards later. But defeating the giant python isn't that easy. Given her current strength, she could probably handle reindeer and rabbits. The giant python lunged again, its fangs tearing through her pants. making her backside exposed while running. That was close, her skin almost got torn off. Luo quickly climbed a tree. Her rock climbing training paid off, and she stood on the trunk without much effort. She broke off a branch as thick as her wrist and pointed the sharp end at the giant python, taking a deep breath. Come on, Im. Not afraid of you. In truth, her legs were already shaking. The bright moonlight poured into the jungle. Can Luo use the finger gun? She just got to defeat the giant python. Could she really rely on the system to change back? Did Garp steal the dagger to intentionally train her, or for another purpose? The giant python coiled around the tree, opened its mouth wide, and lunged at Luo on the trunk. Luo stared at the giant python, her whole body tense, afraid that if she blinked, she would be swallowed. With the moonlight, she saw the python clearly. Its right eye was closed, there was a shocking long scar, and its skin was covered in cracks, like a parched field, making it look even fiercer. Hiss! The giant python flicked its tongue, standing still, sizing her up. Luo gripped the branch tightly, her heart racing. She was just food in its eyes. A standoff between one person and one snake, one not moving, the other not daring to move. Sweat dripped from Luo's forehead just as she thought to wipe it. The giant python suddenly lunged. She reacted quickly, jumping up and landing on top of the snake's head. Crack! The branch she was standing on was bitten in half, like biting through tofu. This thing is fiercer than a tiger. Luo's foot slipped, sliding down the python's back, grabbing the branch to jab at its back. The snake's skin was thicker than she imagined, and she couldn't make a single cut. As she neared the ground, the giant python swatted her away with its tail, and she crashed into a tree trunk before bouncing off and hitting the ground, feeling like her waist was about to break. No time to cry out in pain. The snake's head lunged again, and Luo rolled on the ground, avoiding it where she just was. The ground was ripped apart. If she hadn't dodged, she would have been torn apart. Luo got up and ran into the dense forest. Narrow gaps between trees posed no obstacles for her, but they perfectly trapped the giant python. TSK. Just like Luffy, charging in recklessly, Luo sighed as she ran. She deliberately took a longer route, choosing spots where the giant python could get stuck. The foolish snake indeed became entangled in the trees, unable to move. Gotcha! How can I not deal with you? Luo supported herself on her knees, panting, her spine aching badly. Hiss. The giant python extended its head, trying to bite her, just half a meter away. Suddenly, a wave of putrid hot air hit her, and Luo was overwhelmed. Sitting on the ground, the giant python was using brute force to snap small trees, trying to charge through. In a panic, Luo grabbed a metal rod, jumped onto a large rock for leverage, and aimed the rod at the python's left eye, stabbing it down. Blood splattered, covering her face and clothes. The giant python thrashed and howled in pain, trying to escape. Yaya, congratulations on completing the task. Reward, finger gun. Skill level from beginner to top tier, currently no level, requires self-training. Luo was stunned. After all that work, I just get a shell? Not even a beginner level? I almost died. Yaya, we're an inspirational system. Starting off invincible is so boring. How lonely is invincibility? You even started singing? Luo rolled her eyes. Is this a pyramid scheme? But better than nothing. As long as I can turn back into a man later, all this doesn't matter. Can Luo train the finger gun to the top level? Will the giant python that lost its eyes just give up? If Garp knows his granddaughter is this fierce, will he increase the training intensity? In the depths of the jungle, strange sounds emerged, louder than the giant python's movements. Yaya, dreams are meant to be had. What if you encounter a ghost? That doesn't sound right. Yaya, the rewards are all given out. Host, hurry up and study finger gun. I'm logging off. Bye. Luo smiled with a fake laugh. Bye. Having fun? This is clearly a life and death game. Once the system left, she looked at the giant python. The massive snake lay on the ground motionless, a patch of red near its face. Luo walked over, stepped on the snake's face, and pulled out the metal rod. The giant snake cried out in pain, but didn't attack again. Only the sound of her leaving remained. Holding the metal rod, she felt a bit safer. She didn't try the finger gun. Just having the shell probably wouldn't even pierce the ground. Why bother putting in the effort? Exhausted and sleepy, she climbed a tall tree over 10 meters high and lay on a wide branch. There were beasts below, and if she fell asleep, she might get carried away. When daylight comes, she must point at Garp's nose and scold him. The little girl yawned and fell asleep in an instant, filled with resentment towards Garp in her dreams. In the distance, a tall, dark figure watched her from the tree, smirking. No wonder she's a descendant of the Monkey D family. Then it headed towards the abyss. As dawn broke, Luo leaned against her waist and walked to the foot of the mountain. Her body still ached from sleeping all night. She hoped she wouldn't be rendered useless. A man couldn't afford to have a bad back. In the distance, a small figure appeared. It was Luffy. walking with a wooden stick, his clothes tattered, body covered in scratches, one eye swollen, resembling a frail old man. It seemed he had also gone through a fierce battle last night, even worse than her. The two exchanged glances, both standing tall, their eyes silently competing. Luffy tossed aside the wooden stick and dashed in front of Luo, letting out a humph. Not one to back down, Luo immediately chased after him. Instantly her legs didn't hurt and her waist didn't ache. She rushed home in one breath. "Don't think you can surpass me," Luffy shouted. "That depends on your ability," Luo scoffed. "I won't forgive you for what happened last night." "Who cares? Bad little Luo." Luffy pushed her. Luo pushed back, but her stamina was no match for his. Often leaving her dazed after being beaten seemed like she needed to practice her spear skills quickly. It was too embarrassing not being able to beat little Luffy. They fought all the way to the door, catching the smell of meat, and the two instinctively stopped, rushing inside. Garp was lounging in a chair, patting his belly, with a wild wolf's bones on the fire, not a scrap of meat left, and fish bones scattered on the ground. Only the fish head remained. "You're back. If you're hungry, find something to eat yourself," Garp said with a grin. Luffy raced to the water tank. The fat fish they caught last night was gone. "Old man, give me back my fish," he yelled, pointing at Garp. "You ate my wild boar, so what's wrong with me eating your little fish?" "What goes around comes around," Garp raised an eyebrow. "Give me back my fish." Luffy charged over, throwing punches and kicks, but Garp easily blocked him with a palm on his head, keeping him out of reach. "Let go of me. If you're brave, let's duel." Luo's fists were clenched. "You threw us into danger while enjoying yourself here, and you didn't even leave us a piece." Could Luffy get his fish back? Would Luo and Garp end up fighting? When would the spear skills finally come in handy? Suddenly, Garp sat up straight. Staring at the door there stood a man wearing a straw hat, smiling as he looked in. "Is this what you mean? I picked it up on the way down the mountain." "Nonsense. You clearly stole it." "Ah, this old man is really wicked." Luo rushed up and saw Garp make a move. She immediately turned, raised her fist, jumped up, and prepared to attack from the side. But Grandpa's hand speed was very fast, not giving her any chance at all. He easily caught her attack, then held his granddaughter's fist close to himself. Looking her in the eye, the old man sighed. "Well, a bit smarter than Luffy, but this speed is too slow. Where's the snail? I was already a rabbit when I was 6. His bragging reminded Luo of her parents from her previous life, who always said they scored 100 points every day and excelled in everything when they were young. Yet one day, while sorting through their belongings, she found failing test papers in a box with scores of 20 and 30. She should have laughed at them, but instead, she cried holding those test papers. The little girl shook her head, refusing to let herself sink into sadness. She began to resist Garp, but no matter how she struggled, it was futile. That old man just knew how to bully children. On the ground, Luffy was waving his fists and still muttering, "Give me back my fish, Duel! Give me back my fish, Duel!" Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A loud growl of hunger came from both their stomachs, sounding like thunder. The sudden reminder from their stomachs made them feel deflated like balloons. After consuming energy all night, the siblings were already starving. They tacitly decided not to provoke the old man anymore, as it was too exhausting. Garp, seeing the two quiet down, glanced at both Luffy and Luo from time to time, his old face showing a contemplative expression. Did he feel sorry for them? Not all. "Ha ha ha." The old man laughed heartlessly, and the sound was especially grating to the siblings' ears. "What are you still doing? If you're hungry, go hunt." Garp let them go, and they collapsed on the ground, motionless, with only their little mouths still chattering. "I'm so hungry, Luo. Why don't you go catch a deer from the forest?" "Why don't you go?" "I usually do the hunting. Can't you go just this once?" "You usually do the hunting, so of course, it's your turn now." You. I want to break off our friendship." They had heard that phrase so many times. After breaking off their friendship for so many years, they still spent every day together. Eventually, as hunger gnawed at them, they finally wobbled together to go hunting. After all, they couldn't rely on their grandfather. They had to depend on themselves to ensure they had enough to eat. In the following days, every night Garp would throw the siblings into a cliff in the jungle. Even if they wanted to escape, the old man would easily catch them. Luckily, thanks to their first experience, the subsequent times were relatively easier. Moreover, Luo guessed that Garp wouldn't just let them train in challenging places once, so she had prepared in advance. Hiding an iron rod used to poke at giant python somewhere in the jungle and marking it for easy retrieval next time. With the iron rod in hand and the experience from the previous days, she took down a wild boar. The little girl stood with her hands on her hips, feeling proud. "Ha, as expected of me. Luo, I'm really amazing." The training behind her became increasingly effortless, and the little girl grew more and more inflated, as if she had regained her confidence. In her spare time, she would concentrate all her strength on her index finger to train her finger gun. At first, she pointed her finger at a tree trunk and attacked hard, but instead of making a hole in the tree, her finger nearly gave out. Later, she got smart and picked some wild fruits to practice with, which were about as hard as apples. It took her 3 days to go from being completely undamaged to easily piercing through the wild fruit. Suddenly, a mechanical voice popped into her mind. Yaya, congratulations, host. Your finger gun level has successfully upgraded to beginner. Please keep up the good work. Being at the beginner level didn't make Luo feel very happy. It was just like playing a game. Leveling up was easy and fast at first, but it would become increasingly difficult and time-consuming later on. She wondered how long it would take to reach the top level. A year? 3 years? Or 5 years? Or would she never be able to reach it? It seemed she had heard the system mention that besides diligent training, talent was also necessary. One day, Luo was thrown into the jungle again by Monkey D. Garp. She ran to her usual spot to find a weapon, but the iron rod had mysteriously disappeared. Just by using her toes to think, she knew it must have been that old bastard's doing. Monkey D. Garp, can't you do something decent? You come back from vacation and just know how to bully them. While she was fuming, a pack of wolves suddenly appeared behind her. That's right, not just one, but a group. Each one was as strong as a bull, with sharp fangs glistening in the moonlight. They surrounded the little girl and stepped closer. Luo felt her heart leap to her throat and instinctively stepped back. When the pack charged at her, she leaped, stepping on each wolf's head and flipping over them. A child was desperately running in front, while a pack of wolves chased behind, kicking up dust. Many animals in the jungle were disturbed, with crows and small birds flying into the night sky. After running a long way, Luo was panting heavily, and the beasts behind her not only didn't decrease, but actually increased in number. She had no time to rest. Now her finger gun level wasn't enough to attack the ferocious beasts, and there were simply too many of them. This is so damn thrilling. Garp, you better watch out. If I survive this time, I'm definitely going to expose your Simbe. Speaking of Simbe, that Garp's favorite snack. Don't ask why she doesn't just punch Garp away. The answer is simple. She can't win. The next day, Luo crawled out of the jungle, covered in wolf claw marks. If she and found that towering tree in the end, she probably wouldn't have made it. Fortunately, wolves can't climb trees, and that tree was tall enough that they couldn't reach her even if she jumped. The pack guarded the tree all night and only left at dawn. They might have realized that such a tiny thing wasn't enough to satisfy them. After the wolves left, Luo came down from the mountain. Her first reaction was to find where to get a rabies vaccine. What if rabies broke out one day and she went crazy? Of course, it was just a thought, because she didn't know if there was a rabies vaccine in this world. Besides, didn't Luffy go through something like this when he was young? It seemed like nothing happened. Comforting herself, Luo put the matter out of her mind. The siblings returned home with great difficulty, and there wasn't a single good spot on them, especially Luffy, whose mouth was swollen and purple, startling his sister. What happened to you? The little boy answered honestly. I saw a lot of beautiful mushrooms and couldn't help but eat a few. Don't put everything in your mouth. I thought they were edible. Garp glanced at him, not in a hurry, and said lightly, It's a small matter. The swelling will go down in a few days. This was the advice of someone with experience. Luo thought to herself, It's a miracle that Luffy has lived this long. Soon, the siblings received good news. Their grandfather would be returning to the Navy headquarters soon. He had stayed in Windmill Village for 7 or 8 days, and will be back in 4 or 5 months. Come here, let Grandpa hug you. Garp opened his arms, waiting for his grandchildren to rush into his embrace. He would be gone for nearly half a year, and the 2 little ones would surely miss him very much. Luo waved her hand expressionlessly. No send-off. Luffy tentatively asked, Grandpa, why don't you come back next year instead? What a big grandson he is. Garp was furious. You too. He raised his fist and gave each of them a bump on the head. He also insisted that they go to the seaside to see him off. As he was leaving, Garp squatted down and hugged the 2 small ones tightly. Even though he felt a multitude of reluctance, he held it in. You 2 take good care of yourselves. Grandpa will come back to see you once he finishes his work. For some reason, Luo could sense that this carefree old man seemed a bit sad at that moment. It made her nose tingle, but she pretended to be indifferent. Humph. You don't need to say that. Haven't we been fine all these years? Not noticing Garp's emotional change, Luffy pouted and whispered, Yeah, in fact, Grandpa hasn't been doing well since he came back. As expected, 2 more punches landed on the siblings' heads, making them swell up instantly. Garp relaxed his tightly furrowed brows and laughed heartily. All right, I know you'll miss me. Don't just stand by the seaside in the wind. Hurry back. Okay. Luo and Luffy covered their swollen heads with their hands and turned to leave without any reluctance. Garp crossed his arms and watched their retreating figures. Smiling with his eyes squinted. Looks like the little ones have grown up. They really listen to Grandpa. Letting them go back means they go back. After Garp left, the siblings returned to their carefree lives. Playful Luffy often ran to town to play with the other kids, and during these times, Luo would find a deserted forest to practice her finger gun technique. After a month of hard training, her level finally rose from beginner to intermediate. She could now pierce through a tree trunk with her index finger without feeling any pain. The tree she practiced on had already been riddled with holes, tortured beyond recognition. In the evenings, Luo would go home to cook, making delicious dishes from the animals Luffy caught, adding some side dishes, and simmering a bowl of bone soup. Life was quite comfortable. One day, as they were eating as usual, the little boy asked, "Luo, what have you been doing lately?" The older sisters in the village said they haven't seen you for a long time. He thought that while he was out playing, his sister must have gone to find the older sisters. But today, when he ran into them, they said they hadn't seen Luo for a month and missed her, even asking if Grandpa had taken her away. Luo seriously picked at her food without looking up. "I can't explain it to a little brat like you." Should she tell him she was practicing finger guns? Luffy had no idea that such techniques as the Navy 6 styles existed in the world. It's better for him to enjoy a carefree childhood. Why train so hard? He has plenty of talent and will be a formidable guy when he sets out to sea in the future. Besides, finger guns aren't suitable for kids to learn. They're more suitable for adults in their 20s who have a sense of control. Ha ha ha. Once her training is successful, she can pin Luffy down and turn the tables. In fact, that was her goal. She didn't want to be trampled by a little brat. In their daily interactions, she acted like a big sister, but whenever it came to fighting, she would be at a disadvantage. She wanted to train secretly and amaze this little guy. Moreover, if Luffy found out and insisted on her teaching him, he wouldn't be able to keep it a secret. And what if Garp found out? The Navy's 6 styles, as the name suggests, are techniques of the Navy, and the only Navy member they know is their grandpa. So, to avoid trouble, it was better to keep it to herself. Luffy looked at his sister, who had a mischievous smile, and called out again, "Luo? Luo, I'm talking to you." "Luo, huh? What did you say?" "I said, do you want to go play treasure hunting tomorrow? I made plans with the village friends." "Not going, you can play by yourself." "Why don't you ever play with me? Come play with me." Little Luffy is acting cute. This hasn't changed even as he grew up. He unconsciously acts cute towards those close to him. However, he is unaware of it. Yet he was still coldly rejected by Luo. "I don't like playing with little kids. She has more important things to do, which is to become stronger." The next day, after Luo finished her training and searched the entire house, she couldn't find Luffy's figure. It's so late, and he still hasn't come back? She thought about their conversation from last night and guessed the reason. He must be too engrossed in playing treasure hunt with his friends. Luo decided to catch a few small animals herself, cook dinner, and wait for Luffy to come home. However, after she finished everything, the sky gradually darkened, and she still didn't see him. What the hell? It's dark out, and there's still no sign of him. The food is going to get cold. Unable to contain her impatience, Luo went out and walked all the way to the town. As she walked, she shouted, "Luffy, Luffy." No one responded. The little girl pulled a middle-aged woman and asked, "Aunt Shima, have you seen Luffy?" "No, has Xiao Luo eaten? Do you want to go to Annie's house for a meal?" Luo shook her head. "No need. Dinner is already prepared at home." After saying goodbye to Shima, she asked several more people, but they all said they hadn't seen him. "Why don't you look for your brother?" "In the evening, I saw a group of kids playing games over there. You can go check it out." The village chief pointed in a direction for the little girl. After thanking him, Luo hurried over. She was thinking, once I find Luffy, I'm definitely going to spank him. He's already 6 years old and still causing trouble. Before long, she arrived at the place the village chief mentioned, which was a secluded little path. There weren't many lights here, and it looked rather dark and empty. After looking around, she didn't see anything. They must have all gone home for dinner. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, she heard sounds coming from a nearby alley. "You little rascal, let go. How unlucky." Luo, filled with curiosity, slowly approached. It seemed that many people were standing in the darkness, and she had a feeling Luffy would be among them. When she finally saw Luffy, she was shocked. A group of teenagers was surrounding him, punching and kicking him. The little boy lay on the ground, covered in blood and barely conscious, yet he tightly clutched a red-haired ankle, refusing to let go. He shouted slowly, "Apologize to me." The crowd was stunned for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter. "Apologize? Did I say something wrong? Aren't you and your sister just wildlings born of mother, but raised by no one? What naval hero's grandchildren are you? Do you even have a father? Who is your father?" Maybe yes, just some stray that Garp picked up outside, too soft-hearted to throw you away. Which is why he brought you back to our windmill village. If you were really his grandkids, why wouldn't he raise you himself? Letting you live in a rundown shack, coming back only once every few months, not caring about you at all. He wouldn't be sad if you died one day. Luffy, furious, slightly tilted his head back and bit down on the red-haired ankle, trying to silence him. He and his sister were not picked up. If they died, their grandfather would be heartbroken. Although he felt alienated by his parents and didn't want to know who they were, Garp was definitely his and Lottie's real grandfather. Ow! The red-haired boy yelled as he was bitten, pain instantly making him furious. He grabbed a wooden stick with nails beside him and aimed it at Luffy's head. Luffy felt scared, but didn't let go, just tightly closed his eyes. Let the red-haired boy say whatever he wanted. Let him bully the child. Even if it meant death, he wouldn't loosen his grip. Just as the wooden stick was about to hit the little boy's head, someone kicked it away. Little Lottie, who was tiny, appeared unexpectedly in front of everyone, her head lowered so her expression couldn't be seen. Who let you bully my little brother? Yaya, ding dong, new mission. Defeat the little bullies in front of you and rescue your brother. Reward. One of the Navy's 6 styles, Gale Foot. Gale Foot allows the user to kick and create a sharp, blade-like wind around them, which can be used as a weapon to attack targets. With it, she wouldn't even need to carry a dagger in the future. However, even if a new mission hadn't been issued, Lottie wouldn't allow anyone to bully little Luffy. Oh, I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's another wildling. The red-haired boy mocked as he looked at the little girl, who was much shorter than them. So tiny, a little push would knock her down. How did she have the courage to show up? Shouldn't she be hiding away, trembling in fear? The others began to tease as well. Huh, little girl, are you here to save your brother? With what? Your little arms and legs? We don't even need to lift a finger. Just sitting on you would crush you. Hurry up and roll away. We don't hit little girls. It wasn't that they were gentlemen, but they feared losing face. Good men don't fight women, especially not a defenseless little girl. Lottie go. Luffy, lying on the ground, stared at his sister, who was clenching her fists. She knew her own strength better than anyone. If she couldn't even beat him, how could she deal with so many older bullies? Such sibling affection. Even in this state, he's still worried about her? If that is the case, then let us keep her here and see how we bully her brother. As soon as he finished speaking, the red-haired boy kicked Luffy in the stomach, causing the little boy to feel a wave of nausea, his stomach hurting unbearably. The kick was so forceful that Luffy rolled several times on the ground before stopping. He lay there unable to move, only able to slightly lift his head to tell his sister not to get involved. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was already bruised and battered, and still had the energy to worry about her. Lottie was truly furious. She raised her head, frowning tightly, her eyes fierce. Boss, look quickly. The little wildling is angry. Ha ha ha, interesting. No matter how angry you are, you can only watch as your brother gets bullied. As he spoke, the red-haired boy walked over, stepping on Luffy's head and twisting his foot, taunting, if you have the guts, come and kill me. The others followed, standing in front of the red-haired boy, blocking the two of them. Each crossed their arms, their expressions malicious. They continued to mock. Little wildling can. But this time, Lottie didn't wait for them to finish. Finger gun. Her index finger jabbed into the thigh of the white-haired boy. Finger gun. Her index finger jabbed into the thigh of the yellow-haired boy. Finger gun. Her index finger jabbed into the waist of the blue-haired boy. Finger gun. Finger gun. Caught off guard, they suddenly felt pain. Just moments ago, the red-haired boy, who was so proud, saw several blood holes appear on his companions and immediately picked up the wooden stick from the ground to sneak attack the little girl. Lottie sensed the wind and turned around, jabbing her index finger into the red-haired boy's descending arm. Finger gun. Thud. The wooden stick fell to the ground as the red-haired boy cried out in pain. Ow! What the hell is this? That little brat clearly wasn't holding anything. How could it feel like a knife was stabbing into their flesh? He looked at his buddies, all of them wearing confused and pained expressions. Each of them was holding their wounds, yet they had no idea where the injuries came from. Lottie stared at her blood-covered index finger, blood still dripping down. Her brow furrowed, her face full of disgust. So dirty. She squatted down and wiped her finger on one of the bullies. The guy trembled in fear, thinking she was going to do something to him. But seeing her just wiping blood on his clothes, he sighed in relief. However, this action suddenly made him think of something, and he tensed up again, terrified and not daring to move. No way. It can't be what I'm thinking, right? The red-haired boy, who had been watching the two, also realized this point. Could their wounds be thanks to that finger? No way. That is too creepy. She is just a little brat. How could she pierce their bodies with her finger? but she really didn't have any other weapons. The red-haired boy looked down at the wounds on his arm. The size and depth matched that of a 6-year-old's finger. Not believing the supernatural, he still wanted to try. But as soon as he stepped forward, he met Lottie's eyes. They were cold and fierce, like a deep abyss that, once fallen into, you could never climb out of, not at all the expression of a child a few years old. In a daze, he thought it was a powerful man squatting there. The red-haired boy gritted his teeth. Let us go. Boss, just leave like this. The one who spoke accidentally caught a glimpse of Lottie's gaze and swallowed the words, is that okay? The night was a bit scary. What was going on? He hurriedly got up from the ground and followed the others away. Outside the alley, their voices faintly echoed. Don't mention this to anyone. Why, boss? Do you want the whole village to know we were bullied by a little girl? Hearing this, the person asking the question quickly shut their mouth. The boss made a lot of sense. They still had a mix in this area in the future. It would be too embarrassing if word got out. However, that girl was indeed a bit strange. Yaya, congratulations to the host for completing the task again. The reward, Raijin Foot, has been sent. Remember to level up. Okay, I got it. Falling next to Luffy, she saw him covered in blood, and her heart ached. Even though it wasn't the first time she had seen him injured, it felt worse than ever, perhaps because she witnessed him being bullied. When she helped Luffy up, he even forced a smile for her. Xiao Luo, don't listen to their nonsense. Garp is our grandpa. We aren't unwanted children. Don't cry, okay? As he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. It seemed Luffy took the words of the little thugs to heart. Even though he was really sad, he still had to comfort her, this so-called sister. What a little fool. Do you really believe what they said? That's just too silly. Our grandpa is indeed Garp, and our dad is an incredible person too. The little boy's eyes, clouded with confusion, suddenly brightened as he asked, how do you know? Oh, the old man was mumbling in his sleep last time, and I accidentally overheard. Of course she knows. After all, she's a traveler from another world, and she met their father right after she was born. Strictly speaking, Luffy has seen him too. He just doesn't remember it from his baby days. Really? The little boy didn't doubt his sister's words, but he wanted to confirm one more time. Luo, with a serious face, said, why would I lie to you? What benefit would I get from lying? Luffy sniffled, holding back tears, and suddenly his face lit up with joy. I knew they were lying. Is that so? How come I didn't notice? He wondered who it was that so foolishly believed them. Sigh, with such intelligence, it's a good thing he met Zoro and Sanji later on. Otherwise, he would have been sold and still helping others count money. With so many reliable companions around, he could go out to sea more at ease. Luo carried little Luffy on her back, heading in the direction of home. They walked along the way, stopping frequently, mainly because carrying a boy of the same height was a bit strenuous for her small frame. However, this also set a goal in her heart to enhance her physical fitness. Originally chattering away, Luffy gradually fell silent. After playing all day and getting beaten up, he was too tired and unknowingly fell asleep. At first, Luo thought the little bully had hit him too hard, and Luffy might have fainted. Hey, Luffy. She shook the person on her back, but there was no response. She thought it was bad news, and her expression became tense. Just as she was about to take him to see a doctor, she heard snoring from her back. By the rhythm of the snoring, she knew he was sleeping soundly. Really, having spent so much time together, she had already regarded him as her own little brother. But she forgot that in the original story, Luffy was like an invincible little cockroach, getting stronger with every battle. No matter how seriously injured he was, after a good sleep and a meal, he would be bouncing around again. So why worry about him? Truly, worrying about him was unnecessary. After waking up, Luffy remembered to ask how his sister had chased away those bullies. At that time, it was too dark, and he was in so much pain that he had no idea what had happened. It was just that their mom called them home for dinner. Luo didn't want to tell him the truth for now, and casually made up a reason. Oh, I see. Luffy had no doubts at all, and jumped off the bed. I'm so hungry. Let's go catch some fish to eat. Wait, are you really believing that? Although she knew Luffy was simple-minded and believed whatever others said, she was still surprised every time. What a forgetful guy. Hey, your injury hasn't healed yet. You can't go into the water. By the time she reacted, the little boy had already dashed towards the riverbank. After just one day and night of sleep, he had gone from being half dead to bouncing around. What astonishing recovery ability. Actually, she was somewhat similar. After being thrown into the jungle by Garp so many times, she often ended up with injuries all over. If it were her body from her past life, she wouldn't be able to get out of bed for 10 days to half a month. But now, she could recover in just a day or two. Could this be hereditary? It seemed that the Monkey D family all had the potential to be monsters. Thankfully, she didn't end up as Kuina, who could die from falling down the stairs. Such things would be normal in the real world. People there are quite fragile. But this is the world of pirates, where even being gutted alive can allow one to survive. For months later, Luo, who secretly trained every day, had upgraded her spear technique to intermediate and her wind foot technique to beginner. During this time, she also completed a mission and obtained one of the Marine's 6 powers, paper drawing, which she also upgraded to beginner. Paper drawing is a defensive skill that requires releasing all body strength, making one light as paper, allowing them to easily dodge enemy attacks using air currents. Now, dealing with small pirates was no problem for her. She had both offense and defense. One day, after training as usual and preparing to head home, she didn't take the usual route but chose a different one. After all, walking the same path every day was rather boring. As long as she could get home, it didn't matter. She walked along the beach for a while, enjoying the sea breeze and the scenery, feeling quite content. Under the sunset, a few seagulls occasionally flew by, and the egg yolk-like sun on the horizon illuminated the water's surface in a warm orange hue, creating a cozy atmosphere. Before long, she noticed a huge ship docked by the sea, one that could accommodate over 100 people. It was clear that this ship was not from the island. Villagers wouldn't have the funds to build such an impressive ship. Curiosity drove the little girl to quicken her pace as she ran over to get a clearer view of the ship's outline. It was a pirate ship. The bow, made of redwood, resembled a fierce dragon with its mouth open, and the sail bore the image of 2 crossed swords with a skull above them. If she remembered correctly, this was the Red Fourth of Shanks. Had they already come to Windmill Village? When did they arrive? In the original story, it seemed that Shanks stayed here for about a year before leaving. Now Luffy was 6.5 years old, and the fact that he mingled with Shanks was known to Garp, who then sent him to live with Ace in the Mountain Bandit's home. It was fate. After all, this was likely where the story began. It seemed impossible for her to continue living on this small island with Luffy. She almost forgot that the little boy had his own dreams. But Luo didn't know what her own dream was. After Luffy set sail at 17, what would she do? Go with him to become a pirate? She wasn't very keen on that. She didn't like the life of drifting at sea for years, nor did she like being hunted down. She might just stay in Windmill Village for her whole life. But that was fine. It would just be a bit lonely after that little brat left. Why am I even thinking about this? There's still 10.5 years until 17. Was she crazy? That little brat could leave, and it would save her from being annoyed by him. On the way home, Luo felt a bit unsettled, her mind blank, and even the big sister she usually liked didn't catch her attention when they greeted her. What's wrong with her? I don't know. The big sisters looked back at her every few steps, wondering why she seemed so dazed. Little Luo. A loud shout suddenly erupted by the little girl's ear, startling her. She patted her chest to regain her composure and saw Garp grinning behind her. What are you thinking? Grandpa's been calling you from far away. Why are you ignoring me? I didn't hear. Why are you back again? This old man nearly scared her to death, and her ears almost went deaf from his shout. Garp caught a key word again. You ungrateful little one. I haven't been back for 5 months. And this is your expression? Seeing the old man's raised fist, Luo immediately smiled and put her hands in front of her, bowing. Welcome home, Grandpa. A great man can bend and stretch. Isn't it just about being clever? Can she not handle him? Once she learns all the Navy's 6 styles, she'll sneak attack this old man, catching him off guard and knock him down. Ha 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 ha, that's more like it. Come on, where's your brother? The grandfather and granddaughter chatted as they walked. Who knows where he's been messing around, but he will come home in the evening anyway. Hurry up and find him. I'll catch a wild boar for you to supplement, eat well, and prepare for the journey. Luo said nothing and turned to leave. Garp added behind her. Don't think about running away, or else be ready for a sore bottom. Grandpa's fists hurt more than ordinary people's. Yes. You have an iron fist. How could it not hurt? Look at this old man. How shameless he is, actually threatening a child who hasn't turned 7 yet. TSK, what a sin. After dinner, it was already past 10. On the first night back, Garp took his grandson and granddaughter to the back mountain. Luffy resisted as usual, but Luo had become much calmer. One time was unfamiliar, the second time was familiar. During the time Garp was away, she often ran to the back mountain to train, mainly to test the results of the Navy's 6 styles. Now, most of the wild beasts in the back mountain would avoid her at the sight of her. So she wasn't afraid. She found a comfortable spot to lie down, treating it as just a change of sleeping place. Once a person has capability, they become confident. But what she didn't expect was that this time, Garp took advantage of her unguarded moment and threw her into an abyss. Luo, full of question marks, instantly turned to fright. Stinky old man, you don't follow the rules of martial arts. Are you sure I won't be smashed to pieces falling from this height? If I had known, I should have asked the system to give me the moon step of the Navy's 6 styles first. If she had the moon's step, she could slowly descend without risking death. Truly, it was an abyss. After falling for so long, she still hadn't seen the bottom. How did little Luffy fall from such a high place and still manage to survive? With a loud plop, she fell into the water. It was so sudden that she accidentally swallowed several mouthfuls of water. The water was pitch black, and she couldn't see anything, but she vaguely felt something swimming quickly towards her. The little girl used her hands and feet to swim up to the surface and climb ashore. Cough, cough. She had choked on water earlier, and now her nose felt uncomfortable as she lay on the ground, coughing and gasping for breath. At that moment, strange fish with sharp teeth jumped out of the water, aiming to bite her. Their shadows were cast on the ground by the moonlight, getting larger and closer to the little girl's back. Raging foot, Luffy flipped over, raised her foot, and swung it, creating a sharp wind that cut the fish. The power wasn't enough. She didn't manage to cut them in half. Another wave of strange fish came, and after receiving the same treatment, they fell back into the water. Some attempted to sneak attack her, but the little girl easily dodged using paper drawing. Spear finger, raging foot. After a battle, these strange fish didn't manage to injure her at all. Instead, they suffered heavy casualties. Feeling exhilarated, Luffy suddenly thought of a problem. If she didn't return with some injuries tomorrow, wouldn't that easily raise Garp's suspicions? That wouldn't do. How could she explain to him how she had grown so fast in just 5 months? After all, she was just a little girl who hadn't even left Windmill Village yet. Moreover, Garp knew where her iron rod was hidden before, which meant he must have secretly observed their training. He might even be hiding somewhere, watching her right now. Thinking this way, Luffy began to slow down, occasionally dodging the attacks from the strange fish, no longer using the Marine 6 styles, and even let them bite her a few times. She was really going all out to put on an act. When she was weak, she had to be bullied by these creatures, and now that she had some ability, she still had to let them bully her. This was ridiculous. During this time with Garp, Luffy hadn't improved at all, except for her acting skills, making sure no one noticed any flaws. Grandpa and her brother both thought she was being tormented by strange fish every night. Luffy was also having a tough time, dealing with wild wolves, wild boars, and lions alternating their visits. This life was unbearable. The first thing they said when they got home every day was to ask Garp, "Grandpa, when are you going back to the Navy headquarters?" Garp raised an eyebrow. You care so much about Grandpa's work? Afraid I won't be able to support you after being demoted? Don't worry, I'm very familiar with our marshal. And I'm a Navy hero. They wouldn't dare do anything to me. Haha. Oh, right. I'm leaving tomorrow and will probably be back in 6 months. The siblings didn't catch the earlier part of the conversation, but heard the last sentence very clearly. A smile unconsciously appeared on their faces. Then they were chased around and beaten by Garp for half the day. 6 months later, Luffy had gathered the remaining 3 techniques of the Marine 6 styles: Moonwalk, Iron Block, and Shave. All levels were upgraded to Intermediate Spear Finger, Intermediate Raging Foot, Intermediate Paper Drawing, Beginner Moonwalk, Beginner Iron Block, and Entry-Level Shave. Yeah. The host has already mastered the Marine 6 styles at such a young age. The future looks promising. You've worked hard this past year. Please keep it up. The little girl seemed a bit dejected. I'm still far from it. Not even one top-level skill. Not even a high-level one. Yeah, but you're only 7 years old. That's already impressive. Her body is just 7, but her intelligence and everything else are in their 20s. Logically, her comprehension ability shouldn't be so poor. It turns out she really lacks talent. It seems she can only rely on hard work to make up for her shortcomings. In the past few days, in order to strengthen her training, she's been going out early and coming back late, leaving her physically and mentally exhausted. She doesn't know if it's because of the pressure, but it has backfired, and there's no progress at all. She is so anxious that she is about to pull her hair out. In her previous life, she learned things quite quickly. After all, she was a top student, able to score first in her grade with ease. Why is learning now so difficult? She finally begins to understand how those underachievers feel when they can't learn no matter what. Yaya kindly reminded her, you can't rush to eat hot tofu. Take it step by step. Why not take a break today and give yourself a day off? Luo would take time to practice every day, not resting even for a day. While self-discipline is a good habit, there's no need to treat herself like a machine. I can't, it feels terrible not to learn. Yaya, you're such a strange host. Are you really going to push yourself to death for this reason? I thought you were working hard to become stronger for some grand goal. No, it's purely a sense of competitiveness. She knows herself too well. She used to be like this. As long as something was in her hands, she would strive for perfection. One could say she has a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Yaya, all right, go relax a bit. You can't calm down like this. No matter how much you train, it won't be effective. When you're feeling better, your efficiency might actually be higher. Yeah. I think you've been suppressing yourself for too long without properly relaxing, and that's why you're like this. It's not that you lack talent. Luo was somewhat skeptical. Do you really think so? I think it might be because I'm not from this world. I don't understand the principles as thoroughly as they do. That's why leveling up is so slow. Yeah. From the moment you were born 7 years ago, you've already been a part of the pirate world. After the system's persuasion, Luo finally gave herself a day off. Recently, she had been so engrossed in training that she had neglected Luffy. She could go spend some time with him. She wondered what he was doing. It seems he also goes out early and comes back late. Luo checked the timeline of the original work. During this period, he should be going to the small bar in Makino every day to play, which is how he got to know Shanks and the others. Moreover, he would encounter danger. Little Luffy almost got eaten by the Sea King. Oh no, she forgot about this. The little girl hurried to the tavern. Even though she knew that guy would ultimately be saved by Shanks, she still felt a bit worried. Half an hour later, she appeared breathless at the tavern door, adjusted her breathing, and then pushed the door open. With her hand in her pockets, she pretended to be just passing by. Sister Makino, Before she could finish her sentence, a pair of legs and brown capris came into view. She raised her head and saw that the person was squatting down, allowing them to meet eye to eye. Only then did she see his face. He had red hair, wore a straw hat, had 3 scars over his left eye, a rugged appearance, and a stubble around his mouth. It was Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates. What are you doing back here, you little brat? With that wig on, what are you trying to do? Are you cosplaying as a little girl to thank me? I'm at least an uncle-level guy. I prefer mature and sexy older sisters. As he spoke, the man reached out and tugged at her little face. The girl was speechless and puzzled. What was this person doing? Shanks suddenly realized something was off. After Luffy had eaten their rubber devil fruit, his whole body could stretch like rubber. The person in front of him, although her face was soft and bouncy, couldn't be stretched too much. Otherwise, it would hurt her. Seeing the little girl's face frown slightly, Shanks immediately withdrew his hand. Little Luffy, why have you come here? Do you know how long it's been since you last played with your sister? Makino walked over and asked her curiously. I've been a bit busy lately. Busy with what? We haven't seen you for months. During this time, Makino occasionally went to their house to bring the siblings some clothes and food. But each time she didn't encounter little Luffy and wondered what she had been up to. When she asked Luffy, he was clueless as well. She used to love playing here and would often insist on staying to sleep, which was quite adorable. Shanks realized he had mistaken her identity. This one is. Makino explained, oh, she is Luffy's twin sister, named Little Luffy. They look almost identical. Did you mistake her too? The man was stunned for a few seconds, somewhat surprised. So she is Luffy's sister. So Luffy can look so cute as a girl. Luffy. What does he mean by Luffy looking cute as a girl? Should she pretend she didn't hear that? Shanks extended his right hand and continued. Hello, I'm Shanks, a good friend of Luffy. How come we haven't seen you here to play in almost a year? Your brother often mentions you in front of us. It's really not the same without seeing you. Hello, Luffy. The little girl calmly shook hands with the man, looking so cool that she didn't resemble a child at all, nor did she look like Luffy's sister. Instead, she seemed more like his older brother, the kind who is many years older and a bit tsundere. In any case, compared to that brat Luffy, Luo.At seemed much more mature. But can you even describe a child of a few years as mature? The others, having overheard, gathered around. Raichi Lu, the chef of the red-haired pirates, asked, Are you really Luffy's sister? I thought you were that guy Luffy. You look so much like him. After saying that, he reached out to tug on the little girl's hair to see if it was real, but she gently tilted her head to dodge him, making him realize she wasn't willing. So he retracted his hand and continued munching on a big pig leg. The sniper Jesus Burgess raised an eyebrow. She seems to be about the same age as my kid. How about we arrange a betrothal? Latte glanced at the speaker and immediately declined. No. Isn't his son Usopp? In 10 years, he will be the sniper on Luffy's pirate ship. Not to mention that she didn't like men, and Usopp seemed to like Kaya, right? What is this father doing? Looking for a match for his son at such a young age? Jesus Burgess laughed heartily. You're quite straightforward with your rejection. By the way, do you know what a betrothal is? Without thinking, Latte replied, Yes, it means marrying him when we grow up. Captain, why is this little girl so serious? It's hard not to laugh. The other crew members indeed couldn't hold back. The drinks they had just swallowed almost came out. Ha ha ha, ha ha. Latte was used to it. Her tone of speech wouldn't change unless she intended it to. So she often sounded like a little adult, making everyone laugh heartily. Ignoring their uproarious laughter, she asked Makino, Sister, where's Luffy? He went home, didn't you see? Oh, thank you. The little girl turned around, preparing to leave. Ben Beckman, the vice captain of the red-haired pirates, sighed, saying that he almost got eaten by the Sea King today, and now their captain must be feeling terrible. Sea King? Eaten? Could it be? The girl stopped in her tracks, turned back, and saw that Shanks' left sleeve was empty, fluttering in the wind. His hand was already gone. He had jumped into the sea to save Luffy and had it bitten off by the Sea King. The girl nervously asked, when did this happen? Jesus Buges Viplaiji. About 4 or 5 hours ago. The little girl nodded goodbye and then rushed out of the tavern towards home. Sweating profusely, Luo pushed open the door. And before she could catch her breath, she searched the house but found no trace of the little boy. She walked around the neighborhood again and finally spotted Luffy by the river, sitting there all alone, tightly hugging himself, his shoulders shaking like a child who had done something wrong. Well, he was a child after all. Luo approached carefully and called out, "Luffy?" The boy froze, turned around. His face already streaked with tears, his eyes and nose red from crying, big drops of tears falling down. He bit his lip to keep himself from crying out loud, looking weak and helpless. The little girl had just squatted beside him when he lunged into her arms, his voice choked with emotion. Finally unable to hold back his tears. "Wah, Xiao Luo, where did you go? Wah, I couldn't find you no matter how hard I tried. I caused a big trouble." Luo patted his back, feeling a bit guilty. "I'm sorry I'm late. Where exactly did you go?" Wah. Hearing this, Luffy cried even harder, as if he had a belly full of grievances. This made Luo feel uncomfortable too. She had indeed neglected Luffy for too long. She didn't know when he met Shanks, nor when he ate the devil fruit. It must have been quite some time. If she hadn't watched the anime before, she might still be completely in the dark about it now. After finally calming Luffy down, the little boy sniffed and stabilized his emotions a bit. Having cried for too long, his voice was a bit hoarse as he recounted the events of the day to his sister. Even though Luo didn't need to listen to know what had happened, she still patiently let him finish. The incident was sparked by a mountain bandit. At first, Shanks didn't take him seriously, but the bandit became increasingly aggressive and even kidnapped Luffy, and they encountered the Sea King by the seaside. That's how the subsequent events unfolded. Luffy's tone was filled with sadness, admiration for Shanks, and longing for the sea. He used to just want to be a pirate, but after meeting Shanks, he had a clearer goal, to become the Pirate King. Luo knew things would turn out this way, but now that they had, she felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. No wonder Garp would be angry. From his perspective, it was as if Shanks had kidnapped his own grandson. The old man's wish was for the two of them and Ace to become Marines, not pirates. Marines and pirates are fundamentally opposing sides. In the eyes of the Marines, pirates are ruthless, committing murder and arson, making the common people miserable, and should be subdued or dealt with directly upon encounter. But in the original story, in the end, both Luffy and Ace became pirates, and one of them even died in front of Garp. That was quite a cruel thing for a grandfather. Perhaps having been his granddaughter for too long, she actually felt a bit sorry for that bad old man. Luo pulled back her thoughts and asked, "You made new friends. Why didn't you mention it to me?" "I did mention it, but you seemed not to pay attention," Luffy replied, blinking his eyes. Every time he came back, he would tell his sister that he made new friends, but she always seemed distracted, even burning the food while cooking. He didn't know what Xiao Luo was busy with every day. He had followed her a few times and was shaken off. Later, when he went to play at Sister Makino's, he accidentally met Shanks and the others. The tavern was crowded and lively, making him feel less lonely. So as long as he had time, he would run to the little tavern to play, listening to their stories about the sea, various adventures, and new things. Although dangerous, it was very exciting. Not only did I make friends with them, but I also ate a very bad-tasting fruit that can make my hands very long. After saying this, Luffy demonstrated for Xiao Luo, but he still couldn't control his body well. When he tried to retract his elongated rubber hand, he ended up punching himself down. He landed on the grass with a thud, crying out in pain, "Ouch, ouch." The little girl was amused by him. What is this all about? Who would have thought that the future world-shocking Monkey D? Luffy was so silly and cute and cried so much as a child. After laughing, she remembered that she had heard Luffy talking about making new friends before. But at that time, her mind was filled with training and she didn't pay attention. In fact, she even found him too noisy with his chattering. Originally, the siblings relied on each other and had lived together for 7 years, being the closest people to each other. She didn't accompany him, and later even didn't want to talk, which made little Luffy feel lonely. To make up for it, she said in a coaxing tone, "Tonight, I'll catch some big fish for you to eat, okay?" But Luffy shook his head. "I'm really worried about Shanks. He sent me back, saying I would just cry there, and told me to come back and calm down. He broke an arm for me, and I can't help it all." How can I have the mood to eat fish? The little boy hung his head, looking dejected. After watching him for a while, Luo suddenly stood up. All right then, let's go down to the river to catch some fish. Once we have them ready, we'll send them to Shanks as a thank you for saving you. Although this small token of gratitude is insignificant, it's better than doing nothing. Luffy lifted his head, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Luo. He was so moved that he couldn't find the words, quickly nodding. The siblings not only caught fish from the river, but also worked together to capture a wild boar. In fact, Luo could have done it alone with her strength, but she hid her abilities to avoid being discovered. She only needed to pitch in at critical moments, like when that silly boy was attacked by the wild boar. Little Luffy exclaimed excitedly, "It's my first time catching a wild boar. We're amazing, aren't we?" Luo smiled without saying a word. Kids are really easy to please. When they got home, Luo was in charge of preparing the delicious dish from the animal they caught, while Luffy was responsible for starting the fire. After everything was ready, the two of them headed to the red-haired pirate's residence, which was not far from Makino's tavern. Shanks was about to go out with his companions for a meal when he saw the siblings standing at the door with a big bag on their backs. And he didn't know what was inside. Perhaps it was because he was too hungry, but he could actually smell the aroma of meat. A smile immediately appeared on the man's face. "Luffy, little Luo, what brings you here?" The little boy showed his big white teeth, squinting his eyes into a narrow slit, and grinned. "I brought you food." Shanks invited the siblings into his room and called over his companions. A dozen people formed a circle, all attracted by the delicious food. There were braised pig trotters, sauce pork belly, pork chops, grilled skewers, marinated dishes, grilled fish, fried fish, various wild vegetables, and so on. The dishes were colorful and abundant, filling the entire room with the aroma of meat. The chubby Lachi Lu couldn't help but drool and felt it was unbelievable. "Did you two really make this? That's amazing." He was the chef of the red-haired pirates and had a lot of knowledge about cooking. Just looking at these dishes, he felt they looked professional, not something a child of a few years could make. Luffy happily replied, "No, it was all made by Xiao Luo alone. I just helped with the fire. I'm telling you, my sister cooks so well. I've decided that Xiao Luo will be the chef of my pirate crew from now on. Isn't just the chef position enough to rival your red-haired pirates?" Lachi Lu took a pig trotter and said while gnawing on it, "The taste is indescribable. But do you think our chefs only know how to cook? They also need to have strong abilities. Your sister is not suitable." Luffy retorted, "Humph, she's still young. How do you know she won't get stronger in the future? Maybe she'll be better than you all." Everyone burst into laughter, not mocking, but finding the defiance of the child cute. They had all been that age and had big dreams like Luffy when they were young. There are no people who can't get stronger, only those who don't work hard. Xiao Luo spoke up. "Who wants to be your chef? I don't want to be a pirate." Hearing the little girl's words, everyone stopped laughing and looked at her. Jesus asked, "For what you said, it seems you don't like pirates?" Xiao Luo replied, "No, I just don't want to drift on the sea." When she used to watch anime, she thought being a pirate was cool. But now that she was actually in this world, she realized it wasn't what she imagined. Moreover, there was that old man Garp's wish, which she couldn't ignore. Although she never thought of becoming a navy, at least she didn't want to add to his troubles. Luffy looked a bit disappointed. "Xiao Luo, don't you want to come with me in the future?" "Why would I go with you? Fighting every day, when you're not around. I don't know how much easier it is. I could do whatever I want, and no one will fight me for food." "What? You can't live without me, huh? You have to take me wherever you go?" He thought this would irritate little Luffy and move past the topic, but unexpectedly, he looked at her firmly and said, "Yes." So what? He really couldn't bear to be apart from her. He always wanted to take her along, but she had always rejected it. Now that this request was also turned down, if he really became a pirate in the future, it wouldn't just be a day or two apart. The little girl felt a pang in her heart and was instantly rendered speechless, surprised that she could be taken aback by a child's words. Seeing the atmosphere between the two become tense, Shanks immediately patted Luffy on the shoulder. Everyone has their own aspirations. Siblings will eventually part ways. But that doesn't mean you want to see each other again in the future. Come back to find her once you've fulfilled your dreams. Rachi Lu also began to mediate. Exactly, being a pirate is dangerous. One wrong move, and you could lose your life. Staying in this small village is quite good. She wanted to run away, so it'll be easy to find her. You can come back to see her whenever you want. The first mate, Ben Beckman, comforted him. Siblings will always be siblings. That won't change no matter how many years pass. Everyone took turns trying to persuade him. Luo noticed that Luffy was not very happy and realized that her previous words might have gone too far. They had lived together since birth, and perhaps in Luffy's subconscious, they would never be apart. So it was only natural for him to think that they would be pirates together as well. The little girl handed the little boy a grilled fish. Remember to come back when you become the king of thieves in Shanghai. I'll be waiting for you in Windmill Village." The little boy was taken aback for a moment and took the grilled fish. His sister not only waited for him, but also said that he could become the king of pirates in Shanghai. How could she believe in him so much? He couldn't even defeat the weakest crew member of the red-haired pirates. Yet, Luo actually thought he could make it? Suddenly, his mood inexplicably brightened. He began to dig in and eat the fish. Delicious, even tastier than usual. Seeing Luffy's change in expression, even though he didn't say anything, Luo could guess. He was indeed easy to please. After finishing the meal, Luffy happily played with Lucky, Lu, and Jesus. The little girl raised her glass and said to Shanks, "Thank you for today. Thank you for saving Luffy and for losing an arm because of it. To express my gratitude, I'll cover all your meals until the day you leave Windmill Village. Cheers, you do as you wish." After saying that, she downed the beer in one gulp, leaving Shanks stunned. Once he regained his composure, he hurriedly put down his glass to stop her. But the little girl had already finished it all, not leaving a drop behind. She wiped her mouth with her sleeve, displaying her boldness. This scene left Shanks bewildered. How did it feel like he was drinking with an adult male? What kind of little girl was this? Her style was far too mature. After his surprise, he still felt the need to educate her. Kids shouldn't drink alcohol. Next time, remember to drink juice when thanking someone. The girl replied coldly, "Got it, uncle." If it weren't for her current appearance, he would have thought it unreasonable and would have had to smoke a few cigarettes with him. Fortunately, after reincarnating into this body, she had completely lost her craving for cigarettes, saving her the trouble of quitting. The red-haired man instantly exploded with anger. "What do you mean, uncle? Call me Brother Shanks." A crew member walked over and whispered, "Boss, at your age, calling you a brother is a bit much. Uncle is more appropriate. After all, you're 20 years older." Shanks cursed, "Get lost." In the following days, the little girl, along with Luffy, really brought them meals every day, changing it up constantly, never repeating a dish. She was particularly thoughtful. The men of the red-haired pirates grew fonder of these two little kids, finding them cute and entertaining. The older brother was like a younger brother, laughing and carefree, always sticking to the little girl and being affectionate. The little sister, on the other hand, was like an older brother, not fond of smiling, with many subtle movements that made everyone think if she were a man, she'd be a handsome guy because she knew how to show off. For example, hands in pockets, a domineering sitting posture, intriguing expressions, and the tone of her speech, etc. The members of the red-haired pirates would also teach the siblings some self-defense techniques when they had time. They were quite simple since they were kids, nothing too challenging. The two learned quickly, which helped the little girl regain some confidence. It turned out her understanding of techniques wasn't that poor after all. She suddenly thought, could it be that training alone, without a master explaining things, was why her progress was so slow? It was like building a car behind closed doors. She originally didn't understand these principles very well, and if she could find someone knowledgeable to guide her, wouldn't that be more efficient? But that person definitely wasn't Shanks and the others. Perhaps they mastered one or two techniques of the Marine Six styles, but mastering them all was unlikely. The only suitable candidate she could think of was that old fart Garp. She needed to think of a way to get him to teach her. Happy times always felt short-lived. After Shanks' injury healed, they decided to leave Windmill Village and continue their adventure. They had stayed here too long. It was time to go. On the day of parting, the little girl stood at a distance, watching as Lachi, Lu, and Jesus brought many supplies aboard, including the delicious food she and Luffy had delivered. She watched as the little boy cried heartbrokenly, unwilling to see them go. She saw Shanks take off his straw hat and place it on Luffy's head, telling him, "You keep this hat safe for me. I hope when we meet again one day, you become an amazing pirate. Remember to return it to me then." The straw hat covered most of the little boy's face as he lowered his head, tears streaming down, unable to speak from sadness. He was reluctant to part with his friend. Shanks looked at the little girl in the distance. She understood and walked over, wrapping her arm around Luffy's shoulder, affirming, "You guys go ahead. He will come to meet you one day wearing the straw hat." The red-haired man smiled. "I believe that too. Next time I come to Windmill Village, I hope to eat your cooking again." The little girl extended her hand. "You're always welcome." Shanks shook her small hand, the smile in his eyes deepening. "We're leaving now." The red-haired man was the last to board the ship. The Red Fourth slowly setting sail as everyone waved goodbye to the siblings. "Goodbye. Take care. Hurry back. Don't stand there, or the strong wind will blow you away." What could two little bodies withstand? Luffy wiped his tears, lifted his head, and shouted loudly, "Thank you, Shanks. I will definitely return the straw hat to you. Don't forget me." The red-haired man smirked. How could he forget the kid who made him lose an arm? However, he never regretted his choice at that time. "All right, I'll wait for you." Slowly, the red fourth disappeared over the horizon, and the little girl stood with Luffy by the sea for a long, long time. Until Garp appeared with a dark face. On Galbo Mountain, Garp was carrying a small child up the mountain. Luffy was being pinched on his elastic face, bouncing up and down, but he couldn't break free from his grandfather's grip. "Hey, you jerk! Where are you taking us? Let go of me!" What puzzled him was that even though he had turned into a rubber man, it still hurt when his grandfather pinched him. What were the old man's hands made of? The little girl remained silent throughout, knowing where they were being taken. Since they were there, they might as well accept it. Garp angrily said, "Who told you to hang out with that Shanks? I heard from the villagers that you two deliver food to them every day. TSK. A bunch of filthy pirates, such grown men with hands and feet, letting two little kids cook for them. Simply shameless." Luffy quickly explained, "Shanks saved my life. What's wrong with me and Lil Falling delivering some food? Don't look down on pirates. I'm going to be the Pirate King one day." "What did you say? Pirate King?" Garp's eyes widened, angrily raising his other hand to punch the little boy, but he forgot he was still holding a granddaughter. Falling's head bumped directly into Luffy's, and with a bang, two big lumps instantly formed on their heads. Ouch! The little girl covered her head with her hands, exasperated. "You old geezer. Why are you using me as a weapon to hit him?" Garp chuckled foolishly. I just forgot about you in my anger." Then the old man realized, and his expression changed. "Oh right, there's you too, little Luffy. Are you joining in on Luffy's mischief? Did you cook all that food? Have you also been tempted by Shanks to want to become the Pirate King? Nonsense. Can he really tempt me?" The little girl exposed her true nature when she got excited, and some words had become a habit from her past life. Even though she was trying hard to restrain herself now, she occasionally let a few slip. Garp, upon hearing this, raised his other hand to hit little Lot, forgetting that he still had Luffy in his grip, and the siblings' heads collided unexpectedly. But he didn't care much about that, and hurriedly scolded, "Who taught you to swear? Shanks? That bastard. You're a girl. Mind your image. What do you mean by whatever? Next time, I'll smack your butt until it's bruised." Lot rubbed the new bump that had appeared and said angrily, "So now you know I'm a girl? Why didn't you realize that when you were hitting me? Didn't they say girls are made of water and should be cherished?" Obviously, Garp had no such concept. He treated her the same way he treated Luffy. When he tossed her into the beast jungle or the abyss, he showed no mercy and didn't treat her like a girl at all. "Haha, that's because you and Luffy have the same face. I often mistake you for him. You used to trick me like this. So I specifically kept my long hair to make it easier for you to tell us apart. How could you still get it wrong? It's clear this old man is deceiving me. I caught red-handed, haha." The old man laughed heartily, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. Lot, how shameless. One day, she would get her revenge. On the other side, Luffy stretched out his hand and wrapped it around a tree trunk, refusing to move. "I want to go back to Windmill Village. Grandpa, hurry and take us back." Garp ignored him and continued to pull them forward. "When we get to Dayton's place, remember to get along well with Ace. I'll come back when I have time to teach you guys some skills. I will definitely train you three to become the strongest Navy." Luffy's hand was getting longer as he was pulled, but he refused to let go. "Who wants to be a Navy? I've already said I want to be the Pirate King." "Grandpa, why can't you understand human language?" In the end, he broke the tree, which fell directly on Garp's head, almost causing the old man to fall. Garp steadied himself and kicked the tree away, angrily saying, "If you keep saying you want to be the Pirate King, I'll break your legs. After all, raising a cripple is better than raising a bad egg." Luffy quickly hugged his legs and pouted. That won't do. How could he run around the world without legs? But he didn't dare to say more. Given his grandfather's temperament, he might really end up crippled. After crossing mountains and valleys to reach their destination, Garp set the siblings down, and the two little ones followed him, looking around as they headed towards a small house ahead. This small house was behind a big mountain, surrounded by trees, and was very remote. There were no other residents nearby, except for them. Lot looked around. This mountain was the place where they would live for a long time in the future, and it was pretty much as she remembered. Garp knocked on the door. The little girl stood quietly behind him with her hands in her pockets, while Luffy was distracted by butterflies, running around trying to catch them. "Who is it? It's a busy time for me, you know." A plump middle-aged woman came to the door, grumbling. When she saw the old man with white hair at the door, she was instantly shocked. "See Captain Garp. What are you doing here?" She was the leader of the mountain bandits, named Dayton, looking to be in her 50s or 60s, with a cigarette in her mouth, orange curly hair, and a stout figure, often dressed in a white shirt. "Hey Dayton, long time no see. How's that kid Ace doing?" "He's doing well. Did you come to see him?" The fierce Dayton instantly softened in front of Garp, even appearing a bit docile. "Sort of. All right. I also need you to take care of these two little brats from now on." Saying this, Garp grabbed Luffy, who was swaying in front of him, and pushed the girl forward with his other hand. You two, hurry up and say hello. Luffy raised his hand and said, yo. Xiao Luo remained cool and said, hello. Dayton blinked, unsure of how to react for a moment. Hearing the voice, two men walked out of the room, one tall and one short. The tall one was called Magura, and the short one was called Dogura. There were also bandits from this area. They asked, one ace is enough to give us a headache. How come there are two more? I'd like to ask Mr. Garp, who are these two? Dayton whispered. They look just like Ace, like monsters. Garp chuckled and said, oh, and my grandson and granddaughter, how about that? Aren't they cute? Upon hearing this, the three bandits' mouths dropped open in shock, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. What? Garp-san's grandson and granddaughter. No way, we can't take them in. Hurry and take them away. Who wants to get involved with the Navy while being bandits? We already got an ace shoved onto us for no reason. And now he is sending his own grandkids here? Is this a daycare or a school? After greeting everyone, Luffy had already slipped away to play, full of curiosity about the unfamiliar place. Luo also didn't want to stand beside Garp listening to their conversation. It felt like rewatching an anime. It was just Grandpa threatening Dayton and the others with the bad things they did. Being bandits, robbing and plundering was a common occurrence. But Garp is in the Navy. It's only natural for him to catch the bad guys, and he certainly has some dirt on them. If these people didn't want to go to jail, they would always take her and Luffy in. Suddenly, a spit flew out from the darkness, and Luo quickly pulled Luffy away. If he and pulled him away, that spit would have landed right on his face. Oh, what is that? Saliva? Little Luffy looked down and indeed saw it. He immediately felt a bit annoyed. Who is it? So rude. The little boy looked around, but didn't see anyone. He pointed ahead with his chin, over there. She had already spotted that kid. Otherwise, she wouldn't have pulled Luffy away in time. There sat a black-haired teenager with his legs crossed, arms folded, on top of a dark animal. He had freckles on both cheeks, held a water pipe in his hand, and wore an orange tank top. His brow was furrowed, his mouth turned down, and he exuded a cold aura, looking like he hated the whole world. He seemed quite unfriendly. He was Pork-ass D Ace, the son of Pirate King Roger. Hey, apologize quickly. You almost spat on me. Luffy shouted at the boy in the darkness. But the boy maintained his indifferent expression and said nothing, which was quite infuriating. At that moment, Garp walked over to introduce the siblings. This is Ace, 3 years older than you. You'll all live together from now on and take care of each other. Ace, these two are my grandson and granddaughter. One is Luffy, and the other is... Before he could finish, the boy suddenly stood up, jumped down from the animal, landed steadily, and walked past the three of them without even glancing their way. He didn't care who these two brats were and didn't have a mood for it. As she watched Ace walk by, she thought to herself, TSK, TSK, TSK. So aloof, yet in the end, he'll still be a little brother complex. In the original story, Ace sacrificed himself to save Luffy, taking a fatal punch and dying in Marineford, right in front of the Marine headquarters, which was where Grandpa worked. Shortly after the boy entered the house, Luffy followed him in, chasing after him to demand an apology. Garp shrugged helplessly. That brat Ace was still so arrogant, not even greeting him when he saw him. He had been like this since he was little. However, it was fine. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Previously, Garp rarely visited Ace, maybe once every few years, fearing that coming too often would arouse suspicion from those with ulterior motives. Ace's mother, Rouge, went to great lengths to delay her labor to prevent the Navy from discovering she was pregnant with Pirate King Roger's child. She carried Ace for 20 months before giving birth, which exhausted her, and she soon passed away. Garp took the helpless little Ace to a remote mountain and entrusted him to the mountain bandit Dayton for upbringing. When he visited Ace, it was always done secretly and with great effort. But now it was different, with his grandchildren brought over. They could not only keep each other company, but he could also visit the three little ones openly. Little Luffy, you go in and eat. Grandpa has to go now. The little girl was a bit surprised. So soon? Ha. Are you reluctant to part with the old man? Don't worry. I'm just going back to Windmill Village to pack some clean clothes for you. I'll come back tomorrow. I rushed out today and didn't take anything. I can't let the two little ones wear the same set of clothes all the time, can I? Besides, there's no village nearby and no stores to buy new ones. Oh, I see. Can you stay here a few more days? Garp half squatted down, one hand on his knee, the other pinching the little girl's face, smiling with his eyes curved. You really can't bear to part with Grandpa. Since you've asked, I'll stay a few more days. He originally had some business to attend on a nearby island, but since his granddaughter had taken the initiative to keep him, it was fine to delay it a few days. The little girl swatted the old man's hand away. Stop being so narcissistic. Who would miss you? She didn't want to learn something from him, though. Although she occasionally felt nostalgic about the grumpy old man in front of her, she would never admit it. Admitting it would be asking for trouble. Who knows what new tricks the old man would come up with to torment them again. Watching Garp leave the mountain, she turned and walked towards a small house. Lifting the curtain, she saw Dayton coming out of the kitchen with a mountain-high plate of meat, shouting loudly, "Kids, it's time to eat." Luffy, who had been tricked by Ace, immediately got up and rushed over when he heard the voice, while the other mountain bandits flocked in, each grabbing 2 large pieces of meat. Luffy couldn't squeeze in at all and was even punched away. Soon, all the food was snatched up, and seeing only 1 piece left, the little boy quickly crawled over. Just as he reached out to grab it, a dog came and snatched the meat away. Looking over at Ace, Dayton had prepared a special meal for him, bringing out 2 pieces of meat directly from the kitchen. Then she placed 2 bowls of white rice and 2 cups of boiled water in front of Luffy, saying, "Here, 1 bowl for you and 1 for your sister." Luffy picked up the bowl of rice and poured it into his mouth, finishing it in 1 bite. "Not enough, I want meat." "That's not your meal. If you want meat, you have to come down the mountain to rob and kill, learn how to be a mountain bandit, or help everyone with laundry, cooking, cleaning, or sharpening weapons." The little boy pointed at Ace and asked, "Did he do all those things you mentioned?" "No, but this meat is from a wild buffalo that Ace caught, so he is qualified to eat it." At that moment, Luffy's friend came over and sat next to him, picked up the remaining bowl of rice, and asked Dayton while eating, "As long as you catch an animal and bring it back, can you eat meat?" The woman answered without hesitation, "Of course, but it's not as simple as just catching a couple of little rabbits. You need to catch a huge beast that can feed all the brothers." Luffy was shocked. How big does it have to be? Did he really catch that buffalo all by himself? Earlier, he and his sister had managed to catch a normal-sized wild boar together, and they were thrilled for a long time, thinking they were really impressive. Luffy's friend quickly finished her rice, and there was hardly enough, not to mention Luffy. Even she felt it wasn't enough to fill her teeth. It's the time for growth. How can you grow if you don't eat enough? In a world where the average height is casually 2 or 3 meters, she certainly doesn't want to be a little shorty. The little girl put down her bowl and chopsticks and said, "Let's go, Luffy. We're going to catch a wild boar." Upon hearing this, everyone who was eating meat froze for a moment, then burst into laughter, as if they had heard the biggest joke. "Ha ha ha, wild boar? Are you sure it's not a wild rabbit? Ha ha." Only Ace remained expressionless throughout, even though he thought that the person in front of him was too overconfident. The wild boars in this mountain were different from those in other places. They were enormous and exceptionally fierce, not something just anyone could provoke. Even the adults who had been bandits for years could end up losing their lives if they encountered one. With Ace's current strength, he wouldn't dare to confront them head-on, let alone these 2 tiny kids in front of him. Luffy noticed that they were laughing uncontrollably and felt a bit annoyed. But he also knew that he and his sister had no way to defeat a wild boar big enough for everyone to eat. However, the little girl seemed not to hear the mocking laughter and was already walking towards the door. The little boy hurriedly caught up. "Hey, Luo, are we really going to catch a wild boar?" Luo replied, "Of course, you saw it too. That little bit of rice, is it enough for both of us?" Luffy drooped his head. Not enough. It felt like he hadn't eaten at all, and he was still very hungry. Then he suggested, "Why don't we leave here? You can cook. We won't starve. Why do we have to work for them just to get some meat?" Luo stopped and asked him back, "Then where will we sleep? Do you know the way back to Fengshe village? Even if you do you think Grandpa will let us go? If we get caught, it won't just be a simple beating." Ah, that's true. If the little girl hadn't raised these questions, Luffy wouldn't have thought of so much. Magura saw the 2 little figures leaving from the window and was a bit worried. "Boss, they really went deep into the forest. If something happens, how are we going to explain it to Mr. Garp?" Dayton took a deep drag of his cigarette. "If they die, they die. There are always accidents in the deep mountains and forests. We can just find some excuse to brush it off later. Anyway, it was Garp himself who left his grandchildren here. He knows they usually engage in robbery and plunder. With so many enemies and living in such a dangerous place, who would care for those 2 little kids when things get busy? If something happens, they won't be able to do anything about it." The siblings walked for a while without seeing any animals and thought, could it be that the mountain bandits have eaten most of them? Luo said to Luffy, "I'll go this way, you go that way. If you encounter a target, shout for me, okay?" The little boy nodded vigorously to show that he understood, and then they went their separate ways. The forest was dense with foliage, and in some places, sunlight couldn't penetrate, making it look eerie. Luffy walked while looking around, carefully searching for signs of wild boars. Suddenly, a shadow flew over his head. He turned to look and saw Ace land on a large rock. Then with a whoosh, he jumped up onto a tree and continued moving forward. The little boy was drawn to him and ran after him, shouting, "Hey, Ace, The young man who had just landed on the hillside heard the voice and turned around, seeing the small figure running towards him. He stood in the sunlight while that person was in the dark forest. Ace frowned, unsure of why he was being called. Luffy stopped in his tracks, looking up at the boy, who was backlit and hard to see clearly. But the way he held the hose made it look like he was wielding a powerful weapon, which was quite cool. I'm no longer angry about you spitting at me. Ace, let's be friends. That's just how Luffy is. He doesn't hold grudges for long over small matters. Besides, he remembered how Shanks had been doused in alcohol and just laughed it off. He could be that magnanimous too. The little boy flashed a smile that revealed his white teeth, which appeared particularly dazzling in the darkness, as if it pierced deep into the boy's heart. Some people, even when surrounded by darkness, possess the ability to heal themselves and shine brightly. Yet he, despite being able to touch the light, remained immersed in sorrow. As Este lifted his foot and kicked down a nearby large tree, it rolled downwards. The little boy saw danger approaching, immediately wiped the smile off his face, turned around, and ran away. Seeing Luffy fleeing in panic, the boy felt a bit more balanced inside, disregarding that person's life, and continued moving towards the direction of the light. Help! The little boy ran quickly, his eyes nearly popping out in fear. But his short legs couldn't outrun the rolling tree, especially since it was downhill. He struggled to run, and the tree trunk's speed only increased. Finally, he accidentally kicked a stone and tripped, and the sturdy tree rolled right over him. The boy emerged from the forest, and just after crossing the wooden bridge, he heard a voice behind him. Turning around, he saw Luffy panting heavily on the other side of the bridge. Ace, wait for me, he shouted, his body dirty and his clothes torn in several places. Seeing the annoying guy catch up made Ace feel a surge of wicked thoughts. As the little boy stepped onto the wooden bridge running towards him, he picked up the hose in his hand and decisively cut the ropes of the bridge. Then he watched as Luffy fell into the abyss. The boy's expression was indifferent, as if the evil deed wasn't done by him at all. The falling boy shouted, Ace, with disbelief in his eyes. He looked at the boy at the edge of the cliff, turned away without a glance back, feeling no warmth towards him. Meanwhile, he was falling deeper and further away from the ground. On the other side, after searching for a while without finding any wild boars nearby, she suddenly heard Luffy scream and hurried over. Luffy, Luffy! Arriving at the place they had agreed to meet, there was not a single figure in sight. The little girl hurried in the direction where Luffy had just disappeared, calling his name while looking for him. After a long time, no one answered. Strange. Where could he be? Could he have been taken away by a wild boar? She searched the forest for an entire afternoon, scouring half the woods, but there was no sign of Luffy. Until night fell, she rushed back to the bandit's cabin, thinking that perhaps Luffy had already returned. This did seem like something that mischievous little brat would do. She pushed the door open. Everyone who was eating turned to look at her, except for the arrogant Ace, who continued to eat his meal. The little girl glanced quickly, but did not find Luffy in the crowd. Someone stretched their neck to look behind her, finding nothing, and asked sarcastically, Where's the wild boar you caught? Luo didn't pay attention to the person's mockery and retorted, Where's Luffy? Dayton took the cigarette out of his mouth, looking somewhat puzzled. Didn't he go out with you? The other mountain bandits chimed in. He didn't die in some mountain hole, did he? Anyway, you took him out. So don't blame us if something happens. Little girl, you'll have to explain to your grandfather yourself tomorrow. The little girl furrowed her brow, touched her chin, and began to ponder. Not back yet? Where could he have gone? Duke Gula's mouth curled into a smile, looking like someone enjoying the drama. Didn't you go hunting? Could it be that your brother was eaten by a beast? Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. You said you were going to catch wild boars at noon, acting so calm and composed. I thought you had some great ability. In the end, not only did you come back empty-handed, but you didn't even know your own brother was missing. Ha ha. But it's good. This incident serves as a warning to Mr. Cap, letting him know how dangerous it is here. Once we take you away tomorrow, we'll have peace. Little child, it's better for you to return to your leisurely windmill village. Deep in the mountains and forests is not suitable for powerless little ones to live. Who knows? You might be the next one to go missing. The little girl lowered her head and remained silent. It was hard to tell if she was sad. Children, after all, need to face some setbacks to avoid becoming arrogant, thinking that making a living is easy. How can one grow without experiencing some hardships? After finishing his cigarette, Dayton stood up. You all, finish your meal and hurry to rest. There's a lot to do tomorrow. She glanced at the little girl. As for you, you came back too late, and there's no rice left to eat. You'll have to go hungry. After saying that, the woman lifted the cloth curtain and left the dining hall, returning to her room. The bandits all left, burping and patting their bellies. Oh, that was satisfying. Let us go, time to sleep. Someone deliberately raised their voice, saying, The food tonight was so delicious. Too bad someone didn't get to eat. That little girl had only eaten a fist-sized portion of rice at noon and hadn't eaten anything for dinner. It would be interesting to see how she handled the long night ahead. It would be best if she backed down and waited for Garp to bring clothes. Then she could take her back, saving them a lot of trouble. After everyone left, Ace also stood up, preparing to leave, but was stopped by Luo. The little girl's soft voice turned serious. Did Luffy come to find you? She remembered this part from the original story, though she couldn't recall the specifics. Only that Luffy faced many difficulties in pursuing his brother. Most of those difficulties were caused by the person in front of her. He had chased Ace for 3 whole months, through rain and shine, before slowly melting this iceberg. The indifferent boy with his hands in his pockets shot a glance at the girl, but didn't speak, resuming his walk. As they brushed past each other, Luo reached out to grab the back of his collar, but Ace sidestepped her. His expression was unfriendly. I don't hit girls. Then don't treat me like one. The girl punched him. Ace easily caught her fist. True, you're not really a woman yet. Just a little kid who hasn't matured. Luo understood what he meant. Damn it, why is a 10-year-old so cocky? It's frustrating to watch, especially since this person lost Luffy. She didn't care how good their relationship was. Right now, Ace had indeed bullied her little brother. Luo withdrew her hand and kicked instead, raising her foot and sending a streak of blue light flying toward the boy. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and dodged. The blue light struck the wooden wall behind Ace, making a cut. Hearing the sound, he turned to see a slash mark on the wall. He was somewhat surprised. What kind of strange technique is this? There was no time to think. Another streak of blue light flew toward him, followed by 2, 3, 4. Ace dodged each one, just like before, with the light hitting the wall or floor and creating long gashes. What kind of feet does this girl have made of blades? The boy instinctively glanced at Luo's feet. She was wearing a pair of canvas shoes, no different from an ordinary child's, distracted for just a moment. By the time he reacted, the girl lunged at him, pinning Ace to the ground. She drew a dagger from her waist and pressed it against his neck. Speak. Where did you throw Luffy? Get off. The boy instinctively tried to resist, but Luo was sitting on him, pinning him down with one arm while threatening him with the dagger, leaving him no chance to move. The girl leaned closer, lowering her voice. Blades have no eyes. I can't guarantee I won't accidentally hurt you. Ace wore a look of defiance. Do whatever you want. Hey, you little brat. Why is it so hard to just say where Luffy is? Now, Luo looked at the boy beneath her, as if he were just a troublesome neighbor's kid. He had clearly bullied her little brother, yet he showed no sign of remorse. Ace turned his head away. I don't know. Didn't he see him? His fists were clenched tightly, clearly unwilling. He never expected to be pinned down by a girl 3 years younger than him. His hands were trapped under her knees, with no chance to resist. What a humiliation. Luo moved the dagger closer to Ace's neck, the blade pressing into his skin, threatening to cut. Still not talking? Then don't blame me for being rude. Ace pressed his lips into a straight line, finally shutting his eyes and refusing to respond. His attitude was clear, meaning he wouldn't say anything even if it meant death. This stubborn temper instantly made Luo furious. She was tired of wasting time with him. The scene shifted. The little girl clapped her hands and walked out of the dining hall. Her mood visibly improved after letting out her frustration. A bandit who had just finished bathing and was passing by with a bucket glanced at her in confusion, wondering why she was still in the dining hall at this hour. Was she starving? If she wanted food, she should go to the kitchen. Maybe she could find a grain of rice. But he didn't bother with her and yawned as he returned to his room. Ace sat up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. That little girl. It would be best if he never caught her. Otherwise, he would beat her to death. Being pinned down by a little girl this time was purely an accident. She had taken him by surprise. He had only spaced out for a moment, and she seized the opportunity. It seemed he needed to concentrate more next time. The boy's face darkened as he lifted the curtain and stepped out, enveloped by a low-pressure atmosphere. Another bandit, who was going to the bathroom, happened to pass by and was startled. He gaped at Ace. What happened? Who did this? The boy's face was bruised and messy, looking like he had just fought a tough battle. Wasn't he fine during dinner? Ace replied irritably, I fell. He would never admit that he was beaten by a little girl. Just thinking about it made him angry. How could she be so strong? How could she be so powerful? Her brother Luffy seemed like a useless person. So what was up with his sister? He had really underestimated her. The bandit going to the bathroom watched Ace's retreating figure, pondering. Fell? It doesn't look like it. But who in their entire bandit house could defeat this monster? He would rather believe Ace had jumped off a cliff than let himself get beaten like this. Really, life is so beautiful. Why would he be so troubled? Late at night, Ace tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. The little girl's moves kept replaying in his mind, making him feel ignorant. What on earth was that? Why had he never seen it before? He suddenly sat up, irritably ruffling his hair. Suddenly, the door was pulled open, and the little girl he had just been thinking about appeared in his line of sight. What are you doing? This is my room. The boy warned her with an annoyed face. How dare she come back? Didn't she fear that he would kill her? Luo replied nonchalantly. Dayton said I'm sleeping here too. Although it was called a room, the whole place was quite small, empty of any furniture. If one wanted to sleep, they could just take a blanket and lie down on the floor. The little girl walked to the side and lay down near the window, about 2 or 3 meters away from Ace. She had just gone nearby to look for Luffy, but there was no trace of him at all. That little brat Ace was so stubborn. Even after getting beaten up like that, he wouldn't say a word. Forget it, she was tired too. She would rest for a while and check the situation tomorrow. After all, that guy Luffy wouldn't die. They had spent countless dangerous nights in the jungle under their grandfather's pressure before. What was this little test compared to that? She didn't even understand why she was worrying so much. The boy turned his head and saw the little girl with her eyes closed, hands under her head, legs crossed, looking very comfortable. How could she sleep in this situation? Did she really look down on him like that? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Ace felt the water pipe beside him, got up, and walked towards her. At that moment, he wasn't wearing shoes, so he made no sound while walking. The moonlight shone on the girl's face, pure white as snow. The boy gripped his weapon tightly, silently vowing that it was his carelessness before, and this time he would have his revenge. He raised the water pipe and attacked her without any hesitation. Just as he was about to hit her, the girl's body floated away like a piece of paper. Then she opened her eyes, grabbed Ace's water pipe, and used the momentum to jump up and land behind him. The boy sensed it and quickly turned around, only to have her hand, shaped like a gun, pressed against his forehead. What are you doing trying to sneak attack in the middle of the night? You're not tired, but I am, okay? Ace approached her with his weapon, and the girl touched his forehead with her index finger. If you keep causing trouble, do you believe I'll poke a hole in your head? The boy scoffed with what? Your finger? The girl didn't reply, but gave him a look that said, what do you think? This made Ace recall how her feet could emit sharp blades before, and it didn't seem so strange that her finger could pierce someone's forehead. But he wasn't scared and decided to give it a try. Taking her by surprise, the boy crouched down and swept his foot to attack her, but she jumped back in time. He didn't give her a moment to breathe and charged forward with his weapon raised. Take this. You dead, girl. Finger gun. The girl raised her hand and aimed at Ace's arm, stabbing it in. She didn't use much force, so it wasn't deep, but it still made him bleed. Then she pointed her index finger at his forehead and said, do you want to get hit again? This time, the boy truly believed her. The person in front of him was definitely not an ordinary child. He covered his wound and asked coldly, did that old man Garp teach you these moves? Besides that old man, he couldn't think of anyone else. The girl didn't answer directly, but asked him back, why do you want to know? Do you want to learn? If you tell me what you want to know, I might reluctantly take you as my apprentice. Otherwise, you might as well wait for your brother to collect your corpse. Ace arrogantly walked past the little girl, returning to his previous spot, grabbing the blanket to cover his head and lay down. Being crushed by little Luo's strength twice in one day made him feel extremely unbalanced and gave him a huge sense of frustration. Now, he couldn't even beat a dead girl. How would he go out to sea and dominate the world in the future? Angry, suppressed, unconvinced. It must be that his attack posture was wrong. Next time, he would find an opportunity to settle the score with her. On the side, Luo saw the stubborn boy who was like a mule and really wanted to give him a couple of good slaps. This brat really needed to be taught a lesson. Was Ace really that cruel when he was a child? Suddenly, I missed the warm-hearted Luffy a bit. The next day, Garp came to knock on the door early in the morning. The fierce Dayton immediately softened upon seeing the old man with white hair. And Mr. Garp, there's something we must tell you. The other mountain bandits, who had been so arrogant yesterday, also became meek. It's about your grandson Luffy. He went missing last night and might have. They sneakily glanced at Garp's stern face, almost scared to death, and hurriedly added, it's not our fault. It was your granddaughter who took him out, saying something about hunting wild boars, but she came back alone last night. Yes. If anything happens to Luffy, we hope you understand and don't blame us. You're a great hero of the Navy. Surely you won't make things difficult for us, right? After they spoke, everyone lowered their heads, beads of cold sweat forming on their backs, not daring to look at Garp, who must have had a dark expression on his face now. But this was really not their fault. If anyone was to blame, it was him for being so stubborn. He insisted on leaving his grandchildren here, so if something happened, the greatest responsibility lay with him. After a long while without a response, Dayton was about to ask Garp if he wanted to take his only remaining granddaughter home when a hearty laugh came from his ear. "Huh, I thought you were going to say something serious. You all look so serious just for this?" The bandits thought they had misheard and widened their eyes to ask, "This is just a small matter? Why was he speaking so lightly about it? What if Luffy was already dead? Was that also a small matter?" The old man waved his hand dismissively. "What are you talking about? Give that kid some time. He'll definitely be back within a month." Huh? Luo, who had just woken up, was standing by the window and happened to hear Garp's words, which reminded her of some memories. In the original story, little Luffy really did find his way back after a month. Those who know the son best are the grandfather. With just one sentence, he guessed the outcome. It made her worry all night without sleeping. It could also be that she was too hungry to sleep. At this moment, she was the only one left in the room, and Ace had disappeared early in the morning. He must have gone to find Sabo. Garp, who was talking to the bandits, noticed little Luo standing by the window, her small head barely visible because she was too short, looking at him with her big round eyes. For some reason, he found her a bit adorably silly. He waved his hand to greet her. "My lovely little granddaughter. Grandpa is here to bring you clothes." The old man smiled happily, kindly, with no trace of worry on his face, leaving the mountain bandits completely baffled. Was Luffy picked up somewhere? His grandson was missing, and he didn't even bother to look for him. Yet he was smiling so much that the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes deepened. As soon as Garp arrived, the bandits treated him and Luo to a feast. The moment Luo saw the food, her eyes lit up. Almost starved, she ate several large plates alongside her grandpa. The old man stared at his ravenous granddaughter and asked, "What's with this eating style? Are they mistreating you and not giving you food?" The bandits who were eavesdropping at the door felt a pang of anxiety, fearing the little girl might spill what happened yesterday. Luo smiled and replied, "I'm growing, so I get hungry easily. Yesterday, I was too busy looking for Luffy and didn't have the mind to catch a few small animals to fill my belly. Otherwise, even if Dayton and the others didn't give her a single grain of rice, she wouldn't starve." The bandits hiding outside sighed in relief. Maguro was astonished and whispered, "Boss, this girl is quite clever. She didn't say anything." Dagura couldn't believe it. Aren't kids supposed to love telling tales? Why didn't she mention a word? Dayton was also puzzled. "If you ask me, who should I ask? Let us go. Let us disperse. Just assume she's a fool. In any case, whether she says it or not, we definitely want to admit it. And this way, it saves us a lot of trouble." After eating and drinking their fill, the grandfather and granddaughter went outside the small house. Garp asked, "So what is up? Why did you want to keep Grandpa here?" The girl looked up at her grandfather. "You know I have something to ask you?" "Of course. Do I look stupid? Can't you guess this? You and your brother grew up, and when Luffy was only 2 or 3 years old, he would cry and shout not to let me leave. But you have never asked anyone to stay. This time, you must have your reasons for wanting me to stay a few more days." Xiao Luo had to admit that this old man understood her quite well. She organized her words and said indirectly, "Every time you hit someone, it really hurts. I want you to teach me how to withstand your punches. For example, is there a technique that can make a person's body very hard? This way, Grandpa should understand what kind of technique she was referring to, right?" Garp stroked his chin and thought for a moment. "Yes. The iron block from the Marine 6 styles can make your body as hard as steel. However, my punches can still break through, unless you become strong enough that I can't surpass you." When the girl heard this, she knew the old man had fallen for her trick, so she continued to ask, "Then is there any skill that is so fast that others can't see it? For example, suddenly appearing behind the enemy?" The old man answered honestly, "Yes. It's also one of the Marine 6 styles, Suru." Xiao Luo originally wanted to ask if there were any techniques that could fly in the sky, referring to the moonwalk, but was afraid that asking too many questions would raise suspicions. So she changed her words, "Grandpa, can you teach me? I want to learn." Garp smiled and agreed. "Sure, but you have to promise to join the Navy when you grow up, and I'll teach you all the 6 styles of the Navy. Some pirates might know 1 or 2, but no one knows all of them. That can only be done by someone within the Navy. If you practice all 6 styles well, their effectiveness is not inferior to that of a devil fruit user." The girl didn't want to deceive him. "I never thought about becoming a Navy officer, nor did I think about becoming a pirate." "Then what do you want to do?" "I'll decide later. For now, I want to learn some skills for self-defense." Garp punched Xiao Luo on the top of her head. "I think you want to defend against me, huh? I was wondering why you suddenly became so eager to learn. You old geezer, can you be a little gentler?" The little girl covered the bump on her head, exasperated. "Is it wrong to guard against you? Not only do I want to guard against you, but one day I will also defeat you." That's the spirit." Garp nodded, feeling quite pleased. After all, there aren't many who can defeat Monkey D. "Garp, Isn't that ambition? Let me teach you a couple of moves, then. I'll teach you the iron block and shave that you just asked about. But I should mention in advance, the Marine 6 styles are just leftovers for me. Even if you master them all, you still won't be able to defeat me. The little girl pouted, just wait and see. All right, I'll wait. I'll teach you right now. Come on, let's go to a farther place. Saying this, Garp picked up his granddaughter and placed her on his shoulder, heading deep into the forest. The old man was 2 meters 80 tall, and every time he lifted her, she felt like a dog being tossed around. She could be easily handled by her grandpa. Galbo Mountain. On the other side of the forest, near the waste disposal site, Ace placed all the treasures he found today into a hollow tree trunk and covered it with bark. He lay on top and rested for a while when a golden-haired boy climbed up next to him, wearing a black top hat with wind goggles. Despite being dirty all over, he looked very gentlemanly. He was Ace's friend, named Sabo. Sabo was also preparing to put the money he found into the trunk. While busy, he looked up and accidentally caught sight of Ace's scarred face. What happened? Who hit you? The black-haired boy, who was resting, sat up and said irritably, a wild boar. A wild boar? Why did you provoke them? With our current strength, we can't confront them. Remember to take a detour next time you encounter one, Sabo kindly reminded. But Ace wouldn't listen. Next time, I'll definitely pin her down and rub her face in the dirt. Sabo was startled and stopped his actions. Are you crazy? You dare to provoke the wild boar in the forest? Do you want to die? Rubbing her face in the dirt? If she doesn't rub you first, you're lucky. Am I supposed to let her bully me? What else? A gentleman's revenge is not too late after 10 years. When we get a bit older, we'll definitely be able to beat them. At that time, I'll help you, and we can go together for revenge. How about it? Ace lay back down, turned sideways, and rested his head on his hand. No way. I have to defeat her myself. What kind of situation is it to duel a dead girl with a helper? Even if I win, it wouldn't be honorable. It's simply a blow to a man's dignity. Sabo shook his head with a smile. Stubborn guy. Defeating an opponent with the help of companions is not shameful. Besides, it's just a wild boar. Ace insisted. No means no. The golden-haired boy couldn't argue with him and had to compromise. All right then. He then changed the topic. Come look, we already have this much money in our treasure trove. If we save for another 5 or 10 years, we should be able to buy a pirate ship, right? Ace glanced at it. Not nearly enough. A good pirate ship can't be bought with this little money. The prices are high. Yeah. Then we have to go to the waste disposal site and find more of those things that the nobles don't want. Maybe we can trade for a good price. Let us go. Ace irritably ruffled his hair, stood up, and climbed down from the big tree. Raising funds was the most important thing. He couldn't let unrelated people delay him. In 10 years, he must leave this godforsaken place and head to the sea he dreams of. Under Garp's guidance, her understanding of shaving an iron block improved significantly, like opening up the meridians. Her blood felt like it was boiling. Finding the right way to learn made practicing much easier. She didn't feel tired after a whole day. Not only that, but she also upgraded shaving from beginner to intermediate in a short time. Although iron block was still at the beginner level, she believed it wouldn't take long to reach intermediate, greatly improving her efficiency. These 2 skills might help her reach advanced or even top level first. Garp, seeing how quickly his granddaughter was learning, found it unbelievable. Could it be that little Luo was an extraordinary genius? Just a casual pointer, and she understood? Moreover, she was very young, only 7 years old. Her comprehension ability was astonishing. Many people in their 20s or 30s didn't have her level of awareness. It seemed he needed to find a way to persuade little Luo to join the Navy headquarters. Otherwise, it would be a waste of talent. Once she joined the Navy, he could teach her the other 4 styles. But what Garp didn't know was that his granddaughter had already learned the other 4 techniques, just not mastered them. Xiao Luo summarized what she learned today and found that these principles could also be applied to other techniques. In other words, as long as she could get Grandpa to teach her shave an iron block to a high level, she could find a way to improve the other 4 techniques herself. This is the kind of reasoning that a top student excels at. In the evening, as Ace was passing through the forest on his way home, he saw that old man Garp and that girl were sparring. It was obvious that the girl was at a disadvantage, unable to even touch a finger of her opponent, only receiving blows. He hid behind a tree to sneak a look, wanting to see what Garp had taught her to make her so strong, hoping to learn a bit himself. However, the old man suddenly threw a stone that hit him on the forehead. Oh, the little brat is back? Want to come train with Xiao Luo? Ace rubbed his forehead and decisively refused. No. Rare. In truth, Ace wanted to learn very much, but he couldn't swallow his pride. It's hard to say whether he had integrity or if his ego was too strong. He didn't want to get involved with them, and certainly wouldn't want to ask Garp for help. For the past few days, whenever the black-haired boy returned from the way station, He had seen the old man teaching the girl techniques. She was improving rapidly, visibly so. Garp would hit her with a stick, and she was fine, but the stick would break. That was one thing. One moment she was in front of Garp, and the next she would suddenly appear behind him. That was another. Ace rubbed his eyes in disbelief, thinking he must be seeing things. That girl's speed was incredible. How's she doing that? If this continued, wouldn't he fall far behind? Damn it. Although he didn't want to rely on others, he could still learn by stealth. But every time he tried to sneak a peek, Garp would catch him, no matter how far or hidden he tried to be. Even if he was 10 meters behind Garp, the man would still notice. This puzzled Ace. Could it be that the old man had eyes in the back of his head? At that moment, he didn't know there was an ability called observation haki. Those who possess observation haki can sense the presence, location, emotions, strength, and number of surrounding creatures without needing to see with their eyes. When this ability reaches a certain level, they can even predict enemy attacks and dodge them. For a master like Garp, this was an unreachable height for a child. He also had more powerful skills that Ace had never seen. Thus, the boy couldn't help but feel curious about the old man. Every time he was caught sneaking a look, he would claim he was just passing by. Even when Garp and Luo changed locations several times, Ace still managed to pass by and run into them. The old man finally realized the boy was being disingenuous, and he simply pretended not to see him. As long as he was willing to learn, it didn't matter how he learned. However, the results from sneaking a look were clearly not as effective as hands-on teaching. Some movements were difficult to see, and he couldn't hear what Garp was saying, so he couldn't understand the principles behind them. Over the past few days, Ace had also sneak-attacked Luo a few times, and each time he ended up on the ground. So much so that when Sabo saw his almost unrecognizable face, still getting new bruises, he was shocked. "What is wrong with you? Are you fighting wild boars every day?" The black-haired boy replied, "Just a sneak attack. It didn't work." Sabo was speechless. It seemed he had really gone mad. If he couldn't even succeed in sneak attacks, wouldn't a direct confrontation be even worse? In his memory, wild boars were strong, but they shouldn't be that strong, right? Could it be that Ace had encountered the wild boar king? In the blink of an eye, Garp had been at Gorbo's mountain for 7 days. Luo had trained Iron Block and Shave to an intermediate level, even faster than expected. The old man was quite pleased. He squatted down and patted his granddaughter's shoulder. "Not bad, not bad. At this rate, you might become the first female admiral in the history of the Navy. Grandpa believes in you." The girl teased. "Doesn't that make you my subordinate? You'll have to do whatever I say." Garp paused for a moment, then laughed heartily. "When you really become a Navy admiral, you can try that." "All right, I was just joking. You took it seriously." Besides, given the old man's temperament, he wouldn't follow her orders and might even use the fact that he was her grandfather to pressure her. From experience, the old man's words were not trustworthy. Garp planned to spend another night in the mountain bandit's cabin and set off to nearby islands in the morning to take care of business, returning directly to Navy headquarters afterward. He didn't know when they would meet again. To avoid delaying his granddaughter's training, he shared the key points with Luo. "Remember, to master a technique, it's not just about hard work. Sometimes you need to use the right methods. You already understand the principles. Next is how to improve and reach the peak." Shave doesn't completely disappear. It's high-speed movement that creates the illusion for the enemy that you've vanished, and then you stop behind them to deliver a fatal blow. To achieve such speed, you need to practice running and sprinting regularly, exceeding normal limits. As for Iron Block, it requires muscle movement and accelerated blood flow. You'll find that both skills are related to speed. Not only that, but all the techniques of the Navy's 6 styles are related to speed. Garp spoke passionately, while Luo took notes diligently. In fact, she had also noticed this point over the past few days. Although the Navy's 6 styles are different, with both offensive and defensive techniques, they all emphasize speed. Therefore, as long as Garp teaches her Iron Block and Shave, she is confident she can elevate all skills to the highest level. With just a little summarization, it's not difficult to uncover the patterns. Her previous slow progress was due to only having a shell, with everything else learned through trial and error. It seems that finding a master was indeed the right decision. The old man spoke for a full 2 hours before stopping. From here on, it would depend on her own efforts. Luo wrote in her notebook, "All right, I've noted it down. Next time you come back, I'll definitely make you drop your jaw." Garp laughed, his face full of wrinkles. "Then I'll be waiting to see the results. If it doesn't reach the top level, you'll be in for a beating." The girl secretly smiled to herself, thinking that by the time he returns, her other moves might have already reached max level. To reward his granddaughter for her achievements, Garp decided to personally catch a big wild boar for her. After spotting the target, the old man confronted the ferocious beast, which looked very angry with red eyes. standing behind her grandfather, Xiao Lu could feel the pressure from the beast. This pig was definitely not easy to deal with. If she hadn't watched One Piece and knew how strong Garp was, she might have wanted to run away. Meanwhile, Ace, who was looking for the grandfather and granddaughter duo, originally intended to sneak in and learn something. However, he stumbled upon the scene of the old man facing off against the wild boar king. He perched on a tree trunk, arms crossed, looking down from above. This looked interesting. He wanted to see how many moves that Navy Vice Admiral needed to subdue the opponent. 2 streams of hot air puffed out from the wild boar's nostrils as it charged at Garp, intending to knock the old man away with its head. Due to its massive size, the ground shook as it ran, kicking up a cloud of dust. The old man stood still, not moving an inch. As the beast got closer, Ace on the tree nervously lowered his arms and stood up straight. He didn't understand why Garp didn't jump aside or reach out to attack. Was he just going to stand there and wait to be knocked out? Xiao Luo roughly understood what her grandfather wanted to do. But facing the 7 or 8 meter tall wild boar, her heart still tightened involuntarily. This one was much larger and fiercer than the one she and Luffy had defeated before. Just as the beast was about to reach Garp, it suddenly stopped its attack, its eyes devoid of any aggression, filled instead with fear and terror. Ace looked bewildered, not knowing what was happening. Why had the wild boar king stopped moving? He hadn't seen the old man make a move. Then, with a loud thud, the 7 or 8 ton wild boar collapsed to the ground. The black-haired boy's pupils suddenly constricted, almost causing him to fall from a tree. What on earth did that old man do to the wild boar? Why did it fall down without any warning? Xiao Luo was also stunned by the scene in front of her. Is this the Conqueror's Haki? Watching it up close for the first time brought her a different visual impact, even more shocking than watching on a screen. Perhaps after these years of playing around with Garp, treating him more like her own grandfather, who is both mischievous and carefree, she almost forgot the old man's true strength, which cannot be simply described with the word powerful. Back in the day, he was the only one who had repeatedly pushed the Pirate King Roger into a corner. Decades ago, he teamed up with Roger to defeat the formidable Rocks pirates, whose members included today's strong figures like Big Mom, Kaido, Whitebeard, and Shiki. One can imagine his strength. Ha, done. Xiao Luo, let us go back to the small house. Garp easily dragged the wild boar by its front hoof, as if he were pulling a frail wild dog instead of a 7 or 8 ton wild boar. The girl numbly nodded, okay. The old man noticed something was off with his granddaughter's expression and asked, "What's wrong? Are you stunned? Were you just mesmerized by your grandpa's handsomeness?" Ha ha. She was indeed mesmerized, but didn't say it. Garp didn't mind whether his granddaughter answered him or not, as she often didn't, and he was used to it. The old man continued to explain to her that just now was called Conqueror's Haki. Once used, the weak cannot resist at all and will faint like this wild boar. You would have fainted too along with that little brat in the tree. However, your grandpa can flexibly control the Haki, locking onto a target without harming the innocent. If I don't control the Conqueror's Haki well, it could affect those around me as well. So what do you think? Am I impressive? Xiao Luo helplessly spoke up. Impressive. Impressive. How come I never realized you were so narcissistic before? Although Garp was stating facts, hearing it from the person involved just sounded narcissistic. She also knew that Conqueror's Haki couldn't be obtained through training. It was a rare kind of Haki. This meant that some people were born with it, and it just needed to be awakened. Those who didn't have it would never possess it in their lifetime. On the other side, Ace in the tree still hadn't reacted. How did that old man do it? Today, Garp had completely refreshed his understanding. He used to think he was strong, but it turned out he was just a frog in a well. The grandfather and grandson brought a massive wild boar to the mountain bandit's cabin. When Dogger saw it through the window, he was shocked and immediately waved to the people inside. Everyone, hurry up. Mr. Garp has brought food back. Dayton, who was smoking, heard this and walked to the door with an unhappy expression. He's been mooching off us for a week, has a big appetite. And there's that little tag-along with a big appetite too. No matter how much food he brings back, it won't cover their consumption. Wild Boar King? The woman went from angry to shocked. That size could feed them for several days. The others were also incredulous. Mr. Garp was so strong. If we encountered a Wild Boar King, we would definitely be dead. He was completely unharmed and was even joking with his granddaughter. Well, of course. Otherwise, how could he be a naval hero? He must be unimaginably powerful. It's not their fault for having limited knowledge. After all, the East Blue is the weakest region in the entire pirate world. Very few strong people choose to stay here for long. At most, they pass by like Shanks and leave after a short stay. The East Blue is peaceful and suitable for retirement. The strong are all in the Grand Line and the New World, especially in the New World, where rare Conqueror's Haki can be found in abundance. That is a power only those with the potential of a king can possess. The mountain bandits respectfully came out to welcome them, dividing tasks to cut 1/5 of the wild boar for dinner and storing the remaining 4/5 for tomorrow. While eating, Ace's gaze was fixed on Garp and Xiao Luo. The two were eating meat heartily and clinking glasses. One held wine, the other juice, and the way they looked, it almost felt like a brotherly bond. Their relationship must be good, right? That girl seemed to have no parents, but at least she had her grandfather. Unlike him, who had nothing. A little mountain bandit sitting across from Garp asked, "Mr. Garp, why does Ace keep staring at you guys?" The old man, who was enjoying his food, was momentarily stunned and turned to look at the black-haired boy. Xiao Luo was puzzled and followed her grandfather's gaze to take a look. When Ace saw the two suddenly looking at him, he quickly lowered his head and focused on eating. Damn it, why was he staring at them in a daze and got caught? Seeing the black-haired boy looking a bit nervous, as if he had been caught doing something wrong, Garp turned back with a big grin and replied, he has probably taken a liking to my granddaughter. He was someone who understood these things well. Back in the day, he and his wife were childhood sweethearts, innocent and naive. But it was his wife who confessed first. And he then realized that feeling nervous and a sudden heartbeat when seeing someone meant you liked them. Just as Xiao Luo was swallowing juice, she sprayed it all out, hitting the mountain bandit across from her. He blinked, looking completely confused. The girl wiped the juice from her mouth, grabbed Garp by the collar, nearly losing her temper. Can you not say nonsense? Some jokes could be made, but some absolutely could not. She was still young, and more importantly, she was a girl. She couldn't accept that. How is this nonsense? My little Luo is so cute. If Ace likes her, it means he has good taste. I wholeheartedly support this marriage arrangement. As he spoke, the old man reached out to pinch his granddaughter's cheek, only to be swatted away by the girl, who darkened her face and refused. I don't approve. This left Garp puzzled. Xiao Luo, I sent your reaction a bit too much. Do you know what a marriage arrangement is? The girl rolled her eyes at him. I'm young, not stupid. Why does everyone like to tease me about marriage arrangements? Usopp's dad is like that too. Do I have a face that looks like a child bride? I'm not that kind of girl. That night, Garp and Ace fell asleep almost instantly, both snoring in rhythm, one big and one small, one high and one low. Although Xiao Luo was already used to it, she had shallow sleep and was easily awakened by the noise. That day, after being woken up, she groggily got up to go to the bathroom, as usual, pushed open the door, took off her pants, and aimed to relieve herself. Of course, that was just her imagination. The result was that the urine flowed down her legs, some even dripping directly onto her pants. Feeling the liquid running down her legs, Xiao Luo suddenly woke up. She was stunned for a second before realizing, damn it, she forgot that girls should squat to pee. She wondered why she couldn't find her little brother. It turned out she didn't have one anymore. Tragic. Winky face. The next day, another pair of little girl-esque pants was added to the clothesline. Everyone didn't think much of it. After all, it was quite normal for a 7-year-old to wet the bed. At dawn, Garp got up and pushed the door open, just as Ace came out too. He would go to the junkyard every day to meet up with Sabo and work on their future. The old man called out to the boy heading toward the forest, but he ignored him and showed no intention of stopping. Garp grabbed him and turned him to face himself. Ace, where are you rushing off to every day? None of your business. I warn you, don't touch me again. The boy shook off the old man's hand from his shoulder and turned to leave. Garp grabbed him again. Wait, I have something to say to you. I don't want to hear it. Are we close? Of course. From the moment your father entrusted you to me, I became your grandfather. Ace frowned, looking displeased. I really don't know who you're trying to take advantage of. And don't mention him to me again. It was because of that person that he felt like his existence in this world was a mistake. Otherwise, why did everyone have to hide his identity as if he didn't exist? All right, I won't mention it, but Ace, you're already 10 years old. You should think about your future. For the next few months, let Xiao Luo teach you how to use iron blocks and shave. When I come back, I'll teach you other skills. Once you 3 join the Navy headquarters, I will. Before Garp could finish, Ace interrupted him. Who says I want to be a Navy? Don't act like you know everything. The black-haired boy shook off the old man's hand again and walked into the forest without looking back. Why should he help him make decisions? Did he really think of himself as his grandfather? He was used to being independent and didn't care about that. Garp watched his figure and continued. Grandpa will come back to see you in a few months. During this time, you have to take care of each other. All right, Xiao Luo is very good at taking care of people and cooking well. If you have any problems in life, you can ask her. He clearly remembers a vacation 5 years ago when he went to visit the siblings at a villager's house. It was autumn, and the villagers were busy with farm work, leaving no time to care for the children. The moment he pushed open the door, he saw little Luo.At, just 2 years old, a tiny girl who would fall if she walked too fast. helping Luffy change his diaper and prepare milk powder. The old man almost burst into tears witnessing that scene. It's not that he didn't want to have his grandchildren by his side, but there was simply no way to do it. The Navy headquarters was very busy, not a daycare center, and was always facing missions that could last for months, leaving no time to take care of the two little ones. Moreover, their identities were special, and being so young, they had no ability to protect themselves. Once their identities were exposed, they could easily be taken as hostages by those threatening Dragon. Compared to the dangerous Navy headquarters, Windmill Village was the safest. He hoped they would grow up healthy and happy, and when they were capable, they could go to the Navy headquarters. Plus, they could keep Ace company now, which might make that arrogant kid feel less lonely. After all, Luffy was very lively, and Latte could take care of people. There would always be someone to warm his heart. As Ace walked away, he pretended not to hear the old man's words and joked that he had managed to live for 10 years without needing that little girl to take care of him. When Garp went down the mountain, he suddenly remembered something. I wonder how Luffy is doing. He had only seen him once since returning. Well, next time he would catch up properly. Hopefully, by then, Luffy wouldn't be shouting every day about wanting to be the Pirate King. After Garp left, Latte trained in the forest every day, her strength progressing rapidly. The system that hadn't appeared for a long time suddenly popped up again. Yaya, congratulations, host, on mastering Iron Block and Soru to the highest level. I told you could do it. Latte, I have to thank you for those words back then. They helped me find a new method. Yaya, that's an exaggeration. You have talent. This world might really be changed by you. Latte, me? Isn't that even more exaggerated? Whitebeard, Akainu, Shanks, Kaido, oh, and my dad. Aren't they all top-tier powerhouses? I'm shocked by their strength from outside the screen. Someone like me is world apart from them. How can I change the world? Yaya, who was born a powerhouse? Just look at the main character, Luffy. He has already left you far behind. Latte, that's true, but the ideal of changing the world is too grand. I haven't thought about it. Yaya, don't you want money, power, and beautiful women? The host, my colleagues, have all desired these things and have realized them one by one. Listen, isn't that motivating? Xiao Luo simply lay on the ground, resting his hands on his hands, and thought carefully, money, as long as I have enough to eat and wear, is fine. Power? What power is needed in Windmill Village? As for beautiful women, it's enough to just take a look. Although I often brag, I actually don't need it that much. Finding a suitable partner to marry and have children, living an ordinary life, is enough. Thinking like this, you might have chosen the wrong host. Yeah, impossible. Our system selection cannot be wrong. Since we brought you to this world, there must be a reason. Let's see the results slowly. The little girl did not answer anymore, but quietly gazed at the tangled and overlapping leaves. Some tiny rays of light filtered through the gaps in the leaves, creating dappled patterns on the ground and on her. When she realized she was a girl, she had spent 6 years in a daze. Later, the system appeared, giving her a small goal in life, to complete the tasks perfectly in exchange for a reward she desired. She had already thought it through. If it really didn't work out in the end, she would go to Bender Island to find Ivankov. He had the ability to change men into women and women into men, and he was an officer in the Revolutionary Army, a friend of her father. Surely, out of respect for Dragon, he would help her with this, right? Uncertain, she would see then. However, Bender Island was not located in the 4 seas of East, West, South, and North, but rather on the Grand Line. If she didn't have some strength, she might not even make it to her destination before she died. This path was not as simple as she had imagined. Take it slow. Lost in her thoughts, a shadow suddenly jumped down from above the little girl. The figure grew larger in her eyes, and at the critical moment, she dodged the attack. Ace's water pipe smashed into the spot where she had just been lying. If she hadn't dodged, her forehead would have been blooming now. The little girl glanced at the ground, then at Ace, her eyes filled with anger. Are you sick or something? But the black-haired boy didn't want to talk to her at all. He was solely focused on defeating her. He continued to attack, dodging left and right. Don't force me to make a move, Ace said fiercely. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Half an hour later, the little girl and the bruised boy walked towards the bandit's hut. The two were quite far apart, with the girl leading the way and Ace following behind. Mainly, this route was the only way home. Otherwise, he wouldn't be with her. The black-haired boy looked at the little girl's back ahead and cursed, "You tigress. No one will marry you when you grow up. Just wait to be lonely and old, you brat." He had never seen such a tough little girl. No matter how he hid himself, his ambushes were always unsuccessful. Instead, he ended up getting beaten up all over. One day, when Dayton opened the door, she was startled to see a little boy in a straw hat standing at the entrance. It shocked her. Not just her, but the other bandits were equally astonished. Luffy had been missing for a month, and they all thought he was dead, but unexpectedly, the little boy was gasping for breath, covered in injuries, with tattered clothes, looking very tired. At that moment, Ace, who was about to go out, came out and was slightly surprised when he saw Luffy. His vitality was indeed quite resilient. After regaining his composure, Dayton asked, "Where have you been for the past month?" "I accidentally fell off a cliff and was chased and bitten by a pack of wolves." Luffy didn't mention anything about Ace bullying him. In his heart, he felt that it was his own fault for not holding onto the bridge tightly at that time. The dark-haired boy secretly tightened his grip on the water pipe, a ripple of emotion rising in his heart. What an idiot. But don't think that this would make him soft-hearted. As long as Ace kept bothering him, he would still make him pay. The boy took a step forward and brushed past the little boy. "Ace, where are you going?" Luffy almost followed him, but was stopped by his little sister. "What do you care? You're not allowed to go anywhere anyway." But what? Get inside, take a shower, eat, and rest." The boy looked at the distant Ace, then at his angry sister, and obediently replied, "Oh." He then walked into the small house, following behind his sister, grinning. "Shiro, I miss you quite a bit after being apart for so long. But I held on. This time was a month. Next time maybe 2 or 3 years. I should get used to it. However, when I become the Pirate King, I will definitely come back to find you. What about you? Do you miss me?" The little girl replied softly, "I don't want to." Unexpectedly, the little ghost, at such a young age, was so good at evoking emotions, making Xiao Luo's heart feel warm. But she was best at saying one thing while meaning another when she lied. Her face wouldn't blush and her heart wouldn't race. "Huh, we were born together, and this is the first time we've been apart for so long. And you actually don't miss me?" "Tot." Luffy was almost crying. The mountain bandits looked at the siblings' figures and were somewhat doubtful. Are they brother and sister? Or sister and brother? No matter how you looked at it, they seemed more like the latter. During this month, besides training, Xiao Luo would often catch wild beasts to bring back. She wouldn't expose her strength, catching only animals that weren't too big, lacking in size. She made up for it in quantity, catching several to ensure everyone had enough to eat. Moreover, that kid Ace often brought things back too. So there was less pressure regarding meals, and Dayton naturally wouldn't say anything. When Luffy saw his sister serving him 2 plates of meat, his eyes lit up, and he extended his rubber hand to grab a chunk of meat and stuffed it into his mouth, his cheeks bulging on both sides. Wow, Xiao Luo? Did Uncle Dayton come to a realization? He's giving us meat? What Uncle Dayton? She's a woman. Huh? She's a woman? Ha ha. She looks too much like a man. Xiao Luo gave him a roll of her eyes. It's surprising that you can still laugh. Without having to think, she already knew what kind of hard days Luffy had been through this past month. He might have had to catch frogs and eat earthworms to fill his stomach. She hesitated for a moment and asked, "Let me ask you, did Ace throw you somewhere that you can't come back from?" Luffy, who was enjoying his meal, immediately became nervous, sweating profusely, with his mouth pouting and his eyes darting around. No, that's not it." "All right then, I understand." The little girl could tell he was lying just by looking at his expression. Unlike her, Luffy was the worst at telling lies. Everything was written all over his face. So, afterward, she hit Ace again to vent her anger. When Sabo saw the black-haired boy's injuries worsening day by day, he could only shake his head helplessly. He was too lazy to comment on his brother because even if he did, Ace wouldn't listen and would still choose to fight the wild boar to the end. Sabo really admired his perseverance and gave a thumbs up to the indomitable great hero. Ace rubbed his swollen face irritably and said, "Stop looking. She attacked first this time." The blond boy shrugged and replied, "If I were that wild boar and someone kept ambushing me every day, after a while, even if he did nothing one day, I would still choose to attack him when I saw him." He understood the reasoning. He just couldn't accept it in his heart. The more he got beaten, the less he was willing to accept it. Ever since Luffy came back, he would follow Ace for a run every morning. Then he would return covered in wounds, either bitten by crocodiles or crushed by big rocks. The road to the way station was full of obstacles, including Ace's tricks, because Ace couldn't let a useless person discover his and Sabo's secret base. Xiao Luo originally wanted to stop Luffy's self-destructive behavior, but she knew this was a necessary process for him. She couldn't hinder his growth or his freedom to make friends. Although she wasn't particularly fond of Ace, that rebellious boy, she decided to let them be. Everyone has their own path to follow. Well, they went out. Xiao Luo took the opportunity to find a quiet place to train. She had her own path to walk, a mundane one. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Ace was worried every day about how to shake off Luffy. Instead, he stopped ambushing the little girl and lacked the energy for it, which relieved Xiao Luo quite a bit. Moreover, she had upgraded all of her Navy 6 styles to the highest level and could use them proficiently. It should be noted that only those above the rank of Navy Rear Admiral could fully master the 6 styles. Heaven rewards the diligent. And Xiao Luo gradually regained her confidence, rediscovering the feeling of being a top student. One day, after finishing her training, she waited in the small house for Luffy to return, but he didn't show up until nightfall. Usually, he would start chasing Ace in the morning and would come back in the afternoon with injuries, just in time for dinner. For 3 months, he had persisted through rain or shine, and despite Ace's various difficulties, he had no regrets. It was clear that Luffy quite liked that kid. But now, the mountain bandits had all gone to sleep, and he still hadn't returned. This made the little girl a bit worried, so she got up and went out to look for him. Just as she stepped into the forest, she noticed shadows moving and rustling inside. Unsure if it was a wild beast or something else, Xiao Luo instinctively reached for the dagger at her waist, ready to draw it for battle. Xiao Luo, why aren't you asleep yet? Luffy's voice suddenly came from behind, and the girl immediately relaxed her grip on the dagger. She saw the little boy running out of the dark forest toward her, followed by 2 other boys, Ace and Sabo. All 3 had bandages wrapped around their arms, especially Luffy, whose upper body was covered in them. It seemed they had sustained quite a few injuries. The blonde boy stepped forward and politely introduced himself. Hello, I'm Sabo. You must be Luffy's sister. We might need to trouble you from now on. All the way here, the Straw Hat Boy had been talking about his sister, so he recognized her at first sight. The 2 really did look alike. Why are you being so polite to her? This isn't her home, Ace said, one hand carrying a water pipe and the other in his pocket, walking past Xiao Luo with a displeased expression as he headed straight for the house. He called out, Sabo, come with me. Oh, okay, the blonde boy replied. He then quietly explained to Xiao Luo, sorry about Ace. He is always like this. Don't take it to heart. After saying that, he followed Ace inside. The little girl glanced back at Sabo's figure. This person, just like in the original story, was quite polite. Sabo was the most well-mannered among the 3 brothers. Compared to the unruly Ace, he had a gentle temperament and exuded a sense of noble upbringing at all times. At that moment, Luffy, with a big smile, said to his sister, Xiao, let me tell you, today I became good friends with Ace and Sabo. I finally have friends. Just as Ace stepped into the small house and heard the Straw Hat Boy's words, he glanced at the siblings in the distance, feeling a mix of emotions. It turned out that someone could be happy to be friends with someone like him. The story of the 3 of them becoming friends began during the day. Luffy had been following Ace as usual, but this time he overcame numerous difficulties and finally crossed the dangerous forest to reach the junkyard. This place was made up of endless piles of junk, shrouded in smoke, and the residents living here were all thugs expelled from the main street. They built makeshift homes here and survived by scavenging for garbage. Hey Ace, where are you? Luffy jumped up and down in the junk, searching for the black-haired boy, and finally saw him running toward the nearby forest with a box in his arms. He immediately followed and discovered Ace and Sabo hiding gold, silver, and jewels in a tree under a big tree, greeting them enthusiastically. At that moment, Ace realized that he hadn't shaken off the little brat who had been chasing him for 3 months. Later, Luffy accidentally got caught by a few pirates, who asked if he had seen Ace and Sabo, as those 2 had stolen their money from a merchant and chased them here. The boys hiding in the grass broke out in a cold sweat. Their years of savings were hidden in that giant tree. And since Luffy had seen where they hid it, if he let it slip, everything would be over. The Straw Hat Boy was lifted up by a pirate who was several meters tall, and he nervously broke into a sweat, pouting his mouth and unconsciously glancing to the side. And no, I didn't see anything. The pirates saw through his lie at a glance, and decided to take him back to the base for harsh interrogation. When Ace and Sabo saw the pirates leave, they believed it was only a matter of time before Luffy revealed the location of their treasure, so they immediately climbed the tree, packed everything into a box, and began to move. They found a more concealed place to hide the money, and Sabo went out to gather information. As the sun set and the sky turned orange-red, the 2 thought that Luffy had already revealed their hiding spot and had no intention of rescuing him. However, the truth was that the little boy was tied up and hung up by the pirates, who took turns punching him with iron-spiked gloves, like hitting a punching bag. The sharp spikes dug into Luffy's flesh, leaving him bleeding all over. Sabo reported what he had learned to Ace, and upon hearing it, the black-haired boy's heart trembled. He never expected that the timid and crybaby little brat was almost beaten to death, and still hadn't betrayed him and Sabo. In the end, they decided to rescue him, and they did, although they got hurt in the process. Luffy, who was rescued, was very grateful to the 2, and when Ace asked him why he didn't reveal the location, the little boy, with snot and tears streaming down his face, said, "If I did that, I wouldn't be able to be friends with you. right? Because of this sentence, Ace's inner defenses were completely shattered. Over the past few months, he had treated this idiot in front of him so harshly, almost causing his death several times. Yet the boy had never taken it to heart and still wanted to be friends with him. Ace lowered his head and asked, "Why do you want to be friends with me? I don't like mountain bandits, and Shial doesn't he like playing with me? From the first day I saw you, I want to be friends with you. Now I have friends. Even if Shial doesn't he accompany me, I want to be lonely, right? So, does my existence bring you happiness?" Luffy replied without hesitation, "Of course." His words deeply touched the boy as heart. In this world, no one wished for Pirate King Roger to have a son, and even less for his existence, as they believed it was a continuation of the blood of a demon and should disappear from the world along with Roger. The three of them defeated those pirates, fearing retaliation from their accomplices, and since it was no longer safe for Sabo to sleep in the forest, they took him back to the mountain bandit's house. That is how it all happened. Little Luffy excitedly shared all their experiences of the day with his sister. Xiao Luo sighed helplessly and asked, "Have you eaten?" As soon as she asked, the stomachs of the three people growled in unison. Sabo scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I'm a bit hungry." The girl went to the kitchen and prepared several dishes, placing them on the floor. Since there was no table in the dining room, everyone usually sat in a circle to eat together. Luffy and Sabo were so hungry that they picked up their bowls and chopsticks and began to eat meat heartily. After being hungry for so long today, their consumption was quite large. Ace, on the other hand, sat cross-legged to the side with his arms crossed, wearing a sulky expression. Although he had secretly swallowed several times, he just sat there without moving. The blonde boy praised, "Xiao Luo, your cooking is so delicious." The girl smiled slightly and said, "If you like it, eat more." She naturally had a good attitude towards polite children. Luffy looked at Ace in confusion and asked, "Ace, aren't you hungry? Come over and eat some." The black-haired boy refused, saying, "I'm not hungry." Xiao Luo saw his stubborn appearance, which indeed showed his strong character. Although she still didn't like him much, since he saved Luffy today, she decided not to hold a grudge about the past. The girl lifted the curtain and prepared to go back to sleep, reminding him as she left, "This is made from the wild buffalo you caught." She gave Ace a way out and then left the dining room. The other two continued to invite the black-haired boy to eat something with them. He convinced himself that since it was his catch, it was equivalent to his ingredients, and the dead girl was just helping with the preparation. So why shouldn't he eat? Moreover, her brother Luffy was still eating the wild buffalo he caught, so it was fair. Only then did Ace put down his burdens and go eat. After taking a bite, he realized that, as Garp had said before, the dead girl's cooking was quite delicious, making him unable to resist eating a few more bowls. After the three of them were full, they pushed open the door, and Xiao Luo was already asleep. The three of them were also extremely tired. Sabo was a bit surprised and asked, "Are we sleeping in the same room as the girl?" Ace coldly replied, "What girl? She's just a tomboy." During the month when Luffy fell off the cliff, he slept in the same room as the dead girl every day and didn't see her as a member of the opposite sex. The Straw Hat Boy's eyes were nearly closed. "Why can't we? I've been sleeping with Xiao Luo since I was little." After saying this, he blew a bubble from his nose and fell directly to the ground, fast asleep. Sabo rubbed his eyes, feeling sleepy, and thought whatever. After all, they were still a few meters apart, so he lay down beside Ace and Luffy to rest. Hearing the even breathing of the three, Xiao Luo opened her eyes, got up, and threw a thin blanket over them. Then she returned to the window, yawned, and fell asleep in a daze. The next day, Dadong came in with his little brothers, pushed open the door, and counted the little ones in the room, wondering why there was one more. Xiao Luo was sleeping on one side, while the other three were lying in a pile, their heads covered by a blanket. She pulled it open and woke them up, asking who the blonde boy was. Sabo introduced himself with a grin, and Dayton immediately recognized him as the notorious bad boy from the waste disposal station. Originally, she planned to refuse him a place to stay, but she couldn't resist the boy's innocent smile and his compliments. Sabo was very polite and sweet-tongued. "I heard that, Dayton. You are a kind-hearted man. I am a woman. What does it matter? In my heart, you are the man among men. A great hero who wouldn't have the heart to throw me back into the forest, right?" Dayton found it hard to respond to this. She had always been tough on the outside, but soft on the inside, unable to withstand a child's persistence. Moreover, one shouldn't strike a smiling face, so in the end, she agreed to let Sabo and Luffy stay together. "However, I have a condition. If you stay here, you have to help us with work." The blonde boy readily agreed. "No problem." Luffy jumped up in joy. "Great. We can all live together now." Since childhood, he had only his sister, and now he had two brothers who were not much older than him. He couldn't be happier. They slept together, bathed together, trained to become stronger together, and went to the waste disposal station to search for valuable treasures to save. The three of them shared the same goal, to set sail and become pirates when they grew up. One day, Sabo suddenly asked Luffy, "What will your sister do if you leave?" She said she would wait for me to come back in Windmill Village. Haha. For Xiao Luo? I can't possibly die at sea. Ace raised an eyebrow. You? So useless. Not even as strong as your sister's pinky. The chances of dying at sea are very high. Huh? What do you mean? Xiao Luo has never beaten me. How could she be as strong as you say? She can't beat you? The black-haired boy doubted he heard wrong. You don't know how strong your sister is? Sabo interjected. For what you said, you fought with Xiao Luo before? She's just a little girl. You should go easy on her. No wonder I always feel like your relationship is a bit off. During his few days living in a bandit's cabin, he noticed that Ace and Xiao Luo hardly spoke. They wouldn't even acknowledge each other. Luffy asserted, "Don't I know if Xiao Luo can fight? We've been fighting since we were little. Her reflexes aren't as fast as mine, and she's not as strong." Ace was full of question marks. Wasn't the girl who beat him up a few months ago that little brat? The mother tiger who pinned him down and beat him. How could she be so useless, in Luffy's words? To prove he was right, he planned to sneak attack her again today. Ever since all the Navy 6 forms were upgraded to max level, Luffy had been hanging out with Ace and Sabo all day. This made Xiao Luo feel very bored. She called the system and asked, "Is it no task I can do recently? Issue one for me, so I can pass the time." Back in Windmill Village, she could play with pretty older sisters or go to the beach to see bikinis. But now, apart from Dayton, who was a tall and hefty woman without any femininity, it was all men. No wonder Luffy and Sabo regarded her as a man. Yaya replied, "There are currently no new tasks. Please arrange your time yourself." Speaking of arranging time freely, she really didn't know what to do in the mountains. Suddenly, she began to miss the days when Luffy always followed her around. Back then, she found him annoying and didn't want to pay attention to him. But now that he had new companions, she started to feel a bit uncomfortable. How self-pitying. Xiao Luo found a patch of land and laid down for the whole afternoon. When will they be back? If they don't come back soon, she is going to die, bored to death. Ace, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped because he saw the dead girl lying ahead. Sabo, who was behind, peeked out and asked what's wrong. Luffy also stretched his neck to look, a smile immediately appearing on his face as he excitedly shouted, "Xiao! Shoo!" Ace put his index finger to his lips, making a gesture for silence. The other two blinked, not making a sound. But they didn't know what he was up to. Watch closely and see what kind of monster your sister is. People used to call him a monster, and he really thought he was amazing. It wasn't until he met the dead girl that he realized there are always people better than you. Even if she learned from Garp, it's impossible for a 7-year-old to learn so quickly. Her understanding seems to be on par with that of an adult. Moreover, he had peeked several times and only saw Garp teaching her 2 skills, like the knife light that emanated from her feet and piercing through the body with her hand. He hadn't seen the old man teach anything else. If he had taught her before, she was even younger then, and it was terrifying that she could learn so much at such a young age. Ace took the water pipe and quietly ran to hide behind a tree ahead, then moved to another tree, slowly approaching Xiao Luo. Luffy tilted his head, not understanding. Sabo watched Ace's stealthy movements, feeling a bad premonition. He usually did this when ambushing enemies. So could he be? Sure enough, the next second he saw the black-haired boy rush over, raising his weapon and bringing it down fiercely. "Ah, Xiao Luo, be careful!" Luffy shouted urgently, not understanding what had gotten into Ace. The girl heard the voice and immediately dodged, frowning slightly. "It's you again." Xiao Luo lifted her foot, intending to deliver a kick. But when she caught a glimpse of the Straw Hat Boy, she withdrew it. She couldn't expose herself in front of Luffy. His mouth was extremely loose. If he found out, wouldn't it be leaking information by the time Grandpa came back? How could she explain when the old man asked her who she learned it from? There was no way to explain. It was better to avoid trouble. So Xiao Luo didn't strike. Ace saw the girl's distracted expression, found an opening, and pinned her to the ground, throwing a punch. She didn't dodge, and his fist landed solidly on her face. The boy was surprised. "Why didn't you dodge?" The girl wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. "You're too strong. I couldn't dodge." Ace was confused. What the hell is going on? Is she trying to humiliate him? Stop pretending here. Is there a time when you can't dodge? The black-haired boy was somewhat embarrassed and angry, raised his hand, and gave her another punch, but she still didn't dodge. Just as he raised his hand again, Luffy and Sabo ran over. Luffy pulled Ace away from his sister, stood in front of him, and questioned, "Ace, why are you bullying Xiao Luo? Didn't I say she can't fight? If you want to practice, just fight me." Sabo also helped the girl up, looking puzzled. Yeah, was there some misunderstanding before? There's no misunderstanding. She was the one who beat me up before. Ace tilted his head, his gaze crossing over Luffy, glaring fiercely at Luo sitting on the ground. I don't know what you're pretending to be here. Sabo paused for a moment and asked curiously, but didn't TU say it was a wild boar that did it? The girl furrowed her brows and repeated, wild boar? Only then did the black-haired boy realize, damn, what did he just say? Yeah, I suspect it's the wild boar king. Otherwise, with Ace's strength, how could he fail to ambush every day? That guy is really strong. If he couldn't succeed, it can only mean he wasn't dealing with an ordinary wild boar. Sabo honestly explained to Luo, praising his brother at the same time. Little did he know, the girl's face was getting darker. Is that how the little brat talks about her outside? Ace's heart was also growing more uneasy. The live scene of being publicly exposed. But he still stubbornly retorted, besides the wild boar king, who else in this mountain has the ability to fight me? Luo touched the dry branch beside her and snapped it with a crack, but she still couldn't calm the anger in her heart, so she could only swallow it deeply. Meanwhile, Luffy, oblivious to the situation, was drooling. Wild boar king? It must be really big and delicious, right? Ace, take me with you next time. The little girl's forbearance was fully captured in the black-haired boy's eyes. He crossed his arms and slightly raised the corners of his mouth. All right, but that pig has been acting a bit strange lately. It loves to put on a show. If there are outsiders, it will hide its strength to gain sympathy from others, and I don't want to take advantage of someone in trouble. That really is a strange pig, but it's quite interesting, ha ha ha. Hearing Ace say this, Sabo also wanted to meet that wild boar king. Let's go together next time. The black-haired boy warmly invited. Luffy and Sabo readily agreed. Sure. Ace stepped over the straw hat boy blocking his path and walked up to the little girl, asking, would you like to join us, little sister? The boy's eyes held an uncontainable, mischievous smile as he looked at her with a roguish gaze. The girl forced a smile, gritting her teeth as she replied, sure. Take me to meet him, good brother. Ace, no problem. The two exchanged glances, appearing cordial on the surface, but hiding a deadly intent beneath. One could see two bolts of lightning shoot out from their eyes, colliding with each other and instantly sparking. Upon hearing the two words, Luffy immediately became unhappy. Brother? Luo. Actually call Ace brother? How can your first brother be for him? You've never called me that. That silly boy naturally didn't understand the sarcasm in her tone when she called him brother. She couldn't be bothered to explain, turning around and saying as she walked away, let's go back to eat. Luffy quickly chased after her. Luo, wait for me. Call me brother. I want to hear it, I want to hear it. Watching the brother and sister walk away, Sabo patted Ace on the shoulder. I was overthinking it before. It seems like your relationship with Luo is quite good. Little sister and good brother. The black-haired boy glanced coldly at Sabo. What good is it? Then he followed after them. This left the blonde boy a bit confused. Isn't that a good thing? Luo finally thought of something to do to pass the time. She immediately walked out of her room to find Luffy. After wandering around for a while without seeing anyone, she finally heard their voices coming from the bathhouse. They were laughing and seemed to be having a great time. The little girl pushed the door open and three bald-headed kids came into view. Luffy and Sabo were holding water basins in their hands, while Ace had a water scoop. Their hair was wet, and they were having a water fight. When they saw the girl at the door, they froze for a moment, as if someone had pressed the pause button, their brains momentarily unable to react. Luffy blinked a couple of times. Ace and Sabo suddenly shouted, quickly using their basins to block a certain area. How did you get in? Get out. Luo. We're taking a bath. The girl walked in, glanced at the two boys, and said, what is the big deal? It's not like I've never seen it before. In her past life, she had seen it too, but she wasn't as small as they were. Sabo, while making way, exclaimed in shock, you've seen it? Only Luffy stood there, looking silly and unbothered, and enthusiastically invited her. Luo, do you want to play with us? The other two immediately understood why she had seen it and turned to scold her. Idiot, shut up. How can we play with her here? Sabo said, Luffy, cover up. She's a girl. She can't look. The Straw Hat Boy looked down and found it puzzling. Why not? There are no reasons for that. Ace shouted, and you little girl, get out of here. I'll just say a few words and then leave. Luo walked past the two boys and came to Luffy's side, knowingly asking, what do you guys play every day? Can you take me with you tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Ace immediately refused. No way. The excited water scoop almost fell to the ground but was caught by him again. What does it matter to bring her along in their business? The places they were going were too dangerous and probably not suitable for her, Sabo patiently explained. They were either fighting with thugs for money or training in the forest, often dealing with wild beasts. The little girl looked fragile, and he worried that once danger came, they wouldn't be able to take care of her. Luffy was stunned for a full 5 seconds before coming back to his senses. Because this was the first time his sister had actively said she wanted to play with him, and he was so happy in his heart. Of course, we can. I'll call you before we set off tomorrow. All right, you guys continue. After saying that, Xiao Luo walked out of the bathhouse and closed the door for them. Ace was furious and shouted at Luffy. Who gave you the right to decide that on your own? The little boy pouted. What does it matter? She's definitely bored being here alone. So let's just take her with us. What does it matter if she's bored to us? Why wouldn't it matter? She's my sister. She's your sister, not mine. Hey, but she called you big brother today. Doesn't that count? She has never called me that. Who cares if she calls? Sabo helplessly rubbed his forehead. Stop arguing. Just take her along. At worst, I'll keep an eye on her a bit more. Thinking about it, they leave that little girl at the bandits' hut every day, and she doesn't have any peers to play with. It's really quite pitiful. Luffy's eyes suddenly sparkled. Sabo, you're so nice. Traitor. Ace's face was full of displeasure. His mood for fun was gone. He put on his pants, grabbed his clothes, and then walked out of the bathhouse. Hey, Ace. Sabo casually threw on his clothes and chased after him. He needed to persuade that stubborn guy, but he wasn't successful. At night, when they went to sleep, the black-haired boy hid on one side, lying sideways with his back to them. He didn't say a word to them. Sabo and Luffy lay in the middle, and on the other side was little Luo. The four of them felt like they had already formed little groups. The next morning, Ace walked ahead alone, leaving the other three behind. He didn't expect that Sabo, who he had known for 5 years, would actually betray him. It was all that damn girl, insisting on fitting in with them. Luffy saw the black-haired boy running further away and shouted, Ace, wait for us. But that person seemed to not hear, not responding, not looking back, and not stopping. Ace. Luffy quickened his pace to catch up. Sabo had tried talking to that guy last night, but it didn't change his mind. His and Luffy's insistence on bringing little Luo along undoubtedly made Ace feel angry. The blonde boy was getting more and more confused about the relationship between him and little Luo. It was said to be good, but it didn't seem that good. Sabo glanced at the girl beside him and thought, why not ask? He then opened his mouth. Did something happen between you and Ace? Xiao Luo thought for a moment and replied, no, it's purely a matter of incompatible zodiac signs. Zodiac signs? What is that? Well, it basically means that our destinies clash. It shouldn't be the case, right? You're still young. Don't be so superstitious. The girl realized she couldn't continue the conversation and changed the subject. Where are we going today? Sob smiled mysteriously. You'll find out soon. It's going to be really fun. But I don't know if you girls will like it. An hour later. Tada. We're going to catch big crocodiles and sell them in the city center. Sob stood by the river, pointing at a river full of crocodile heads, excitedly saying, what do you think? Isn't it thrilling? Xiao Luo nodded. Indeed. It got her all eager. Isn't this more fun than catching fish? Ace put his hands on his hips. Less talk, more work. Luffy could no longer hold back and jumped down. Crocodile meat is really delicious. In the past, the village chief had given them a small piece of crocodile meat. And fortunately, his sister knew how to cook, so he got to taste the delicacy. The straw hat boy, only thinking about food, completely disregarded how many crocodiles were below, all with their mouths wide open, ready to swallow him whole. The three on the shore were so scared they jumped down too. But Xiao Luo was stopped by Sabo. He our responsibility. You stay on the shore and don't move, understand? After saying that, he rushed over. At this moment, Luffy had already been swallowed by the crocodile. Ace grabbed a water pipe and hit it on the top of its head, making the crocodile open its mouth in pain. The black-haired boy took the opportunity to stick the water pipe into its mouth, preventing it from closing, and then jumped in to pull Luffy out and throw him back onto the shore. Xiao Luo helped up the little boy who was covered in drool and scolded him. Can you be more mindful? You always act so recklessly. Woo, you scare me to death. Just now, everything suddenly went dark in front of me, and I thought I was going to die. If you know fear, then behave yourself. As soon as she finished speaking, the person in front of her disappeared. Luo looked around and found that he had run back to the river to help Ace and Sabo, so inexperienced and loves to play. She really thinks my words go in one ear and out the other. Fortunately, this time, the three of them worked together to flip over one of the biggest crocodiles, and they stood on top of it. The other crocodiles, seeing this, all fled. Luffy waved at the girl on the shore. Hey, Xiao Luo, did you see that? Am I awesome or what? It's the first time I've ever taken down a crocodile. Xiao Luo casually said, impressive, impressive. How is she the same as Garp? After defeating fierce beasts, they both like to ask her the same question, which is whether they are impressive. No wonder their grandfather and granddaughter. But at this moment, Ace felt a bit frustrated. He shouldn't have rushed to save Luffy earlier. If they hadn't acted, that stubborn girl would definitely have jumped down to save her brother herself. In that case, wouldn't her strength have been exposed? How careless. Just now, he was only thinking about saving people and didn't consider so much. At the northern edge of the way station, there's a city gate with tall walls enclosing a large area of land. Inside is called Gao Town, where nobles and royalty reside. It is the most prosperous area of this island. They disdain to deal with lower-class people and deliberately built walls to draw a clear line. To get in, a pass is required. Xiao Luo didn't know where Ace got a large dark green cloak coat, but she guessed it was probably stolen. Their plan was for the four of them to stack on top of each other like a human tower, pretending to be adults to sneak into Gao Town. Sabo was at the bottom, followed by Luffy, then Xiao Luo, and Ace was on top. Originally, Xiao Luo was supposed to be on top, but her face looked too youthful. Even with the cloak covering most of her face, it still looked strange. She understood the reasoning, but still wanted to complain. Why should she be underneath him? She was fine being at the bottom, just not under him. But Sabo disagreed. He thought it would be unfair to make a little girl be at the bottom with three heavy boys on top. Luffy didn't mind, as he couldn't think that much. Ace frowned. If you're not satisfied with this arrangement, you can go back. Seeing that the two were about to argue, Sabo quickly tried to mediate. We're already here. Let's just stick together. We can adjust positions once we get in. Xiao Luo thought for a moment, realizing that going back was impossible. She also wanted to stroll around Gao Town. She hadn't seen any women in 4 months and was feeling a bit stifled, so she needed to feast her eyes. All right then, she compromised and agreed to Sabo's proposal. The black-haired boy looked displeased. Sabo, you spoil her. What's the big deal? She's still young, and she's a girl. Ace was speechless. When he fought her, she didn't act like a girl at all. She was fiercer than wild beasts in the forest. No, he needed to find a chance to let those two foolish boys know the true nature of that girl. The four followed their original plan, disguising themselves as adults and using a small broken car to transport the crocodile to the city gate leading to Gao Town. The soldier stopped them and asked, "What do you have inside?" Ace lowered his voice, trying to sound mature. "A crocodile. I heard it can sell for a good price." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out a hose from his cloak, lifted the burlap covering the goods to show the soldier. The man thought it was fine and then asked, "Pass?" The next moment, he handed over a piece of paper from his cloak. The soldier took it, glanced at it, and confirmed it was correct, pass. Sabo then took heavy steps forward, and the four passed through the city gates safely, successfully blending in. Upon arriving at Gao Town, they skillfully sold the crocodile at a high price to merchants, who then sold it to nobles and royalty for even greater profits. Although the nobles were wealthy, they didn't know how to catch wild delicacies, so it was relatively easy to earn their money. After the transaction, Xiao Luo looked up at Ace, who was sitting on her shoulder, and said, "Switch positions." The black-haired boy decisively refused. No. Usually, she would pin him down and beat him. So what was wrong with riding her a bit? Didn't we agree before? You told Sabo I never agreed. You, this little brat, was actually being unreasonable? She was completely covered by the cloak. How could she see any beauties? Do you believe I'll push you off? You dare. Just watch me. After saying that, Xiao Luo tilted her body, trying to throw the little ghost on her neck off. Seeing this, Ace quickly hugged the girl's head. "Stop messing around, you little brat." The top was swaying, and Sabo at the bottom also began to lose his balance, swaying back and forth. "Hey, you two, don't move around too much. What if we get exposed?" Luffy laughed heartily. "Huh, this is fun." Passers-by on the street cast strange glances at the man in the cloak, feeling like he was drunk and couldn't walk steadily. Strangely, they could also hear several voices in conversation, but couldn't make out what they were saying. Could he be schizophrenic? Seeing him stagger towards them, people quickly stepped aside, fearing that he might suddenly go mad. Ace noticed the terrified expressions around him and knew that if this continued, it would definitely raise suspicion. He grabbed Xiao Luo by the neck. "I told you not to mess around. Can't you understand human words?" With someone gripping her throat, the girl instinctively fought back, gripping the black-haired boy's thigh hard, twisting the flesh by half a turn. Ace almost cried out in pain, biting his lip tightly to avoid making a sound, but he cursed that little brat in his heart 1,000 times. Luffy looked up and saw the two fighting, and noticing his sister's flushed face, he put away his smile. "Stop fighting. Hey Ace, let go, Xiao Luo can't breathe." The straw hat boy stretched out his rubber hand to pry open Ace's grip, with all three of them exerting force. The situation became increasingly dire. In the end, it was Sabo who stopped and proposed a solution. "Ace, you've been up there for so long, I want to switch positions with you." Hearing this, they finally stopped their tussle. The four found a secluded alley and began to adjust their positions. Luffy jumped onto Ace's shoulders and then patted his own shoulder, saying, "Xiao Luo up." Without saying a word, Sabo jumped up next to Xiao Luo. Ace looked up, Didn't you say you were switching with me? Yes. I switch with you, and then switch with Xiao Luo. What's wrong with that? The black-haired boy was furious. You really are a traitor. A traitor is a traitor, whatever. I don't know why you always nitpick with a little girl. After scolding Ace, Sabo smiled at the girl. Xiao Luo, come up. The street was bustling with people, and many elegantly dressed women were shopping, making Xiao Luo's eyes dazzle. Satisfied, a smile appeared on her face. Wow, that mature lady looks great. Not only is she curvy, but she also has long legs. Her figure is perfect. That double-tailed loli is also very cute, with a sweet appearance like first love. Though she never had a first love. Seeing Xiao Luo so happy, Sabo gently asked, "What did you see? Why are you smiling like that?" This was the first time he saw her smile. It was different from other girls. It was a very sincere, heartfelt smile. In fact, Sabo hadn't encountered many girls. He had only interacted with the daughters of nobles, who either had knives hidden in their smiles or showed disdain in their eyes. It made people feel very uncomfortable. Xiao Luo almost blurted out, looking at beautiful girls. Huh, beautiful girls? This response was something Sabo never expected. You have that kind of hobby too? But after regaining his composure, he found the girl interesting. Huh, are they pretty? They are pretty, but their hearts are too ugly. When she said this, Xiao Luo's expression clearly darkened. Sabo blinked a couple of times, somewhat confused. What do you mean? But the girl didn't answer again, staring blankly ahead. Gulu gulu. A sound came from Luffy's stomach as he rubbed his flat belly and weakly said, Xiao Luo, Ace, Sabo, let's go eat. As they passed a high-end restaurant, a fragrant aroma wafted out, catching the attention of the four. Luffy eagerly asked, "What is it? It smells so good." Xiao Luo looked up and saw a large bowl made of sculpture at the entrance, filled with noodles that looked very delicious and realistic. She replied, "It's ramen." Ramen? What is ramen? This was the first time Sabo had heard of this thing. Although he had a good life before, his parents didn't let him eat random foods. And it was impossible for them to take him out to eat. Unsure how to explain, Xiao Luo just said it was a type of noodle. Speaking of which, she hadn't eaten it in over 7 years, and had almost forgotten what ramen tasted like. Since coming to this world, she had rarely even eaten ordinary noodles. Their grandfather had a hands-off approach, never giving them any belly. After the two siblings became independent from the villagers' help, they had to rely on themselves, hunting for prey and foraging for wild vegetables to fill their stomachs. Fortunately, the residents of Windmill Village were kind and often brought them rice, clothes, and other supplies. Luffy suggested, "Then let's South eat at this place, okay?" He could hardly contain his excitement. If the situation weren't special, he would have wanted to rush in immediately. Sabo said, "I agree. Xiao Luo, I have no objections." Ace, "All right. Anyway, I've never eaten here before." It was rare for the four of them to have the same thought, so they decided to go, and the black-haired youth stepped into the ramen restaurant. Upon seeing the customers, the dining hall manager jogged out to greet them. "Welcome." Before he could finish his sentence, he looked up and saw a man in a tattered coat standing in front of him, his smile frozen on his face. "Get out. This is not a place for you. The ramen shop caters to the rich and powerful, and if other customers found out that such a dirty man had entered, they would surely be scared away." Seeing the delicious food slipping away, Luffy felt a bit dejected. But there was no way to force their way in, as it was impossible to barge in. Otherwise, they would be dragged away by the patrolling soldiers outside. Ace had just taken a step back to leave when Sabo pulled out a pocket watch from his pocket and handed it out from under his cloak. The dining hall manager saw the emblem on it, which was the sign of nobility. His expression changed immediately, and he bent down at a 90-degree angle. "I am blind and did not recognize your greatness. Please come in. Please come in." Then he signaled the waitress to take the man to a seat. Sabo lowered his voice and said, "I want a private room." Xiao Luo only needed to move her lips in coordination with Sab, without making any sound. Surprisingly, the two had quite a tacit understanding, not raising any suspicions. A youthful and beautiful girl led them upstairs, during which Ace quietly asked, "Where did you get that watch?" Sab, feeling guilty, covered up, "I picked it up from a junk pile." Fortunately, his brothers didn't suspect him, but Xiao Luo knew he was lying and had no intention of exposing him. After entering the private room, they sat with their backs to the door. Sab cleared his throat and lowered his voice, saying, "Bring me 4 bowls of ramen. And remember to close the door." "Okay." The waitress quickly ran downstairs. While waiting for the chef to prepare the food, she asked the lobby manager, "Did you find that man just now a bit strange? He looks really young." Although he had almost covered his entire face, she still stole a few glances. His lips and chin were moist and smooth, like a child's. She wasn't sure she was seeing things right and didn't dare to look directly. The lobby manager replied, What is strange about that? The world is full of wonders. Maybe he is just afraid of being talked about and is deliberately hiding himself. In our world, it's not unusual to look strange. Last time, we even had a noble whose head was several times bigger than his body. The manager's words dispelled the waitress's doubts. That is true. In the VIP room, taking advantage of the absence of others, the three boys stretched their heads out to breathe. The entire room was large and luxurious, with decorations that looked quite expensive. Even the lights on the ceiling were top-notch. Everything in front of Ace and Sab made them eager to act. However, they had their principles and wouldn't randomly snatch others' belongings, unless they couldn't resist. No. Unless the other party was a bad guy. Soon, they heard a knock on the door, and the group quickly sat up straight. The waitress brought in the ramen and placed it in front of the men before hurriedly leaving. Finally, the four little ones each took a seat and began to eat the noodles heartily. The ramen was topped with large shrimp, abalone, half a boiled egg, and vegetables, looking tempting and tasting delicious. They had never had such tasty noodles before. The few of them slurped down a few bites, and before they knew it, it was all gone, leaving not even a drop of broth. Luo expressed her excitement. It had been a long time since she had tasted this flavor. She wasn't sure if it was because she hadn't eaten in a while, but she thought this ramen was better than any she had eaten before. So, they ordered another 4 servings. After finishing, they ordered 4 more, and then another 4, leaving the waitress breathless. During the last delivery, she leaned against the wall at the entrance, gasping for air before pushing the door open. The ramen is here. In a state of blissful oblivion, Luffy stretched out his rubber hand to grab it. The waitress was so startled that she quickly ran downstairs to call for help. The other 3 were focused on eating and didn't notice this little incident. It wasn't until the waitress brought people back that they realized their identities had been exposed. Oh no, we've been found out. Everyone retreat. Ace was the first to grab the hose and dash toward the window, crashing the glass with a loud bang. Luffy followed closely behind, and Sabo's first reaction was to pull Luo along, jumping down with her. This caused panic among the onlookers, and the lobby manager, along with his subordinates, rushed to the window, dumbfounded. Wait, this is the 5th floor? Are those kids jumping down without care for their lives? But the next scene shocked him even more. The 4 children landed safely on the ground and immediately took off running. He shouted loudly, "Help! Someone is dining and dashing," and instructed his subordinates to go catch them. A soldier on the street, drawn by the commotion, particularly recognized Ace and Sabo leading the charge, and his head began to ache. It's those 2 habitual offenders again. Everyone, catch them. This time, the habitual offenders had brought along 2 unfamiliar little kids, making it all the more outrageous. The pursuers kept increasing, and the 4 ran desperately. Luo, running at the back, turned to glance at the distance of the pursuers and unexpectedly collided with a tall man, bouncing back and landing on her bottom. Sorry, mister. The girl quickly glanced at him. He was wearing a cloak that somewhat resembled their earlier outfits, but he was too tall for her to see his face, and she didn't have time to look. Luo hurriedly apologized, got up from the ground, and continued running. In his moment of surprise, the small figure had already run far away. The man felt dazed. He hadn't expected the little one he remembered to have grown up so much. If it weren't for the photo that Garp had sent him, he might not have recognized her at all. Soon after, the man learned from the pursuers that the kids were being chased for dining and dashing, and they often came to Gao Town to eat without paying. They were habitual offenders. Upon hearing this, Dragon furrowed his brows. Did their father not give them any money to spend? Luffy, on the other hand, didn't mind. It was good for boys to experience some hardship, but what was going on with Luo? Was she hanging out with a bunch of wild kids every day? This made Dragon feel uneasy, but he maintained his usual stern face, so no one could tell. Boss, I'm calling you. Why are you in a daze? One of his disguised subordinates asked. Seeing the man didn't respond, he added, We have important business to attend to. We need to hurry. Yeah, let's go. Dragon followed his subordinate in the opposite direction, conveniently unleashing a certain ability. In an instant, the pursuers behind them collapsed, without any warning, startling the passers-by. The ramen shop staff arrived. Hey, wake up. Weren't you trying to catch those habitual offenders? Why is everyone unconscious? One of them asked. Could it be that group of kids did this? If they had such great power, would they still need to run away? After running for a while, Sabo realized Luo hadn't followed. He turned back just in time to see the little girl knocked down, and as he was about to go back for her, he heard a familiar voice. Sabo, is that really you? You're not dead? The speaker wore a tall hat, had long black curly hair, a mustache above his lips, and was dressed in a suit, looking quite similar to the blonde boy. Ace and Luffy stopped upon hearing this, looking at Sabo. Was he just calling you? No, you must have mistaken him. Sabo frowned, feeling uneasy. He and T expected to run into him on the street. At that moment, Xiao Luo caught up. She originally wanted to ask why they had stopped, but accidentally caught sight of the man in the tall hat. She quickly understood what was going on and didn't T ask further, instead changing the subject. Let us hurry and go. It'll all be bad if the pursuers catch up with us. After saying that, she took the lead and ran first, and the other three followed suit. Only the man remained standing in place. He had intended to chase after them, but was knocked unconscious by Dragon's Conqueror's haki as soon as he took a step. After the four slipped out of Gao Town, they ran a long way and reached a high mountain. From there, they could see a vast ocean below. The blue water sparkled in the sunlight. The sea breeze gently blew, rustling their hair and clothes, and leaves fell with the wind. Ace crossed his arms and questioned, Sabo, are you hiding something from us? The blonde boy felt guilty. What could I possibly be hiding? Not saying, huh? If you're not going to talk, then I'll have to get tough. Seeing Ace gripping Sabo's neck to force him to confess, Luffy joined in to help, as he had also heard that man call Sabo's name. Why won't you admit it? Xiao Luo just quietly watched from the side, waiting for the person involved to speak up on their own. The blonde boy was nearly gasping for breath as the two brothers held him tightly, and finally relented. Stop. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. He then revealed his background to everyone. In fact, Sabo was not a child raised in a trash heap. He was once a noble living in a high town. At that time, his parents told him that as long as he married a girl from the royal family, when he grew up, their family would be happy for a lifetime. To achieve the happiness his parents spoke of, he agreed willingly and studied hard, just to become the excellent child they wanted. However, whenever his parents encountered something unsatisfactory, they often took it out on him, beating and kicking him. What's more, later on, a little boy from the royal family provoked him and stabbed him with a knife. After he was injured, his mother not only didn't seek revenge for him, but also didn't say a word of comfort. Instead, she insisted that Sabo apologize to that royal boy, begging for forgiveness while slapping Sabo several times. When he got home, they didn't give him food and made him reflect on himself. Later, he realized that he was just a tool for his parents to maintain their power and status. If he didn't marry a girl from the royal family in the future, he would be a worthless person who could be discarded at any time. In contrast to the oppressive life in the high town, he preferred the trash heap. Although the environment there was terrible and he often went hungry, he felt freedom, happiness, and ease. He didn't have to live for anyone else, only for himself. After hearing Sabo's words, Ace fell silent. He had known Sabo for 5 years, and didn't know his good brother had such a past. It didn't sound much better than his own situation. Although he didn't have parents, Sabo, even with his parents alive, was as good as having none. Luffy tilted his head and asked out of confusion, what is marriage? The blonde boy explained, marriage is when you grow up and bring a girl to live with you for a lifetime, like family. The Straw Hat Boy immediately broke into a smile. Then you should marry Xiao Luo. That way, we will be a family in the future. Ace, you too. Upon hearing this, Sabo felt his heart race for the first time, his face flushed with heat. Luffy, don't say such things. Also, marriage is between a man and a woman, not two men and a woman. How did it come to him marrying Xiao Luo? Although Xiao Luo was quite cute, funny, cooked well, and looked good when she smiled, she was Luffy's sister. If they got married in the future, wouldn't that mean he'd have to call Luffy brother? No way. Upon thinking carefully, it seemed like he could accept it. Ugh, what am I thinking? Sabo realized something was off, and quickly shook his head to stop his imagination. Ace's face turned pale, daydreaming. Even if all the women in the world died, I would never marry her. As if I want to marry you. Xiao Luo, who was hiding aside planning to relive the original plot, was listening intently when unexpectedly the topic turned to her. She walked over and punched Luffy, using a bit of her iron block ability. So it hurt more when she hit him. She didn't dare use all her strength for fear of raising suspicion. The girl warned her brother, if you don't understand, don't go around matchmaking. Luffy held his head, bewildered by when his sister's punches became as painful as Grandpa's. Although the force wasn't as strong as the old man's, it still hurt a lot. It was the first time he had been hit so hard by his sister. The little boy said aggrievedly, what is a Mandarin duck chart? I don't understand what you're saying. Didn't you say that getting married means becoming a family? We are already a family, so if you marry them, then the four of us will be a family. Ah, if it's only one-on-one, then just choose one from the two of them. Ace disdainfully stepped back and said, I'm out. Sabo awkwardly scratched his head and said, aren't we talking about my past? How do we suddenly get to such a distant topic? Luffy, marriage is not as simple as you think. Xiao Luo put her hands in her pockets, and said, since you want to become a family with them, then let's swear brotherhood. Male and female brothers are still brothers, so stop thinking about selling me, okay? She still wants to turn back into a man to find her true love. Anyway, in the original story, the three little ghosts also swore brotherhood. So it's only a matter of time. It's better to remind them early. Sabo, hearing this, asked with great interest, what is swearing brotherhood? It's when the three of you make a vow, then drink the brotherhood wine, and from then on, you'll be good brothers who would stand by each other through thick and thin, and even family. Luffy's face lit up with excitement. Wow, this idea is awesome. Ace, Sabo, let's swear brotherhood. They exchanged glances and found it feasible. Ace immediately went back to steal a bottle of Dayton's wine, along with 3 bowls, and filled them to the brim. Luffy looked at his sister. Xiao Luo, you should join us too. The girl shook her head. I won't get involved in your matter. Ace pouted. Good for you for knowing your place. If she joined in the brotherhood, he would be the first to back out. Little Luo, hasn't it been a long time since I beat him? Itching for a fight? During their brotherhood ceremony, the 3 of them shared their dreams and vows. They swore that even if they went their separate ways in the future, they would not forget their brothers of the past. They would share blessings and face difficulties together. A family cherished for a lifetime. As soon as the words fell, the 3 clinked their glasses and downed the strong liquor in one go. Luffy stuck out his tongue. Yuck, it tastes awful. Sabo laughed heartily. From now on, we are good brothers. Ace, all right, I'll look out for you too. Sabo, why isn't he looking out for you? Luffy, I can protect you guys too. The other 2 boys, in unison you, just take care of yourself. Don't drag them down later. Little Luo laughed at the 3 of them, feeling really good to witness this moment. The purest friendship, not blood relatives, but closer than family. As the sun set and the sky gradually darkened, the 4 little ones should head back to the bandit-esque cabin. Ace and Luffy ran ahead, racing each other. The other 2 walked leisurely behind. Xiao Luo thought for a moment and felt that there were some things she had to remind the boy beside her. She asked Sabo, regarding what happened today when your father saw you, do you think he will act as if nothing happened, or will he send someone to find you? If they find you, what will the consequences be? Sabo was taken aback for a moment, somewhat surprised that a little girl could think so much. Why does Luffy only think about food and getting stronger? He regained his composure and replied, I have thought about it. If they find me, they will definitely bring me back to live according to their plans, like a puppet. So, I have to be careful and make sure not to get caught. Yeah, that's what I mean. Be careful in everything. Luo smirked. Talking to this little brat was quite easy, requiring no effort. However, there was one thing she didn't know whether to say or not. After all, it would be at least a few months before that event happened. And if she mentioned it now, no one would believe her. That was the fact that the people living in the High Town had always considered the waste terminal to be a stain on the Goa Kingdom. Before the Celestial Dragons arrived, they made a cruel decision to set fire to the terminal, along with the residents living there. They wanted to make the entire country perfect and didn't want the world government and the Celestial Dragons to see the dirty side. Moreover, the people living in the High Town all tacitly accepted this inhumane decision because they believed it was a good thing. The people of the waste terminal should disappear along with the garbage. Human hearts are twisted, no matter how beautiful they look or how splendidly they dress. They're all ugly. Sabo noticed that the little girl's expression was becoming increasingly serious and asked, Xiao Luo, what are you thinking about? The girl smiled slightly and said, it's nothing. I was just thinking about whether Dayton would be angry for not bringing back any game today. Ha ha, Dayton isn't that petty. Actually, that old lady is quite nice. Luffy, who was running ahead, heard the laughter and stopped to wave at the 2. Hey Xiao Luo, Sabo, what are you talking about? That's so funny. I want to hear too. Ace, seeing Luffy's indecisiveness, immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Are you still going to run or not? I'm running. The Straw Hat Boy turned back and shouted at the 2 in the distance. I'll listen later. Then he continued to race with the black-haired boy. When they returned to the mountain bandit-esque hut, Xiao Luo learned that during the day, Makino and the village chief had come by, bringing new clothes for her and Luffy, all handmade by Makino herself. She thought that children grow fast and need to change clothes often. So she had even made several pieces that could be worn until they were 8 or 9 years old. Missing out on seeing Makino made Xiao Luo feel very regretful. Those women in the High Town, no matter how beautiful they were, couldn't compare to Makino. Beautiful, kind-hearted, and gentle. Looking at the table full of dishes, she heard that it was also Makino who prepared it before leaving. She didn't know where she had gotten the tables to piece together a long one, but there was wine and meat, making it quite abundant. Xiao Luo asked, why didn't she eat dinner before leaving? Or she could stay here for the night. Duagula replied, probably because the night road is not safe, It's dangerous to go down the mountain when it's dark. All sorts of wild beasts come out. Sigh. The little girl sighed, sadly. Sabo asked Luffy beside him, "Does your sister really like that woman named Makino?" The Straw Hat Boy replied while eating, "Let's put it this way. Little.At likes every big sister, but Makino is her favorite. She used to go to the tavern and wouldn't come home. Isn't she a lot like your mom?" Hearing this, Sabo thought that Makino must be a person full of maternal love. "We don't have a mom. How is that possible? Everyone has a mom and dad. Then why have I never seen mine? We only have Grandpa. As for Dad, I think I heard Little.At mention him. She said he was an impressive person. But after all, it's just hearsay. I can't see or touch him. It doesn't feel real." Sabo didn't know how to respond to Luffy. After all, he didn't understand what had happened to their parents or if they were still alive. Forget about that. By the way, the fried shrimp that Makino makes is so delicious. Why become a pirate? I have to find the best cook. That way, sailing will be much more interesting, right? Ace beside them said, "Forget about it. The first one to become a pirate will definitely be me. I'll find it before you." Luffy wouldn't back down. "The first one to become a pirate is obviously me, and I will also become the Pirate King." When the little boy said this, Little.At sitting across from him felt something was off because she saw a pair of feet under the curtain. Daden and the other mountain bandits also sensed danger and were sweating profusely. They could only pray that Luffy and the others would say less, but it was too late. A while later, Garp walked in, cracking his knuckles, with a dark expression on his old face. "It's been so long, and you're still saying such things?" As soon as these words came out, Luffy felt a chill down his spine, and the food in his mouth no longer tasted good. That scary grandpa was back. Before he had a chance to run, two fists landed on Luffy and Ace's heads, and Garp angrily said, "Do you not understand that you're going to be in the Navy in the future?" The Iron Fist lived up to its name, and the two of them knelt on the ground in pain and couldn't get up. Ace gritted his teeth and said slowly, "You old man, do you really think I'm your grandson? Why did he also have to get hit?" Garp raised an eyebrow. "What else? You think you could be my son at such a young age?" Sabo blinked, feeling that this old man was a bit scary, but he still weakly asked, "You are Luffy and Little.At's grandpa?" Garp turned to look at the blonde boy, frowned, and said aggressively, "Hey kid, didn't you just say something about going to sea to become a pirate?" His gaze made Sabo shiver, not knowing how to answer, as if answering incorrectly would also get him beaten. The aura exuding from Garp made Sabo instinctively swallow. The old man's face darkened. "Not answering? Does that mean you agree?" Luffy ran over and stood in front of his brother. "Grandpa, you can't hit him. Sabo, Ace, and I are sworn brothers. We promised to become pirates together. We want to go to Navy with you, so give it up." Ace turned pale. "Can you say less?" "Sabo, thank you. Having you is my blessing. Aren't there grandpas in the Navy? Why say such things in front of a Navy officer? Isn't that just asking for trouble?" Little Luo held his forehead. "You might as well die, Luffy." At this moment, Garp's expression looked very frightening, as if he wanted to swallow them whole, his fists itching to move. The three boys sensed that something was wrong, quickly got up from the ground, and fled the scene. Just as Garp was about to chase after them, he turned back and looked at his adorable little granddaughter, squinting his eyes and asking, "You're not thinking of becoming a pirate too, are you?" His tone carried a threat and intimidation, as if his expression was saying, "If so, tonight I will rid the world of evil." Xiao Luo shook her head wildly. "I won't go even if you beat me to death." Hearing her response, Garp left with a hint of relief. The little girl let out a sigh of relief. Although she had already mastered the Navy's 6 style to a top level, she still felt too weak in front of her grandfather and couldn't fight back, only able to endure the beatings. Not long after, 3 boys' cries of agony echoed from the forest outside the small house, each one more sorrowful than the last. Having experienced the days of being chased and beaten by Garp, Xiao Luo could never forget it. It was dozens of times more terrifying than being chased and bitten by a mad dog. Although this analogy might not be the best, it was fitting. A shadow slowly approached the bandit-esque cabin from the other side, and upon hearing the distant wails, he felt a sense of déjà vu. Back in the day, when he was young, his father used to chase him like that. It was a memory he didn't want to recall. Long listened to the commotion. There were only the boys' cries, and he didn't hear the girl's voice. Surely, nothing happened to Xiao Luo. He caught sight of the little girl through the window, walking towards the door. The man quickly dropped a bag of items and hid in the darkness. Xiao Luo opened the door, originally wanting to see how the 3 brothers were doing, when suddenly she kicked something with her foot. She looked down and saw a strange bag. Not knowing what it was, she squatted down to pick it up and found, wow, a big bag full of Bailey. Just as she was about to go in and ask who had dropped it, she felt a piece of paper inside. It said, "Don't ask, it's a gift for you." Xiao Luo was puzzled, with a head full of question marks. How did this person know what she was thinking? The girl immediately looked around, feeling like someone was secretly watching her from somewhere. But it was pitch black all around, and she couldn't see anything clearly. She couldn't understand it all. Who could it be? So generous? Why would they give her so much money? Her grandfather? Would he really be so kind? It had been 7 years since she had seen a single cent from him. What about Dad and them? Even less likely, as they hadn't come down the mountain to rob lately. Where would they get so much money? Xiao Luo couldn't figure out who it was no matter how hard she tried. She took another look at the note. The tone and behavior almost made her think she had crossed into a domineering CEO novel. Hidden in the shadows, Long watched as his daughter took the money and went into the house. Then upstairs, the lights in her room turned on. He stared at her reflection on the curtain for a while before leaving. He couldn't stay here too long. Sneaking over to see Xiao Luo was already an exception. After taking a few steps, he ran into Garp, who was returning. The old man crossed his arms and blocked Long's path, scolding him with a stern face. Unfilial son. You still know to come back and see them? The surroundings were quiet. Only the sound of insects could be heard. And the father and son stood facing each other 3 meters apart. Usually, if someone got close, Long would notice, but this person was his old man, which was a different story. Seeing his son not answer, Garp raised his fist and said, "Is it that you haven't tasted the flavor of my iron fist in a long time?" Long. He was already a man in his 40s. Why was his old man still thinking of hitting him? After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "I came back to the East China Sea to handle some matters and thought I would stop by." What a convenient stop. Luffy and Xiao Luo still didn't know they had a father. You left them without a word back then. You're really an unqualified father. This, Long could not deny. He was indeed unqualified. He left the island shortly after the children were born, and when he returned, it was 7 years later. It wasn't that he didn't miss his children. As the most notorious criminal in the world, he couldn't let the world government know he had kids, as it would bring disaster upon them. He had hidden his identity well. Outsiders only knew him as Long and didn't even know his surname. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Please take good care of them." Garp refused with authority. "I don't have time either. I have to run all over the world to catch scum like you." The Navy serves the world government, while Long is the most wanted criminal of the world government. The two were in opposition. If he hadn't captured him personally, it was only because of that damned blood relation that he couldn't lay a hand on the criminal. He was a bad guy, but also his son. But Long's focus was, "So you just threw them to the mountain bandits? Not even giving them any money?" Garp replied, "Yeah, that is what I did. But compared to you, an incompetent father, I'm still pretty good to them. At least I didn't ignore them." Long was once again left speechless by the old man's words. This conversation ended with the two parting on bad terms. The son insisted on completing his mission, and Garp couldn't stop him. In the end, he could only return angrily to the mountain bandit's cabin and drink directly with Dayton, as if getting drunk would help him forget the troublesome matters. As for the 3 boys, they finally managed to get up from the ground, every part of the making. Sabo rubbed his lower back and complained, "Your grandpa really hits hard." Ace pointed at Luffy. "It's his grandpa, don't blame me. What is wrong with that old man? Why doesn't he treat them like outsiders?" He even chased after them to hit. When the old man left, it seemed he even said, "Make sure you don't die here. There's more brutal training waiting for you tomorrow." Ace suddenly realized, "It seems we can't stay here anymore." Sabo looked dispirited. "I think so too. Just getting beaten once felt like their bones were about to fall apart. And many trees around had been knocked down by Garp. That old man was indeed a monster with incredible destructive power. Dealing with them felt as easy as playing with ants, without any effort at all." Luffy asked, "If we don't stay here, where should we go?" The scene shifted, and the 3 returned to the cabin, where Garp and the mountain bandits were already drunkenly sprawled on the floor, fast asleep. The few of them tiptoed upstairs, afraid to wake them. Pushing the door open, Xiao Luo was sitting by the window waiting for them. "Back? Shoo, keep it down, don't let Grandpa hear." Luffy hurried over and whispered to his sister, "We came back to pack up. We plan to run away from home." "Xiao Luo, come with me." "Okay, I've already packed your things." The girl pointed with her chin at several bundles on the other side. They were filled with clothes and necessary items. Ace frowned. "What do we need to take her for?" Sabo also had concerns. "We don't even have a place to stay when we run away. It's not safe for a girl to come with us." "You're overthinking it. Just ask Luffy how we've been surviving all these years. It's better than sitting here and dying of boredom. It's more fun to play with a few little kids. The main thing is to keep an eye on them to prevent any accidents." Luffy patted the blonde boy's shoulder. "Don't worry. Grandpa often threw us into jungles and cliffs full of beasts. Although we suffer a lot, we didn't die. Ha ha ha." Sabo immediately had doubts. "Are you guys really biological brothers?" You're even crazier than his parents. Ace wasn't too worried about the girl encountering danger because her strength was far superior to theirs. He originally didn't want her to come along, but then thought about living in the forest in the future where dangers lurked everywhere. Who knows when she might be exposed. So the black-haired boy didn't say anything more. Meanwhile, Xiao Luo had already strapped on her bundle and urged, "Hurry up, let us go before they wake up." Luffy and Sabo nodded seriously. Okay. The four took advantage of everyone being drunk to make their escape. The next day at noon, Dayton was the first to wake up. She rubbed her eyes and sat up, her vision going from blurry to clear. Then she looked around and saw the little brothers sprawled all over the floor. The scene a complete mess, leftover food and wine bottles scattered everywhere, not knowing what had happened last night. A note stuck to Garp's forehead caught the woman's attention. She pulled it off and took a closer look, which boldly stated, "We won't be independent." Sensing something was wrong, Dayton immediately ran upstairs, threw open the door to the little one's room, and found it completely empty, their belongings gone. The entire room only had neatly folded blankets on the floor and a bag of items nearby. She walked over and found it filled with a significant amount of money. It must have been left behind by them, making Dayton feel a mix of emotions. So filial and sensible. No, wait, where did they get so much money? She hurried downstairs to wake Garp and told him about the little ones running away. "What should we do, Mr. Garp? Ace and Sabo's infamous reputations have already spread to the Central Street. If they're not living with us, they will definitely be targeted and lose their lives." The old man yawned. "Where's Xiao Luo? Did she run away with them?" "Yes, no one is left in the house." She thought he would find a way to bring the four little ones back, but Garp said, "If I don't care about my kids, and I can't be bothered. If they ran away, then let them go. I'm going to a nearby island for a vacation to relax. You take care of them, Dayton." The woman blinked in disbelief. "Me? Also, who is he? Whose child?" At this moment, the old man had already gotten up and was walking outside. "Yes, when I come back next time, I hope you can train them to be excellent sailors." After saying that, he put his hands in his pockets and left without looking back. No need to see me off. Dadong wished she could smash a bottle over his head and directly blow his brains out. Seeing him walk far away, she yelled fiercely at his back, "We are mountain bandits, mountain bandits. How can we train you to become sailors? Old man, you're crazy." The old man's fierce gaze instantly swept over, imposing without anger. "Didn't expect that, did you?" Even from as far away, he could still hear. Dadang's expression changed in an instant, waving her handkerchief politely to bid farewell. "Be careful on the road, Mr. Garp. Welcome to come again next time." "Just kidding. This place does not welcome the old man who comes empty-handed. How could he come here every time without bringing anything?" After all, she was helping him raise 3 kids. Produce Sabo. Except for little Luo, the others were like they had ADHD, jumping around and breaking a lot of things, making the house a mess every day. Just after cleaning up, they would mess it up again. Countless times, Dadong thought about throwing them out to feed the wild wolves. It's good that they are leaving now. She could enjoy some peace. Dadong lay down on the ground, closed her eyes, and continued to sleep. However, she couldn't sleep soundly. Her mind was filled with thoughts of them. A bunch of little brats. If they're leaving, why leave behind some money? Is it to deliberately pressure her conscience? Last night, the 4 little guys who sneaked out of the mountain bandit as hut managed to spend the night in a tree hole. To be honest, they slept quite well. Maybe everyone has a longing for a new life. This time, it was their true independence. The next day, the few of them were spirited and planned to build a secret base. After all, if they would be self-sufficient, the first thing to solve was housing. Sabo had lived in this forest for 5 years, so he naturally had good places to recommend. Deep in the forest, there was a giant tree, in a relatively hidden location, very suitable for them to settle down. However, the hut couldn't be built under the tree because there were many wild beasts here. Even if they weren't eaten at night, while sleeping, if they went out to hunt and came back, the house might have been crushed by a beast. So, they set their sights on building a tree house. As for materials, they could go to the junkyard to find some. It had everything, just that the things were a bit shabby. If they were lucky, they might even find something brand new. For the first time, Xiao Luo felt that she had something in common with the little ghosts. Living in a tree was so cool. Since she was small, she had envied having such a little home while watching TV, and she never expected that one day it would actually come true. Therefore, during the construction process, she was full of enthusiasm. Even though Sabo wouldn't let her do heavy work, she still helped as much as she could, moving some light items. Then she drew the design for the little house. Although she wasn't a professional, the wisdom of an adult was there. So what she drew was naturally more reliable than what a child would create. Once the design draft was out, apart from Ace, the other 2 little fans clapped and cheered. "Xiao Luo is amazing. She could be a painter in the future. It must be very comfortable living in there. We can't wait. With a vision of their little house in mind, they began to divide the tasks. The boys did the heavy lifting while the girls handled the crafts. Ace, Luffy, and Sabo went to chop wood, find boards, saws, axes, nails, bowls, and chopsticks, tattered quilts, and so on at the junkyard. Xiao Luo went to the riverbank to wash the blankets they had brought and then hung them out to dry, ready to sew and patch them up. Did you think she was good at needlework? Actually, she wasn't. It was the other three who thought she could do it, because she was a girl. Even though two of them mostly treated her as one of the guys, there were times when they didn't. In the end, Xiao Luo's 10 fingers were pricked with several holes from the fine needle, and she got a bit angry. Realizing something was off, she angrily threw away the needle and the blanket in her hands. How did a perfectly good man like her end up developing into a housemaid without even realizing it? Cooking, sewing blankets? Damn it, I'm not sewing anymore. Let them freeze to death at night. Xiao Luo sat in place with her arms crossed, looking displeased. After being angry for a little while, a gust of wind blew by, chilly and unexpected, making her shiver. It was already autumn, and soon winter would arrive. Winter meant heavy snow, and the cold would be unbearable. The cool breeze eased a lot of her anger, and she sighed helplessly, picking up the needle on the ground to continue her unfinished task. Could she really rely on them for sewing and mending? Which of them could even handle needlework? It was likely that they would just end up hurting themselves. Besides, those three were busy and exhausted, not any easier than she was. Forget it. She was an adult. A magnanimous adult at that. Why bother quarreling with them over these things? So she finished sewing the quilt, and then the winter clothes, and hats too, 4 of them, to keep warm. If she couldn't knit, she could always ask the residents at the way station. It wasn't too difficult. Perhaps it was the first time facing something new. And every completed task made Xiao Luo feel increasingly accomplished. Ha. As expected of me, Gu Luo. No woman's work can defeat me. Truly a genius. After finishing this, what should her next goal be? Then let us make a few pairs of winter shoes. She heard that it was also quite challenging. On the other side, Sabo, who was picking up materials, saw Xiao Luo diligently and earnestly learning to make hats, and he found her very cute. There probably wasn't a better girl in the world than her, right? She never said anything about caring for them, but every action she took revealed her concern. While chatting and laughing with an older woman, Xiao Luo felt someone watching her. Turning her head, she found it was Sabo. She smiled gently at him, which was a greeting. Little did she know, that smile, with her bright eyes and white teeth, made Sabo's heart skip a beat. The boy's face turned red, and he quickly averted his gaze. Oh no, it felt like his heart was out of control, racing wildly in his chest. Ahead, Luffy waved his hand, calling him back to reality. Hey, Sabo, come here, there's a big wooden table. We can carry it back to the base. Oh, coming. The blonde boy finally had a reason to escape this awkward situation. He turned around, but accidentally bumped into a hard piece of metal. Ouch, that hurts. He gasped, rubbing his forehead as he hurried away. Little Luo looked at Sabo in confusion. What was that brat doing? Didn't he seem very smart? After staring at the boys fleeing back for a while, the little girl lowered her head and continued to learn how to make other things from the ant. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 8 or 9 days had gone by. Their small house was already more than halfway completed, with only the roof and decorations left to do. One day, Luffy and Sabo went to the junkyard to continue searching for needed items. Ace was holding a stone hammer and was piecing together the wooden board for the roof. He watched the two of them disappear into the distance until they were completely out of sight. This meant that now it was just him and that dead girl left. Looking down, he saw that little Luo had dragged a wooden stool to stand on, trying to hang up the curtains, but she was too short, and even on her tiptoes, she couldn't reach the top. The boy smirked. She was so focused and serious. It was a perfect opportunity for him to sneak attack. Wild boar girl, take this hammer. Ace jumped down from the roof with the hammer, and just as he was about to touch the little girl, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He had been kicked in the abdomen and was instantly sent flying, landing hard on the ground. Xiao Luo sneered and said, So what if you ambush? What is the point of shouting it out? Afraid I wouldn't know? Ace rubbed his butt and stood up, saying, As if I wouldn't be discovered if I didn't shout. This is called momentum, understand? Oh really? Then your momentum is too weak, pockmarked face. Don't think she didn't hear that wild boar girl earlier. Speaking of wild boars, she hasn't settled the score with him yet for describing her like that, and now giving her a nickname. So don't blame her for attacking personally. Ace was taken aback, clearly angered. What pockmarked face? This is Freckles. They'll all be gone when I grow up. Unfortunately, by the time you grow up, they'll still be on your face. Xiao Luo smiled slightly, her gaze determined. That smile seemed as if she had seen him grown up. You. Even if you're still here, so what? What's wrong with a man having some scars? Right? It's really nothing to worry about. I don't care. I almost let her lead me by the nose. Why does this dead girl always act like a superior adult, making me so irritated just by looking at her? Ace, take this. The black-haired boy attacked again with his weapon, and Luo gently sidestepped to avoid it. The ground, which had just been repaired a couple of days ago, was smashed with a hole, but Ace didn't care and pulled out his hammer to continue fighting the girl. Before long, the walls and floor were covered with traces of their battle. With a kick, Luo struck the wall, creating a crack, and with another kick, the wall was basically destroyed. Ace swallowed hard. After a few months of not sparring with that girl, she had become so strong. Her power was clearly much greater than before. This rate of progress was astonishing. He trained daily with Sabo in the forest, sparring or practicing against wild beasts. His strength had not increased as dramatically as hers. Strong as she was, Ace would not back down. When facing an enemy, fighting back was the way to go. The boy dodged the girl's attacks one after another, then unexpectedly jumped onto a tree trunk, using the momentum to soar forward. This time, let's see how you dodge. Luo curled the corner of her mouth and raised her hand, aiming at Ace's arm. Finger gun. The finger gun is a skill that can pierce through someone's body with a finger. The boy didn't understand. He was clearly far away, and that dead girl's finger couldn't possibly touch him. How could she attack him? But the next second, his confusion was answered. This time, the finger gun was different from before. It seemed to be an upgraded version. He saw a mass of air condensing together, shooting out like a bullet from Luo's index finger. It was almost about to pierce Ace's arm. He concentrated his strength in his lower body and then moved his whole body, barely changing his trajectory in midair to dodge the transparent bullet. However, he didn't notice that he was hanging in the air and unexpectedly fell from the giant tree. Falling from the tree was fine. At most, he would get hurt. Little did he know that a fierce wild brown bear was standing below, strong and tall. Seeing food falling from the sky, it opened its mouth, which reeked of rot. Ace sensed something was wrong and turned to look down. It was the tyrant of another mountain. How'd he get here? If he got eaten just like that, how embarrassing would that be, especially in front of that dead girl? Just as he thought of her, he saw Luo standing at the edge of the small house, looking down at him. He originally thought she would mock him or pretend she didn't see anything and just walk away. But to his shock, she actually jumped down. Her attitude was so decisive and resolute, without a hint of hesitation. Instead, it was Ace who panicked, shouting, "What are you jumping down for? Are you crazy? This is a brown bear, a beast many times more formidable than the wild boar king. Are you trying to die together?" The girl didn't answer. It seemed there was a surge of power in her legs, accelerating her movements, just as the brown bear closed its mouth, intending to bite Ace's body in half with its sharp teeth. Luo grabbed the boy's hand and pulled him up with all her strength. At the critical moment, they avoided the beast's bite. Ace didn't fall into the mouth of the brown bear, nor did the dead girl. The two were floating in midair. The black-haired boy looked up at the girl who was pulling him up, then glanced down at the brown bear on the ground, jumping up in anger and trying to claw at him. He was completely stunned. Were they flying? What the hell? They were really flying. How many skills did this girl have that he didn't know about? Suddenly, a mechanical voice that only Luo could hear came through. "Yeah, host. Your long-awaited new mission is here. Defeat the wild brown bear. Reward, armament hockey." Luo repeated in her mind. Armament hockey, what a practical ability. I'll take it. She used the moonwalk to safely send Ace back to the treehouse, then picked up a water pipe from the floor and tried it out. It felt quite handy, so she decided to use it against the grizzly bear. Recently, she had been too bored, and encountering a big guy like this was a good opportunity to have some fun. The beast below saw the two people in the tree, took a few steps back, and then charged forward, slamming its head against the trunk, causing the big tree to shake violently. As Luo just picked up her weapon and stood up, she almost stumbled due to unsteady footing, but Ace quickly grabbed her slender arm. The girl was even thinner than he had imagined. He could wrap his entire hand around her arm and still have extra room. Luo turned to Ace, who seemed to have something to say. Sure enough, after a moment of silence, the boy asked, "Why did you save me? Don't you hate me?" The girl replied, "Because you're Luffy's brother. If you die, you'll be very sad." In fact, she lied. Even if it weren't for Luffy, she would still save him. After all, they had spent a few months together, and despite any dislike, they were familiar companions. After speaking, Luo pulled her arm out of the boy's hand and rushed down with the water pipe. Ace was unsure how to feel after hearing her words, but he blurted out, "Be careful. The brown bear is extremely fierce." As soon as he finished speaking, He saw the little girl stepping on the beast's nose and striking its head hard. The brown bear, however, felt no pain at all. Xiao Luo was slightly surprised. Then she saw the beast swipe at her with its paw. Shave. She quickly dodged. As a result, the beast only hit the air, and the girl vanished into thin air. It blinked in confusion, looking around but not seeing the little girl's figure. It raised its head to see if she was above. But all it saw was the boy in the tree, who, like it, was slightly open-mouthed, displaying a look of surprise. Then, the brown bear felt a sharp pain at the back of its head as Xiao Luo flashed behind it and struck it again. Crack! This time she used too much force, and the water pipe broke into 2 pieces, becoming useless. The girl landed and tossed away the broken weapon. The brown bear turned back with red eyes. This time it was truly angry. Its aura changed completely, flames igniting on its head, and its temper became violent. At that moment, Luffy's voice came from afar. Hey, Ace, we're back. He and Sabo were pushing a little broken cart filled with all sorts of things. Upon seeing the black-haired boy standing nervously in the tree without sight of his sister, Sabo found it strange. What's with Ace's expression? Something seems off. It's like there's danger under the tree. Just then, a fierce roar from the beast came from the direction of the secret base, and the two sensed something was wrong, immediately dropping what they were carrying and running over. Sabo anxiously said, Luffy, hurry, Xiao Luo is in danger. Okay. The Straw Hat Boy sprinted forward with all his might. On the other side, the brown bear stood up and pounced down with both paws, coming down like a mountain. The powerful impact created a large pit in the ground. Xiao Luo flashed behind the giant again. She had just heard Luffy's voice and knew that the two were on their way, so she couldn't play around with the big guy in front of her anymore. After being tricked once, the brown bear had become smarter. Sensing the little girl behind it, it turned around and let out a roar. The surrounding grass and trees rustled in the wind. The little girl, who had little meat on her body, was almost blown away. She covered her face with her hands against the sand and wind. The bear raised its massive paw, intending to swat the little one into a pulp. Hey, wild boar sister, be careful. Ace saw the danger and jumped down from the tree to help. Guns. Just as he landed, a gas bullet flew past him, directly hitting the brown bear in the forehead and piercing through it, blood splattering everywhere in an instant. The beast stopped its attack, standing there dumbfounded, its eyes wide with terror. It probably never expected to be killed by a human cub it had never taken seriously. After 5 seconds of silence, boom, the completely unconscious brown bear fell heavily to the ground, its massive size causing the ground to shake. Ace was shocked. It just died like that. Too easy, right? He had lived here for so long and encountered brown bears many times, always running away in fear. He was very clear about the strength of this brown bear. Strong, sharp claws, and very thick skin, impervious to knives and guns. Its defensive power was strong, and its combat ability even stronger. That dead girl actually killed it without even using a weapon. The boy suddenly realized that in their previous duel, Xiao Luo hadn't even used her full strength. She was just playing with him. Otherwise, he would have died 1,000 times over. Suddenly, a system popped up. Yaya, congratulations, host, for completing the task. Armament hockey has been sent. Please check and make sure to level it up to the top. Level it up by myself? I really don't know what this reward is good for. It would be better to directly find a master to teach me. Having a master would be much quicker than exploring on my own. Yaya, that's not correct. Some good reward cannot be taught by a master. Like what? Yaya mysteriously replied. You'll know when the time comes. Halfway through the conversation, leaving people itching for more, really annoying. Xiao Luo Ace. At this moment, Sabo arrived with Luffy. The two were stunned by the scene before them. Between them and the two on the opposite side was the corpse of a brown bear. If they hadn't seen blood still oozing from its forehead, Sabo wouldn't have dared to believe it was dead. After all, he and Ace had almost died at the hands of this fierce creature. It took a month to heal before his body recovered. Luffy was so scared that his jaw dropped, eyes wide, stuttering. The bear is dead. After the shock, they cautiously walked around the beast's corpse and ran to the two on the other side. Their eyes occasionally darted back to the brown bear. Worried it might suddenly sit up again, Sabo asked with concern, Are you guys okay? Xiao Luo, are you hurt? The girl shook her head. She really wasn't hurt at all, but Ace had sustained some injuries during their sparring, which made the other two mistakenly think he had fought the bear. Ace, you're too strong. Quickly teach me how to kill such a fierce monster. Luffy seemed a bit excited, his eyes turning starry with admiration for Ace. Yeah, how did your strength suddenly increase so much? Not long ago, we were still being chased by it, and now you actually managed to defeat it all by yourself. Was it because you've been training by fighting the Wild Boar King recently? Sabo was also curious, They spent every day together, and their strengths weren't that different. Now Ace could kill a brown bear, while he was still getting beaten up. Xiao Luo. The wild boar joke can't be passed, right? Ace scratched his head. It's not me who killed it. Although he wished it was him, one must be honest. Luffy mumbled. If it's not you, then who? It's just you and Xiao Luo here. If it's not you, could be Xiao Luo. It's obviously her. Sabo. Ace. How can you lie? You are secretly getting stronger and deceiving us. To be the first to set sail, you actually started scheming, man. You've really changed. The black-haired boy was speechless. It really wasn't me. If it were him, why wouldn't he admit it? Killing a wild brown bear, how impressive. Luffy and Sabo both looked at Xiao Luo and asked, what do you think, is it him? The girl blinked innocently. It is him. Ace was furious. Wild boar girl, you actually put him in an unjust position, making the brothers think he's lying. This is truly despicable. Immediately, he was surrounded by the other two, who started to pester him. Luffy, Ace, hurry up and teach me. Sabo, didn't we become sworn brothers? How can you get stronger alone? Share the good stuff. Luffy, right? Share. Get stronger together. The black-haired boy was angry. His eyes turned into inverted triangles, revealing shark teeth. Share my ass. I really didn't do it. Xiao Luo waved at the black-haired boy with a mischievous smile and said, Brother Ace, don't be stingy. Just teach them those cool moves you just did. You can't show off all by yourself. Ace roared, shut up. If you keep talking nonsense. Do you believe I will beat you to death? You guys chat first. I'm going to gather some spices. We're having bear meat for dinner tonight. Xiao Luo made a face while standing in a position only the black-haired boy could see. Then, she turned around and left with a smile. You dead girl. Come back here. The black-haired boy clenched his fists and shouted at the little girl's back, but she ignored him. Ace wanted to rush over, but was firmly held back by Sabo and Luffy. Luffy started to throw a tantrum. Look, Xiao Luo called you brother again. It must be because you looked so cool when you saved her just now. And she's totally smitten. I want to be like that too. Teach me, please, Ace. Sabo asked. Isn't the brown bear invulnerable? How did you pierce its head? Teach me. Damn it, if he really knew how. Why would he keep it a secret? What happened to Brotherhood? Don't you two trust me at all? Stop bothering me. The black-haired boy was almost driven mad by their noise and took the chance to escape. The other two realized and chased after him, shouting Ace. Meanwhile, Xiao Luo, who was picking wild spices, looked at the three brothers chasing and playing in the distance, shaking her head with a smile. Kids are really easy to fool. A few days later, the treehouse built by the four of them was finally completed. It was not only beautiful in appearance, but also sturdy, able to withstand storms. The interior layout, though simple, was clean and hygienic, giving a homely feeling, and they were quite satisfied. At night, the four of them lay on the floor together, their heads forming the shape of a blooming four-petal flower. They could feel each other's presence, making it easy to chat. Seeing everyone wide awake, Sabo said, from now on, we'll be responsible for hunting and making money, and this little home will be looked after by you, Xiao Luo. The girl replied, but I want to go out too. She didn't want to stay alone, with no computer or phone. She couldn't stand being cooped up. You can wander around the way station when you have nothing to do, but be careful not to let Brujum and his gang find out. Previously, the money he fought Ace for was from Brujum's subordinates. They were pirates residing at the way station, often bullying the people there. The two boys couldn't stand their actions and had fought them many times, thus creating quite a few enemies. Speaking of the way station, Xiao Luo suddenly remembered that after this winter, she would have to keep an eye on it, because probably in the spring of next year, in order to welcome the celestial dragons, the king would order the way station to be burned down. She didn't know the exact day, so she could only go there more often to see if anything unusual happened. Luffy recalled the recent days of bathing, hunting, training, and building the house with his brothers, with his sister by their side, feeling extremely happy. He covered half his face with the blanket and said with a smile, I really hope we can live like this forever and never part. Hey, Ace, Sabo, are you really not considering joining my ship? They had discussed this issue before, but all three wanted to be captain, and no one would back down, so the matter was left unresolved. Ace decisively refused, not considering it. I will form my own pirate crew and make a name for myself in the world. He wanted everyone in the world to know of his existence. His name was Portgas D. Ace, not Gold Ace. He wanted to break free from Roger's shadow and not live under it forever. Sabo lay on the floor, propping his head up with his hand while looking at the little boy beside him. Luffy, how about you come on my ship? I will take good care of you. Luffy replied, I don't want to. I want to be the captain myself and recruit 10 really strong crew members. If you join, then I only need 8. Ace teased. Where's the cowardly and crybaby captain? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? Luffy puffed up his cheeks. I'm only 7 years old now. I want to cry when I grow up. Oof. Sabo laughed heartily. I'm just afraid that when you grow up, other pirates will make you cry. Ha ha ha. Nonsense. By then I will definitely be very strong. The three of them exchanged dreams, while the little girl quietly stared at the ceiling, not saying a word. Noticing her unusual silence, Sabo asked, Xiao Luo, what about you? Have you thought about what you want to do in the future? While listening to them talk about their dreams, she had already been thinking about this question. The girl seriously contemplated and realized she had no dreams or hobbies. Regardless of the world, most people were generally driven by fame and profit. But she was not interested in any of that, feeling no desire or need. Seeing her think for a long time without responding, Ace rested his hands behind his head. Is this question that hard to answer? You don't have any aspirations at all? Are you just going to get married when you grow up? Be a housewife? If that's the case, what a waste of your abilities. Xiao Luo was poked by Ace's thoughts. She really didn't have grand ambitions and had thought about getting married and having children after turning back into a man, living a plain life. Damn, is he a worm in her belly? He could guess that, but she wouldn't admit it. Once she admitted it, Ace would definitely mock her for being unambitious. The girl spoke up. Who said that? I want to be a Navy and catch all you bad guys. Is that ambition grand enough? Luffy was shocked, immediately sitting up and tightly holding his sister's little face, squishing it into a funny shape. Hey, didn't you say you'd wait for me to come back to Windmill Village? Why do you want to join the Navy? Is that old man forcing you? The girl pried his hands away, having been sleeping well, when suddenly hands reached out from the darkness and gave her a face squeeze, startling her. Ace pouted, unconvinced. All right, we'll see if you can catch anyone then. Luffy, did you hear that? Your sister is ultimately not one of us. Sabo looked a bit troubled. Ah, if that's the case, will we be enemies in the future? Xiao Luo rubbed her face that was hurt by Luffy and replied, Yeah, so if you see me, you'd better run away with your tail between your legs. No way. You might as well join me and become a pirate, Luffy said. Hearing this, he felt a bit emotional. Although he usually fought with his sister, he couldn't bring himself to face her in a life-and-death duel. Just as Xiao Luo said, he could only run away with his tail between his legs. Ugh, so lame. Not manly at all, he thought to himself. Ace looked disdainful. Run away? Are you kidding? Once I knock you down, you'll know how powerful I am. He didn't believe that after training 16 hours a day, he wouldn't be able to catch up to her. Sabo was puzzled as to why Ace was at odds with Xiao Luo again and reminded, Luffy's sister is our sister too, so be a little lenient. Then he turned to the little girl. It's okay. If your dream is to become a Navy, then go for it. If we meet someday, I'll take a detour and absolutely won't hurt you. Traitor, just pamper her. Who knows who will hurt whom then? This little girl now could take on 10 Sabos, yet they still thought she was weak. The key was that no one believed him. Sigh. Anyway, now that it's said, they shouldn't blame him if they end up suffering later. The blonde boy blinked, not understanding what Ace meant. The four of them chatted and unknowingly fell asleep. Before sleeping, they were all in their own nests, but after falling asleep, they kicked blankets, crawled into each other's beds, or put their feet on one another. The next day, when Xiao Luo woke up, she found Luffy hugging her, drooling on her shoulder, while Ace had his feet on her stomach. No wonder she dreamed of being crushed by a big pillar, unable to move. The little girl silently pushed the two away, sat up yawning, and stared blankly, waiting for her brain to reboot. In the mountain bandit's hut, Magura returned panting with a few of his subordinates. Boss, we found those 4 little brats. Where are they? Dayton, who had just been lying on the ground listlessly, immediately got up. The younger brothers noticed that she seemed very concerned, staring at her without blinking. The woman pretended to stretch lazily and said, What are you looking at? I'm just afraid I won't find them and get scolded by Garp. Everyone saw through her pretense, but didn't say anything. Oh, Magura continued. In that forest near the waste disposal station, they built little houses in the trees, looking quite proper. It seems they really want to be independent. TSK independent? Let them be independent. It's better than seeing them and getting annoyed. Dayton turned her back, closed her eyes, and lay back on the ground. On the surface, she seemed indifferent, but inside she breathed a sigh of relief. She had sent the younger brothers out to find them for almost 2 weeks. She was worried they might be in trouble, worried they might be targeted by enemies, worried they had nowhere to live, worried they wouldn't have enough to eat or wear, and so on. Now that she confirmed a few little brats were safe and sound, and had even built a little house to live in, her anxious heart finally settled down. Someone raised a question. Boss, are we not going to bring them back? Even young birds know to build their nests when they grow up, let alone humans. Dayton still had her back to everyone, propping her head up with her hand. If there's nothing wrong, I'm going to sleep. Another person asked, but you just woke up, right? The autumn wind was chilly, and the four of them wore clothes that Xiao Luo had sewn by hand, which were particularly warm. Luffy smiled widely. It's really not cold anymore. I'm not afraid of the wind, no matter how strong it blows. Ace complained, it's so ugly. He had never seen such ugly clothes. All the threads were hanging out, the sleeves were uneven, and the buttons were all crooked, making it almost unbearable to look at. Then take it off, and freeze to death for all I care. Xiao Luohua was furious. She had endured so much hardship to make these clothes. For those few days, she couldn't even touch water, and the little brat didn't express any gratitude, instead showing a face of disdain. I don't care. The house you live in was repaired by me. What's wrong with wearing one of your clothes? AC crossed his arms, standing his ground. She didn't even know when he became so thick-skinned and stopped being so proud. In the past, when she made him food, she had to give him an out. But now he would find excuses for himself. Xiao Luo you. Very good. She'll go back and burn the hat and shoes made for Ace. I didn't know what got into me at the time, and I included his share too. Sabo helplessly smiled. All right, you two are really something. You can't go a day without arguing. This outfit looks pretty good, right? So unique. One of a kind in the world. It seems Xiao Luo is suited to be a tailor when she grows up. The girl, flattered, was over the moon. Huh, I told you I'm a genius, right? I can learn anything. Sabo continued to support her. Yes, you're amazing. Last time you said that dead girl sings well and is suitable to be a singer. Why don't you ask Luffy if it sounds good? It sounds like a duck's voice and she's off key. I'm afraid if she gets on stage, people will throw eggs at her. Ace ruthlessly exposed her. Can't spoil her. Make her understand that apart from being good at fighting, she is useless. Oh, cooking is okay. I guess. Who are you calling a duck voice? Pockmarked face. Little Luo roared. Why is this little brat always getting in my way? Ace refused to back down, saying, they call these freckles freckles. Looking at the sparks flying from their eyes, Sabo could only shrug helplessly. Well, he thought, let's wait until they've had enough of their quarrel. However, he still muttered quietly, I think it sounds pretty nice. The four of them had been living in the forest for nearly a month, and every day was fulfilling and happy. Although they relied on hunting for food, whenever they craved rice, they would sneak into the bandit-esque cabin to steal some. Dayton turned a blind eye to it. After all, she had raised Ace for 10 years, and Luffy and little Luo for a few months. There was bound to be some attachment. Besides, the kids were so adorable. And yet so annoying. When she was around, everything about her seemed irritating, but when she wasn't in sight, she found herself missing them terribly. One night, after the little ones had fallen asleep, Dayton climbed a tree to sneak a look at them. However, the moment she opened the door, she triggered a trap, and a heavy hammer knocked her flying. She arced beautifully through the sky before landing with a thud, rubbing her nearly broken old back. The woman grumbled as she walked away. I shouldn't have worried about them. Everything was going just fine. They even know how to set traps for me. From that day on, Dayton never sneaked back to check on them again, fearing what traps might await her next time. The morning light broke. Xiao Luo pushed Luffy away from her, as usual, then swatted away Ace's foot that was almost poking into her nostril. When she realized the trap had been triggered, she immediately woke up the three who were still sound asleep. Luffy scratched his head and asked, who could it be? Sabo speculated, maybe it's a gorilla? Other wild beasts can't climb trees. Ace had some concerns, as long as it's not those guys for Brujum. If it were them, they wouldn't leave so easily. However, the trap had worked, and everyone was happy. It meant their efforts weren't in vain. It seemed they needed to make something with stronger firepower tonight. During the day, the three boys went out hunting as usual. They didn't know if it was because of the cold, but there were noticeably fewer beasts than before. After a whole day of work, they only caught a single elk, not enough for Luffy to even fill his gaps between teeth. Xiao Luo occasionally goes hunting with them, but not very often. When she encounters big creatures, she can't take action, which makes it less interesting. So most of the time, she secretly finds a place to train her armament hockey. Armament hockey is somewhat similar to iron blocks in that both can make the body hard, like a wall of copper and iron. The difference is that when using iron blocks, one cannot move their body and it is generally used for defense. However, armament hockey is different. Even while using it, one can still move their body flexibly, allowing for both defense and attack. Additionally, if armament hockey is upgraded to a later stage, it can be applied to weapons, greatly enhancing their lethality. Zoro really likes to use this move. When Xiao Luo first started pondering, she did put in some effort. After all, self-study requires a lot of exploration on her own. Once she analyzed this difficult problem, it would become easier, but it takes time. After tiring herself out from training, she would go to the junkyard to play with the residents, to relax, mainly to get familiar with them. This way, when that event was about to happen, she could inform everyone in advance, making her persuasion more effective. Since she often brought food for everyone, Luo was quite popular at the junkyard. She also liked them a lot, except for a few thugs. However, she had secretly dealt with them. As night fell, Luo was preparing to go back to cook when a little girl, over 4 years old, tugged at her clothes. Her name was Xiaogulu, and she was a resident of the junkyard. Xiaogulu handed a rabbit plush toy to Luo with an innocent smile and said, "Sister, this is my most treasured little bunny. I give it to you." Luo looked down at the somewhat worn plush toy in the child's hands, which had several patches but was very clean. It was clear that she truly cherished this rabbit. So Luo asked her, "Why do you want to give it to me?" The child replied, "Because I really like you, sister. Besides Grandpa, no one has ever been this nice to me, playing with me and giving me food." For the first time, she realized how delicious food could be, especially the fragrant meat that she couldn't forget after tasting it once. She used to think that all food had a foul or rotten smell. It turned out that she had never eaten fresh food before. Grandpa was old and had trouble walking, so she had been rummaging through garbage to eat since she was little. This had shaped her perception of food, and every time she thought about eating, she felt pain, but if she didn't eat, she would be hungry. Luo rubbed her head and said, "How about I come to play with you often from now on? As for this little rabbit, you can keep it for yourself." She really had no interest in girl things, and it was useless for her to have it. Moreover, this was a cherished doll of the little girl, and it would be better to keep it with its original owner rather than leaving it with her, where it would be neglected. Little Gulu lowered his head, his expression dim as he tightly hugged the rabbit, looking a bit disappointed. "Does my sister dislike it? Just like others dislike her for growing up in a garbage heap?" Luo realized that her unintentional actions had hurt the child's tender heart. She took the rabbit from her little sister's hands. "I don't dislike it. I'm just afraid that if I take it, you won't have it anymore. Thank you for your gift. I really like it." The child saw her sister accept the stuffed toy and instantly beamed with joy. "You're welcome. I'm glad you like it." Then she turned and ran off, planning to go back to find her grandfather. As she ran, she suddenly remembered something and turned back to wave at Luo. "Sister, in a couple of days, it's my 4th birthday. Grandpa said he asked someone to buy a cake for me from town. You should come too. I want to share it with you." Recently, while rummaging through the trash, they found a little bit of money hidden in a torn sock, and Xiaogulu's grandfather decided to buy a cake for his granddaughter. Little Gulu has grown up, but has never eaten. Every day, he suffers alongside this old man. Luo replied, "Yeah, I'll definitely come. I'll wait for you." The child smiled with her eyes crescent-shaped, just like the crescent moon in the sky. Her smile was infectious, making Luo's lips unconsciously curve into a smile. She watched Gulu running in the sunset, looking so happy, carefree, and full of childhood innocence. Even though life was not easy, she remained optimistic and cheerful. Luo remembered the first time she met Gulu. She was rummaging through a pile of garbage to find something to eat for her sick grandfather. Her little face and hands were dirty, and her stomach was growling. She said, "Sister, do you know why I'm called Gulu? Because my grandfather said that on the day I was found, I was lying deep in the garbage pile. If my stomach hadn't been growling, he wouldn't have noticed me. It was the sound of her growling stomach that saved her life. That is why Gulu liked this name, and also loved her current grandfather." When she said this, she was smiling, seemingly content with her current life. Looking at the happy little figure against the sunset, Luo felt a pang in her nose. She knew that Gulu was just a microcosm of this world, and there were many more children like her who were homeless and often went hungry. There were even quite a few who starved to death. Luo placed the little rabbit doll on the cabinet, looked at it a few times, and felt it wasn't suitable. Since it was something that Gulu cherished, it definitely couldn't be placed carelessly. She changed its position several times and finally decided to put it on her sleeping area. It looked much more comfortable there. At some point, Ace, who had returned from hunting, leaned against a pillar with his arms crossed and shook his head. "Tiske, Teske. I didn't expect you, wild boar girl. To have a girlish side too? Who would have thought you liked this kind of stuff? Really can't tell." Luo didn't need to turn around. Just hearing that annoying voice made her know who it was, and her fists clenched. She turned around fiercely, ready to strike back, but just as she extended her hand, 2 other people walked in. Sabo said, "Luo, today we caught a wild rabbit and a wild donkey." Luffy excitedly added, "I want to eat donkey meat hot pot." Seeing this, the girl immediately retracted her hand that was about to hit Ace and pretended to scratch the back of her head, saying, "Donkey meat hot pot? Sure, it's warm to eat hot pot in this cold weather. I'll go prepare it right away." After saying that, she quickly slipped out of the room. Sabo glanced at the black-haired boy with a smirk and followed her out, asking the girl, "Were you about to hit Ace just now?" It must be that guy bullying her again. Xiao Luo nervously denied. Haha, no way, I don't have that ability. Sabo thought maybe he had misunderstood and didn't ask further, shifting the topic instead. Let me help you start fire. In the evening, a few people gathered around a clearing under a tree, enjoying hot pot together. A hot. Luffy burned his tongue, getting a few blisters because he was too eager. There was no helping it. The food his sister made was too delicious, and being a glutton, he couldn't resist. Sabo asked with concern, "What are you in such a hurry for? Just blow on it to cool it down before eating." The blonde boy picked up several pieces of donkey meat, blew on them, and then placed them in Luffy's bowl. This made the Straw Hat Boy extremely happy. Usually, when eating with Xiao Luo, his grandpa, or Ace, they would just fight over the food, often ending up in a scuffle for a piece of meat. Only Sabo would help him get more. Not only that, but even during training, he often encouraged Luffy to take his time and not to get discouraged. In short, Sabo was a very gentle brother. During the meal, Ace suddenly remembered something and said, "Starting tomorrow, we need to head out earlier. The recent prey has become harder to catch, so we need to bring back more to raise for the winter. Otherwise, when it starts snowing, they will all hide away, and it will be even harder to find them." Both Luffy and Sabo agreed without objection. Xiao Luo happened to be busy improving his armament hockey, so he didn't say much. If they left early, he could train for a few more hours. However, the next day, the three brothers did not return until dusk. Xiao Luo not only completed the training task for today, but also boiled a bucket of water for a hot bath. She remembered they had left as soon as it got light, so it shouldn't be this late without any sign of them. The girl walked back and forth under the tree at the base, feeling somewhat restless, as if something was about to happen. Half an hour passed, and she stretched her neck but still didn't see any trace of them, worried that the three might be in danger. Xiao Luo decided not to wait any longer and started looking for a few little ghosts deeper in the forest. Luffy, Sabo, Ace. She called their names while walking. The silent forest echoed only her voice, and no one answered. The girl shouted repeatedly, but there was still no response. The sun had completely set, and the sky was getting darker. Suddenly, she saw someone approaching her in the distance. One of them was wearing a straw hat, and the figure looked very much like Luffy and the others. Xiao Luo ran over, and it really was them. "Why are you back so late?" she asked curiously. But the two people in front of her were looking down, listless, and their mood seemed very bad. Xiao Luo looked behind them, seeing no prey, and even one person was missing. "Where's Sabo?" Ace's mouth was pressed into a straight line, remaining silent, his hands tightly clenched into fists, as if holding back something. Little Luffy looked wronged, his eyes red, as if he had been crying for a long time. He choked out, "Sabo. He was taken back by his dad. Woo-woo. No karain." The black-haired boy shouted irritably. He was also very sad that Sabo couldn't stay, but just as Sabo's dad said, Sabo was originally his son, belonging to him, not to them who had no blood ties. Moreover, after Sabo returned, he would regain his noble status and wouldn't have to live a hard life with them anymore. Perhaps this was a good thing for him. What? He was taken back? Little Luo was shocked and couldn't believe it. Wait, did Brujum bring his dad with him? The Straw Hat Boy looked up, sniffing. How do you know? After hearing Luffy's answer, the little girl was stunned. How could this happen? Sabo being captured means that the destruction of the trash terminal is just days away. Wasn't this supposed to happen next year? How could it be so early? Did she remember the timing wrong? No, she was sure that the three brothers faced the tragedy only after experiencing a heavy snowfall. Many people died at the trash terminal, and Sabo chose to set sail early in order to escape that home in the inhumane country. But when he set sail, he encountered a celestial dragon's ship and was immediately bombarded. His small boat was instantly engulfed in flames. Because of this incident, everyone thought Sabo was dead, including Ace and Luffy. 10 years later, when Ace died, he didn't even know that his good brother was still alive. The amnesiac Sabo recalled his childhood memories only after seeing the news of Ace's death in the newspaper, and he cried out in sorrow, fainting for a time. But now was not the time to dwell on why things happened earlier. Little Luo asked again. Did Brujum make you move a lot of wooden boxes today? Luffy nodded and replied with a nasal tone. Yes, did you see it? Otherwise, how could my sister guess it right twice? After Sabo was taken by his dad, Brujum forced them to help with the work, threatening to kill them on the spot if they didn't. The two didn't even know what was inside the wooden boxes. Oh no, what you moved today was gunpowder and bombs. Gaojian's gang wants to set the trash terminal on fire, including the residents living there. Xiao Luo now has to tell them about the things that are about to happen. AIC was surprised. How do you know? Such a big deal. How can a maid who stays at home every day find out? If it's a scheme from Gaojian's group, it's impossible for the news to leak out to people outside the city walls. Xiao Luo said anxiously, Don't worry about how I know. Just tell me. Where did you move the goods? Maybe if we hurry over, there is still a chance to turn things around. Hey, wait for me. Looking at the two people ahead who were flying like the wind, Luffy couldn't understand when his sister's speed had become so fast. Able to be compared with Ace? No, even faster. Luo slightly tilted her head and asked the boy behind her, "How far is it?" "About 3 kilometers. Let's hurry." As they spoke, the two quickened their pace. In a moment of danger, their relationship was unusually harmonious. Garbage dump. While rummaging through the trash, little Gulu saw Luo's figure in the distance, and a smile immediately appeared on his face as he waved and greeted her. "Sister, what are you doing here?" "My birthday is tomorrow." "Little Gulu, hurry and take Grandpa away. It's very dangerous here." Luo did not stop her steps and quickly darted past Ace with a whoosh. The situation was too urgent, and she feared that any delay could lead to irreparable consequences. The child looked anxiously at her sister's retreating figure, blinking her big, watery eyes. Her mind blank for a few seconds. "Danger?" She glanced around. Some people were rummaging through the trash, others were starting a fire to cook porridge, and a few were sitting together, drinking and sharing stories of their youthful adventures. Everything seemed the same as usual. She didn't understand what kind of danger there could be. But recalling her sister's earlier expression, she still felt a sense of unease. She went back to help her grandfather, who had trouble moving. "Grandpa, we should leave here first." "What happened, girl?" Sister Luo said this place is very dangerous, but I don't know the specifics. Little Gulu had just helped his grandfather out of their shabby little house when a boy wearing a straw hat ran past, panting and shouting, "Everyone, run away. There are bombs and gunpowder nearby. The people inside the city walls want to burn us alive." Hearing Luffy's voice, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at him. But no one took a step forward. They all thought it was just a child's prank. This trick is too lame, right? Are you trying to hoard the treasure for yourself because you saw a big batch of new scrap being taken out of the city today? Ha! Who would believe that? You little brat, just stay out of it and don't affect our chance to get rich. Yeah, we want to find more treasures tonight. Whenever new scrap was brought out, it was the best chance to find valuable items, like some jewelry that was just a bit old or worn out, which the nobles would throw away. Their discarded clothes, furniture, kitchenware, etc. were all treasures. What the nobles looked down upon as junk was a rare treasure at the waste disposal station. Once resold, it could fetch a good price. Luffy was a bit angry. "What I'm saying is true. Why don't you believe me?" But in everyone's eyes, he looked like someone whose lies had been exposed, and they shook their heads, going back to their own business. Someone who had seen Luffy said, "Don't think we don't know you're in cahoots with that bad pair. Ace and Sabo, try and trick us so you can pick up the big bargains? We won't fall for your tricks." Witnessing the whole process, little Gulu stood up and spoke. "Have you ever thought, what if what he said is true?" Someone replied, "Then I'd rather die with the treasure. Ha ha. Otherwise, if we go down there, we'll be broke again. How miserable." Among the crowd, two of Brujum's subordinates were surprised to hear Luffy's words, not knowing how such secret information had leaked out. Logically, no one outside the city walls should know. They hurriedly took a shortcut back to report to their boss. When Brujum heard this, he was furious. Did they discover something during the transportation? A man casually pointed to someone. "You, quickly give the order, ignite the gunpowder immediately. Hurry." "Yes, boss." Fortunately, after Ace and Luffy left, they quickly buried the bombs around the waste disposal station. They had originally planned to wait for the king's order to act, but now they had to implement it early. The reason Brujum took on this task was that the king had promised him that as long as he completed this task, he and his subordinates will be made nobles and live in a high town without having to hide anymore. Ace arrived with little Luo. "It's right ahead." The two kicked the door open and rushed in. At this moment, Brujum was sitting in a tiger skin chair, propping his head with his hand. "What are you here for? Have you thought about the things I asked you to consider?" He had invited Ace and Luffy to join them not long ago. Although they had both refused him to his face, he still let the kids go back and think about it. Brujum knew Ace's strength. After all, his subordinates had fought against him multiple times and had been defeated, so a 10-year-old boy with such abilities was worth utilizing. "In your dreams, I will never join you." The black-haired boy glanced around the pirate's base and noticed that the wooden boxes he and Luffy had moved before were completely gone. Luo also noticed this and asked, "Where did you hide the bomb?" Brujum's gaze finally shifted to the little girl. He hadn't paid much attention before and thought she was just a new look of Luffy. Hearing her voice, he realized she was a girl. "Oh, who is this little girl? Let me guess, she must be Luffy's twin sister, right? Just look at her tone and expression. She's much more mature than that little brat. What does it matter who I am? Where did you hide it?" Luo asked again loudly, placing her hand on the dagger at her waist. ready to strike at any moment. Ace also gripped the water pipe tightly, entering a combat stance. Brujum noticed the small movements of the two and smirked maliciously, saying, "You'll find out soon." As soon as he finished speaking, several rough-looking men surrounded them. Xiao Luo and Ace stood back to prevent enemy ambushes. Suddenly, a series of explosions echoed from a distance, and red light flickered through the window, reflecting in their eyes. The girl hadn't expected that Brujum had already sent people out to ignite the gunpowder before they arrived. Why was this happening? Was it part of their original plan to burn down the waste disposal station tonight? Or had the news of her and Ace rushing to save them leaked out? Everything was happening ahead of the original plot, and it was beyond her expectations. After preparing for so long, nothing had changed. "Let's fight our way out," Xiao Luo said to Ace. Since the situation had already occurred and couldn't be reversed, they could only try to minimize harm to the residents. "Okay," the black-haired boy nodded, and the two charged towards the enemy with their weapons. Outside, the fire was growing larger, quickly spreading towards the center. It was then that everyone realized the little boy in the straw hat hadn't been lying. Someone really wanted to burn them alive. Now, everyone was in a panic, quickly returning to their homes to grab their collected treasures and escape. Little Galoo was supporting his grandfather, who was almost about to leave the waste end station, when suddenly an explosion occurred ahead, igniting a raging fire that blocked their way. Looking back, they saw flames engulfing everything, advancing with fierce momentum, like wild beasts launching a rapid attack. The old man blamed himself, saying, "It's over now. It's all my fault for moving too slowly." Little Galoo suppressed the fear in his heart and comforted Grandpa. "It's okay. Let's change direction." But what they didn't know was that the residents were fleeing in all directions, running north, south, east, and west, but they couldn't find an escape route. The fire formed a circle, trapping everyone inside. Some people, in a desperate attempt to survive, tried to rush out of the sea of flames but were burned to death. The flames crackled as they consumed large amounts of debris, accompanied by choking smoke, and the surrounding air began to heat up. Everyone felt like they were being scorched, as if they would be dried out. "What should we do? Are we really going to die here? I don't want to die. Dad, hold on. Who will save my dad?" A little boy desperately tried to push the flames off his father's body, but his strength was too small, and the flames wouldn't budge. The man lay on the ground, spitting blood, with the flames on his back scorching his skin. He was on the verge of death, and with his last ounce of strength, he urged, "Don't worry about Dad. Just run away quickly." The little boy saw his father bow his head, closing his eyes forever, and cried heartbrokenly, "Wah, Dad!" Someone was on the verge of collapse, holding their head in their hands. "Why is the king doing this? Aren't our lives worth anything?" Such a big event. The people in Gaojin couldn't make the decision. It must be an order from the king, and their thoughts just happened to align unexpectedly. "So, no one will come to save us." In the darkness of night, the flames outside the city wall painted the sky red. The people inside looked at the raging fire, their faces showing relieved smiles. As long as they got through tonight, the kingdom of Goya would become perfect. Burn all, clean out all those filthy things. After hearing the news, Sabo escaped from home, but was stopped by soldiers at the city gate. He cried and shouted for them to let him out, but no one paid attention, each one cold and unfeeling. Like emotionless machines, the blond boy shouted in despair. "They are all living people. Why are you doing this? Open the gate." Ace, Luffy, Little Row. He wanted to save them, but no matter how Sabo resisted, it was useless. In the end, he was pinned down by a few people. The soldiers said firmly, "Stop making a scene, kid. Once the gate is opened and they come in, all our plans will be ruined. You bastards, let me go. I have to save my friends. Little Row, Ace, Luffy." He repeated their names over and over, tears streaming down, but he was powerless. For the first time, he felt how terrifying weakness could be, unable to even protect everyone. At the same time, he felt ashamed of being a noble, making it impossible for him to face the people outside. You mustn't be in danger. Otherwise, he would blame himself for a lifetime. Not long after, Sabo's father came with people, dragged him back, beat him up, and locked him in the basement. He ordered the servants not to give him any food. Sabo lay in the darkness, unable to move, utterly disappointed with his family and even this country. He wanted to escape from this suffocating place, no matter where. In a mountain bandit-esque cabin, Dogura looked at the red sky over the other side of the forest, feeling uneasy. That direction was. He pushed the door open and shouted, "Not good, boss. It seems something has happened over at the junkyard." Dayton heard and ran out. The heat from that direction seemed palpable even here. The situation looked very bad. Something major must have happened. The key point was that Ace and those brats often went to the junkyard to play. They had agreed not to worry about the kids. But she just couldn't rest easy. The woman went back inside, grabbed her weapon, and hurriedly set off with her little brothers. Pirate base. Xiao Luo and Ace worked together to deal with all of Brujum's subordinates, and it didn't take much time. The man originally thought that Ace had some strength, but he didn't expect the little girl in front of him to be even more surprising. The air bullets that just shot out from her fingers. If he remembered correctly, it should be one of the 6 powers of the Navy, the finger pistol. When he was young and roamed the seas, he had the fortune to see it once. But how could a child possess such skills? Unless... Brujum asked, "Are you a descendant of the Navy?" Raging foot. The little girl ignored him and turned to attack. The man sidestepped to avoid her. The boy charged at him again with a strike, which he blocked. After all, he was the captain of a pirate crew and had seen the world. In terms of strength, he definitely wouldn't be defeated by 2 kids. Brujum took on the attacks from the little ones one after another. Even if he couldn't block some moves, like the girl's whirlwind kick, he was quick enough to dodge. "Ha ha, you're still too young. Haven't you eaten? Is that all the strength you have? Come on, use everything you've got to attack me." The black-haired boy was provoked by the man's words and became somewhat angry, losing his composure during the fight. Brujum seized the opportunity, kicked Ace in the chest with 1 foot, sending him flying, and he crashed into a wooden table, breaking it in half. Xiao Luo stood in front of the man. "Leave this to me. You hurry and go help save people." Ace, while rubbing his chest, sat up and asked, "Can you handle it alone?" "No problem." The black-haired boy thought for a moment. He was well aware of the dead girl's strength, which was very powerful. However, the timid and crybaby Luffy was nowhere to be seen, which was concerning. He replied, "All right, just be careful." After saying that, Ace left the pirate's base and rushed into the sea of fire. The flames were even fiercer than he had imagined, and at that moment, even breathing outside felt hot and suffocating. Many people had already been burned alive, with corpses scattered everywhere. The boy used his hands to shield himself as he struggled forward, not forgetting to call out his brother's name. "Hey, Luffy, where are you?" "Luffy." Inside the house, Brujum repeated the girl's words. "No problem? Little girl? What a big mouth. Today, Uncle will teach you how to be low-key." As soon as he finished speaking, the man quickly rushed in front of the little girl. In terms of strength, as an adult, he was far stronger than child. With 1 punch, if Xiao Luo hadn't dodged in time, it would have surely shattered her bones. "Bullet!" The girl flashed behind him, aiming at Brujum's head, and fired a bullet. The man tilted his head to dodge. The air bullet hit the stone brick wall, instantly creating a hole. Several more bullets were fired, all of which he managed to avoid. Xiao Luo realized that long-range attacks might not work against Brujum, so he had to find a way to get close to him and catch him off guard. "You have some skills, but do you really think you could defeat me like this?" "Dream on." The man clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead bulging, as if he was channeling some kind of power. Soon, scales began to grow on his body, like fish scales, shimmering under the light of the flames. He didn't know what that was. When a spear was launched, he no longer dodged. It struck him, but it couldn't penetrate. What the hell is this? Was it even harder than a copper wall or an iron bastion? Xiao Luo was lost in thought for a moment, and the man took the opportunity to approach her, pushing her down to the ground, one hand gripping her neck tightly. "I told you, you're too inexperienced, yet you didn't believe it? If you beg for mercy now, Uncle might consider sparing your life, but if you wait too long, there won't be any chances left." Saying this, Brujum leaned down, leering at the girl's face with a thoughtful expression. "Huh." Xiao Luo spat a mouthful of saliva onto the man's face and kicked him away with her foot. Then she flipped over and jumped up from the ground. Without giving her opponent a chance to react, the girl transformed her hands into black, concentrated her power, and instantly appeared in front of him, delivering a gravity blow. The series of actions was too fast. Brujum didn't even see how it happened before a punch landed on his head. In an instant, blood flew from the man's mouth, and several of his teeth shattered. His head was hammered into the ground, with his body still exposed. Seeing Brujum twitch a few times and then stop moving, the girl looked at her fist and sighed. Armament hockey combined with the 6 styles of the Navy is quite effective. I hope to gain more rewards later and keep using different moves to make my opponent unable to fight back. After resolving the immediate trouble, Xiao Luo glanced at the sky outside. In a short time, it had turned blood red from the raging fire, with thick smoke rising. Just as she was about to rush out, she heard Xiao Gulu's voice coming from the west. "Grandpa." From her voice, it was clear she was filled with despair. The girl immediately stepped on the moonwalk and hurried over. As she passed by, there were cries and shouts everywhere. Many bodies had been burned to char, a sight too horrific to bear. Before long, Xiao Luo spotted Xiao Gulu's figure and flew down, shouting Xiao Gulu. Hearing someone call her, the child turned around. Already in tears, "Sister, please save my grandpa." Xiao Luo followed the blood on the ground and saw many small stones covering the old man's lower body. His upper body was pierced by a sharp iron rod through his chest. He was already dead on the spot. Although this was a cruel fact, Xiao Luo still had to tell her, "Xiao Gulu, your grandpa is dead. The living are the most important. I will take you out first." She stepped forward to grab the child's arm, but was immediately shaken off. "I don't want to. Grandpa won't di." As she spoke, Xiao Gulu crawled over and shook the old man's body. "Grandpa, talk to me, Grandpa." It's no wonder she thought her grandpa was still alive. Even though the old man had stopped breathing, his eyes were still open, staring blankly upwards, giving the illusion that he was not dead. Be obedient. Seeing the situation around them getting worse, every minute of delay increased the danger. Xiao Luo ignored the child's resistance, pulled her up from the ground, and held her waist, preparing to use the moon step to take her out first before returning to save others. The girl in her arms was still struggling desperately. "Let go, sister. Let go of me. I can't leave Grandpa behind." The girl could only pretend not to hear and activated the moon step. Just as they took off, a heavy blow suddenly hit her from behind, slamming Xiao Luo directly to the ground. She tightly protected Xiao Gulu's head to prevent her from getting hurt. However, a sharp pain shot through her back. Turning her head, she saw Brujum swinging a spiked club at her, pulling it back with a spray of blood. The man smirked, revealing a few missing teeth, and grinned wickedly. "You thought you could escape? Don't you want to play with Uncle a little longer? You're still not dead?" Xiao Luo then realized that she had been careless before. She hadn't delivered a finishing blow when leaving. "Haha, if I were to die so easily, I would have died long ago while adventuring on the Grand Line over 10 years ago. Little girl, have you never left this island before? Do you know what the Grand Line is? It's 100 times more dangerous than here. What kind of storms and waves haven't I seen? Do you think you can defeat me with your little skills?" The man laughed proudly. That extraordinary experience was something he could boast about in front of these bumpkins for a lifetime, while he was lost in the glory of the past. The girl got up from the ground, hid Xiao Gulu behind her, and whispered, "Wait, you sneak away first to find Ace and Luffy. You'll be safer with them." But the child looked tearfully at the grandfather, who was mostly engulfed by flames, with pearly tears rolling down. Then they glanced at the bloody wounds on Xiao Luo's back. It must hurt a lot. It was all to save her that her sister was attacked by the bad guys. Little Gula knew she couldn't trouble others anymore. She wiped away her tears with her small hands, gritted her teeth, and endured, gently nodding. But the tears still flowed uncontrollably, no matter how much she wiped them away. After laughing, Brujum saw the two whispering to each other, unsure of what they were discussing. He charged over with a wolf-tooth club, and Xiao Luo pushed the child behind her and went up to meet him. "Hurry up." Little Galu reluctantly took a few steps back, then left with tears in her eyes. The two began to duel, although the girl blocked the man's strike with a dagger. He pressed down hard, making her struggle. The strength of an adult male was far greater than hers. Moreover, the injury on her back ached with the slightest exertion. The hand she used to defend was being pressed down little by little. Eventually, they reached a stalemate, and the mace knocked the dagger out of her hand. Xiao Luo quickly rolled away to dodge the heavy hammer. After steadying herself, she delivered a swift kick to the man's scaly body, leaving a shallow wound that quickly healed. It was unclear what type of devil fruit power he possessed. Fish, probably? The kick and finger gun were ineffective against the areas covered in scales. However, her previous use of haki could harm his head. This indicated that his head was a weak point. Understanding this made things easier. Xiao Luo concentrated her strength in her right arm and quickly flashed behind Brujum, delivering a punch that struck the back of the man's head. He stumbled forward, clutching his head in pain. "Damn, that hurts. Is that girl's hand made of iron?" Brujum turned his head, but saw no trace of the girl. Just then, another punch landed on the back of his head, even heavier than the first. Turning around again, he still couldn't see her at all. She must be behind him. The man quickly turned back, but before he could see anything, a punch landed hard on his face, sending saliva flying. He was sent flying into a pile of garbage. Xiao Luo took the opportunity to pick up the dagger and slowly approach the man. On the other side, facing the raging fire, Luffy cried, his tears and snot all over his face. He walked while calling out for his sister and brother. "Xiao Luo, Ace. Whoa, where are you? Don't leave me behind. It's so hot, so warm, I'm gonna die. Is there any water to drink? Is anyone there?" No matter how much he shouted, there was no response, and even the sounds of wailing around him had decreased significantly. This made him more and more scared. The scene shifted. Ace was searching everywhere for Luffy. Along the way, he rescued several residents trapped under debris. The boy could only place the people in areas where the flames couldn't reach for the time being, and then leave. He didn't know where the exit was and couldn't lead them out. Moreover, he still had to find his brother. The guy might be hiding somewhere crying right now. Only after finding Luffy would he have the mood to think of a way out. Otherwise, he couldn't calm down at all. After searching through most of the ruins, Ace finally heard a familiar cry, faint and intermittent, with a sobbing tone. It was clear that it was his useless little brother. Luffy. Ace rushed toward the direction of the tiny voice. Ahead, a fire zone over a meter wide blocked his path, and the boy jumped directly to the other side. What came into view was the straw hat boy with a painted face, his eyes red and swollen from crying, and because he wasn't looking where he was walking, he stumbled and fell to the ground, scraping his knees. Ace ran over to help him up, nervously saying, "I finally found you. Where have you been? You can even get lost from people." He couldn't help but complain a bit. Compared to Sabo, Ace at this moment didn't know how to be gentle. He could only be stern. "Woo-woo, Ace." Being yelled at made Luffy feel even more wronged, and tears streamed down his face. But he was warned again, no crying. "If you cry again, I'll leave you here." He was getting really annoyed. It took a lot of time to find his brother, and he didn't know how that dead girl was doing. It would be troublesome if they got separated now. Hearing this, the straw hat boy immediately shut his mouth, sniffed hard, trying not to cry out loud. After a while, he looked around but didn't see anyone's shadow and asked, "Where's Luo?" Ace replied, "We got separated because of certain things. I'll take you to meet up first." Daiden, bringing the younger brothers, was stunned by the fierce fire in front of them. The current wasteland had turned into a sea of flames. Dogura swallowed hard. "Are there any survivors?" "Forget it. Let's charge in first." Daiden found a spot where the fire was weakest, took the lead with a weapon to carve out a path, and then braved the flames to run into the fire sea. The younger brothers looked at each other and followed suit, none of them backing down. But the moment they rushed in, the high temperature around them made them feel as if they were in hell. Hot. Very hot. Extremely hot. Even if they poured cold water over themselves, it would be instantly evaporated. On the other side, Luffy stuck out his tongue, hunched over, drenched in sweat, and asked Ace, "How much longer? I can't take it anymore." With each step he took, he felt heavier, and his eyelids were getting heavier too. His head felt dizzy, and he was starting to have trouble seeing clearly. Even Ace in front of him appeared to have multiple shadows. "Be quiet, let me see." The flames ahead were too intense. All he could see was fire, and the way station had been burned beyond recognition. The black-haired boy couldn't even tell where they were. Brujum's base should be up ahead, right? But he wasn't too sure. Looking back at the straw hat boy, it seemed he was about to give up. Ace hesitated and said, "Let's find a way out first." He believed that the girl wouldn't be in danger due to her strength. Once she defeated Brujum, she would probably leave on her own, right? Isn't she supposed to be able to fly? Almost forgot. In that case, there's no need to worry about her at all. I should worry more about myself and Luffy. No, I won't leave without finding Shallot. The straw hat boy didn't understand why Ace wanted to give up on his sister. She would be in great danger alone in the sea of fire. Maybe she was crying because she couldn't find them. Although he had never seen Shallot cry in his life, he couldn't imagine it. However, she must be very anxious. Ace was a bit angry. "Don't be willful. It's more important to save your life." No matter what you say, I can't just leave Shallot behind. I didn't say to abandon her. I'll get you out first, and then I'll go back and define her, okay? But at some point, Daiden and her lackeys arrived. Ace Luffy. As she got closer, she noticed that two people were missing. Where's Shallot and Sabo? Hearing the voice, the black-haired boy turned around. "You're just in time. Luffy will be handed over to you." After saying that, he pushed the straw hat boy over and turned away. The woman supported Luffy and asked him, "What about you?" "I'm going to find a girl," Ace said as he ran off into the distance. "I'll go with you." Luffy was about to chase after him when he was held back by Daiden. The little guy resisted, and he was surprisingly strong. Faced with the situation regarding his sister, he was completely different from the person who had almost fainted just moments ago. Dorgula had no choice but to knock him out and carry him on his back. "Big brother, let's hurry and get out of here." The woman looked into the depths of the sea of flames, determined. "You all go ahead and take Luffy out. I need to go take a look." She really couldn't rest easy about the reckless Ace. After living together for 10 years, she had already come to see that brat as her own child, even if she was just a foster mother. But she was still a mother. Protecting her child was a mother's instinct. Without waiting for anyone's reaction, Daiden rushed toward the direction where Ace had disappeared. Dorgula had no choice but to escape the sea of flames while carrying Luffy. The other underlings initially wanted to follow their big brother, but after just a few steps, the ground began to collapse ahead, and a pile of burning debris fell down. The path was completely blocked, making it impossible to move forward. Xiao Luo held a dagger, ready to solve Brujum, who had just crawled out of the garbage pile. With one swift strike, as she raised her weapon, someone shouted at her, "Stop! If you dare to touch our boss, I'll kill her." The girl turned around and saw several pirates approaching, one of whom was holding little Gulu in his arms, with a sharp weapon pressed against her neck. The person laughed sinisterly. With a slight pressure, the weapon cut the child, causing blood to ooze out. MMM. The pain on her neck made little Gulu involuntarily let out a sound. She was very scared, so scared that she couldn't speak. Xiao Luo didn't expect that there were still remnants of Brujum's people. They had clearly dealt with them before, along with Ace. Could it be? She suddenly remembered that before they arrived, a group had already gone out to ignite the explosives. It must be these few people in front of her. Drop the dagger. They threatened. If you don't comply, the weapon will go deeper into the child's neck. I'll count to 3. If you don't drop it, I'll stab her neck immediately. With a thud, seeing the pained expression on Xiao Gulu's face, Xiao Luo hesitated not at all and dropped her weapon to the ground. Immediately after, she was struck down by Brujum, blood splattering on his several pirates and the child's face. "Sister," Xiao Gulu screamed in fright. "You don't have to worry about me. I'm not afraid." As she said this, the child's body was trembling. The pirate holding her laughed heartily. "Not afraid? Why are you shaking?" The man crouched down, yanked Xiao Luo's hair, lifting her head. "Weren't you quite fierce when you hit me earlier? Why are you so obedient now? Let her go. Our business has nothing to do with the child." Xiao Luo's lips were stained with blood, yet she remained unyielding and composed while negotiating with her opponent. "Ha ha! Aren't you just a child? Why act so profound? You can let her go, but you have to allow me to torment her." As soon as he finished speaking, Brujum pinned the girl's head and slammed it forcefully against the ground. The violent impact caused Xiao Luo's head to bleed profusely. Yet the man still felt unsatisfied. He raised the spiked club and swung it, sending the girl flying, with the iron spikes piercing in her body once again. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. Her body was already riddled with wounds, staining her blue dress red. In the end, Xiao Luo lay on the ground, lacking even the strength to lift her head. "Luo, please stop hitting me." Little Gulu was scared and cried heartbreakingly, feeling lost. However, the pirates were happily laughing at little Luo's miserable state. The two completely different emotions formed a stark contrast. In the distance, Ace heard the sounds of fighting and the laughter of men ahead. Through the flames, he vaguely saw the figure of the dead girl being knocked away and then falling down. He sensed that the situation was not good and quickened his pace to rush over. But after running for a short while, he was blocked by a raging fire. There was a distance of more than 10 meters between Ace and little Luo, with a fire in between, and he had no leverage point. He didn't know how to jump over. Seeing an iron rod nearby, the boy picked it up, but it was surprisingly hot and fell to the ground with a clatter. He blew on his hand, then took off his jacket to wrap it around the rod before picking it up again. Ace approached the fire, slowly scraping away the burning materials in front of him. Due to being too close, he got burned but was completely unaware, only thinking about getting over to help quickly. However, his progress was too slow. Just as he cleared a small area, more debris fell from above, blocking his way and undoing all his efforts in an instant. On the other side of the flames, Brujum was stepping on little Luo's back. He deliberately rubbed the uneven soles of his shoes against her wounds, causing the girl to frown in pain. Seeing the person on the ground react, the man tugged at her hair again and sneered. "I didn't expect you to not fight back. You've tolerated this for such a little kid. Do you know what kind of people are most averse to being soft-hearted? That's right. It's those who are merciful. Girl, I value your abilities. Why not join us? But wanting to be a pirate isn't that easy. If you want to survive, the first thing you need to learn is cruelty, just like this." After saying that, Brujum casually picked up a small knife nearby and threw it. No, Xiao Luo sensed something was wrong and activated the residual power within her body, using a flash to move back in time. She reached out to catch the sharp weapon, but only touched the hilt, unable to grasp it. It was still a step too late. She watched helplessly as the small knife plunged into Xiao Gulu's body. The child was stunned. She was also stunned. The pupils that had fallen suddenly constricted, and her brain went blank. Everything came too suddenly, making it hard for her to believe the scene before her. The little girl who was lively and energetic just yesterday now had a pale face and an expression of pain. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth as she struggled to squeeze out a smile at Xiao Luo, opening her mouth as if to say something, but unable to say anything at all. Her smile only made the girl's heart ache even more. Puff! Little Gulu's body surged. Soon, The child slowly closed her eyes, and there was no more movement. She never got to say the words she wanted to say. Damn it! The pirate holding her, seeing her die, disdainfully threw her on the ground, as casually as if discarding garbage. Little Gulu. Xiao Luo gradually recovered from her grief and was about to rush over to hug the child when she was kicked to the ground by Brujum's men. Why go over there when the person is dead? Don't you mind getting your hands dirty? A curly-haired man stepped forward and asked, Boss, what should we do with this girl who's still alive? The man curled his lips and said, Take her back. He needed to train her well. She might be useful in the future. The curly-haired man received the order and walked over to grab the girl on the ground. However, just as he got close, something pierced through his heart. The others saw the curly-haired man bend down and then stop moving and impatiently shouted, What are you waiting for? If you don't leave now, you might not make it out alive. The fire was getting bigger and would soon reach them. Just as the words were spoken, they saw the curly-haired man suddenly fall to the ground. His chest was soaked in red, as if it had been pierced by a sharp weapon. But the girl clearly had nothing in her hands. Those who did not understand the truth stepped back in fear. What? What did you do to him? Xiao Luo stood up from the ground, her eyes cold and filled with a chilling aura. She said nothing and rushed over to pick up the dagger, launching into a frenzied attack on the crowd. She slashed throats, stabbed hearts, and aimed for foreheads. Her movements were clean and swift, executed in one go. Even though blood splattered all over her, she felt nothing at all, as if she were not killing humans, but a pack of beasts. Seeing her subordinates fall one by one at the hands of the girl, Brujum's expression suddenly turned cold, serious. He hadn't expected that she would dare to resist despite her injuries, and still have the ability to fight back. This girl had a rebellious spirit. Keeping her by his side was a disaster. Once she healed, she might very well target him first. It was a mistake not to consider this thoroughly. However, she truly was a rare talent, and it would be a pity to kill her outright. Instead, why not take off one of her arms now to teach her a lesson? Moreover, soft-hearted people are easily manipulated. If there is one small threat, there will be another. If she wished to resist in the future, he could just repeat what happened today. Brujum raised his mace to sneak attack the girl. Xiao Luo sensed danger behind her, but due to her injuries, she couldn't dodge in time. She was knocked to the ground by a blow. When the man attacked again, she rolled to the side to evade. Then she raised her hand, intending to blast the opponent's head. Finger gun, but Brujum blocked it with a mace. The air bullet penetrated the metal, and by the time it completely passed through, the man's head had already turned to the side, perfectly avoiding it. Immediately, two pirates took advantage of Xiao Luo's moment of distraction, pinning her to the ground and twisting her hands behind her, rendering her unable to fight back. The girl's face pressed tightly against the dusty ground as she struggled, gritting her teeth and saying, Let me go. I want to kill you. For Xiao Gulu's revenge. For all the dead residents here. You murderous beasts. Everyone die. Xiao Luo's eyes were filled with blood red, sadness, anger, and pain, all the terrible emotions mixed together, causing her heart to ache immensely and start to twist. She didn't know where the strength came from, but her body was slowly rising, almost breaking free from the restraints. Just then, Brujum walked over, holding a wolf-tooth club in his hand. I didn't expect you, a little girl, to have such a strong killing intent at such a young age. All right, you want revenge, huh? Let's see how tough you can be after losing an arm. A fierce look appeared on the man's face as he raised his weapon and struck heavily on the girl's arm. The iron spikes pierced in, and blood immediately splattered. Ah! Xiao Luo cried out in pain. She felt that the blow had injured her bones, causing sweat to bead on her forehead and her lips to turn pale, leaving her with no strength to struggle. Hearing such a melodious scream, Brujum's mouth curved into a smirk as he asked, Do you still want revenge? Do you believe I will disable your other arm too? The intense pain rendered the girl speechless. She glared fiercely at the man in front of her, her eyes filled with defiance and hostility, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. It was a sight that made one uncomfortable. Even in such a state, she maintained that unyielding expression. It was truly disgusting. Instantly, Brujum's blood pressure rose as he raised his weapon and began to attack Xiao Luo repeatedly, as if he wanted to smash her into a pulp. He despised those who refused to yield. If such a person were on his side, it would be fine. But if they were an enemy, they would never bow down to him. In other words, they were impossible to tame. How could a dog that couldn't be tamed not infuriate him? On the other side of the flames, Ace heard Xiao Luo scream and felt anxious. Wild Boar's sister. He almost rushed into the sea of fire directly. Just then, Dadong pulled him back. You little brat, what are you doing? Are you looking to die? That dead girl is in danger. The black-haired boy began to feel guilty. He shouldn't have left her alone. After all, She was an adult, and she would naturally have more bad intentions than they did. Even if he wasn't strong enough, she could think of other ways to bully that dead girl. Why did he listen to her and leave first? Dadong pushed Ace aside. Stay put, let me handle this. She knew that if she didn't go rescue Xiao Luo, the brat would definitely go himself, and she couldn't let Ace take that risk. The woman held a long spear, trying to cut through the flames. But the fire here was much larger than before, and after several attempts, she was unsuccessful. Seeing this, the boy grew anxious. Can you do it or not? If you can't, let me try. Dadong glanced at Ace's burned arm and said seriously, I'll try again. After saying that, she picked up her weapon, took a deep breath, and concentrated her strength to sweep it across. In an instant, she cleared a large area of burning debris. The two exchanged glances and immediately smiled. If this continued, there was hope to rescue that dead girl. Brujum continued to pound Xiao Luo. Blood obscured the girl's eyes, and her vision grew increasingly blurry. Many things swirled before her, but she couldn't tell what they were, only feeling dizzy and on the verge of collapse. In her dazed state, she seemed to see a dark object coming toward her head. She guessed it was a mace, and if that blow landed on her head, her skull would probably burst. But she waited for a long time, yet it never fell. Eventually, her eyelids grew heavy, and she completely lost consciousness. Brujum's hand was caught by someone, and he looked up, annoyed. Who the hell are you? Can't you see I'm teaching a lesson here? Get lost if you know what's good for you, or I'll beat you too. The person in front of him was over 2 meters tall, wearing a cloak, with a fierce appearance and red tattoos etched on his face. His eyes held no warmth, and the aura he exuded felt like it could freeze a person to death. Even surrounded by flames, it made one involuntarily shiver. Brujum's heart tightened, feeling an inexplicable fear. He stammered, "Who are you?" Seeing this, his subordinates grabbed their weapons and rushed to help. But before they could get close to the cloaked man, they all collapsed, instantly unconscious. The cloaked man didn't even need to lift a finger to defeat them. His power was terrifying, but his expression was even more frightening. You little ants dare to harm my child? Long embraced Xiao Luo, the small girl lying in his hands, covered in blood and wounds, made his heart ache for her suffering. He had only wanted to rescue the suffering commoners, but hadn't expected to find his daughter here. And in such a way, he gently brushed the hair sticking to the little girl's face and softly said, "Daddy won't let anything happen to you." Then, holding Xiao Luo, he turned and left, heading toward the sea. At that moment, Brujum, with his limbs crippled, knelt on the ground, unable to move. Seeing the man walk away, he put aside his dignity and began to plead for mercy. "Big brother, spare me. Take me with you. I don't want to die here. From now on, I'll do whatever you say." Before he could finish, an invisible gas emanated from Long's back, directly sending Brujum tumbling into the sea of fire, where he was instantly engulfed by the flames. So hot. Help. Even as a ghost. I won't let you get away with this. Bastard. Brujum's voice gradually faded until it completely disappeared. Boom. Something flammable was ignited, instantly exploding. It swallowed the pirates who were fainting on the ground, burying several people in the sea of fire. The shockwave from the explosion sent Ace and Dadong, who were not far away, flying, both landing on their butts. They propped themselves up in pain and were stunned by the scene before them. The spot where the explosion occurred was precisely where Xiao Luo had been. Dead girl. Ace quickly scrambled to his feet and ran over, staring at the flames several meters high, feeling lost. It was clear that the fire over there was even larger, and that person was likely already. But he didn't want to accept that fact. He had promised Luffy that he would bring the dead girl out. So, she couldn't be in danger. The boy, in a heated moment, prepared to rush into the sea of fire. Fortunately, Dadong stopped him just in time, though she was also very upset. She was more rational than the child, knowing what should be done and what shouldn't. There was no way anyone could have survived over there. Ace, we need to leave here quickly. The recent explosion had only intensified the flames. If they didn't escape soon, they would also perish here. Dadong, let go of me. The dead girl might still be alive. Ace didn't care about anything else, breaking free from the woman's hand and rushing forward. Dadong quickly caught up, slamming the boy's head into the ground. Calm down. Do you want Luffy to lose both his sister and brother? Right now, Sabo is also missing. If you get into trouble again, Luffy will be left all alone. How can he bear that? From 4 people to 1. How much can a person endure to handle all this? Ace's forehead was smashed and bled, instantly bringing him back to his senses. Yes, in this situation, there couldn't possibly be anyone alive over there. Going over would only mean certain death. Understanding this made him feel even more guilty if he hadn't left her alone. If only he had acted a little faster, just a little faster. Would the ending have been different? Maybe the dead girl wouldn't have. Seeing the boy lost in thought, Dadong pulled him and ran in the opposite direction. After running for about 10 minutes, they found that the road back ahead was blocked by flames. The fire behind them was relentlessly chasing after them. At this moment, the spear seemed useless. It would only waste time. She simply discarded it and tightly protected Ace in her arms. Dadong, being large and fleshy, could completely wrap around the boy. "Hey, what are you doing? Let me down." Ace struggled. A woman shouted at him, "Don't move. I'm taking you out right now." After saying that, she lowered her head and charged into the flames, holding the black-haired boy tightly. "Don't do this. You'll get burned alive." Ace wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Daden bore the flames with her own flesh and blood for her son. Even if there was no path ahead, she would carve one out. The boy in her arms dared not move, afraid that his actions would increase her burden. Yet a strange feeling surged in his heart. This old woman, Daden, had once secretly complained about him, saying he was the child of a demon, a disaster, and that she didn't want to take him in. He had heard every word she said, but now, why was she protecting him like this? By the sea, Dragon held little Luffy and jumped onto the ship. Several other officers, also cloaked in coats, surrounded him. One of them, a man over 4 meters tall with a blue-purple afro, asked, "Who is this little girl? How is she so badly injured?" His name was Emporio Ivankov, the king of Kamabaka Kingdom, known as the legendary land of transvestites. With his hormone fruit ability, Ivankov could inject himself with a syringe on his fingernail to switch genders at will and could also change others' genders. He was exactly who little Luffy was looking for. Dragon bypassed Ivankov and approached the doctor, handing his daughter over. "Please, make sure to save her." The doctor nodded, took the little girl, glanced at her injuries, and immediately recognized their severity. He ran towards the operating table in the medical room for emergency treatment. Another revolutionary officer, Bartholomew Kuma, asked, "What should we do with these people?" The people referred to were the impoverished ones rescued from the fire. Dragon recovered from his worry, turned around to look at the crowd whose wounds had been treated, clenched his left fist and raised it, shouting, "Those willing to fight for freedom can choose to stay on the ship. A country that casually discards its lower-class citizens has no future. If you stay here, you don't know when you'll be harmed again." His words shone like a beam of light in despair, igniting hope for life among the crowd. They decided to stay and follow their savior away from their heartbreaking hometown. After calming the people's hearts, Dragon planned to go back into the fire. Since he found little Luffy there, perhaps Luffy was still inside. Ivankov looked at Dragon's back and asked, "You seem to have a different feeling towards this remote little country in the EC. Did you have some unforgettable memories here?" The man frowned slightly, glanced at him with cold indifference, and said, "Don't try to pry into my past." With that, Dragon jumped off the ship, instructing them to leave first. Such a large ship docking here was too conspicuous. "Go wait for me at the neighboring Frostmoon village." After saying this, the man's figure disappeared into the sea of flames. Dragon searched around the waste disposal station, but did not find little Luffy. He saved several more people along the way, but the rest were consumed by the raging fire. The fire was too vast, and he couldn't rescue everyone. After settling them, Dragon set off for the bandit cabin. He saw his son lying on the ground with his eyes tightly closed, wrapped in a few bandages. It seemed he had been slightly burned in the big fire. Compared to little Luffy, his injuries were much lighter, and he was fortunate to have been saved by the bandits. If it weren't for him, little Luffy might have already been killed by that unknown little pirate. And those innocent civilians. The more the man thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. All of this was to welcome the celestial dragons, leading to such suffering for the people. Seeing that his son was not in serious danger, he turned and left for Gao Town. The next day, Luffy woke up and learned that little Luffy and Ace had not returned. He got up, determined to go look for them. He was stopped by Dogura, who said, "The forest is full of soldiers searching for survivors. Anyone found will be killed on the spot. If you go now, it's certain death. So we just leave them?" Little Luffy couldn't find Xiao Luo, and Ace rushed into the sea of fire. Luffy was scared that something might happen to them no matter how he thought about it. Dogura continued, "We're also very worried about the boss and the 2 kids. I've already sent someone out to gather information. You, a little kid, rushing over won't help. It's better to stay here and wait for news." But little Luffy couldn't listen to that at all. He only knew that he had to do everything he could to bring them back. In the end, Dogura had no choice but to tie Luffy up with a rope. He didn't want to lose another one when the other 3 were still missing. The Straw Hat Boy was tied to a tree trunk, struggling for a long time, but couldn't break free, and eventually he lost his strength and gradually quieted down. By evening, Ace appeared outside the mountain bandit's hut, panting as he carried the large Daden on his back. At this point, Dayton was covered in bandages, severely injured. The boy had spent a night in a tree hollow in the forest to save her life and had dug out the medicine box he had hidden with Sabo to treat his adoptive mother's burns. The next day, to avoid being captured by soldiers, he had to sneak back with Dayton, enduring many hardships to return here. Seeing this, Dogura and Magura hurriedly stepped forward to take their boss off Ace's back and carefully brought him back to the hut. Luffy was also untied, and he chased after the black-haired boy, asking, "Ace, where's Xiao Luo? Where's my sister?" The boy lowered his head, his expression heavy, unable to say a word. They followed the bandits into the hut. Dayton was lying on the ground, receiving more professional treatment. Luffy persisted, "Ace, I'm asking you. Answer me." The boy tightly pressed his lips together, turning his head to the other side, unable to look at Luffy. He hesitated. That dead girl. She... It was Dayton who revealed the cruel truth. Xiao Luo has perished in the fire. The place she was in exploded and was instantly engulfed by flames. Last night, after Ace finished treating her injuries, he even went back to the wasteland to search for the little girl again. It was unrecognizable, burned to a crisp. And due to the intensity of the fire, most of the children's bodies were almost completely incinerated, and the adults were burnt to charcoal, their appearances unrecognizable. The entire scene was a horrific sight, with bodies strewn everywhere. What? The Straw Hat Boy's eyes widened, his pupils shook, and his face was filled with terror. This news hit him like a thunderbolt, making his head buzz, and he couldn't hear anything else. "You're lying. Don't talk nonsense. How could Xiao Luo die? She won't die. Ace, didn't you promise me you would bring her out? Speak, Ace. I'm sorry, I couldn't save her." At that moment, the black-haired boy felt an immense sense of guilt. It was his misjudgment that indirectly caused the death of the wild boar girl. "Liar, you're lying. I don't believe you." He said these words of disbelief, but tears soaked Luffy's eyes, quickly overflowing. He turned and ran outside, tears streaming down his face as he ran. "Xiao Luo, wait for me. Brother is coming to save you." Inside the room, Dadon was startled and almost sat up. "Quick, stop him. It's dangerous outside. Rushing over now is like walking into the line of fire." Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Ace had already chased after him. "Luffy!" The black-haired boy jumped and tackled the Straw Hat Boy to the ground. Luffy punched his brother in the face, crying, "Let go of me. I want to find Xiao Luo." "Luffy, she's already dead," Ace shouted loudly. Though he didn't want to accept it, it was an unchangeable fact. The Straw Hat Boy kept punching the young man's face. "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I want to find her." The young man didn't dodge, allowing the person beneath him to hit him, as long as his brother could feel a little better. Besides, he had no reason to dodge. He owed it to Luffy. He owed it to the wild boar girl. Let me go, Xiao Luo." The Straw Hat Boy was heartbroken, screaming in pain. The feeling of losing the closest person was tearing him apart. It was too painful. He couldn't bear it. Nor could he endure it. The desperate voice of the little boy was clearly heard by everyone in the mountain bandits' cabin, and they all hung their heads. The silence, so heavy it was suffocating. In the end, Luffy, overwhelmed by sadness, fainted. During the 5 days he was unconscious, something also happened on Sabo's side. The group living in the high town held a welcoming ceremony for the celestial dragons. Coincidentally, the blonde-haired boy successfully escaped from home that day and stole a fishing boat to set out to sea. When he reached the middle of the ocean, he encountered the celestial dragon's ship. Even though he changed course to avoid them, the celestial dragons still deemed the lowly human unworthy and fired upon Sabo. The people on the shore witnessed the entire ordeal, including Dogura, who had come out to gather information, as well as Sabo's parents. Everyone saw the small fishing boat being destroyed and the boy on it hit by cannon fire, sinking into the sea. He died on the spot. This was yet another piece of bad news for Ace. He didn't know how to tell Luffy when he woke up. He himself was blinded by rage and wanted to storm the palace to personally deal with the celestial dragons. It was the severely injured Dayton who risked her life to stop him. She told him, "Wait until you become a powerful man before seeking them out for revenge. Going to the palace now is just throwing away another life. This is growth. You must learn to endure. You need to become strong for those you want to protect. Strong enough that no one can take anything from them again. Blind impulse is useless. It only leads to more loss." In East Blue, in Frostmoon Village, on the Revolutionary Army's flagship Wintergram, Dragon carried a boy with an injured eye and covered in blood onto the ship. Ivankov blinked his big, beautiful eyes, his long eyelashes fluttering. "Why did you bring back another child?" Dragon replied calmly, "I saved him on the way." He handed the blonde boy to the doctor. "Take him down for treatment. Also, how is the little girl we saved a couple of days ago?" "She hasn't woken up yet, but she's no longer in danger," the doctor said before carrying the boy to the operating table. The man then walked into the cabin, intended to check on little Lo. Ivankov stealthily followed him, feeling that dragons seemed a bit unusual compared to before, but didn't dare to ask too much. Their leader was very sensitive about inquiries into his background and past. Do you want to save them? Do you have the ability to save them? Do you think saving just a few people makes a difference? Every day, many tragedies occur in this world, and countless people die tragically. Can you save them all? Admit it, you can't even save a little girl. You are so weak and powerless. Xiao Luo was surrounded by the heavy shadows of Brujum, spinning endlessly around her. Their words echoed in the girl's ears over and over again. Sharp and piercing, like needles, they forcefully drilled into her mind. The girl painfully covered her ears and shouted, "Stop saying that." But Brujum continued, chattering incessantly. "Ha ha ha, can't take it anymore? You used to live in a fairy tale world, didn't you? Have you never seen a dead person? Don't you know this is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong? Here, death is the most normal thing. Look at them, how tragically they died." Suddenly, many corpses appeared around her, all with wide-open eyes, staring unblinkingly at Xiao Luo. They were all familiar faces from the waste disposal site. The intense visual shock made the girl's head feel like it was about to explode. She closed her eyes, refusing to look at them. Seeing their unwilling expressions would plunge her into guilt and self-blame. She had originally thought that knowing what would happen next would change fate and save everyone. But she couldn't save a single one. Her misguided intrusion into Brujum's base forced them to implement their plan ahead of schedule. If only she had been more rational, more comprehensive in her thinking, and evacuated the residents first before confronting the base, the outcome would have been completely different. "Sister," the ethereal voice of little Gulu reached Xiao Luo's ears, and she opened her eyes. She saw the person running towards her, wearing a pure white dress, like a little angel. A playful smile adorned her charming face, along with two shallow dimples, making her look very cute. Little Gulu innocently asked, "Is sister here to save me?" Xiao Luo nodded, opened her arms, and was about to welcome her into her embrace. Unexpectedly, a sharp weapon suddenly pierced through the child's body from behind. In an instant, the white dress was stained blood red, dripping down and forming a river of blood, soaking Xiao Luo's feet in it. Immediately, the entire world turned the color of blood, vivid, dazzling, and blinding. Then that person fell into the wave of blood, completely submerged. "Xiao Gulu!" Xiao Luo jumped in after him. The scene changed, and she suddenly opened her eyes wide. What came into view was a dim ceiling. It was a dull black, no longer the terrifying red. Her heart raced in fear. Cold sweat broke out on her back and forehead, and she gasped for breath, unable to regain her composure for a long time. "You're awake?" A deep voice entered her ears, causing Xiao Luo to tense up and instinctively clench her fists. "Who?" She turned to look, and a tall man was sitting in a chair beside her bed. From his silhouette, he looked somewhat familiar. With the faint light from the corridor, the girl noticed the red tattoo on his face. The person in front of her was actually her father. How could it be him? But this man had abandoned her and Luffy since she was little and had never returned once, leading Luffy to believe he had no parents. Xiao Luo had only seen her father during infancy, but infants have no memories. So following this logic, she couldn't show that she recognized him. Long also did not reveal his identity, but said expressionlessly, "A traveler, just passing by, saw you in the sea of fire and rescued you." The girl quietly watched him pretend, not exposing him. "Oh, I see. Thank you, uncle." In fact, Long had not felt much about the term uncle before, but hearing it from his own daughter made him a bit uncomfortable. He opened his mouth, hesitated, and ultimately swallowed his words. Because he couldn't correct her way of addressing him. Wasn't he just a stranger uncle to her now? Xiao Luo did not feel excited simply because the person in front of her was her father. After all, she had not spent much time with him. Compared to Grandpa Garp, Long still felt like a flat character in her heart, much like in her previous life. Moreover, the events involving Xiao Gulu and the residents of the way station left her feeling uneasy. Her mind was in chaos, and she had no heart to think about other things. Seeing his daughter staring blankly at the ceiling, Long asked, "How's your injury? Does it still hurt? Are you hungry?" Although he was clearly very worried inside, he still maintained a blank expression and a cold tone. Xiao Luo gently shook her head. "I'm not hungry." As for whether it hurts, she seemed to feel nothing. Looking at his daughter, who seemed very unfamiliar to him, Long didn't know what to say. The father and daughter fell into silence. Neither of them spoke again. After a long while, the man stood up. "You should rest. I'll have someone prepare some kanji for you." Saying this, he walked towards the door. "Wait." The girl's weak voice sounded from behind, and Long paused. The voice continued, "What happened to those people in the fire later?" In fact, Xiao Luo had wanted to ask this earlier, but she was afraid that the answer would be the same as in her dream, that they all died, not leaving a single one behind. Long hesitated for a moment and replied, "I'm sorry. We arrived too late and couldn't save everyone. We only saved half of them." Hearing this answer was much better than she had imagined, yet it still made her feel uncomfortable. After all, she had personally experienced that fire, and many people she knew had died before her eyes. She had never encountered such a thing before, so the psychological impact was considerable. Noticing that his daughter had fallen silent again, the man slightly turned his head and saw her in low spirits. He couldn't help but ask, "Do you often play there? Are you close with them?" "I go occasionally. There's a little kid I get along with pretty well." "Where is she?" "She died." When Xiao Luo said these two words, Long felt her voice trembling. At such a young age, she had already experienced such cruel things. Her mentality must have collapsed, but he didn't know how to comfort her. He could only tell her, "What has happened cannot be changed. Thinking too much about it is useless. You should look forward and think about what you can do to reduce regrets in life." After saying this, the man left the small room, leaving the girl alone. Her father's words replayed in her mind. What should she do? What could she do? If something like this happened again, could she save him? She felt that she was too small now. Even knowing what would happen in the future, she couldn't change anything, since her body was still very weak. It wasn't long before Xiao Luo fell into a daze and fell asleep again. When she opened her eyes again, a large face suddenly appeared in front of her, startling her and making her pupils tremble. If it weren't for her injuries, she might have jumped up. Ivankov, seeing that he seemed to have frightened the little girl, straightened up, with his arms crossed. He looked at her and asked his first question. "Who are you? What is your relationship with Long? Otherwise, why would that guy come to guard you day and night for 2 days and 2 nights? He even personally brought you porridge?" He had placed it on the bedside table. The big-headed man suddenly appearing in front of Xiao Luo surprised her. After 3 seconds of being stunned, she realized this was the person she had been trying to find. Who are you?" Fortunately, her mind was quick, and she didn't shout it out directly. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain that she knew his name. The members of the Revolutionary Army had special identities, and a little girl like her couldn't possibly know them. "I asked you first. Why are you throwing the question back at me? Is that polite?" Ivankov squinted and pointed at the little girl on the bed, then said, "You can't be the child of Long's relatives, can you?" He didn't consider the possibility of her being Long's child. He had known Long for so many years, and that man was solely focused on his career, wanting to overthrow the world government. He traveled around the world and didn't seem like someone who had a family and children. "My name is Xiao Luo, and I don't know the person you're talking about." To avoid being exposed, the girl continued to pretend she was unaware. This answer surprised Ivankov. "Don't know? You've never seen him?" Xiao Luo shook his head. "I've never seen him." That's strange. Could it be that he was overthinking? He was just a lonely middle-aged man without children. So was his paternal love overflowing? But why wasn't it overflowing for the little brat next door? At that moment, Long appeared at the door without anyone noticing, coldly asking, "What are you doing here?" The man's voice instantly sent a chill down Ivankov's spine, as if he had been caught doing something wrong. He turned around and scratched the back of his head, just wandering around, checking on the little girl. I hope it's just as he said. After being scared off by Long, Ivankov never came back. Xiao Luo had been lying in bed for several days due to her injury. There was something she needed to discuss with Ivankov, but it seemed she could only wait until she recovered to find him. During these days, Long was responsible for feeding Xiao Luo, which made her quite embarrassed. The two often had nothing to say to each other, and the atmosphere in the room was dead silent. However, under her father's careful care, her injuries were healing quickly, and she was beginning to be able to get out of bed. But Long noticed that his daughter was much more introverted compared to other little girls, lacking many things that children should have, such as innocence, carefree joy, and being timid or prone to tears. None of these traits were evident in her. Despite suffering such a severe injury, she didn't cry, make a fuss, or shout in pain. She wasn't afraid of being alone and didn't need anyone to talk to or keep her company. On the contrary, she was very quiet. There was a hint of sadness in her expression, and she seemed to carry a heavy heart. Long often took the opportunity to smooth her furrowed brow while she slept. She didn't sleep soundly every night, tossing her little head back and forth as if she were having nightmares. How could she, at such a young age, have so many worries? One day, Xiao Luo had just gotten out of bed and wanted to find Ivankov when Long walked in with breakfast. Seeing that she was almost fully recovered, the man hesitated for a moment and said, "After breakfast, I'll take you home." The girl was surprised. "Home? So soon?" Long replied calmly, "Yes, we've stayed here too long. It's time to leave." I don't want to go back." The man was somewhat curious. Why? Did she become attached to him after spending a few days together? Someone once asked me what I wanted to do when I grew up, and at that time, I was in a daze, filled with confusion about the future. But now I clearly know what I want to do. I want to help people, help those who, like those at a dead end, have no right to choose their own life or death. Luo spoke with deep feelings. In the past few days, she's been lying in bed thinking about many things and has come to understand a lot. She wants to make her life meaningful instead of wasting time. The next time she faces such a situation, she hopes to have the ability to resolve it, rather than knowing what will happen, but being unable to change anything. The image of little Gulu lingered in her mind. She wanted to become stronger, to save more little Gulas to make up for the regret in her heart. Of course, there's a bit of selfishness involved. Ivankov was still with the Revolutionary Army, and until she transformed back into a man, she couldn't leave. But Long was afraid that she might act on a whim and wanted to continue using the lie that they were travelers to dissuade the little girl. However, she was interrupted by Luo. I asked the doctor these days, "You are not travelers but part of the Revolutionary Army." He said your mission is to overthrow the world government and establish a new world of freedom and peace. I want to join you. I want to become strong, and I'm not afraid of hardship. The girl's firm attitude made Long see a reflection of his younger self in her. Having such awareness at the age of 7 was truly rare. He wouldn't casually stop his daughter from pursuing her future aspirations. On the contrary, he felt happy that his daughter shared the same ideals as him. However, as a father, he was also worried about her safety. So, there were some things he needed to make clear to her. Do you know what the Revolutionary Army is? We are targets on the world government's wanted list, and there's a constant risk to our lives. Luo's attitude was resolute. I'm not afraid. Those 3 simple words made Long swallow the words he wanted to say next. He was stunned for a few seconds, then smirked, bent down, and extended his hand. We will not refuse anyone who wants to fight for freedom, Luo. Welcome to join us. Because he was too tall, his daughter couldn't reach him without bending down. The girl, still somewhat dazed, reached out her hand and covered the man's large hand. A bit in disbelief. Is that a yes? She thought she would have to use all her persuasive skills and cling on for dear life to get her father's approval. She didn't expect him to agree so readily. Long asked, "Do you have any family?" It was all part of the act, just going through the motions. Luo replied, "Yes, I have a grandfather and a younger brother. No, an older brother. Although Luffy is nominally her older brother, she has always regarded him as a younger brother in her heart. So, she just spoke casually. I will find a way to contact your family and tell them that you left with me, to show that she is honest." Luo took the initiative to mention, "By the way, my grandfather is a Navy officer, so when you tell him, be a bit tactful and don't expose your identity." The man smiled. "Thank you for your concern. I know what I'm doing." Suddenly, Ivankov's big head appeared at the door. Long, the blonde boy next door, has woken up, but it seems he has amnesia and doesn't remember who he is. Long put away his smile and turned around. "Take me to see him." As soon as Luo heard Ivankov's description, she knew who he was talking about and quickly followed up. "I'll go too." Luo followed the two into the next room, where there were quite a few people standing, including Bartholomew the bear and the doctor who had treated her. At that moment, she felt a bit guilty, because the things she had said earlier about them being revolutionaries were actually just her assumptions. The doctor had only hinted at it without making any clear statements. All of that information came from watching anime, including the dragon's desire to establish a new world of freedom and equality. Luo shifted his gaze to the blonde boy on the bed, noticing that his left eye and entire upper body were wrapped in bandages, clearly indicating he had sustained serious injuries. He was holding his head, his face contorted in pain. The doctor asked, "Are you called Sabo? I saw that name when I was going through your things." The boy continued to hold his head. I don't know. He couldn't remember anything. Whenever he tried to think hard, a splitting headache would ensue. As everyone was at a loss. Long opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted. "Yes, his name is Sabo," said the little girl in the corner. Everyone turned to look at her. Ivankov blinked. "Little girl, do you know him?" Luo replied. I know you, we are friends." Hearing the word friends, Sabo raised his head and stared at the girl across from him for several seconds, still feeling very unfamiliar. He was a bit confused. "Friends? Why have I never seen you before? You don't even remember who you are? So how could you remember me? Your identity is that of a noble child from the kingdom of Goa. For some reason, you escaped and became good friends with Ace, Luffy, and me. We even lived together for a while." Luo revealed everything she knew without hiding anything. She didn't want Sabo to follow the Revolutionary Army in confusion. Later, even her good brother Ace didn't get to see her one last time. Hearing that his daughter lived with that brat, was something Dragon never expected. Instantly, a flame ignited in his heart, but he suppressed it without showing any emotion. He comforted himself in his mind. They were just pure friends. What could such small kids possibly understand? But he was afraid of the glitch of childhood friends developing feelings over time. Dragon suddenly found the blonde boy lying on the bed displeasing. He wanted to throw him out. Sabo repeated the names Luo had mentioned, Ace and Luffy. He had no impression at all. He didn't even know if they were male or female. The doctor saw the blonde boy's lips turning pale and reminded him, if you can't remember, don't force it. Recovering from amnesia takes time. Ivankov asked Luo, is he really a noble from the Goa Kingdom? If so, that would be a problem. The fire at the way station was decided by those living in Hightown, right? They are all twisted in their hearts. What kind of children could they raise? Dragon answered for his daughter. I can testify that he's indeed a noble. I've seen him in the Hightown. When the fire broke out, Dragon saw Sabo trying to escape through the city gate to save those innocent people, but he was too weak and was stopped. He had seen him once before. The little brat who took Luo out for a free meal. One of them was the boy in front of him. Bartholomew Kuma, who had been silent, finally spoke. Since we already know his identity, let us send him back. Hearing that he was to be sent back, Sabo suddenly became agitated and shouted, no, don't. I don't want to go back. The doctor quickly asked, why? Did you remember something? No, but I just don't want to go back. I feel very scared and terrified inside, like that place ISNT meant for people. Take me away. Anywhere is fine, just don't send me back. Sabo's tone was pleading, his voice trembling. It was clear that he was genuinely afraid. His reaction shocked everyone present. What kind of country made a person who had lost their memory subconsciously not want to return? Seeing the boy just waking up, his body weak and his emotions unstable. Everyone didn't stay long and left the room to give him space to rest. In the corridor, Ivankov asked Dragon, what should we do now? In my opinion, sending him back would be harming him. Staying there for years, influenced by that environment, who knows what he would become, probably just like that selfish group. The man remained silent, not answering. How could he not know? He was just utterly disappointed in the Goa Kingdom. Thinking about it carefully, there are not a few countries like that in the world. Xiao stood at the door and watched Sabo fall into a deep sleep before leaving. The harm caused to Sabo by the Kingdom of Goa and his parents might be deeper than she had imagined. If he insisted on leaving this sorrowful island, she would support him. As for Ace and Luffy, she would share their story with him along the way, which might help him recover his memories. After Luo left the entrance of the Saber, she wanted to find out where Ivankov had gone. However, she searched the entire ship and couldn't find him. Strange. Wasn't he just here? She went out to the deck and saw several people loading supplies onto the ship. She asked one of them, excuse me, sir, have you seen Ivankov? The man thought for a moment and said, yeah, I think I saw him get off the ship and head that way. Little girl, what do you need him for? Oh, it's nothing. I just think he's quite fun and wanted to find him to pass the time. Haha, that is true. He has the life of our ship. But you should be careful. Watch out for him turning you into a little boy when you're not paying attention. On the surface, Luo appeared innocent and naive. Huh? Is he a magician? Internally. Come on, this is what I've been hoping for. The man continued to laugh heartily, sort of, but even I can't explain it to you, kid. The key is that I'm afraid little kids won't understand. He then reminded her, just wait here for him. Don't run around. The boat will set sail soon, and he will be back before then. Okay, thank you, uncle. You're welcome. We will be family from now on. The news of Long taking in the little girl to join the Revolutionary Army soon spread, so everyone on the boat was aware of it. After saying this, the man went back to his tasks. Luo.At moved a wooden box over, stood on it, leaned on the ship's railing, and quietly watched the direction the uncle had just pointed to. She prayed for Ivankov to come back soon. In the distance, on the shore, a large stone was moving up and down, capturing the girl's attention. What is that? Curiosity drove her to jump off the ship, and when she ran closer, she saw a pair of legs, bending, standing straight, bending again, and then standing straight once more. Little Luo circled to the front of the rock and saw a green-haired boy holding a large stone, doing exercises with a dogtail grass in his mouth. He already had some muscle definition. The girl smirked and squatted in front of the boy, watching him work out. She couldn't help but think, no wonder he's Zoro, able to lift such a heavy stone at just 9 years old. It must weigh over 1,000 pounds. No wonder he has such a great physique when he grows up. He's the object of envy for all men, including her. Any man watching One Piece can't resist Zoro's charm. Facing the girl who was smiling like an ant, the boy frowned and said, "What are you looking at?" Her gaze was so strange, it seemed somewhat creepy, which made Zoro a bit uncomfortable. Luo also realized that her expression might not be quite right. She put away her smile and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Enhancing my physical strength, becoming stronger." Seeing that the girl had returned to normal, he was willing to chat with her a bit more. "Is lifting big stones enough? Look at me. Do I have any chance of building muscle?" As she spoke, Xiao Luo rolled up her sleeves, bent her arms, and showcased her biceps. Looking at the slightly protruding, soft flesh on her arms, Zoro was speechless. Why does a girl need to have muscles? To look cool. With a loud bang, the boy dropped the big stone he was holding, causing the ground to shake. He said, "If you want to look cool, you have to pay the corresponding price. Lift stones for several hours every day. You should try it first." Xiao Luo glanced at the large stone that Zoro had tossed aside and swallowed hard. "Lift this?" "Of course not, with your small frame. You should first lift that stone over there that weighs about 100 pounds. Who do you look down on? 100 pounds. She drags the wild boar she killed back home. It weighs more than that." Zoro raised an eyebrow. "Try it first, and then we'll talk." "All right, I'll try." Saying this, Xiao Luo walked over, rolled up her sleeves, bent her legs, and got into a horse stance. Then she hugged the large stone and lifted it with all her might. Though it took some effort, she managed to lift the stone. She smiled proudly. "How about that?" The boy crossed his arms and said nonchalantly, "First lift it over your head, then start doing squats, and stand up again, repeat." Upon hearing this, Xiao Luo immediately stopped smiling. But to prove herself, she gritted her teeth and slowly raised the stone higher. It became increasingly difficult. Not only did her legs start to tremble uncontrollably, but her hands also felt unresponsive, making her body shake. However, she still clenched her teeth and slowly lifted the stone above her head, forcing a smile. "Hey, look at me. Am I strong or what?" Zoro was speechless and sweating. "Why don't you squat?" After pausing for 2 seconds, Xiao Luo decided to stop pretending. If she kept it up, she might really be crushed. "I can't squat down, Zoro. Quick, help me. I'm going to be crushed." QQ, but Zoro stood in place, showing no intention of helping. His attention was on the name. "Who is Zwada?" "My name is Zoro. Are you also from the martial arts school?" "No, I'm from the neighboring island. Please come help me." The girl's waist was being pressed down, and she couldn't straighten up, arching her back, feeling like she was about to be crushed at any moment. But the boy seemed more curious about her hometown. "Neighboring island? Which neighboring island? How did you get here? Did you take the boat by the seaside?" Zoro's gaze drifted towards the Revolutionary Army's mothership, where several men were moving things up and down. If it's that boat, it must be quite something. After all, that ship was clearly not something just anyone could afford. It was large and imposing, with several decks, and the bow featured a giant dragon, its body coiling around the entire side of the ship. Xiao Luo is about to collapse. This person is definitely doing it on purpose. When you talk to him about this, he talks about that, trying to see her make a fool of herself, right? Absolutely not. Shave. The girl instantly disappeared in front of Zoro. The stone she was holding just now bang fell to the ground. The boy blinked. "Huh, where did she go?" Turning his head, he saw that the little girl was standing on the enormous stone that he had just lifted. Zoro was shocked. "Damn, how did she do that?" Xiao Luo curled her lips, feeling proud. The sensation of shocking Zoro was incredibly fulfilling. Suddenly, a large face came close, almost touching hers. With a very serious expression, Marine 6 Styles. "Girl, how do you know this technique?" Before she could respond, he added, "Could it be that you're an undercover agent sent by the Marines?" The sudden explosion of hair, exaggerated eyelashes, and deep purple lips, looking as if poisoned, scared Xiao Luo, causing her to stumble back. Just as she was about to fall, she was grabbed by Ivankov. Then, like picking up a chick, he carried her towards the winter grammar ship by the sea. "You should come with me to explain to Dragon. We can't let the cunning Marines take advantage of this." Xiao Luo struggled and waved her limbs. "No, how old am I? Just act as an undercover." Ivankov spoke with reason. "It's precisely because a little kid is less likely to be suspected that it makes them even more suspicious. Besides, who knows if you're really a child? There are quite a few adults in this world who are like children." Fortunately, he saw her just now. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After hearing Ivankov's words, Xiao Luo fell silent, as she felt he had a point and couldn't refute him. She knew of one, Sugar, one of Doflamingo's subordinates, who was actually 22 years old but looked like a 10-year-old child. "Forget it. It's too hard to explain. I'll just throw the problem to Dad." Zoro stared at their backs for a while, then reacted and chased after them. "Hey, you haven't told me how you did it yet. If I could reach the speed of that little girl, I could defeat Queen A. Then I wouldn't have to be her defeated opponent anymore." In Dragon's room, he was on a call. The person on the other end shouted loudly, sounding somewhat frantic. "What? You want to abduct my lovely granddaughter? Did you get my permission?" "No. I raised her with great difficulty. Who do you think you are to say you can take her away? Garp, who was originally on a mission, received this call and was furious. His eyelids had been twitching lately, and he had been thinking about taking some time to go back and see the little ones in a few days. But he didn't expect to receive such devastating news today. The little girl, Xiao Luo, is someone he wants to train to become a Navy Admiral. Long stared at the phone bug that was imitating Garp and cursing, then calmly said, "Didn't you say I was an incompetent father? I thought about it, and indeed, I haven't fulfilled my responsibilities as a father all these years. Since Xiao Luo wants to join the Revolutionary Army, I respect her decision, and I will take good care of her and train her to be an excellent Revolutionary Army soldier." Upon hearing his son's words, Garp was furious. "What you mean is to train her to join the Revolutionary Army to deal with me, her grandfather? How filial of you. That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Don't you know that we are in an opposing relationship? What you want to overthrow is the top leader of our Navy. If in the end, you lead Xiao Luo to attack, do you think I, as a rear admiral of the Navy, would just stand by and watch?" Long retorted Garp. "If Xiao Luo becomes a Navy officer according to your wishes, what will happen between her and me?" Seeing the silence on the other end, he continued, "But if joining the Navy is her own wish, I will also respect her decision. At most, I will never let her know that I am her father. I won't let her feel burdened." But he believed that even if his daughter joined the Navy, she would still be on the side of true justice. When Ivankov brought Xiao Luo over, Long had just hung up the phone. He leaned back in his chair, feeling a bit of a headache, closed his eyes, and pressed his temples with his hand. "Long, we have infiltrated a Navy spy in our team. This little girl, she actually knows the Navy's 6 forms. Isn't that suspicious?" Ivankov said while twisting Xiao Luo to the man in front of him. Long opened his eyes and saw his daughter awkwardly waving at him. Hi. For some reason, seeing her cute little face instantly brightened his mood. The man clenched his fist, suppressing the urge to respond to her wave. Then turned his head to Ivankov behind him and said, "I have already checked Xiao Luo's identity. Her grandfather is indeed a Navy officer. So knowing a bit of the Navy's 6 forms is not surprising, but that does not mean she's a Navy spy." "What? A Navy descendant? That makes it even more impossible to accept. How do you know she wasn't sent by her grandfather to be an undercover agent?" To take a step back, even if she genuinely wants to join now, there's always the risk of betrayal. Moreover, this girl is not just someone who knows a bit of the Navy's 6 forms. That shaving technique she used just now has already reached a top level. I couldn't even catch her shadow, which definitely indicates she has undergone professional training, making her a prime suspect as an undercover agent. Ivankov rattled on with a lot of reasonable points, but Long insisted on keeping Xiao Luo, giving the reason, "I trust my instincts. I won't misjudge someone. This matter is settled, and don't discuss it any further." "My Long, why has your vigilance become so low recently? Don't be fooled by the little girl's cute appearance. If you feel lonely and want to raise a daughter, isn't Kella a better option? You know her well." Ivankov continued to persuade. "All right, go out. I'm tired." Long casually found an excuse to send him away. Is my intention to raise a daughter that obvious? No matter what, he indeed has selfish motives. Agreeing to let Xiao Luo stay in the Revolutionary Army is to spend quality time with her and nurture their relationship. He also didn't want to miss out on his daughter's growth, and now that there is this opportunity, he must seize it firmly. Just like that, the two were driven out the door. "Ivankov." He knocked on the door. "Hey, I haven't finished talking yet." But there was no response from inside. It was silent. Perhaps he was really resting. He didn't dare to knock again, fearing that the person might get angry. Can't afford to provoke. Xiao Luo raised an eyebrow. "Can you let me down now? You're not tired from carrying me, but I'm tired. My legs are starting to feel sore." Ivankov casually threw the girl, but to his surprise, she flipped in mid-air and landed steadily. "Oh, you really have some skills," the girl said confidently. "Of course, this past year of training wasn't for nothing. Although I can't compare to the experts, I'm already outstanding among my peers. Admit it. You are a spy specially trained by your grandfather and placed in our Revolutionary Army." Ivankov seized the opportunity, always looking for a way to force her to reveal her identity. Xiao Luo shook her head. "Although my grandfather intended to train me to become a Navy officer, I don't want to, but I didn't expect to be led by the nose." "Why not?" "Because they are directly under the world government. As far as I know, the world government completely serves the celestial dragons, and they will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Those people are really bad." Ivankov's pupils constricted in surprise. How does this little girl know all this? The relationship between the world government and the celestial dragons is something even many Navy officers are unaware of. On the surface, the celestial dragons seem to spend their days indulging in food and entertainment, and aside from oppressing the common people and slaves, they don't appear to do anything serious. In reality, they're the ones manipulating the world government behind the scenes. This is also why the celestial dragons have been able to rule the world for hundreds of years. Xiao Luo gave a mysterious smile and waved at Ivankov, who immediately understood her meaning and crouched down to bring his ear closer to the girl. He was ready to hear the big secret and felt a bit nervous. The next second, a soft and cute voice came. "I won't tell you." The big-headed man suddenly pulled his ear back and stared at her. "You actually tricked me? Don't think that just because you have the dragon protecting you, I won't dare to do anything to you." Xiao Luo shrugged, looking defiant. "What can you do to me?" Trying to provoke Ivankov. After all, they were treating her as an undercover agent, discussing in a friendly manner about turning her back into a man, which might even lead to misunderstandings of some conspiracy. So, it was better to take a different approach. Ivankov's hands shook, and with a swish, the syringe hidden in his fingers was revealed. Wearing a mischievous grin, "What do you think?" When Xiao Luo saw the glimmering needle tip at his fingernail, her eyes instantly brightened more than just a degree. But she secretly clenched her fists, trying to suppress the corners of her mouth that were about to curl up, and worked hard to make her expression appear terrified. What are you going to do? Come on, don't be afraid. Let me give you an injection, and a miracle will happen. Haha. The big-headed man's smile gradually became twisted. Xiao Luo was just about to step forward herself. Really, so indecisive. Can we get to the point? Seeing Ivankov's hands about to come down, she pretended to be scared and closed her eyes. But inside, she was incredibly excited, even starting to feel a sense of glee. She had waited more than 7 years for this moment. "Have you had enough fun, Ms. Ivankov?" Just as the needle was about to touch the little girl's body, Long coldly opened the door and asked. Upon hearing the voice, Ivankov stopped her actions and turned to look. "Aren't you resting?" In fact, Long hadn't rested at all. He had been eavesdropping on their conversation while leaning against the door. Xiao Luo opened her eyes. She was so angry that she almost roared. "Big brother, why are you coming out at this time? Can't you wait just one more second? The duck that was in hand has flown away. If I had known, I would have gone further away and not stood in front of his door." Long stared at Ivankov's finger, his expression cold. "Put away your useless skills. If you dare to turn her into a boy, just pack your things and leave." After saying that, the man slammed the door shut. Ivankov blinked in confusion. Did he just hear that correctly? Long was actually going to kick him out for this little brat? What's wrong with turning her into a boy? It's not like he couldn't turn her back. He just wanted to tease her a little. Was it really necessary to be this angry? Xiao Luo just opened her mouth to speak when Ivankov angrily shot back. "I don't know what kind of nonsense you've been feeding Dragon. This is the first time I've heard him say that my androgen and estrogen are useless skills. It's really infuriating. Stupid girl, go wait over there. I don't want to play with you anymore." After saying that, the big-headed man clenched his fists and stormed off in anger. Xiao Luo quickly chased after him. "Hey, don't be angry. He's just talking nonsense. If you don't believe me, show me. I will definitely applaud." Ivankov stopped in his tracks, and the girl accidentally bumped into his hairy leg covered in fishnet stockings. Looking up, she saw him turn around, bringing his large face closer. "Little brat, don't think I don't know what tricks you're up to. You just want me to get kicked out of the Revolutionary Army, right? Small tricks. I won't fall for it. You guys who have been dealing with the Navy for so long are really cunning. As for your appearance, it's somewhat cute. But who knows if your heart is red or black?" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his head and continued walking forward. "Xiao Luo, how did things end up like this?" She quickly explained. "No, you have to listen to me." Ivankov got furious. "Get lost. Stop bothering me." After the Revolutionary Army replenished their supplies in Frosty Moon Village, they set off towards their headquarters, Baldigo. During these days adrift at sea, Xiao Luo felt very depressed. Ivankov basically avoided her whenever he saw her, not giving her a chance to speak. The relationship between them had inexplicably turned out this way, which she truly did not expect. It was all her father's fault. He turned out to be the biggest stumbling block on her path to becoming a man. But given the current situation, there were no other solutions. She could only try to spend more time with Ivankov and change his perception of her. Slowly, Sabo's injuries began to heal, and he could get out of bed and move around. During this time, Xiao Luo visited him every day to play, talking about past events. Although he had no memory of them, he listened with great interest and tried to imagine himself in those days spent with her sworn brothers, realizing that those times were truly joyful. Moreover, since they were not far apart in age and were the only 2 kids on the ship, Sabo quickly regarded Xiao Luo as a friend. One day, when he came out of the cabin, he saw the girl standing on a wooden box, leaning on the ship's railing with a pensive look. He walked over and asked, "Xiao Luo, what are you doing here?" "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just a bit worried about how that guy Luffy is doing. She had left without saying a word, and she didn't know when they would meet again. By then, Luffy would definitely blame her. They had agreed to wait for him to return in Windmill Village, but she ended up running away to join the Revolutionary Army first. Sigh. Plans never keep up with changes. She never expected that one day she would be on the Revolutionary Army ship. Sabo stood on the wooden box, gazing at the vast sea. If you're worried about him, just find some time to go back and check on him. I'm also curious about what those two brothers look like. Luo nodded. Yeah, that's true. I don't know if it's because I've been in a girl's body for too long, but my personality has become so indecisive. It's just a temporary separation, right? It's not like a life and death parting. If we want to meet, we will always find a way to see each other. Seeing the girl's mood improve, Sabo made an invitation. Next time, let's come back together, okay? We'll sneak back without letting anyone know. When he heard that he was a noble from the kingdom of Goya, he subconsciously didn't want those people to know that he was still alive. Let them think he's already dead. Little Luo readily agreed. Sure, when Luffy and Ace see you, they will definitely be very happy. I hope that old man Garp doesn't forget to tell them that Sabo is still alive. At this moment, the head chef came out of the cabin and shouted at the two kids. You two, come over and help peel the potatoes. Ever since they rescued many poor people at the waste terminal in the Goa Kingdom, their kitchen had been overwhelmed with work, often needing to pull people in to help. Fortunately, both of them were quite obedient, doing whatever they were asked. Sure enough, without a word of protest, they willingly followed in to help. Sabo's upbringing was deeply ingrained. He believed that since they had taken him in, he couldn't just eat and drink for free, and he should repay them with labor. Luo has been self-reliant since childhood, always doing everything by herself. Now, with someone else cooking for them, all she needs to do is peel potatoes, which is incredibly easy. Looking at the two hard-working little ones, the head chef quite likes them. He plans to apply for them to work in the kitchen when he returns to headquarters in Baldigo. In a bandit hideout, Dagula pushed open Dayton's door. Boss, that little brat Luffy is missing again. Ever since his sister passed away, he has fainted twice from crying, once for 5 days and once for 3. After waking up the first time, he ran to the waste disposal station looking for his sister. But to welcome the celestial dragons, the king had ordered the place to be cleaned out, and all the garbage and corpses had disappeared. This left Luffy devastated, as it meant he couldn't even find his sister's remains. In the end, the Straw Hat Boy knelt in the empty ruins, holding a handful of sand, and cried for a long time. He couldn't believe that his sister had completely disappeared from his world, never to be found again. Luo, please come back. I won't fight with you anymore. I won't steal meat from you. Whatever you want, I will give to you. I just want you to come back. Sister. When Ace found Luffy, he was already unconscious. This was the second time. He didn't know where he had run off to this time. The others began to split up to search for him. By the river, at the waste disposal station, in the forest, even in the high town, they couldn't find the Straw Hat Boy anywhere. No one knew where he had gone. Luffy. Ace ran up and down, searching tirelessly, sweating profusely. At the same time, he was very worried that something might have happened to him. Having lost Sabo and the wild boar girl, he couldn't afford to lose his only brother too. As the sky gradually darkened, white flakes began to fall from the sky. The black-haired boy stopped, reaching out to catch one. It was snow. The long-awaited winter had finally arrived. They had prepared for it for so long. But now, everything was different. Watching the snowflake melt in his hand due to his body heat, a sudden light flashed in Ace's eyes. He seemed to know where his brother was. The black-haired boy ran to a giant tree, climbed up in a few moments, and pushed open the door. Sure enough, he saw Luffy curled up on the ground, wearing the hat that the wild boar girl had knitted for him, dressed in the clothes she had sewn, holding the shoes she had made for him. The little boy lay motionless on the ground, with dried tears on his face. Ace paused for a moment, carefully walked over, and gently pushed him. Luffy's body was cold from the freezing temperature, but he seemed unaware. This sight made Ace's heart ache. Luffy, let's go home. Their secret base wasn't ready with firewood, and now it started to snow heavily. If they slept here tonight, they would surely freeze to death. After calling Luffy's name several times with no response, Ace felt something was off. He reached out and touched Luffy's forehead. It was burning hot, and he realized his brother had a high fever. Hey, Luffy, wake up. Wake up. He shook the little boy a few more times, but there was still no reaction. The black-haired boy sensed the seriousness of the situation and became a bit anxious. Without thinking, he took off his clothes and put them on Luffy, leaving himself with just a vest. Then he carried Luffy on his back and quickly jumped down from the tree, heading towards the mountain bandit's cabin. Hey, Luffy, don't sleep. Stay awake. Do you hear me? We'll be home soon. Along the way, Ace called out to him while running, fearing that Luffy might fall asleep and never wake up again. The deaths of Sabo and Luo.At were a huge blow to Ace. He had secretly cried several times and was often on the verge of breaking down, but he never showed it in front of others. His personality had always been like this. He buried many things in his heart. In truth, he had weak moments, but due to his childhood experiences, he had learned to pretend to be strong. One was a good brother whom he had played with for over 5 years. Even knowing he was the son of the pirate King Roger, Ace felt no fear, no mockery, and no disdain, choosing instead to be friends with him. The other was a wild boar girl he thought he disliked, but when she was gone, Ace realized he didn't truly hate her. He was just unwilling to be defeated by a little girl, which was why he often troubled her. His sadness was no less than Luffy's. Luffy was still young and could express his discomfort without reservation, but Ace couldn't. He feared that if he lost his resolve, it would make his and Luffy's future more oppressive. He needed to pull Luffy, who was sinking into pain, out of the abyss. Luo.At, Sabo. The person on his back called out their names drowsily, not knowing if he encountered them in a dream. Ace felt a large area on his back get soaked with liquid, making his already cold body feel even chillier. Luffy's cry almost made Ace lose his composure. His eyes turned red suddenly. It turned out that human emotions could be contagious. He was exhausted, cold, and felt miserable, yet he kept moving. He feared that if he stopped even for a moment, he would lose more than just 2 people. At this moment, the snow was falling heavier and heavier. Thick white flowers drifting down as if to bury them in this cold night. Just as they were about to reach the mountain bandit's cabin, Ace stumbled and fell forward. However, he tightly held on a Luffy on his back, using no hands to brace himself. Therefore, he fell directly, hitting his chin on the ground and sliding half a meter. As a result, he accidentally bit his tongue, instantly filling his mouth with blood. Just then, Magura, who was waiting by the window, saw them. He hurried outside and brought the 2 back into the house. A bandit skilled in medicine treated their injuries. Meanwhile, he expressed his lingering fear, saying that if he had discovered Luffy a bit later, he would have been helpless. After the doctor finished treating Ace's tongue, Ace nervously asked, "How is he now? Is he okay?" The doctor replied, "We'll have to wait until the high fever subsides to know. With such a hot forehead, I'm afraid it will damage his brain and make him a fool." Ace lowered his gaze, staring at his brother lying on the ground. His brows were furrowed, and his face was flushed, looking very uncomfortable. But he could bear none of the burden. He could only silently pray that nothing would happen to him. During this time, Ace stayed by Luffy's side day and night, changing his sweat-soaked clothes, wiping his body, feeding him porridge and medicine, etc. Gradually, Luffy's health improved day by day. Previously, he couldn't recognize anyone due to the fever, but now he could recognize everyone. 10 days later, the tavern owner, Makino, was teaching Ace how to greet people. She had been at the mountain bandit's cabin for several days. Seeing Luffy still in a daze, she was not very reassured, so she decided to stay and see if she could help. Learning about Luo.At's situation, she had also been sad for a long time. One day, Ace suddenly approached her, saying he wanted her to teach him how to greet people politely. Makino was curious and asked why he wanted to learn this. He said, "Once we set sail, I want to thank Shanks, who lost an arm saving Luffy. Now, Luffy was his everything. His brother Savior was also his savior. He would take good care of him in place of the wild boar girl and Sabo. Moreover, he wanted to give Luffy a surprise, because previously, Luffy had once lamented, 'Sabo is such a gentle brother. Luo.At's cooking is so delicious.' Now that they were all gone, he would learn how to be gentle and also learn to cook. He would share their love with Luffy." After hearing Ace's words, Makino did not refuse. She gladly agreed, teaching Ace etiquette and cooking. However, he learned it all in a mess. When greeting someone, Ace would awkwardly say, "I'm Ace." "Hey, you little brat, what's your name?" Makino almost laughed in anger. "You can't say that. Hey and little brat are both very impolite." The boy was puzzled. "Then how should I say it?" The woman patiently explained, "Before asking someone their name, you can add hello or may I ask in front." Ace tried to repeat her words. "Hello, may I ask, little brat, what's your name?" Makino. It seemed Ace was quite persistent about the term little brat. If it were any other time, she would definitely have laughed heartily. But due to Luo.At's situation, her mood was a bit heavy, so she just held back her laughter. When cooking, Ace either burnt the food, made it half-cooked, or it ended up too salty, spicy, and bitter, making it hard to swallow. He also ended up covered in soot, looking as if he had just dug for coal. Makino could see that he really had no talent for cooking. However, fortunately, Luffy was the kind of person who could eat anything, no matter how bad it was. So, it wasn't a big problem. Before long, the Straw Hat Boy recovered from a serious illness and became lively. He was cheerful all day, often smiling. And he also had hyperactivity, mainly manifested as being unable to sit still. Ace, shall we go catch fish in the river? Ace, do you want to have a snowball fight? Ace, the firewood is finished. Shall we chop some more? Ace, do you want to eat pancakes? I can eat some dough for you. Ah, I forgot I can't make them, but that's okay, I can learn. And he never mentioned Xiao, Luo, and Sabo again. So much so that everyone thought he had forgotten those painful memories after waking up from serious illness. Ace felt that there was nothing wrong with this. If remembering would cause him pain, it was better to forget. Until one day, when Luffy was rummaging through the wardrobe, he saw Dayton packing clothes in a cardboard box, all belonging to Xiao Luo. Tears overflowed once again, streaming down his face. Upon hearing the cries, everyone rushed over and saw Luffy sobbing loudly while holding the box. At that moment, they realized that he hadn't forgotten. Instead, he had buried it deep in his heart, not allowing himself to think about it. The Revolutionary Army's base, Baldigo. Their stronghold was built from silvery white stones, resembling an ancient ruin, surrounded by yellow sand and gravel. With no rivers, no vegetation, stark and barren, devoid of life. This place was desolate and originally unsuitable for habitation. But precisely because of this, Dragon decided to build the headquarters here, making it unexpected. Now the whole world was hunting them down, and if their stronghold was exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hearing that the leader was returning today, Haku, Mori, and Kila had been waiting at the door for a long time to welcome him. Why hadn't they seen them yet? They said they had disembarked, so they should be on their way. No need to rush. Look, they're back, Kila exclaimed excitedly. Everyone looked in the direction she was pointing and saw a large group of people approaching them from a distance. Dragon was at the front, flanked by Ivankov and Kuma, followed by the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army and the poor people rescued from the waste terminal. Xiao Luo and Sabo blended into the crowd. Mori ran over with everyone to greet them, taking the heavy supplies from them. You finally made it back, have you eaten? I had the kitchen prepare something for everyone. Long instructed, first, arrange accommodations for them. Mori received the order. Got it. As he turned to take action, he was called back by Long, who lowered his voice and said, Remember, arrange the rooms for those two kids far apart. They must not be close together. The further apart, the better. Mori glanced curiously at Sabo and Xiao Luo, unsure of the leader's intentions but not daring to ask further, and readily replied, No problem. Kala had noticed two children in the crowd from the beginning. The blonde boy was politely greeting everyone, while the black-haired girl stood coolly in place with her hands in her pockets. Even when someone found her cute and tried to tease her, she looked at them with an expression that said, Do you think I'm 3 years old? Her eyes were filled with wisdom and maturity that didn't match her age. Kula was captivated by the unique little girl, so much so that she didn't notice Xiao Luo's gaze had shifted to her. The two unexpectedly locked eyes. After being caught peeking, Kula awkwardly smiled. Xiao Luo subconsciously elbowed Sabo next to her and said, Hey, your wife is watching you. Although Kila was very cute as a child and grew up to be both beautiful and lovely, everyone knew she was Sabo's woman. Since she was his brother's woman, it was natural not to have any thoughts about her. Sabo heard this and looked back at Xiao Luo with confusion, then followed her gaze to see a girl with short orange hair awkwardly waving and greeting them from not far away. The blonde boy politely responded, then turned back to Xiao Luo and whispered, What did you just say? He actually heard the word wife, but he wasn't sure if there was something wrong with his ears. Who would call someone their wife upon first meeting, no matter how he thought about it? That sentence felt very strange, so he must have misheard it, right? He said, You're handsome, a perfect match, so make sure to seize the opportunity. Xiao Luo patted Sabo's shoulder. Then she walked over and chatted with Kala. After all, she is now in a female form, and it's not a bad idea to make friends. Sabo heard Xiao Luo complimenting him on his good looks, and for some reason, he suddenly blushed. He murmured to himself, Am I really handsome? In the end, Mori assigned Xiao Luo and Kala to a room on the far left of the corridor, while Sabo shared a room with several other Revolutionary Army soldiers on the far right. The two rooms were quite far apart, separated by about 20 other rooms. Because of this, Sabo felt quite depressed. Every time he wanted to go find Xiao Luo to play, he had to run from one end of the corridor to the other. If he wanted to say a few words to her and shouted from his room, she wouldn't be able to hear him. Xiao Luo was even more devastated. Not only was she sharing a room with a girl, but in order to save water, Kella invited her to shower together every day. Kella was 4 years older than her and had started to develop with a slight curve in her chest. Every time they showered together, Xiao Luo didn't know where to look. What a sin. What was it like to shower with a brother's woman? Guilt? Fear? Or excitement? She was really afraid that one day, when Sabo found out the truth, he would come after her with a knife. Kella asked, somewhat confused, Xiao Luo, "Why do you always close your eyes when we shower?" "Ha, because I have a strange illness where I faint at the sight of water while showering." "Sorry, Usopp, I caught your strange illness early." She thought such a ridiculous answer would be unbelievable, but Kella not only believed it, but she believed it instantly, without any doubt, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. "Oh, I see. But what if you close your eyes and can't see? How about I help you wash?" Kella said, getting ready to lend a hand. Xiao Luo immediately refused. "No need. I can do it myself." But it was too late. Kella was already using a towel to wipe Xiao Luo's body. The girl tensed up, afraid to move, as if facing a great enemy. Kella laughed. "What are you so nervous about? We're all girls. There's no need to be shy. I'm older than you, so just think of me as your big sister. And maybe you won't be so scared." Big sister. A sibling romance? Or a sibling romance with a brother's wife? Damn, that's even more exciting. Suddenly, a warm stream flowed from Xiao Luo's nose. Kella was startled. "Ah, Xiao Luo, why are you bleeding from your nose?" She urged the girl to lower her head, hurriedly stood up from the bathtub, and ran out to get tissues and medicine. Xiao Luo. She just felt a bit weak. After this, taking a shower became the thing she feared the most, afraid that one day her blood would run out and she would die from excessive blood loss. Since Long returned to the Revolutionary Army's base, he has been very busy, dealing with all sorts of matters. During his time away, the documents on his desk had piled up like a mountain, and he had to work overtime to go through them. However, he still made time to pay attention to his daughter's movements. He was worried that she was getting too close to that punk Sabo, concerned that they might develop feelings for each other over time, worried that they were dating right under his nose. Fortunately, Xiao Luo returned to her own room to sleep every night and didn't spend all her time with Sabo. This relieved him quite a bit. After new recruits arrived at the base, they all had to participate in training selection. Xiao Luo and Sabo stood out among the newcomers, attracting the attention of the higher-ups in the Revolutionary Army. One day, during a meeting, the leaders discussed the two of them. Bartholomew Kuma suggested that they could be trained separately and given special focus. Ivankov warned, "Don't say I didn't warn you. Those two kids definitely have issues." The Eastern Army commander, Bello Betty, analyzed, "From what I've observed, the girl named Luo can use the Navy's 6 styles, particularly Soru and pistol skills, and her hockey has reached an intermediate level. The rest is still unclear. As for Sabo, he is weaker in all aspects, lacks any powerful techniques, and his attacks are quite chaotic. He probably learned everything on his own, but compared to others, he still has some strength." The Southern Army commander, Lindbergh, stated, "I could try out Xiao Luo. Seeing her skillful use of Soru and pistols makes me feel like she might have some grasp of the other 4 styles. But I wonder if she is intentionally hiding her abilities." The Western Army commander, Morley, expressed surprise, saying a 7-year-old child can master all 6 styles. That's terrifying. Dragon, who had been sitting with his arms crossed and eyes closed, finally spoke up. "If you want to know, just ask her directly. There's no need to complicate things." Ivankov replied, "Do you think she would tell the truth?" He certainly had a significant opinion on Xiao Luo, feeling that the kid was hiding a lot of secrets. Dragon opened his eyes, confidently asserting, "She will." Before long, Xiao Luo was brought into the conference room by a soldier. As soon as she entered, the higher-ups turned to look at her in unison. The girl blinked nervously and asked what's wrong. She had just been pestering Haku to teach her fishman karate when she was suddenly called here. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed she hadn't done anything wrong, but their gazes felt like they had uncovered her shocking secret and were ready to punish her. It made her feel a bit uneasy. Ivankov couldn't wait to stand up, slamming his hand on the table and pointing at the girl, asking, "Are you proficient in all the techniques of the Navy's 6 styles?" Oof. The little thief. If she dares to lie, he would definitely expose her on the spot. "Yes, that's right," Xiao Luo answered without thinking. She thought they were going to ask something serious, making it feel so intimidating, like interrogating a criminal. It turned out they were just asking about this matter. Her answer not only surprised Ivankov, but also astonished everyone present, including her father Long. Everyone stared at her in disbelief. Firstly, they didn't expect her to admit it so readily. Secondly, not only did she know it, but she was also proficient. It was said that only those above the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy could master the 6 styles. In other words, a 7-year-old child being a Rear Admiral in the Navy is absurd, right? It's so damn ridiculous. Ivankov stammered, "You're kidding, right?" In fact, he had intended to ask, "Do you know all the moves of the Navy's 6 styles?" He didn't know why he added the word proficient. Seeing their shocked expressions, Xiao Luo suddenly realized she might have said too much. Mastering all of it at her age was indeed unreasonable. The chubby Mori asked, "Who taught you?" "Grandpa." Actually, Garp only taught her iron block and Soru, but at a time like this, she could only shift the blame onto him. Everyone has heard about Xiaoluo's grandfather being in the Navy. As for who that Navy is, no one knows. To be able to teach the little girl so well, he must hold a high position. Lindbergh, is your grandfather a Kainu or Sengoku? Xiaoliu, Munki de Garp. Ivankov, what? She's actually the granddaughter of the Navy hero Garp? That old man would definitely come here with people if he found out. Although Garp is a vice admiral, his strength is at the admiral level. And he could even be a naval marshal. He just doesn't like the tedious work of an admiral and enjoys freedom. So he has repeatedly refused promotions. To stay here peacefully, Xiao Luo began to exaggerate and smear Garp. No way. My grandpa never cares about me. Every time he leaves, it's for a year. And when he comes back, all he knows is to make me train. Even if he dies outside one day, he wouldn't know. Bello Betty, what about your parents? Don't they care about you? The girl instinctively glanced at Dragon and then shook her head. I've never seen them. Grandpa said we popped out a rock. Mori said angrily. Do I even need to ask? Either they're dead or irresponsible, giving birth and leaving the child to the elderly to raise while they continue to live freely. I've seen too many people like that, especially pirates. It's a mess in that regard. Many illegitimate children, and they might not even know how many kids they have. By the way, your dad won't become a pirate, right? Suddenly being called out, Dragon's Adam's apple moved slightly, and he pretended to cough a few times with a fist lightly held to his lips. Mori quickly asked, what's wrong? Leader, are you catching a cold? It's getting cold recently. Take care to keep warm. Dragon, as long as you don't curse me or smear me anymore, I'll be better than anyone else. He coldly gave Mori a look, then stood up. All right, no more discussing other people's parents. Xiao Luo, come with me. Gobi Desert. The wind blew, stirring up a cloud of yellow sand. Dragon and his daughter stood facing each other. Surrounding them were several senior cadres of the Revolutionary Army, the same ones from the meeting just now. Mori asked Bartolomeo Kuma beside him, what does the leader want to do? Tyrant Kuma pushed his frameless glasses. Probably wants to test the kid's skills to see if she's really mastered the Navy's 6 styles, as she said. In fact, Dragon just wanted to understand how far his daughter's strength had come, and then prescribe the right remedy to see if he could continue to enhance it. As for how far to enhance and the speed of enhancement, that would depend on her. Dragon said to the girl, use your full strength to attack me. Then I won't hold back. Although Xiao Luo knew her 3-legged skill was definitely no match for her dad, she just wanted to see how powerful Dragon really was. After all, she hadn't seen him fight much. Shave. The girl flashed behind the man and immediately used Gale Foot to try to ambush him. Unexpectedly, just as she extended her foot, Dragon's large hand caught her. Too slow. After saying that, he threw his daughter out. The force was too great, and Xiao Luo couldn't use Moonwalk to stop in midair, directly crashing to the ground. She rolled several times before stopping. She used Shave several times in a row to try to get close to Dragon, but it didn't work. The man always knew where she would appear the next second and was prepared in advance. After several rounds, Xiao Luo hadn't even touched a hair of Dragon's, let alone injuring him. Instead, she was thrown out time and time again, getting up again and again. For so long, Dragon hadn't even made a single move. Luo asked him, why don't you make a move? Dragon honestly replied, your ability is not enough to make me move. Xiao Luo blushed. Well said, but don't say it again next time. This is blatant contempt. She didn't believe in this evil. Self-righteously, she put in all her effort and launched a frontal attack. Her fist quickly hardened and turned black, striking fiercely at the dragon's head. The man didn't even use haki, it with empty hands. That punch landed in his palm. Then his fingers curled, wrapping around Xiao Luo's small hand with his large hand. The girl thought that punch would at least force him back a few steps. But he stood still, easily catching it. The haki that had previously smashed Brujum's head into the ground was completely useless against her father. Long noticed his daughter's confusion and said, your strength and speed are not enough. Xiao Luo, who had been full of vigor just a moment ago, instantly deflated like a punctured ball, wanting to cry, but having no tears. She couldn't believe it. That's not enough? You must be too strong. She really didn't know how many lifetimes it would take to reach such a height. Long smirked. Thank you for the compliment. Xiao Luo, was I complimenting you? I was just feeling envy and jealousy. Bello Betty, with a cigarette in her mouth and hands on her hips, said, that girl not only has good strength, but also courage. She showed no signs of backing down in front of our leader. If it were anyone else, who would dare to make a move against Dragon? They would have already retreated submissively. Bartholomew Kuma. She is indeed a good seed. As I've said, she can be cultivated as a key asset to add a powerful new member to our Revolutionary Army. However, Ivankov's focus was different. Was Dragon smiling just now? He actually smiled at that girl again. Since she appeared, Dragon has smiled more than before. But the others didn't think much of it. Lindbergh, Dragon is not a cold-blooded animal. It's normal for him to smile. He smiled at me too. Probably 2 or 3 years ago. Bello Betty, it's a good thing to have new blood injected into the army, especially one that's so strong. Morley sighed. The younger generation is formidable. Dragon has already finished his probing. Xiao Luo's Navy 6 style has indeed reached the top level. However, her armament hockey is still too weak. But for dealing with ordinary pirates and the Navy, this level of strength is more than enough. The man looked at the several high-ranking officials who were speaking and said, Bartholomew Kuma, Ivankov, from now on, Xiao Luo's training will be up to you too. Ivankov pointed to himself. Me? Can I refuse? Dragon looked at him with a what do you think expression. Sensing the cold air, Ivankov immediately changed his words. Yes, sir. Bartholomew Kuma reminded. What about Sabo? Dragon furrowed his brows, narrowed his eyes, and replied. As for him, I'll keep an eye on him when I have time, but usually, Mori will be in charge. 7 years later, the 18-year-old Keela has become a tall and elegant woman, with curves in all the right places, a big chest, a slim waist, and a hot figure. Yet she has a baby face that combines both sexiness and cuteness. While taking a bath, Xiao Luo couldn't help but open her eyes to sneak a peek. Although she used to enjoy bathing with the older sisters in Windmill Village and often went to the beach to see bikinis, at that time, everyone was dressed appropriately outside, and there was nothing to see. Unlike Keela, this was in their bathroom. Every time she sneaked a glance, she ended up with a nosebleed. This directly led to Xiao Luo's body becoming weaker and weaker. In the end, she simply covered her eyes with a piece of black cloth to prevent herself from peeking. After living together for 7 years, Keela had become immune to Xiao Luo's occasional strange behavior. After all, everyone has their own peculiar hobbies and habits. One day, as usual, she helped Xiao Luo wash her back. Reaching out to touch, she pinched a bit. Xiao Luo, who was originally leaning over the edge of the bathtub, was startled and almost jumped up. W, what are you doing? Keela smiled and said, I found that you have developed quite well. Your chest is much bigger than before. When you turn 18, your figure will definitely be great. The black-haired girl blushed. Don't say that. She couldn't believe it. It was too frightening. Keela comforted her. Xiao Luo, there's nothing to be embarrassed about for a girl developing. I noticed you always walk with your chest hidden, as if afraid someone would find out. You should stand tall. You look really good. I don't like it. Xiao Luo thought for a moment. It's not that I don't like it. It's just, sigh, I really don't know how to explain it to her. I do like big breasts, but only on other women, not on myself. Who would have thought that, upon reaching puberty, Ivankov still hasn't managed to turn her back into a man? The current situation makes her very embarrassed. Keela continued to comfort her. It's okay. You'll get used to it gradually. Our Xiao Luo is so beautiful, and her figure is nice. I really wonder which brat will get to benefit from it when you grow up. She didn't want to have this habit. It always felt like she was carrying 2 lead balls on her chest, uncomfortable. Below, however, it felt empty. Sigh. Sabo, who had just finished training, noticed that Xiao Luo had been sighing lately. He asked her what's wrong. Who bullied my little sister Xiao Luo? The girl replied, no one bullied me. Sabo continued to ask, then why aren't you happy? I've heard you sigh several times. Xiao Luo placed her hand on her chest, looking incredibly uncomfortable. I've noticed they've been getting bigger lately. I can feel the fluctuations when I walk. She treated Sabo as a good brother without any reservations, so she never held back when talking to him. However, the blond boy watched her movements, and his face turned completely red. Even his neck and ears were as red as if painted with bright red paint. He quickly turned his head away, not daring to look at her, stammering, isn't this very normal? His voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Yet, Xiao Luo still heard him. It's precisely because it's growing normally that I'm worried. Sigh. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand. How could you know my sadness if you haven't experienced it? Sabo really didn't understand what was so sad about it. Shouldn't having a bigger chest be something to be happy about? He thought other girls would take pride in it, just like men, who would feel incredibly confident because of certain attributes. Xiao Luo has been worried about this issue for several days. He really didn't expect it. The blond boy simply changed the subject. I've been training all day, and I'm so hungry. Let's go eat. The girl lay on the ground with her hands under her head. No, I'm going on a hunger strike to see if I can make it smaller. Sabo. Xiao Luo really doesn't treat him as an outsider. I wonder if she likes him in her heart or sees him as an inseparable close friend. Don't be willful. Your health is important. Saying this, Sabo reached out to pull her. The girl turned over, facing away from him. "You can go, don't worry about me." Sabo stared at her back for a while, then thought of something and left. Before long, he went to the cafeteria, got 2 portions of food, and sat down next to Xiao Luo. He opened one portion, ate it with delight, and didn't forget to praise. "The braised pig trotters and boiled meat slices are really good tonight." The girl remained indifferent. Sabo picked up a piece of meat and held it in front of Xiao Luo's nose. "Smell it. Doesn't it smell good?" Xiao Luo. She originally wanted to close her eyes, pretending she saw nothing and heard nothing. But the pig trotters were just too fragrant. Sabo tempted her a few more times. In the end, she couldn't hold back. She picked up another portion of food and started eating heartily. And she warned, "I'm only eating this once, so don't bring me food tomorrow." Sabo smiled slightly. "Who said this is food I brought for you? I'm so hungry. Can I eat 2 portions? Then don't eat in front of me." "That won't do. I just like to tease you in front of you." "All right, you're ruthless. Do you believe I can snatch your wife?" Monkey D. Luo, 14 years old, Revolutionary Army officer. Over the past 7 years, she not only upgraded her armed color hockey to the top level, but also completed a system-assigned mission, obtaining observation color hockey, which also reached the highest level. Additionally, her Conqueror's Haki was triggered when Sabo encountered danger. She was born with it and did not acquire it through the system. The incident happened when Xiao Luo was 10 years old. Dragon, along with several officers and soldiers, planned to head to an island in the New World. The 2 learned of this and secretly boarded the Winter Glamour. Although they didn't know what Dragon and the others were going there for, they still followed because they hadn't left Baldigo for 3 years and missed the outside world too much. They missed the green waters and mountains, the flowers and grass, and the breath of life. Their headquarters was a barren desert with nothing fun to do. On their days off, they didn't know where to spend their time, and staying there too long felt oppressive and suffocating. Xiao Luo and Sabo hid in the storage room of the ship, drifting at sea for more than half a month without being discovered. They usually stayed inside and didn't come out, sneaking to the kitchen at night to steal food while everyone was asleep. The head chef noticed that food was getting less every morning, but he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, who hasn't been hungry in the middle of the night? Eating a bit more would be good. Once they reached their destination, they would have the energy to fight. Later, when they reached the shore and waited for everyone to disembark, Xiao Luo and Sabo slipped out of the storage room, got off the ship, and headed towards the island. They didn't follow the main group, but chose to act alone, wanting to enjoy a few days on this beautiful island. Once they had enough fun, they planned to return to the ship unnoticed and go back to Baldigo with everyone. However, just 2 days after entering the town, the country began to experience riots as the Revolutionary Army exposed the crimes of how the world government controlled the nation. This instantly sparked public outrage, leading to protests and rebellion, directly threatening the interests of the world government. The world government then targeted the Revolutionary Army and sent people to hunt them down. While Xiao Luo and Sabo were enjoying themselves in the streets, they learned the news and immediately got involved, helping several injured revolutionary soldiers escape danger. They also evacuated the civilians, ensuring their safety while taking out a few enemies. During this operation to rescue the country from the brutal rule of the world government, they became targets and found themselves surrounded. The leaders of the opposing force were equally strong and outnumbered them. As more and more enemies closed in, they found themselves trapped with no chance of escape. To protect Xiao Luo, Sabo threw her out of the encirclement and charged forward alone. The attackers were in no hurry to pursue the little girl, thinking it was better to take down the boy first before dealing with her. Everyone launched an assault on the blonde teenager, punching and kicking him, even pulling out knives to deliver a fatal blow. "Sabo!" Xiao Luo shouted loudly. Not only did she not run away, but in that instant, she unleashed her Conqueror's Haki. Clang! The knife fell. In an instant, over 100 people collapsed to the ground. Only a few leaders remained. At that moment, Sabo still did not know what Conqueror's Haki was. He was stunned by the scene before him. He looked around, thinking reinforcements had arrived. But after glancing around, he didn't see anyone else. Only Xiao Luo, radiating a kingly aura, was approaching them. Her gaze was resolute and fierce. She looked quite impressive. Sabo didn't understand why the word impressive popped into his mind. But at that moment, he genuinely thought Xiao Luo was incredibly cool. There was no reason for it. A few leaders showed difficult expressions, sweat trickling down their foreheads as they unconsciously took a few steps back. One muttered, "Conqueror's Haki." Another exclaimed in disbelief, "How can a little girl have such power? What a monster!" It seemed she had just awakened it. They should kill her to eliminate future threats. Additionally, Balsi, You should return and report to the superiors that there's a very powerful girl in the Revolutionary Army. She must be part of their new generation training. Balsi accepted the order. Yes. Just as he turned to leave, he was intercepted by Xiao Luo's teleportation. She wouldn't let anyone present escape. She unleashed the results of her training over the years, defeating the opponents thoroughly. Sabo took the opportunity to join the fight. The two worked seamlessly together, leaving no room for counterattacks. After all the miscellaneous soldiers were knocked out, they handled the remaining leaders with ease. There would be no surprise attacks from dozens of people from all directions. The first to be dealt with by Xiao Luo was Balsi, who wanted to report them. He died on the spot. Then, she and Sabo took down the rest one by one. In half an hour, all 6 leaders were down. This was also Sabo's first time witnessing Xiao Luo kill. At just 10 years old, she was decisive, striking down without even blinking, targeting the enemy's vital points. Moreover, she made sure to deliver a finishing blow to each one until she confirmed they were dead. Only then would she feel at ease. Sabo didn't know when Xiao Luo developed such a habit, but he guessed it might be because something similar had happened before. Because she didn't deliver a finishing blow, she suffered a painful lesson, which made her so decisive today, unlike himself, who at 10 years old didn't even dare to kill. For 3 years, Xiao Luo had mostly talked to him about Ace and Luffy, rarely mentioning her own past. Although he was curious, he wouldn't pry since she didn't bring it up. He wanted to wait for the day she would speak about it herself. In the end, the two set a large fire and left the scene. Because of this incident, when they returned to Baldigo, they were placed under house arrest for a month by Dragon. Of course, they were kept separate. Dragon believed that at their young age, they had sneaked into such a dangerous place, disregarding military discipline, without any sense of rules. It would lead to serious trouble sooner or later. However, Dragon had heard about Xiao Luo and Sabo's excellent performance in this operation, and with the persuasion of other cadres and commanders, he calmed down a bit. Eastern Army Commander Bello Betty suggested, Xiao Luo and Sabo are growing up. They could start accompanying us on missions. They will eventually have to experience what we went through. Western Army Commander Mori echoed, yes, they have been training at the base for so long. It's time to start accumulating combat experience. The Northern Army Commander Crow, who joined the Revolutionary Army later, chimed in, there are many things that need to be entrusted to the new generation. It's not bad for them to adapt and advance. Otherwise, they would just be a burden when they hit the battlefield. Bartholomew Kuma, who had been training Xiao Luo, spoke up. I know Xiao Luo's strength best. Although she is still young, she is already an excellent soldier of the Revolutionary Army. I heard she awakened her conqueror's haki during this mission. I'm afraid I can't teach her that. Saying this, he looked at Dragon. I would appreciate it if you could take the time to teach her. Mori muttered quietly. Sabo better not let me down. Sabo's training was usually overseen by Mori, with Dragon occasionally providing guidance. After all, the leader was extremely busy and had very little time to rest. So, he mostly trained alone. Of course, he couldn't compare to Xiao Luo, who was supervised by both Ivan and Kuma. Thinking about it this way, it was understandable. Dragon remained silent, which was considered tacit approval. In the following days, during his free time, he would guide his daughter's conqueror's haki enhancement while also teaching Sabo some skills. So, whenever Dragon was present, Xiao Luo and Sabo would train together. The same instructor taught different skills. However, both made rapid progress. Perhaps training together provided a comparison. As a man, Sabo didn't want to be constantly overshadowed by Xiao Luo. He also wanted to become stronger, to be able to fight alongside Xiao Luo in the future and even protect her, instead of being sheltered behind her when danger struck. Little Luo's progress stemmed from her father's guidance. He seemed to have a keen understanding of her shortcomings and always knew how to address them. Later on, Long took everyone's suggestions into account, and, when organizing missions, would bring along the two little ones. They traveled to many places around the world, saving many people and overthrowing several kingdoms ruled by tyranny. This allowed the oppressed masses to gain liberation and freedom, enabling them to pursue their own happiness, with joy radiating from their faces. During these moments, little Luo increasingly understood her mission and the meaning of life. She never regretted walking this path. She wanted to follow her father to help even more people and realize their grand ideals. In the blink of an eye, little Luo was 14 and Sabo was 17, both having grown into outstanding cadres of the Revolutionary Army. They also faced a significant turning point in their lives. One day, the Revolutionary Army's intelligence officer, Terry Kilday, rushed in to report. Without knocking, he barged into the leader's office and conveyed the bad news he had just learned. Upon hearing this, Long immediately convened an emergency meeting. and all the team leaders and cadres gathered. They surrounded a long table to discuss the matter. It turned out that one of their undercover agents sent to the naval headquarters had accidentally exposed his identity and was captured and tortured. His eyes were gouged out, hands chopped off, poisoned, and electrocuted one by one. Eventually, unable to withstand the torture, he revealed all the information he knew about the Revolutionary Army's undercover agents, hoping only for a quick death to find relief. Later, Kaido used the information provided by that person to capture all the names on the list and imprison them in the dungeons. Some of them had even been undercover for a decade at the naval headquarters. One had even risen to the rank of Vice Admiral. His identity was well concealed, and for many years, no one had suspected him. Much of the intelligence about the Navy and the world government had been secretly relayed back by him. If it weren't for this betrayal, no one would have suspected him at all, even at the moment of his capture. Some couldn't believe he was an undercover agent sent by the Revolutionary Army, thinking there had been some mistake or that someone was trying to frame him. The undercover agents were interrogated one by Kaido about the location of the Revolutionary Army's headquarters and whether there were any other undercover agents. But no one revealed a word. Even under horrific torture, they gritted their teeth like mutes, saying nothing. In the end, one by one, they succumbed to their injuries, failing to receive timely medical treatment, and their wounds became inflamed and rotten. The dungeons were filled with the stench of corpses. Kaido knew these people. They were the toughest, and he couldn't pry anything out of them. It was better for them to die than to keep them alive. After hearing about the fate of their comrades, everyone in the meeting room felt immense anger and sorrow. Mori was furious. These murderous Navy. One day, I will make them pay for their blood debts. Bello Betty silently stubbed out his cigarette and exhaled white smoke. I knew that kid didn't have the guts. He ended up betraying his teammates. They've sacrificed so many comrades in such a short time. I can't swallow this. Bartholomew Kuma's face remained expressionless, making it hard to read his emotions. And he spoke. With our teammates basically wiped out, it will be difficult to know the movements of those in the world government in the future. This meant they would be completely unaware of their schemes and tricks, rendering them unable to take precautions or disrupt their plans. Although the loss of comrades was a tragic event, everyone knew they couldn't dwell on it and needed to lift their spirits to plan for the future. They had to launch a new round of combat plans. They couldn't let their comrades die in vain. After collecting his emotions, Crow proposed, "We need to arrange new undercover agents to infiltrate the Navy. Do you have any candidates?" Lindbergh replied, "It's best to have new faces." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent, each thinking about suitable candidates among their subordinates. At this moment, little Luo and Sabo stood up simultaneously, saying in unison, "I am willing to go undercover in the Navy." As soon as the words left their mouths, they exchanged a glance, surprised at their mutual understanding even in such matters. Sabo frowned, lowering his voice to little Luo. "Don't be ridiculous. This is a very dangerous task. Once exposed, there is no chance of coming out alive. I'm not being ridiculous. I know my limits." She had some understanding of the situation at the naval headquarters, knowing the strength and personality of each admiral, as well as who to avoid and whom to trust. Perhaps she could even win over a certain monkey. Moreover, her grandfather was there, making her safer and more confident than Sabo. "No, if anyone goes, it should be me. You stay here." But the blonde boy didn't know that. He only knew that going to the naval headquarters was like walking into a tiger's den, with the risk of death at any moment, just like those predecessors before them. The others turned and looked at them upon hearing this. Xiao Luo and Sabo have always been regarded as promising candidates, believed to have great potential in the effort to overthrow the world government. Their strength is recognized by everyone. Moreover, in several missions, although they participated, anyone who knew their identities did not survive. They're suitable candidates for undercover work. The Crow said, "Both of them have no bounty on their heads, and they are exceptionally strong and young. They can join the Navy through recruitment of new soldiers. However, only one of you can go. The other must stay in the Revolutionary Army. After all, the Navy headquarters is fraught with danger, and it's impossible to send both outstanding newcomers in. We must keep one to continue the development of the Revolutionary Army. We cannot delay on either side. This is the wisest course of action. I'll go. Xiao Luo and Sabo were competing to answer questions one after the other. Xiao Luo obediently said, "Let me go." "Sabo, you should listen to me. Your personality is more suited for the Revolutionary Army." He shares a common trait with Ace and Luffy. They are all too straightforward. Eventually, because he cannot stand the corruption of those people, it will definitely lead to trouble. Thus, the two of them started arguing again over this matter. Ivankov began to speak sarcastically, Some people have been with us for a whole 7 years, and when they get the chance, they just want to return to their grandfather's side, ungrateful. After 7 years of interaction, Ivankov certainly understood what kind of person the little girl was. He had long since changed his view of her, but he still enjoyed opposing her. There was no other reason, simply because he found it amusing. Yes, the little girl is very interesting. He liked to tease her whenever he had the chance. Xiao Luo raised her hand and swore, "My loyalty to the Revolutionary Army is as clear as the sun and moon." Ivankov accidentally laughed out loud. He said she was quite amusing. The usually silent Long, with a serious expression, stared at Xiao Luo and asked, "Are you sure you want to go undercover?" The girl's eyes were filled with conviction. Without a hint of fear, "I'm sure." In the end, Long decided to send his daughter to the Navy as an undercover agent, while Sabo remained with the Revolutionary Army. The reason was similar to what Xiao Luo had said. Sabo was more suited for the Revolutionary Army. But she was different, powerful and intelligent, acting with composure and maturity. She also had a certain scholarly air, as if she had read many books on military tactics, which was indeed the case. The key point was that Long had never read any of those books, such as The Art of War that Xiao Luo often mentioned. At first, he thought it was an insult, not realizing that Suanzi was a person's name. His strategies were very effective, teaching Long a lot. However, he had asked many people, and they all claimed to have never heard of this book. Long even suspected that his daughter had made it up. Even the book-loving bear would question him. Does the art of war really exist? That Suanzi must be a genius. He even wanted Xiao Luo to introduce him to the legendary Suanzi. Moreover, there was a mysterious quality about Xiao Luo that even her father could not fathom. To put it simply, she was very clever and adaptable. The thing she didn't want you to know, you would never find any flaws in. Even after 7 years of living together, Long still didn't know his daughter very well. After receiving orders from her superiors, Xiao Luo returned to her room to pack her things. In fact, there wasn't much to pack. She was going to a small island in the Grand Line to be a helpless refugee. Everything had already been arranged there. She just needed to show up. Coincidentally, there was a Navy recruitment drive near the island, and she would sign up as a refugee to undergo selection. So, she only needed to pack some food for the journey, and there was no need to change clothes since she would have to look ragged anyway. Kira sat on the edge of the bed, reluctantly watching Xiao Luo. "Are you leaving today?" "Isn't it too sudden? It's only been an hour since I found out. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you applied to go undercover in the Navy?" "Xiao Luo, you really don't see me as your sister." As she spoke, Kira felt a mix of disappointment and anger. Hearing this, the black-haired girl paused her actions and quickly comforted her. "Erla, you're overthinking it. I didn't say anything because nothing was set in stone yet. What if the chief sends someone else in the end? You were the first to know about my selection. That little brat Sabo probably doesn't even know yet." Kira's expression improved slightly as she voiced her feelings. "But I really don't want you to go. With you leaving, I don't know when you'll be back. I've gotten used to having you around, and if you leave, I'll be really bored alone. Moreover, joining the Navy is a very dangerous thing, I'm afraid." She was afraid that her sister Xiao Luo might never come back, but she didn't dare to say it out loud, worried about being a jinx. Xiao Luo smiled and said, "How can you be alone? Don't you have Sabo? Just go find him a play. As for me, don't worry too much. I could take care of myself. Sabo, what am I going to play with him? He's just a guy who only knows how to get stronger." She was afraid he would drag her into training or sparring. She couldn't handle that. Kala didn't like fighting or killing. She was good at executing intelligence missions and probing enemy military information. Just as she finished speaking, the door was suddenly pushed open, and, as they say, speak of the devil, Sabo appeared at the door, panting. He glanced at the bag that the black-haired girl was packing and said, "Xiao Luo, I need to talk to you." The two girls turned to look at him simultaneously, but he hesitated to speak. Kala seemed to understand something, stood up, and prepared to leave, but Xiao Luo reached out to stop her. "Just say what you need to say. There are no outsiders here." But Sabo looked at the woman beside him, wanting to say something but hesitating. Kala understood, removed Xiao Luo's hand, and said, "All right, you two talk first. I'll wait outside." After saying that, she walked out of the room and closed the door for them. Xiao Luo was speechless, giving a glance at Sabo, and said, "You really have a way? What big deal is it? Why do you have to drive Kala away?" In his heart, he thought, "What big deal is it? Why do you have to drive your wife away?" But Sabo didn't care about that. He asked, "I heard the leader decided to send you undercover?" The moment he learned he had been eliminated, he guessed that when he arrived and saw Xiao Luo packing her bags, it confirmed his thoughts even more. Xiao Luo replied, "Yeah, I'll leave soon." As she spoke, she put a pack of compressed biscuits in her bag and thought about what other food she might need to bring. The journey to the small island was long, and since she had a big appetite, she couldn't let herself go hungry. Seeing that she didn't take his concerns seriously, Sabo felt a surge of anger rise within him. He placed his hands on Xiao Luo's shoulders, turned her to face him, and shouted with a serious expression, "Don't act so relaxed. Do you know how worried I am? I'm worried that something might happen to you, that you might not come back, that you might encounter danger, and that I won't be able to reach you in time. I'm worried." Realizing he had said too much, Sabo paused. Xiao Luo is still young. What does she understand? So he changed the subject. Anyway, hurry up and push the task away. Let me take over. But Xiao Luo did not take it seriously. How can that be? As fellow revolutionary soldiers, why do you think it's safe for you to go? Aren't we both in danger? I'd rather be the one in danger than you. Sabo became more and more agitated, and Xiao Luo felt his emotional fluctuations, staring blankly for a few seconds, not knowing if she had said something to provoke him. After realizing it, she patted the shoulder of the boy who was a head taller than her. Why say that? You brother, it's quite touching. Willing to risk his own safety for her safety, which surprised Xiao Luo a little. But upon reflection, Sabo is indeed someone who would stab both sides for his brothers. The girl crossed her arms and continued. However, while I am touched, I can't just back down knowing there is danger and let you go instead. I'm also quite loyal. Okay, your safety is equally important to me, so this matter is settled. Before she finished speaking, she felt a large hand pressing on the back of her head, and then her whole body crashed into the boy's chest. Soon, Sabo's strong heartbeat came, thumping against her forehead. Xiao Luo looked confused. What is this brat doing, hugging her? Preparing to be sentimental? The blond boy swallowed hard, trying to control himself. The words on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back down. It turns out he is also very important to her. He really didn't want Xiao Luo to take this risk, but he also knew he couldn't stop her. This girl is too opinionated. Sometimes Sabo wished she wouldn't have any opinions at all, just do whatever he said. That way, at least her safety could be guaranteed. The person in his arms saw that he had been silent for a long time and asked, "What's wrong?" After a while, Sabo replied hoarsely, "It's nothing. Just didn't expect you to care about me so much." Xiao Luo pushed him away. "What are you talking about? We've been through life and death so many times. How can I not care?" Sabo curled the corner of his mouth, remaining silent as he looked at her, his eyes slightly sour. He knew that once Xiao Luo made a decision, no one could change it. His last struggle was evidently in vain. However, he still wanted to ask, "Do you really have to go? As far as I know, the chief has sent out more than just you as an undercover agent." The implication was that it wouldn't matter if she wasn't there. Long had sent other people, at least 5 or more, to different naval branches to participate in recruitment. Learning from the previous experience, to ensure the safety of the undercover agents, this time Long sent people who didn't know who their teammates were. Even if one of them was exposed, there would be no way to reveal information about their teammates because they didn't know each other. Those 5 were not from the Revolutionary Army headquarters, but rather outstanding members from other bases. After all, the people from the headquarters all knew Xiao Luo. Sending them would actually be detrimental to her. Long didn't want to doubt his own people, but his daughter's life forced him to be cautious. Xiao Luo looked at Sabo and nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I have to go. Since the leader agrees to let me go, it means he has a sense of proportion. You should trust him and also trust me. Just wait here for my return, and I hope that when I come back, you won't just be a small cadre anymore. You should at least aim for the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, right?" Sabo once again placed his hands on Xiao Luo's shoulders and reminded him, "I'll do my best, but you have to promise me not to be reckless. If you encounter danger, your first priority is to ensure your own safety. If you sense something is wrong, call me immediately, and I will come and get you." All right, I got it. I'm not a 3-year-old child who needs you to remind me like a mother." Xiao Luo smiled and waved her hand. "You don't just stand here. Go do what you need to do. I have to tidy up and get ready to depart." Sabo paused, a hint of restraint in his eyes. "I'll see you off." By the coast of Baldigo, 5 people, Long, Sabo, Ivankov, the Tyrant Bear, and Kula, came to bid farewell. Each of them had a sorrowful expression on their faces. Xiao Luo joked, "What's going on? It's like a scene of parting life and death." Ivankov had tears in his eyes. He didn't expect to feel so sad when the little girl left. "Hey, if you die at the naval base, I'll be in hell in a few decades, and I won't let you off easily. Xiao Luo help us do it. Saw thee. I might be in heaven." This provoked Ivankov's harsh scolding. Pa, you crow mouth. Shouldn't you say you'll live well? If I come back to life, can you?" Xiao Luo leaned closer, and more than 4-meter tall Ivankov consciously bent down, bringing his ear closer. Then he heard the last few words. "Transform me into a man?" He looked at the black-haired girl in confusion. Why are you still thinking about this? Are you not afraid you might have the potential to be a transvestite? No wonder I like this little girl so much. At this moment, he really wanted to take her to Transvestite Island and let her be her true self. But Ivankov glanced at Dragon and quietly replied, the captain won't agree. But while he's not around, I can turn you into a man for a few hours, let you experience it. A few hours? What use is that? It's useless. Then what do you want? Since you joined the Revolutionary Army, Dragon made it clear to me. If I dare to turn you into a man, I would have to pack my things and leave. You know how strict and terrifying he is, right? That is true. He is quite terrifying. When she was 10, he said they would be grounded for a month, and they were grounded for a month, not a second less. And only given one meal a day. She was starving. The purpose was to make her and Sabo remember to strictly follow military discipline. If they made the same mistake again, it wouldn't be just grounding. Dragon watched as the two exchanged words and finally couldn't help but ask, what are you two whispering about? Is it something even I, your old man, can't hear? He noticed that Xiao Luo was closer to Ivankov than to him. His daughter often sought Ivankov out for no reason, chatting about everything and nothing, and they often played and laughed together, being extremely close. When had she ever treated him that way? The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Sure enough, Xiao Luo even lied to him, saying nothing much. Just chatting. Dragon frowned slightly. Does chatting require whispering in each other's ears? It was clear she didn't want them, the outsiders, to hear. He felt like he was standing under a lemon tree at that moment. Keela hugged Xiao Luo tightly, tears in her eyes, reluctantly saying, stay safe. We're waiting for your news. Okay. Xiao Luo blushed and awkwardly scratched her head. After all, the big sister's chest was pressed against her, which made her feel embarrassed. Ah, damn it, I'm such a pervert, what am I thinking? Realizing something was off, Xiao Luo quickly stopped her train of thought. If I spray nasal blood in front of so many people, I'll just die socially. The tyrant bear only said 4 short words, be careful on the road. His tone was cold, and it sounded like they weren't even familiar with each other. Got it, Uncle Bear, you take care too. Sabo stuffed a bag full of snacks into Xiao Luo's hand, his eyes filled with tenderness and reluctance. Take this. I'm afraid you'll be hungry. Thanks with what I brought. I can eat my fill on the way. She placed the things on the small boat and turned back to look at Long, but he showed no intention of speaking. She felt a bit depressed. Didn't her dad have a single word of advice for her? Xiao Luo tentatively said, well, I'm leaving then. As she spoke, one foot was already on the small boat. The others waved goodbye to her. But Long still maintained a stern expression, saying nothing and not waving, just quietly watching her. This old man is really cold. He was always serious and unsmiling during training, and now that she was leaving, he didn't say a word. In the end, Xiao Luo, feeling impulsive, turned around. She quickly ran over and hugged Long. However, at her height of 1.6 meters, she could only reach the man's waist. Long, caught off guard, had his pupils constrict as he was momentarily stunned. He had never expected Xiao Luo to hug him first. After 7 years, this was the closest action between them. Usually, they just nodded at each other when they met. He thought that in Xiao Luo's heart, he was merely a nodding acquaintance, a superior without any deeper feelings. The sweet voice of the girl came. Leader, I'm leaving, take care of yourself. During their time together, Xiao Luo no longer regarded him as a mere figure. After all, there was a blood relationship, and, with more contact, she could still feel the kinship and paternal love. Long froze entirely, and when he finally reacted and wanted to reach out to pat her head, his daughter had already let go of him and jumped onto the boat without looking back. She faced away from everyone, waving, no need to see me off, I'm leaving. Wait for my good news. After saying that, Xiao Luo began to row towards her destination. As Long felt his daughter's lingering warmth, he murmured, come back alive. The feeling of personally sending his precious daughter into the fire pit was not pleasant. He wanted to be a selfish father and forcibly keep Xiao Luo by his side. But reason told him that he couldn't do that. Only with world peace. Without war and oppression, could they live their lives in stability and enjoy family happiness. Right now, none of that had been realized. He could only be a ruthless father. After everyone had left, Long stood by the sea for 3 hours, then turned to head back to handle official business, only to find that brat Sabo was still there. He furrowed his brow and asked, aren't you busy? Everyone else had gone back to work. What was he still doing here? Who was actually sending off his daughter? Sabo, absent-minded, replied, I am, but I don't want to. As soon as Xiao Luo left, his heart felt empty. He didn't know when they would meet again. A year? 2 years? Or 5 years? Now looking in the direction, she disappeared. It felt as if she was still there. Chief, I'm really worried about her. What if she... Sabo couldn't bear to imagine it. Shut up. Long didn't want to hear any what-ifs. His daughter would definitely come back safely. Stop slacking off here and come back with me. The blonde boy weakly replied, oh, but I want to stay a little longer. The man raised an eyebrow. Dare to disobey orders? Sabo showed weakness. I wouldn't dare. Sometimes. He always felt that the chief didn't like him. He didn't know what he had done to make him dissatisfied. With such a terrible superior-subordinate relationship, did he have any hope of becoming the second in command of the Revolutionary Army? The Grand Line, Garcia Island. Xiao Luo grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground and smeared it on her face, then exchanged clothes with a refugee before heading to the nearby naval base to register. By the time she arrived, a long line had formed, consisting of local island residents and refugees who had no means to survive. Many were eliminated at the first checkpoint, such as the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled. The Navy wouldn't accept them as it would be a waste of food. After waiting for nearly an hour, it was finally Xiao Luo's turn. Zote, who was registering names, glanced up at her. Even though her face was dirty, it couldn't hide her innocence, and she looked young and petite. She was pretty, but not suitable for the battlefield. He hesitated about whether to accept her, and Xiao Luo noticed the subtle change in Zote's expression. Fortunately, she was prepared. She pulled out a brick from behind her and smashed it in front of the Navy personnel with one punch. She arrogantly said, "Uncle, I'm very strong." This elicited a burst of laughter. For them, breaking a brick was an easy task, and it had nothing to do with strength. The Navy personnel, standing nearby, remarked, "You girl, you're quite arrogant. All right, let's see how strong you really are. Just don't get eliminated as soon as you step in." The speaker seemed to be waiting for a good show. From the looks of it, this girl barely qualified. At least she wasn't completely helpless. Moreover, this was just the initial registration. There would be training and selection competitions afterward. Eventually, she would likely be eliminated, and perhaps she wouldn't even last long enough to cry and voluntarily withdraw. Xiao Luo ignored their ridicule. The key was that she could sign up. Zote, who was registering, suppressed a laugh and asked, "Name, age, and home address, please." Shiniguchi, 14 years old, 12 to 388, Flower Village, Garcia Island. Xiao Luo answered without blinking. This was her new identity. To prevent the Navy from conducting surprise inspections, her new identity was crafted to be quite realistic. Even if they sent someone to investigate, they wouldn't find any flaws. Zote looked up at her again. "Many people from Flower Village came today. I heard your village was raided by pirates?" The girl showed a sad expression. "Yes. What about your parents?" "They were all killed by the pirates, and I'm the only one left." It was originally a very sad thing. If it were a few years ago when Zote had just become a Navy officer, he might have felt sympathy for the little girl. But now, having witnessed many even worse encounters, he had long become numb. He handed a cloth strip printed with the number 687 to Xiao Luo. "Here, your number. Take it and report over there." The girl took it and walked toward the direction Zote pointed. Hundreds of people were waiting nearby, all with number cloth strips tied to their arms. After Xiao Luo reported in, she casually found a piece of open ground to sit down. Before her bottom even got warm, someone came over to strike up a conversation. They were all people with sleazy appearances, clearly local thugs. They probably couldn't make a living and thought joining the Navy would provide food and shelter, so they came to enlist. These few had been paying attention to Xiao Luo since earlier, discussing among themselves that once she cleaned up, she should be a beauty. Sure enough, as soon as she sat down, they came over to tease her. Xiao Luo kept a straight face the whole time, ignoring them, thinking it was better to avoid trouble. In the end, she simply closed her eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. Seeing this, the thugs became even more interested. "Hey, not too old, but pretty proud." Saying this, one of them reached out to touch her. Just as he was about to make contact, Xiao Luo grabbed his wrist and forcefully flipped him backward, making the thug scream in pain. "Damn it, you bitch, let go of me." His companions, seeing this, raised their fists and swung towards the girl's face. Xiao Luo kicked away the thug in her hand and punched the person who attacked her. That person flew out, colliding with his companion behind him. With a thud, several people fell at the feet of the Navy. How could such a petite girl have such great strength? She must have slipped and lost her balance. As they got up and tried to continue fighting the little girl, Navy Second Lieutenant Shirty stepped out from the crowd and shouted, "Who is causing trouble here? Do you want to be dealt with by military law on your first day?" The thugs, seeing someone coming, quickly straightened up and turned the tables. "Officer, it was her. She insisted on showing off against us. That arrogant girl thinks she can just attack us without a fight." "Yes, officer, you should teach her a lesson," the few of them sang in unison, making it sound like it was really the case. Shirty glanced at the number on Xiao Luo's arm and asked, 687, "Is what they said true?" "No, they clearly wanted to grope me." Is it wrong for me to defend myself? The girl said without hesitation. As soon as these words were spoken, the noisy scene fell into silence. Some people began to whisper to each other, pointing at them with smiles on their faces, looking like bystanders enjoying the show. The thugs were stunned. Is this girl for real? A girl actually said that out loud? Isn't she afraid of their retaliation later? After regaining their composure, a few of them began to curse. You. What nonsense are you talking about? How could we possibly do something so despicable? Do you women only know how to use this as an excuse? Xiao Luo's expressionless face. Huh, what a bunch of shameless men. She felt ashamed to be a woman. Those lewd hands are truly disgusting. This time, she really experienced how difficult it is to be a girl. What did she do wrong? Why should she be teased by such ugly people? They should take a look in the mirror. Maybe living with the revolutionaries before everyone was so upright. She had never encountered such things. After coming out, TSK, you meet all kinds of people. Suddenly, the people around her erupted, especially the girls, shouting that it was well said. The noise annoyed Shadi. Shut up. He looked at the thugs and Xiao Luo, sternly saying, what place do you think this is? No fighting, no matter the reason. After the gathering, you few will run 100 laps around the playground. If you don't finish before midnight tonight, get out of here. A few soldiers nearby couldn't help but chuckle, knowing that 1 lap around their base playground is 1,000 meters, meaning they would have to run 100,000 meters. They wouldn't die, but would definitely be exhausted. Looking at those slackers, including a teenage girl who hadn't undergone professional training, how could they possibly endure? Lieutenant Shadi clearly intended to make them leave, just not saying it outright. Setting this punishment was a way to make them retreat. At Baldy-Go, the headquarters of the revolutionaries, Sabo, who had trained all day, sat in the cafeteria, his eyes vacant, not tasting the food. He felt drained, lacking any spirit. Just finished with his meal, Kila sat down next to him and asked, what's wrong? Lost your soul? The boy shook his head and didn't speak. Kila smiled. Missing Xiao Luo? Sabo's face instantly turned crimson when his secret was exposed. And no. Okay, stop pretending. Your feelings are probably only unnoticed by Xiao Luo. Is it that obvious? Sabo blurted out, then quickly corrected himself. What feelings could I have? I'm just worried about her. It's been so many days without any news. Puffed. Kila chuckled, realizing she had overstepped and tried to stifle her laughter. Since Sabo didn't want anyone to know his little secret, she'd pretend she knew nothing. She couldn't let it end with him being too embarrassed to confess. That would be a sin. The blond boy felt his face heat up from Kila's laughter, feeling even more embarrassed. The budding feelings of youth were already shy, and now they had been discovered. Dragon stood on the rooftop of the base, staring blankly in a certain direction. Ivankov, who had come up for some fresh air, was surprised to see the leader there. What are you doing here? Dragon didn't turn around, replying, resting. Ivankov followed the man's gaze, realizing it was the coast where the little girl had left. Are you missing Xiao Luo too? Speaking of Xiao Luo, he could go on and on. I feel like the base has become so cold and quiet since she left. I always thought she wasn't an active person, so why do I have this feeling? I'm really not used to no one bothering me. The undercover mission isn't something that can be completed in a year or two. It might take 10 years, 20 years, or even a lifetime. This meant he wouldn't see the little girl for a long time. Does he want to see her? Just then, there was a task to infiltrate the Navy. Dragon turned to Ivankov. Do you want to go? Upon hearing the leader's tone, Ivankov knew it was not a good thing and decisively refused. No. His old face had been on the wanted list countless times. Those Navy people would definitely recognize him. Dragon sincerely said, but I hope you go. This task can only be done by you. This piqued Ivankov's curiosity. People are most afraid of flattery, and he couldn't resist it. You tell me. Pretend to be captured and infiltrate Impel Down. The handsome guy was speechless. Impel Down, located underwater, is the largest prison in the world, housing many vicious criminals. Each level has different environments, from hellish heat to extreme cold, with many freezing or burning to death. There are also various poisonous spiders, magical beasts, military wolves, etc. In short, Impel Down is eerie and extremely harsh. Ivankov was shocked. You wanted to go to prison? Saying it's to infiltrate the Navy, but it's actually to be a prisoner. Moreover, the guards inside are very strong. Outside the prison, there are also huge sea kings surrounding it, as well as elite troops. Once inside, it's not easy to get out. Dragon saw through Ivankov's worries. After the mission is complete, I'll send someone to rescue you. No. What kind of mission could there be there? Do you want me to persuade the Warden Magellan to defect? Ivankov racked his brain, but couldn't think of anything worth such a risk. Dragon then revealed his plan. He indeed wanted someone to defect and join the revolutionaries. But not from the Navy, rather those powerful criminals. Currently, the revolutionaries are far outnumbered and outmatched by the world government, and he needs to select suitable new members from Impel Down to strengthen the Revolutionary Army. Furthermore, those companions who had disappeared before might also have been imprisoned in Impel Down. So, that dangerous place must be visited. After a brief conversation, Ivankov was convinced by Dragon. One must say, Dragon really understands him. Damn, being led around again. But then he thought, staying at Baldigo was boring anyway. So it was better to take a trip to Impel Down. After all, everyone there is a bit abnormal. They're either insane or neurotic. And Ivankov happens to enjoy being around abnormal people, because they are fun. As for whether he would see the little girl, that was hard to say. Not every level of the Navy can enter Impel Down unless she is mixed in with the high ranks or has orders from higher-ups. Ivankov compromised, throwing a flirtatious glance at the leader. If I go, I might not come back for years, so don't miss me too much. Dragon. He straightened up, and if all goes well, he wouldn't think about it. No, there won't be any surprises. Garcia Island. Navy temporary base, playground. A few thugs fell to the ground after running 30 or 40 laps, each one calling out that they couldn't go on. They couldn't even stand up. Their legs wouldn't listen. This was within Shadi's expectations. A bunch of useless people. It would be better to eliminate them early, otherwise by tomorrow's first training, nearly half would be brushed off. He had his subordinates throw them out of the base. Those people shouted hoarsely, but it was useless. The Navy has its own rules and wouldn't tolerate their insolence. Now, only one person was left, number 687. The little girl has already run 50 laps without collapsing. This surprised Shady, as her physical fitness was much better than he had imagined. However, he believed that it wouldn't be long before 687 would end up like that group of people rolling out of the base. So, he waited and waited, waiting for the sun to set and for it to get dark. The little girl ran until she was drenched in sweat, her whole body soaked, but she persevered and completed lap after lap. If it weren't for the little soldier beside her telling her that she had already run 100 laps, she probably would have continued running and couldn't stop. Everyone present was amazed by her performance. Shadi, seeing that his goal was not achieved, looked displeased. However, since he couldn't take back what he had released, and since 687 had completed the punishment, he couldn't say anything more. He simply waved his sleeve and turned to leave, saying, arrange a dormitory for her. He didn't believe that 687 could still have the energy for physical training tomorrow, after running so many laps today. Xiao Luo returned to the dormitory and collapsed on her bed. Wow, she didn't feel tired while running, but now that she's relaxed, she's extremely sleepy and doesn't even want to take a shower. When her roommates saw her, their first reaction was, why is she still here? Did she finish running 100 laps? Seeing her all sweaty with hair drenched in sweat confirmed that their guess was right. A few girls rushed over to her, showering her with compliments, saying how brave she was today for confronting the perverts and that they didn't expect her to be so tough and able to finish running 100,000 meters. They had previously thought she wouldn't make it and would definitely be finished. Xiao Luo fell asleep amidst the praises. The training the next day started at 5 a.m., first with weighted marching, each person carrying sandbags weighing dozens of pounds, running back and forth around the mountain. Later, they went rock climbing on cliffs, and one misstep could lead to a fall that would leave even their parents unrecognizable. Then came crawling and rolling in muddy pits, and finding a way out in a fire. By the end of the day, nearly half of the participants had dropped out. They all packed their bags and left. By the time Xiao Luo returned to the dormitory, she was the only girl left. There weren't many girls in the other dorms either. In rooms meant for 7 or 8 people, only 1 or 2 remained. It seemed that this training was indeed too much for ordinary people. But for Xiao Luo, it was a piece of cake. Her training with Baldigo was much harsher than this, not to mention the time when Garp tossed her and Luffy into the beast jungle and the bottomless abyss that had long since toughened her up to be as resilient as a cockroach. A month later, of the originally 200 people who signed up, only 304 remained. Navy Ensign Shetty walked past them one by one from left to right. Upon seeing number 687, he stopped, shifting his gaze from Xiao Luo's arm to her face, and asked, what is your name? Reporting to the ensign, it's Shiniguchi. Shetty repeated, Shiniguchi. He thought this girl would eventually be eliminated, but she continued to surprise him by making it to the final round. After the next round of eliminations tomorrow, the potential candidates could be sent to the Navy G1 branch for further training. Physically, this little girl was not bad, but he was unsure about her fighting skills. Shetty glanced at the burly men around him and shook his head, feeling a bit uncertain. he decided to take another gamble. Number 687, eliminated. Among the 304 people, only 16 were girls, concentrated in 2 dormitories, with 8 people in each room. Since tomorrow was the day to assess their training results, the Navy instructors allowed them to return to rest at 9 p.m. After returning to the dormitory, some were cheerful while others were worried. The cheerful ones were optimistic, believing that regardless of tomorrow's outcome, it would be a relief. Even if they weren't selected, they could just go home and farm. The worried ones had some strength, but feared losing. They were the hope of their entire village, and the pressure on them was overwhelming. To liven up the atmosphere in the dormitory, a girl named Yu took out her secret stash of treasures and mysteriously gathered everyone around. Only Xiao Luo lay on her bed with her legs crossed, staring blankly at the bedboard above, lost in thought. Yu slammed a stack of papers onto the table, smirking. What is there to be nervous about? Let's take a look at some handsome guys and forget our worries for now. Someone asked, what is this? Bounty notices. If we become real Navy members in the future, we might have to deal with them, so let us get to know them first. After saying this, she pulled out the first one and presented it to her sisters, blushing, and began to introduce. This one, you should be familiar with, right? Red-haired Shanks, captain of the red-haired pirates, one of the 4 emperors. Look at this face, this figure. ISNT, he very imposing, very manly. I've heard of him. I didn't expect him to be so strong even after losing an arm. Yeah, he is somewhat handsome, but he looks a bit old, doesn't he? At least in his 30s, right? He could be my dad. The others chimed in, and Yu felt her heart ache from their comments. What? He is only 34. Just a decade older than us. Okay? You girls don't understand, do you? Men get more charming as they age. Haha, I really don't get it. Let us look at someone younger. Yu Fine. Among these people, her favorite was Shanks, and she didn't expect everyone to dislike him so much. Just as she was feeling down, she noticed Xiao Luo lying on the bed without moving, and her eyes lit up as she asked, Gushi, do you want to come over and admire some handsome guys with us? Yu wiggled the picture of Shanks, trying to pique Xiao Luo's interest. But she just glanced at it and politely smiled. You all enjoy, don't mind me. Look at Hancock, Robin, and Nami's bounty notices. Those are more interesting. Oh, at this time, Nami seems to have not gone to sea yet, so she doesn't have a bounty notice. As for these men, they really aren't that appealing. Yu immediately deflated again. All right, she resignedly took out the next one. Trafalgar Law, 21 years old, captain of the Heart Pirates. I heard he formed his own pirate crew at 13. This one is still relatively young, right? Wow, this one is good. He is my type. Did you say he is 21? He is only 5 years older than me. So handsome, but he looked a bit fierce. Yu picked up the third one, and before she could say anything, a chorus of screams erupted from the crowd. ISNT this just like a prince from fairy tale? Who is he? How can he be so charming? Quick, tell me his name. Even Chuan Yaxing, who had been worried about the assessment tomorrow and feeling down, was captivated by the golden-haired man on the screen. He was indeed very eye-catching. He gave off a different vibe than the others, handsome and gentlemanly, like a suave knight. Seeing everyone as spirits lifted, Yu smiled mysteriously. His name is Cavendish, known as the Pirate Prince, and he is a prince of the Berkoya Kingdom. A few girls erupted in excitement. I can't believe he is really a prince. I'm in. I want to capture him. Miju. Haha, can I be his princess? Xiao Luo was disturbed by the voices around her and turned to take a glance. Isn't Cavendish the guy who often carries a rose? Is super narcissistic and has a dual personality? Once he falls asleep, his second personality emerges, which is extremely murderous. He entered the New World a year earlier than Luffy. Later, he was surpassed by the younger Luffy, which made him resent Luffy. I really don't know if these girls are here to join the Navy or just to swoon. They might not even realize they could end up dead at someone else's hands. Yet they are arresting people like it's nothing. This was the first time Xiao Luo lived with so many girls, and she discovered that the topics among girls were quite similar to those among men. Men gather to talk about women, and women gather to talk about men. Men are willing to die under the peony flower, living flamboyantly even as ghosts. But who knew women could be so crazy for love too? For Xiao Luo, life is still the priority. A character with lust is like a knife hanging over one's head. Wake up, please. Everyone was excited for quite a while. And until Yu changed to the next card, they were still lingering in their excitement, unable to move on, which meant that this particular one hardly got any attention. Ding ding ding. Portgas D. Ace, captain of the Spade Pirates. It is said he is a newcomer who has gained fame in just a few months at sea. Seeing that no one was listening to her, Yu continued. What are you all doing? Although he is a newcomer, he is quite handsome, and I think he will definitely make it big as a pirate in the future. Upon hearing the familiar name, Xiao Luo immediately sat up. She wondered if the pockmarked face had already set out to sea. She calculated that she was 14 years old and Luffy was 17, which indeed was the age for Ace to go out to sea. Thinking this, she came back to her senses and found herself inexplicably holding Ace's bounty notice. Blinking in confusion, the others also looked at Xiao Luo, who had just seemed disinterested a moment ago, now suddenly reaching out to grab the bounty notice. This made everyone curious. Could it be that Ace was even more handsome than Cavendish? Out of curiosity, they all got up and gathered around to take a look at the bounty notice in Xiao Luo's hand. The man had black hair, wore an orange hat resembling a cowboy hat, and had freckles on his face, exuding confidence in the sunlight. They could say he was handsome, but he couldn't compare to Cavendish. Yu elbowed Xiao Luo in the waist with a mischievous smile and said, "I didn't expect you, Gushi, to like this type." "No, he just looks a bit familiar." Xiao Luo returned the bounty notice to Yu and lay back down on the bed. She thought to herself that in 3 years, Luffy would also set sail. If she did well in the Navy, maybe she would even cross paths with them. She never expected that a joke she made as a child would actually come true. She really had embarked on the path of becoming a Navy officer. Yu didn't believe that Xiao Luo was just familiar. She continued to approach her, sitting by her bedside and starting to hint. "Some of our instructors are quite good-looking too. I've seen you show interest in no one like you did with Gushi. And what about that Shanks and Trafalgar Law from earlier? Aren't they all incredibly charming? You didn't even glance at them. If you're into someone like Ace, I can keep an eye out for him when we meet in the future." Xiao Luo is speechless. Are girls really that good at imagining things? Just by glancing at someone in the crowd, they might conjure up a melodramatic story. Have they forgotten that the Navy and pirates are sworn enemies? Did you join the Navy just to get close to handsome pirates? Are there really no men in the Navy that you find attractive? Xiao Luo stretched lazily and pulled the quilt over her, saying, "Let's wash up and sleep, girls. Tomorrow's big event is quite important." After all the commotion, those who were nervous just moments ago almost forgot that tomorrow was the final assessment. Chuan Yaxing mumbled to herself, "It's time to sleep. I must strive to stay." Yu shook her head, wearing an expression of a disappointed mother. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Still shy? Fine, if there's a chance in the future, I'll share handsome guys with you." The next day, the assessment began. They were divided into groups of 20, making a total of 15 groups, with 4 extra people randomly placed into the 15 groups. The assessment was simple. Knock the opponent off the stage within the allotted time. If there were still more than 8 people on stage after half an hour, the whole group would be eliminated. This system was designed to prevent cheating and forming alliances without fighting. When the first group took the stage, Xiao Luo and Yu watched from below. Chuan Yaxing nervously walked onto the stage. Besides her, there was a girl from the neighboring dormitory, and the remaining 18 were all boys, some of whom were even over 3 meters tall. Seeing this lineup, Chuan Yaxing felt even more uncertain and was extremely nervous. As the match began, she almost got knocked off because she was distracted, but fortunately, she reacted quickly and dodged. Suddenly, chaos erupted on stage as everyone attacked each other while trying to prevent ambushes. Before long, several people were knocked off the stage, losing their chance to join the Navy. The situation grew increasingly tense. Yu watched anxiously, gripping Xiao Luo's arm. "Ah, Gushi, what should we do? Xingxing looks a bit dangerous." Although Chuan Yaxing was 181 centimeters tall, she was very thin and the quiet type, lacking explosive strength. Those strong men on the opposite side could easily knock her away with a single punch. Xiao Luo stared at the stage and replied "Ly. In this situation, the chances of Xing winning are quite high. Don't be fooled by those tall and strong individuals. They're just relying on brute strength. Their reaction speed is not as good as Xing's. Once she gets into the groove and calms down, it will be easy for her to take down her opponents." Xiao Luo analyzed the situation thoroughly, while Yu looked at her with a hint of disbelief. "Really?" The girl didn't say anything else, just gave her a look that urged her to keep watching. Later, Chuan Yaxing's breathing gradually steadied, and her speed increased. She ran behind the big man, and, taking advantage of their momentary distraction while they were looking for someone, she struck and knocked him off the stage. Yu excitedly shouted, Xing is amazing. So awesome." Then she hugged Xiao Luo tightly. "Gushi, I didn't expect your observation skills to be so strong. You really hit the nail on the head." The girl smiled. Being praised by a beauty made her a bit shy. In fact, Yu was quite pretty, the kind that grows on you. With a lively and cute personality, Xiao Luo has a good impression of her, but she only allows herself to stay at that level of affection. After all, she came here not to find a partner. In the first round of the competition, Chuan Yaxing and the other 7 successfully passed the assessment and officially became part of the Navy. When she returned to the stands, Yu hugged her for a long time and kept praising her. Your performance was amazing. I was really impressed. How can you be so awesome? Let me hug you. I hope it brings me good luck too. Chuan Yaxing let out a sigh of relief. The heavy weight in her heart finally lifted. It's not that exaggerated, just lucky. After chatting for a bit, the 3 of them watched the next competition together. Every time a new group took the stage, Yu would ask Xiao Luo who she thought would win. As a result, Xiao Luo guessed correctly every time. Yu's eyes turned into starry eyes, surprised that this younger sister, who is 3 years younger than her, is so impressive. Next time we go to the arena to place bets, I will definitely bring you along. We are bound to win a fortune. Xiao Luo raised an eyebrow. I really can't tell. You still hang out in casinos? Yu scratched her head awkwardly. I was scared of being poor before, so I went a few times, but in the end, all the money I managed to save was lost. I want to clarify, I was just talking about it. I haven't been there in a long time. As they spoke, another match ended. It was the last group's turn, and Xiao Luo and Yu prepared to go on stage. The Navy lieutenant, Shi Di, who had just been listless, suddenly perked up. He had deliberately manipulated the groupings to have 18 men he was very optimistic about in the same group as Xiao Luo. As for Yu, she was just there to comfort 687, afraid that after training for so long, she wouldn't be able to win even one match and would be heartbroken. The 2 of them went on stage, and the men opposite them all flexed their chests, provocatively shaking them, their arm muscles bulging and contracting, looking quite intimidating. Yu timidly hid behind Xiao Luo and asked in a voice as small as a mosquito's, "So who wins this round?" She felt like she was about to cry. However, the black-haired girl smirked, exuding immense confidence. "Of course it's us." Yu looked at Xiao Luo in surprise, her mind blank. Could it be that she was just trying to comfort her? The dozen men opposite them had performed excellently during training and were definitely among the best of the over 300 participants. After a match, at most only 8 could remain. How could they defeat them? Moreover, those men's strengths were not that different, and when it got down to the last 10, they would surely prioritize eliminating the 2 of them since they were easier to defeat. Shi Di excitedly shouted, "The match begins. Let me see how you get beaten to a pulp." Upon hearing the command, the people on stage immediately moved, while Yu was still contemplating how to make her move. She saw Xiao Luo charge directly at a big man, kicking him down. Her tiny legs were no thicker than his arms, yet when she kicked, it was immensely powerful, sending the several hundred pounds of muscle flying. Not only did the kicked man not react, but everyone present was also caught off guard. Then 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, only 15 people remained on stage. Realizing that things were going awry, the 13 men teamed up to attack Xiao Luo. Just as Yu was about to help, she saw a man fly past her in a flash, then another one. She followed their trajectories, her head spinning. After a few twists of her neck, there were exactly 8 people left on stage. What was supposed to take half an hour to determine the outcome had only taken 1 minute. Shi Di was left with a head full of question marks. Did 687 cheat? During training, she hadn't been this impressive. She couldn't compare to the men he had chosen at all. But what he didn't know was that Xiao Luo had not taken their training seriously before. She was just doing it casually, just trying to stay in without putting in too much effort. So, for the past month, while they were training hard, fearing being eliminated at any moment, she was just playing around. Yu stood there in a daze, huh? How come it ended before it even started? The remaining 6 men saw the situation and didn't rush up anymore, instead casting grateful looks at Xiao Luo. "Thank you for not kicking us out with them." Given her earlier stance, she clearly could have taken down everyone on stage, yet she intentionally left 8 as per the rules. The audience fell silent. After a while, cheers erupted. 687. 687. 687. It was as if this wasn't a promotion match, but a solo performance by 687. The little girl they had never taken seriously had defeated those who relied on their strength and acted arrogantly with just a few kicks. They had been worried about working with such people in the future, thinking they wouldn't have an easy time. But now, all 12 of them had been eliminated. How coincidental that the people they liked the least ended up in the same group and were eliminated together. What a delight. So the way they looked at Xiao Luo now had an extra 3 parts fondness and 4 parts admiration. And this time, Shi Di completely changed his view of 687. All right, let her join. No more tricks. After all, if she did well in the Navy, he would be her first superior, which would be quite impressive to brag about. In this promotion assessment, a total of 108 people passed, with only 4 of them being girls. The next day, they packed their bags and followed the main force to the Navy G1 branch. The G One branch is located on the other side of the Red Soil continent, near the Shambodi Islands, not far from the Navy headquarters and the world government. The base commander there, codenamed Flying Squirrel, is a middle-aged man in his 40s with the rank of Navy Vice Admiral. Flying Squirrel is serious, often wearing a stern expression, and is very strict with his subordinates. He joined the Navy in his teens and has been in the Navy for over 20 years. He has even captured Roger and the Golden Lion alongside Garp and Sengoku, making him a veteran who has weathered many storms. After Zote finished introducing him, Yu looked worried. Is he bad-tempered? Does he hit people? Zote was taken aback for a moment and laughed. As long as you follow military discipline, why would Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel hit you? He is not a pervert. Bruce. As the base commander and a Vice Admiral, he is busy. He doesn't have time for that. Yu patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. For some reason, the closer they got to the G1 branch, the more nervous she became. Perhaps it was a bit of guilt, because in the last assessment, she had won inexplicably. It felt like a backdoor win, not a glorious victory. But last night, she shared her worries with Xiao Luo, who said, "You have the ability to be a Navy, otherwise I wouldn't have kept you. If you didn't have the strength, keeping you now would be equivalent to harming you. After all, being a Navy isn't just about having a meal. You still have to go to the battlefield and risk your life at any time." Kawa Yaxing sipped her tea and joked, "I didn't see you this nervous before the competition. How come you're more anxious after passing smoothly?" She was the opposite of Yu, who had felt a lot of pressure before. Now she felt completely relaxed. Sitting on the ship, enjoying the sea breeze, was simply too comfortable. "Oh, you passed on your own strength. I'm different, I just clung to a big leg." As she spoke, Yu lowered her head. Kawa Yaxing reached out and poked her nose. "Isn't it good to have a big leg to cling to? It shows you're not unlucky. Sometimes luck is part of strength. Some people want to cling, but can't." Yu raised her head and followed Kawa Yaxing's gaze, only to see a group of people around staring at her. Their faces written with the words, not knowing how to appreciate the blessing. Seeing their envious expressions, Yu suddenly felt there was some truth in that. All right. She was convinced in an instant. However, on second thought, if she was lucky, how could she lose every bet? Xiao Luo leaned on the ship's railing, feeling the sea breeze, which reminded her of the first time she went to sea. Back then, she and Sabo had to stand on a wooden box just to reach the railing. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed. She and Sabo had grown up, and that guy Luffy must have grown quite a bit too, right? Time really flies. Suddenly, she felt a bit nostalgic for that foolish little brother. Zote walked over, leaned against the side, and extended his hand, saying, "I apologize for mocking you earlier. I didn't expect you to be so strong." On the day of registration, he had hesitated about whether to accept the girl in front of him and almost let the Navy miss out on an excellent new recruit because of his subjective misjudgment. Xiao Luo turned her head and asked him, "Did you laugh?" At that time, she didn't pay much attention, but she remembered that the few people standing there laughed. After she successfully joined the Navy, those people seemed to have disappeared, never appearing in front of her again. In fact, they had wandered in front of her many times. She just didn't recognize them. Zote scratched his head awkwardly and said, "As long as you didn't take it to heart, that's good." He was worried that the little girl might hold a grudge. Fortunately, she was not the type to bear grudges. A few days later, Shirley returned to the Navy's G1 branch with the veterans and the new recruits. At the same time, several hundred sailors selected from other places arrived on the same day, forming a large team. The branch was in much better condition than the temporary base. First, the dormitories had changed from 8 people per room to 6, and the area was almost twice as large as before. Secondly, the training facilities were well-equipped and diverse, allowing everyone to develop comprehensively. The food in the cafeteria was also quite plentiful, with fish, meat, soup, post-meal fruits, and desserts. The nutrition was definitely up to par. No matter how long the training lasted, they could make up for it. This made Xiao Luo marvel at the Navy's luxury while devouring several large bowls of food. Their lives were really good, unlike the Revolutionary Army, which not only had to hide, but also had worse living conditions. Even bathing had to be economized to 2 people squeezing into the bathtub together. Xiao Luo, Yu, Chuan Yaxing, and the previously selected Mommy from the same place, along with 2 other girls, were assigned to one room. Mommy was quite strange. She didn't like interacting with others and always hid alone in a corner. When others spoke to her, she was unwilling to respond, making her seem incredibly gloomy and repressed. After being ignored a few times, no one was willing to talk to her anymore. As for the other 2 girls, they were quite arrogant and ostentatious, one named Lilia and the other named Roology. It was said that they were unwanted princesses sent by certain royal families to ingratiate themselves with the navy to continue protecting their countries. And every year they would send princesses and princes for training. Upon seeing such a shabby house, the two began to mock it. Is this a place for people to live? My pet dog lives in a better place than this. It's bad enough that the house is broken, but I have to share a room with these commoners. Lilia and Ruology rolled their eyes as they said this. Angered, Yu wanted to confront them, but Xiao Luo timely held her back. Ignore them, we just need to take care of ourselves. As long as these two didn't hinder her promotion, it was better to turn a blind eye. The primary task now was to find a way to climb to a higher position. Being a low-level soldier meant not being privy to any significant secrets. Then this undercover mission would be meaningless. They had just joined the Navy and were reduced to janitorial work, like a brick, moving wherever needed. Every day consisted of either cleaning toilets or renovating the new playground, all while being bossed around by so-called seniors who made them do their work. Meanwhile, those people were just lazing around. If it weren't for the strict prohibition against fighting in the military, and she didn't want to cause trouble and get kicked out of the Navy, she would have kicked them a few times already. Xiao Luo, Mame, quickly became a private first class due to her excellent performance during training, while Chuan Yaxing became a private second class, and Yu a private third class. The other two chubby princesses remained as auxiliary soldiers, despite causing quite a stir. Their superiors did not promote them. Shitty sternly said, I hope everyone understands that this is the Navy. It's not your home. You can't do whatever you want. If you want to stay, you must abandon your past identities and obey military orders. If anyone disobeys, get out. Everyone stood in a line, listening to Shitty's scolding. Based on Xiao Luo's observation, she noticed that this second lieutenant really enjoyed telling people to get lost. Lilia and Ruaja immediately understood that Shitty was indirectly targeting them. These words were clearly meant for them. Although they felt angry inside, they dared not speak back. If they were expelled from the Navy at this moment, they would have nowhere to go. Their father would never allow them to return to the palace before completing their mission. They could only suppress their anger and think about how they would make Shitty pay once they returned. Time passed quickly. Another month went by. This month, Xiao Luo and the other new recruits began to follow their seniors to carry out tasks in the coastal areas, mostly dealing with cleaning up the mess. Many towns had been left in disarray by pirates, and it was up to them, the little soldiers, to help rebuild. Many people only came to put on a show and were half-hearted about it. However, Xiao Luo not only helped repair the houses beautifully, but also managed to cheer up the elderly and children. They praised the little girl for her kind heart and said she was a good person, unlike some members of the Navy who took the opportunity to steal their remaining berries and valuables. When Xiao Luo heard the last sentence, her expression was not very good. It is said that the Navy is just and serves the common people, driving away pirates for them and rebuilding their homes. This is not false, but when faced with the tyranny of the world government in certain kingdoms, they turn a blind eye. They even become accomplices. The Navy has long been rotten to the core, yet they still use the guise of justice to establish a hypocritical image. After learning about this, Xiao Luo found the Navy soldiers who were stealing. Before they could see her figure clearly, she knocked them out and retrieved the money they had stolen a few days earlier to return it to the villagers. The villagers were moved to tears, as if they had seen a savior. In fact, this money was very little, even less than a month's salary for the soldiers. But it was enough for the villagers' living expenses for a year. Yet, there were still people who were concerned. How are they different from pirates? One robs openly, while the other steals secretly and then sets up a facade for themselves. It's simply shameless. After several missions, the villagers praised Xiao Luo endlessly. Shady noticed this. That girl was indeed someone who worked honestly, always quick in her actions without dragging her feet, able to do the work of 3 people. She was sincere in her dealings with others. No wonder the villagers liked her. Not just the villagers, many colleagues liked her too. They felt this little sister was not pretentious, capable, and good-looking. The chubby new recruit Stoka was one of them. He often looked for Xiao Luo to play, and everyone knew he had a crush on her, except for that little girl who still treated him like a brother. She treated all males as brothers. Only in front of beautiful women would she show a slight shyness on her face. Everyone expressed confusion. Shady pondered that letting Xiao Luo go out for some training would likely lead to a quick promotion. Speaking of training, a good opportunity came within a few days. Base Commander Squirrel issued an order for each team to select outstanding sailors to accompany Fire Mountain to a certain island in the New World to capture troublesome pirates. Fire Mountain was a rear admiral at the Navy headquarters and a colleague and friend of Squirrel, although he had capable officers under him. This time there were a lot of pirates involved, so he specifically requested personnel from Squirrel. Since everything at the G1 branch was fine lately, with no major incidents and new recruits available, Squirrel readily agreed to Fire Mountain's request. Thus, Xiao Luo was recommended out by Shady. Her good friends Yu Yu and Chuan Yaxing were also selected. The quiet but capable mommy was sent to another location for a mission. Only the two princesses remained at the G1 branch, continuing to do menial tasks. Although they felt sour inside, they pretended not to care. TCH, what's so great about it? With their abilities, they would be killed by pirates sooner or later. I mean, I don't even want to go out. Isn't sweeping the toilet just fine? In the end, she felt guilty about her own thoughts. The toilets here, used by thousands of people, really stink. When stepping onto the warship to set sail, Yu Yu was extremely excited. I didn't expect we could go catch handsome guys so soon. I heard that Trafalgar Law is also here this time. Xiao Luo couldn't help but remind her, you're in the Navy now, be careful. Although in the anime, Luo doesn't seem like a villain. But which pirate doesn't kill Navy officers? Standing there, they're bound to be on different sides. Yu Yu shook Xiao Luo's arm and said, I know, I'm just being a little infatuated. It won't hurt anyone. But you, Gushi, why do you always act like a little adult? Clearly, you're the youngest among us, yet you often give off the feeling of an older sister. Were you the oldest at home? Do you have many younger siblings? Something like that. Xiao Luo recalled her childhood. Luffy, Sabo, and Ace were all considered her younger brothers. Of course, only she thought that way. Deep down, she not only refused to acknowledge that she was a girl, but also that she was younger than them. Yu Yu sympathetically patted Xiao Luo's shoulder. Sigh, children from poor families. The older sister is like a mother. No wonder you are so mature and sensible. Mother? She really didn't know if that was a compliment. However, there was a time when she was cooking for them, knitting hats, and making shoes which indeed resembled a motherly figure. This time, the place they were going on Fireburn Mountain was called Mistrilia Island. It was said that there were people selling artificial devil fruits there, attracting a large number of pirates. Some people, unable to buy them, resorted to robbery, randomly starting fights in the streets, injuring many civilians. Xiao Luo didn't expect that artificial fruits would appear so early. She remembered that it was Doflamingo who ordered Caesar Clown to create the artificial fruits, the one with the gas abilities, and then sell them to one of the Yonko, Kaido. That was supposed to happen 5 years later. It seems their transaction had started long ago, but this time it shouldn't be related to Doflamingo. After all, that man is quite cunning and wouldn't easily expose himself. However, such a blatant sale feels off. It seems like someone is deliberately leading them into a trap. I wonder which crafty pirate is using some kind of scheme? If Xiao Luo could think of this, how could the higher-ups at Navy headquarters not consider it? That's why they sent Vice Admiral Huashishin and his team to investigate. They didn't even let the admirals get involved in this matter. Anyway, if Huashishin handled it well, those who deserved promotions would get promoted, and those who deserved raises would get raises. If it didn't go well, and they ended up failing, the Navy wouldn't suffer much loss. By then, they would have a clear understanding of the situation, and if it turned out to be tricky, they could send an admiral to handle it. Upon arriving at Mistelia Island, Huashishin had a group of people change out of their Navy uniforms and into civilian clothes to pretend to be residents blending into the town, while another group secretly lurked at various coastal entrances, preparing to catch them all in one go. Xiao Luo, Yu Yu, Chuan Yaxing, Luo.At, and Stoko formed a group. Due to the large size of the island and the numerous towns, a total of 10 small teams were dispatched to different locations. If any anomalies were discovered, they would immediately contact each other using the phone bug. Due to the strong recommendation of the four, Xiao Luo was reluctantly appointed as the captain of their team. After changing into their outfits, Shidi distributed the phone bugs to the captains of the 10 small teams one by one. Xiao Luo picked up the phone bug and realized it was time to call her father to report her safety. However, she couldn't use this phone bug, fearing it might be monitored. For the past 2 months, she had been unable to break free, but now that she had separated from the main group, she could take the opportunity to sneak into town and use someone else's phone bug to make a call. Before leaving, Shirley pretended to be arrogant and said to Xiao Luo, if you don't achieve something, get lost. Don't stay here and embarrass yourself. He put on a look of disdain towards the little girl, but Xiao Luo wanted to laugh. Over the past 2 months, he had told her to get lost many times, especially during the month before she officially became a Navy member, when he seemed to dislike her in every way. Now he was actually recommending her for a mission. She knew Shirley wasn't as unkind as he appeared. All right, I promised to complete the mission excellently. After receiving the orders, Xiao Luo set off with her teammates towards Jimolin town in the southwest. As they walked further away, they could no longer see their Navy ship. Suddenly, she shouted, see, I'm so at sea. Don't we look like undercover agents from a story? Pretending to be civilians to catch bad guys is just too cool. Upon hearing the words undercover, Xiao Luo's heart skipped a beat. She nervously said, it does look like it. Not just looks like it. She was actually an undercover agent. Chuan Yixing said, all right, you calm down, act normal, don't let people see through you immediately. Oh, I'll be careful, Yi replied, and immediately settled down, though she occasionally stifled a laugh. Xiao Luo can tell that she is really happy. She can't hide it all. On the other side, in Gemoan Town, a black-haired boy accidentally gets separated from the crew, and just at that moment, his stomach starts growling with hunger. Feeling listless, he wanders aimlessly down the street when suddenly he catches a whiff of a delicious aroma. The boy looks up, and his eyes instantly light up. It's ramen. It's been 7 years since he last had ramen. Xiao Luo, Yu, and 3 others arrived at Gemoan Town. The town is relatively prosperous, with beautifully constructed houses resembling small villas. The streets are clean, with not a single leaf on the ground. The central square features flower beds and fountains, creating a lovely environment. Various shops are in operation, bustling with customers coming and going, which dazzles Yu. The small town next to her previous village was not this beautiful. For a moment, she forgot why she came. She pulled Chuan Yixing into the crowd, and they didn't even know what was being sold. They were just there to join the fun, wearing uncontrollable smiles. Luo shook his head helplessly. What a group of young girls. Despite Chuan Yixing's tall and mature appearance, typical of a cool older sister, she actually has a heart like a little girl, loving all things beautiful. Stoker asked the girl next to him, aren't you going to take a look? Xiao Luo shook her head, looking around for a place to make a phone call. Stoker asked her again, what do you like? I can help you grab it. After all, he had plenty of meat on him and could push people away, unstoppable. I don't like anything, Xiao Luo replied honestly, then patted Stoker's shoulder and reminded him, you guys wait for me here. I'll go check the situation first. I'll go with you. No need, you guys should keep an eye on Yu and the others, so they don't get lost. Xiao Luo didn't give Stoker a chance to continue speaking, bypassing him and running away in a flash. Hey, Gushi. That person instantly disappeared into the crowd, and he couldn't even chase after him. Zote really wanted to tell him that chasing girls isn't done like that. But thinking about the fact that he was already 22 and had never been in a relationship, he decided to let it go and save his pride. Xiao Luo wandered around the street for a long time, but couldn't find a payphone like the kind where you can make a call for some money. In the end, realizing that she had wasted too much time and fearing to arouse her companion's suspicion, she walked into an empty shop. Compared to the other stores, this one felt much more desolate. There were no vibrant decorations or beautiful lights, just dimness and an eerie atmosphere. It made people reluctant to enter. Upon stepping inside, she felt a chill. Xiao Luo leaned in and asked, boss, can I borrow your bug to make a call? The old man, who had been dozing off, slowly lifted his head. His gaze was deep, his face lined with wrinkles, resembling a withered tree in the fading light. He said nothing, just nodded slightly and let his head droop again. The sight of the old man was somewhat unsettling. Xiao Luo hesitated for a moment, then reached out her hand, ultimately picking up the phone bug, stepping aside, and dialing Long's number. Bloop bloop, bloop bloop. As the call connected, she occasionally glanced back at the old man, who was still dozing, utterly motionless. If it weren't for his steady breathing, she would have thought he had hung up, though that thought was rather impolite. Soon, the call was answered, and a deep voice came from the other end. Hello? It's me. Xiao Luo whispered. I'm here to report that I'm safe. I have successfully infiltrated the Navy and am currently on a mission, so please don't worry. Long, who was guiding Sabo's training, guessed that it might be his daughter calling, and to his surprise, it really was her. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted, but his tone remained cold as he replied, Got it, be careful. As the man spoke, he subconsciously stepped aside to avoid Sabo's line of sight, not wanting that kid to hear. However, the blonde youth who was practicing his moves had already noticed the leader's unusual behavior and curiously paused to peek. Xiao Luo asked, Do you need me to do anything recently? Long. No, you should focus on getting promoted and find a way to transfer to the naval headquarters. Stay by the old man's side. It will make him feel more at ease. All right. If there's nothing else, then I'll... Xiao Luo hadn't finished speaking when a voice suddenly came from the other end of the phone. It was Sabo excitedly shouting, Xiao Luo, don't hang up. It's Sabo. How have you been lately? Have you successfully blended in? Has anyone suspected you? Is anyone bullying you in the Navy? Are you eating on time? He was worried that without him around, someone would bully her, that she might be having a hard time, and that she would miss her comrades in the Revolutionary Army. He was also afraid that the little girl wouldn't eat properly because of hunger. A series of questions left Luo unsure of which one to answer first. But she couldn't talk for too long and could only keep it brief. Sabo, why are you there too? I'm doing well, don't worry. That's good. Don't push yourself too hard. Come back if you can't hold on. The blonde boy continued to remind her, fearing she would get into trouble outside. If anything happened, he would regret it for a lifetime. Got it. I have to go meet my companions now. Take care. Bam. Sabo stared at the phone bug in Long's hand. Hearing the sound of the call ending, the smile that had just been on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by disappointment. What companions? Are you in such a hurry? He suddenly became very curious about whether Luo's companions were male or female. What if a Navy brat took a liking to her? She was so cute. It would be strange if no one noticed her. Sabo felt a lump of resentment rise in his throat. Long. The man silently stuffed the phone bug back into his clothes. After finally getting to talk to his daughter, this kid popped up and took up most of the time. The key was that he hadn't said much. It really didn't feel good knowing that his daughter, who was still so young, was being thought of by someone else. Shouldn't she wait until at least 35 to date? No, 35 is too young. 40 is more appropriate. Long frowned. I see you have some free time today. Go run 200 more laps. Sabo looked up in confusion. Huh? But I've already finished my laps for today. Aren't we practicing new moves? The man looked at him with an expression that said, Do I look like I have the mood to guide you? And said sternly, Go run. This unpredictable leader had just praised him for making progress before the call and was supposed to teach him new moves later. Why the sudden change of heart? For the first time, Sabo retorted against Long. More running? No way. I need to get stronger. I need to be able to protect her when she's in danger. After all, there were so many monsters within the Navy. And if she accidentally exposed her identity while he was still weak, how could he save her? As soon as he finished speaking, Sabo attacked Long, forcing him to spar. The man was already annoyed and had the perfect excuse to pin the brat down and rub him into the ground. He couldn't be blamed for using his strength against the weak. It was Sabo who provoked his authority. However, as they fought, Long gradually calmed down. Half an hour later, he continued to teach Sabo. Sabo, with a swollen face like a pig, began practicing the new moves. This time he practiced especially seriously because it was an opportunity earned with his handsome face. After Luo hung up the phone, she placed the bug that looked like a snail back on the old man's desk. The elderly man was still dozing off and never looked up again. This business is really laid back. They must have a few houses waiting to be rented out at home, right? Luo looked around, admiring the various uniquely shaped masks hanging on the wall. They were quite distinctive, to be honest. She asked, Grandpa, did you make all these yourself? Hearing her voice, the old man jolted awake. In just a short moment, he had dozed off again, and, after being stirred by the little girl, he gazed at her with a dazed expression. Huh? What? The old man's voice was aged and hoarse. Luo saw that he didn't hear her, so she asked again. Upon mentioning this, the old man suddenly became spirited. Yes, they're all handmade crafts, but I've noticed that many young people don't seem to like them much now. That's why they've been sitting here, and I haven't sold many. If you like, I'll give you one. You don't really have a few buildings at home, do you? I quite like them and was actually planning to buy one. Saying this, Luo began to pick and choose. However, she hesitated a bit. The masks all looked good, and she didn't know which one to choose. After a while, the old man's voice came from behind. How about that fox mask? It suits you very well. This one? Luo took off the fox mask and examined it carefully. Its base was white, and it was adorned with red patterns, resembling the makeup of a charming and alluring woman, exuding a sense of mystery and etherealness. She was a bit curious and asked, Why do you say it suits me? The old man chuckled, Because you are it. What does he mean I am it? Is the old man saying I am a fox spirit? Or is he insulting me, calling me an animal? These older folks always speak in riddles. It's hard to understand. Anyway, they probably won't let you understand. Perhaps this makes them seem profound and unfathomable. I looked at other masks. Such feminine items definitely don't suit her. She wanted to choose something powerful, like Guan Yu or King Yama. Luo was about to put it down when the old man reached out to stop her. Just try it on and you'll know if it fits. Looking at him, it seemed like he wouldn't let it go until she showed him that she wouldn't wear it. Fine, she thought, I'll just wear it. Anyway, after wearing it, she could just say she didn't like it and brush it off. With that in mind, Luo put the mask on. It was a mask that only covered the upper half of her face, leaving her nose and below exposed. The white color accentuated the girl's tender red lips. To her surprise, the mask seemed as if it was made just for her. It fit perfectly. Even the size of her face was just right, making her feel as though she and the mask had become one. In a moment of daze, she saw in the mirror a stunning beauty, clearly her own face. yet possessing a sensuality and allure she didn't have. She looked like a living fox spirit. Oh my gosh, am I possessed? Startled, Xiao Luo quickly stepped back 3 paces. Evil spirits and demons, stay away. Don't even think about breaking through her defenses. Just as she was about to take off the mask, she heard someone outside shouting, "Everyone, help me catch him. That little scoundrel, stop, right there." Turning her head, she saw a figure flash past the store entrance in an instant. Before Xiao Luo could even see clearly, it vanished. The people chasing behind were already out of breath. Huh? In broad daylight, someone is robbing? He can only blame his bad luck for running into her. Xiao Luo immediately chased after him. The person had already run far away, and she could vaguely see his back through the crowd. To avoid losing him, she quickened her pace. With so many people on the street, she kept bumping into others. "Sorry. Excuse me. My apologies." She had to apologize one by one, which wasted too much time. Later, she simply jumped onto the roof beside her and ran along it. This quickly shortened the distance between her and the criminal. The man seemed to notice that no one was chasing him and slowed down, running into a small alley. Xiao Luo seized the opportunity to jump down from the roof, kicking him down to the ground, then sitting on his waist. One hand twisted his arm behind his back while the other pulled out a dagger and pressed it against his neck, exuding righteousness as she said, "Hand over the money." The person lying on the ground furrowed his brows. Robbery? He turned his head and saw a girl wearing a fox mask sitting on him, and his mouth curled into a smirk. Why is this little sister learning to rob people during the day? And wearing a mask. Her equipment is complete, but she is too inexperienced. How dare she try to rob me? The moment the boy turned his head, Xiao Luo was stunned. Damn, how could it be him? This world is too small. How could they run into each other? She was on a mission, and she hoped he wouldn't recognize her. The girl started to look a bit flustered. In a moment of carelessness, the person beneath her flipped over and pinned her to the ground. He seized the dagger from Xiao Luo's hand and replaced it against her neck, saying, "No money, just a life. But I'm very strong. A little girl like you can't hurt me." A little girl? Can't hurt him? Had he forgotten how she used to pin him down and beat him when they were kids? Wait a minute. The boy with the pockmarked face actually didn't recognize her? Had she changed so much since they grew up? After thinking for a while, Xiao Luo remembered that she had just tried on a mask at the old man's shop and hadn't taken it off before chasing him out. So he really didn't know who she was? Xiao Luo asked, "Aren't you the one robbing people of their money?" Ace was taken aback for a moment and replied, "Me? I never do that kind of thing." He had robbed money from bad people, but he never touched the money of ordinary folks. Then why are they after you? I didn't pay for my meal. You dined and dashed. Good grief, I almost forgot this kid grew up on eating and dashing. I even ate with him, Luffy, and Sabo once. That time, Xiao Luo mistakenly thought they would use the money from selling crocodiles to pay the bill. But when the staff discovered they were just kids, the few of them broke the window and fled. They never went back to pay the money either. After 7 years of training in the Revolutionary Army, Xiao Luo understood even more the hardships and sorrows of ordinary people. Moreover, Ace had a big appetite. It seemed that kids raised by Garp all had hearty appetites. I wonder how many dozens or hundreds of bowls he just ate. That must be a huge loss for them. Seeing it wasn't a robbery, Ace threw the dagger on the ground back to the little girl and proudly said, "I didn't dine and dash. I thanked them for their hospitality." Xiao Luo was speechless. Has he really learned all the etiquette from Magino over the years and applied it so well, but can be used for good? The girl crossed her arms and said seriously, "Can I beat you up and then apologize?" Ace raised an eyebrow. "Sure, but you can't beat me. And I don't have time today. Let's do it next time, bye." He still had to find his lost companions. As he said this, he prepared to leave. Xiao Luo stopped him. "Give me money." He had already said he had no money and would pay back after finding the treasure. "I think you're a habitual offender, right? Do you even remember where you've eaten?" Ace thought for a moment. There were too many restaurants he had eaten at over the years. And indeed, he couldn't remember a single one. However, this girl really was quite controlling. He was used to freedom since he was young and didn't like this feeling of being managed at all. Yo-Yo, Chuan Yaxing, and Staka had been worried about Xiao Luo not returning after going out to gather information for a long time, so they followed her to find her. Only Zote stayed behind to wait, in case Xiao Luo came back and couldn't find them. "Gushi, Gushi," the group called out as they walked. They had almost walked from the city center to the end of the street and still hadn't seen her shadow. Yo-Yo asked, "What if she got kidnapped by Trafalgar Law?" Staka took it seriously. "What should we do? How can we find her? If we're late, it might be dangerous. Gushi is so cute. She wouldn't be taken advantage of by pirates, would she?" He had heard that pirates were worse than beasts. Even though Chuan Yaxing didn't want to deal with them, she still interrupted their wild thoughts. "What are you talking about? Why would that Trafalgar Law want to kidnap Gushi? She's currently a civilian." What's the point of kidnapping her? Even if he found out she was in the Navy, the first thing he would do is kill her to avoid trouble. He wouldn't just kidnap her. Sokka disagreed. Because she's pretty. Isn't it natural to kidnap her? Yo-Yo couldn't believe it. Law shouldn't be that cruel, right? Such a cute girl. Just kill her. She has collected information on those handsome guys, and she hasn't heard of them randomly killing innocents. Yo-Yo, usually just looking is fine. Never be deceived by appearances, or you'll suffer a big loss later. Chuan Yaxing was relatively rational. After all, her village had also suffered pirate attacks before. Fortunately, her family survived, but unfortunately, all the neighbors died, and her father lost a leg. When the Navy was recruiting near their island, she came. With the expectations of her fellow villagers, Chuan Yaxing was different from others since she was a child. She was quick-witted. Although she looked weak, she knew how to use softness to overcome hardness. When pirates attacked her village, she protected her whole family by herself. But her abilities were limited. She couldn't protect her neighbors or other villagers and could only watch them die tragically before her eyes. When she left, the village chief held her hand and said, "Xing, you've always been the best since you were little. When you go to the Navy, you must learn well. If you don't want to be bullied, you have to become strong. Our village has many elderly, sick, and disabled people, and we can't afford to hire the Navy to protect us all the time. In the future, our village can only rely on you to guard it." So she had to work hard to improve herself, so she could return and teach the children in the village what she learned, to protect themselves and not be slaughtered. Yo-Yo pouted. Okay, just looking. I won't be deceived. Why are you like Gushi? It feels like she would be taken away by a handsome guy. Is she that stupid? Sokka chimed in. Exactly. Being handsome can't be eaten. When looking for a partner, you still have to find someone reliable. Being a little ugly or a bit chubby is fine. He almost revealed his name. While chatting, the three continued to search for Xiao Luo. In the alley, facing the persistent little girl, Ace felt a bit at a loss. He wanted to escape, but didn't expect her skills to be quite good. Time and again, she caught him back. What do you want exactly? The boy appeared somewhat impatient. Xiao Luo saw that he had no intention of giving money, so without saying a word, she bent down and quickly reached into his pants pocket, intending to search him. This startled Ace, who thought she was threatening his little brother. He quickly covered himself and stepped back repeatedly, his face turning pale as he said, "If we're going to fight, can we not grab the sensitive spots?" Xiao Luo looked up at him in confusion, then glanced at his tightly covered hand. She instantly understood what that guy was talking about. What a ridiculous line of thought. Who's trying to grab your sensitive spots? How disgusting. Since you have no money, just hand over something valuable. Xiao Luo instantly turned into a shark's tooth and fiercely scolded the black-haired boy. She's a big man and has no interest in his little brother. But someone misunderstood again. The key is that this thing is worthless. Dish, I didn't say I wanted it. What is this kid thinking? Almost made Xiao Luo so angry that she spat blood. Then what do you want? Ace leaned against the wall. Although the little girl wasn't very tall, she had the demeanor of a tigress. It had been many years since he experienced this feeling. A sudden memory flashed through his mind. Xiao was momentarily lost in thought. He shook his head, thinking it wasn't the right time to dwell on that. But the only valuable thing on him was probably the dagger at his waist, which wasn't worth much. He just carried it as a memento of someone. It was like the tattoo on his arm, where one of the S letters was crossed out, in memory of his deceased brother, Sabo. Xiao Luo had no idea about the little activities in his heart. Just as he was about to make a move to snatch, he heard someone calling her. Gushi. See. The voices were definitely Yu and Chuan Yixing. Oh no. Encountering old acquaintances almost made her forget about her companions. They probably came out to look for her since she hadn't returned for a while. Xiao Luo looked over in the direction of the sound, and the figures of three people came into view. The street was bustling with activity, and they were looking around, not yet noticing her hidden in the alley. Ace, seeing that the troublesome girl was distracted by something, leaned against the wall, covering his brother, and quietly moved his feet. When he got close to the exit, he immediately took off running. By the time Xiao Luo reacted, the person had already squeezed in the crowd. Hey, you little brat. Stop right there. She hurriedly chased after him. Ace ran too fast and accidentally bumped into Yu, causing the little girl to fall on her bottom. He didn't care about her reaction and pulled her up, then bent down to apologize. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Please don't take it to heart, miss. After saying that, he turned around and saw the masked girl also rushing out of the alley, and he whoosh disappeared in front of the three of them. Yu blinked in confusion, somewhat in disbelief. Was that just now poorcast Ace? Chuan Yaxing numbly nodded. It seems so. Stoka, who was out of the loop, asked Ace. Who was that? They all looked at the black-haired boy running far away until he disappeared from sight. The three completely ignored Xiao Luo, who had been shouting catch him from afar. When Xiao Luo finally reached them, she couldn't understand. What are you all dawdling for? Why didn't you help me catch him? Yu, with a starry-eyed look, muttered to herself, wow, he is way more handsome than his wanted poster, and he is so polite, feels like a gentleman. He even knew to apologize after bumping into someone, but he was just in such a hurry. Otherwise, we could have chatted a bit more. Xiao Luo heard every word of Yu's and instantly felt furious. Polite my foot. She hasn't seen how much of a brat he was when he was younger. No, he is still a brat now. He just learned some manners from a gyro, which gave people this false impression. Deep down, he is still a bad boy. Stoka noticed the masked girl and asked in confusion, Gushi? Why the sudden change in outfit? Chuan Yaxing also recognized Xiao Luo. Gushi, were you just chasing Ace? Yeah, and you guys didn't help block him. She put her hands on her hips in anger. Damn it, he just got away like that. I still had things I wanted to ask him. Yu snapped back to reality. Why were you chasing him? What did he do? Then she remembered something and had a mischievous smile, looking like she understood everything. She elbowed Xiao Luo in the waist. Oh, I see. The thing he did was steal your heart, right? No wonder he is wearing a mask. Shy, huh? Afraid he'd see you blush? Unt forgotten about how someone had excitedly snatched the wanted poster of A's from her a month ago. Now that she saw the real deal, she must be over the moon, right? What does that even mean? Xiao Luo was reminded by someone and suddenly remembered the broken thing on her face. Immediately taking it off, her face turned ashen, not a hint of red. Stoka looked at Xiao Luo. He sensed that there was something behind Yu's words just now. Probably some teasing between the girls, but he felt uncomfortable listening to it. What does it mean to steal her heart? Why is Gushi shy? So, that person just now is Ace? Who is he? Do you know him? Why are you pursuing him? Chuan Yaxing answered, I don't know him, just a pirate. Yu kindly reminded, he's a handsome pirate, and also a captain. Xiao Luo, there's no saving it, really no saving it. The pockmarked face isn't good looking at all, not even half as handsome as he was in his past life. Stoka, we're here to investigate the sale of artificial devil fruits, right? Since he's a pirate, he should have heard about this, right? Maybe his purpose for coming to the island is also to exchange for artificial fruits. So we should follow him. Yu looks enlightened. Oh right, how did I not think of that? Stoka, you're really smart. I didn't expect him to seem a bit silly usually, but his brain works well at critical moments. Chuan Yaxing gives a thumbs up. Great wisdom appears foolish. Stoka, seeing both of them praise him, shyly laughs. Oh, it's nothing. His gaze unconsciously drifts back to Xiao Luo, wanting to hear how she would compliment him. Xiao Luo first smiled and clapped her hands, but then her lips immediately turned down. You guys only thought of it now that he's long gone? She had chased after Ace not just because of the free meal, but also because she thought he might know something, and she didn't want to let him walk away like that. Besides, these guys. Later, Xiao Luo gave her first month's salary entirely to the restaurant owner. Let's count it as her doing a good deed for that kid. After all, Yu was taken aback. Yu, Gushi's sister, absolutely not. How foolish. I thought you were quite clear-headed usually. How can you spend money on a man? What's the difference between you and someone in love? Can't you learn from me? Just to have a crush without being serious? Let me tell you, true feelings aren't worth much. Money is the most important thing. Women must have money. You're still young. You don't understand. Sai, so foolish. Her good impression of Ace from earlier was completely gone. It turned out he was just a guy who made women pay for his meals. No matter how handsome he was, it didn't matter. She directly passed on him. Yu continued to chatter. This kind of man is not worth it. Gushi, you need to be more mindful. There are plenty of handsome guys in this world. There's no need to hang yourself on one tree. But making money is hard. Living is hard. What should I do with you, this inexperienced little sister? Xiao Luo remained silent the entire time, simply because she didn't know how to explain. She couldn't say that she was a man and wouldn't be moved by men, nor could she mention that she knew Ace, who was Luffy's sworn brother. There were many reasons, none of which she could disclose. She might as well just listen to her mumble a few words. However, because of this incident, Xiao Luo also saw through Yu. She wasn't as infatuated with handsome guys as she imagined, but rather, she loved money more. This was good too, as it spared Xiao Luo the worry that Yu would lack discretion in the future and be harmed by a beautiful pirate. The restaurant owner took the belly with tears of gratitude in his eyes and quickly said, "Thank you for helping me recover the money. If you don't mind, can I treat you to some ramen?" Xiao Luo hadn't spoken yet when Yu immediately agreed. Sure, let's not be polite then. After the boss left, Stoker felt gloomy. Why do we have to help that stinky pirate pay back the money? That's a month's salary for you. Although she still had money and wouldn't let Gushi go hungry, it still didn't feel good to think about it. All right, everyone stop talking. Money is just an external thing. You won't starve without it. She had no money when she was young, and she still got through it. There was even a time when she found a big bag of berries and was told it was a gift for her. But she didn't take it and gave it all to Dayton. She always felt that kind of thing was better left for those who needed it. It was of no use to her anyway. Zote looked confused. So much happened while I was gone? Yu replied, exactly. Luckily, we went to find Gu Shi, otherwise. She might have already been kidnapped by that jerk. Xiao Luo. All right, you're right. I wonder who was just being infatuated? Not long after, 5 bowls of fragrant ramen were served. The restaurant owner smiled and said, take your time. If it's not enough, I can bring you more. After saying that, he prepared to leave. Xiao Luo stopped him. Boss, I want to ask you something. He paused and turned around. Go ahead. I heard that some pirates caused trouble on the street a while ago. They injured residents while stealing things. Do you know where they got the stolen goods? Little sister, you've asked the right person. People come and go here every day, and I've heard customers mention that they have seen the gathering place of those pirates in a small broken house in the forest east of our town. Xiao Luo continued to ask when. The boss stopped for a moment and replied, about 2 weeks ago, but I don't know if they're still around. Ever since those pirates came, more and more have landed, so you all need to be careful and not get targeted. Yu curiously asked, how many pirates are there in that small broken house? The boss replied, I can't say for sure. Us ordinary folks don't dare to get close. We have to take detours just to pass by. But I've heard that the news has reached the Navy, and I believe they will come to deal with it soon. At this point, Stoka proudly puffed out his chest and said, that's right, the Navy is pretty reliable. The boss smiled slightly and said, yes. If you don't have anything else, I'll go back to work now. It's mealtime, and the restaurant is a bit busy. After the boss left, the 5 of them began to eat while plotting. Yu didn't forget to praise Xiao Luo, saying, you're really something. You ask and get the right answers every time. Xiao Luo smiled and didn't say anything. Just as the boss said earlier, there are people coming and going here every day, and everyone sits together to eat. So they must chat, right? Therefore, it's easy to gather information in the restaurant. Chuan Yaxing. So what should we do now? Zwate. How about we go to the forest after we finish eating? Xiao Luo. It's very easy for us to be completely wiped out if we go together. I'll sneak in with you Xing to gather information. If we don't return in 2 hours, you all contact the Fire Mountain to deal with them. Yu, I'm not satisfied with this arrangement. No way. How can you two leave me behind? Stoka, I want to go too. I'm worried about you both. Xiao Luo frowned, and an instant low pressure spread around. Be obedient. This is an order. For Xiao Luo, this was not a joke. It was a task where losing one's life was always a possibility. She couldn't afford to be careless. Perhaps having been a cadre in the Revolutionary Army for too long. When she got serious, she had quite the leader's demeanor. It made the 2 of them instantly shut their mouths. Xiao Luo and Chuan Yixing spent almost an hour finding the pirate hideout that sold artificial fruits. The hideout was deep in the forest, a place where most people dare not go. They were well hidden. It was dark and eerie here, surrounded by large trees, with dense branches and leaves completely blocking out the sunlight. Not a single ray could penetrate, even though it was the height of summer. A chill could be felt in the air. Outside the small, dilapidated house, a number of pirates gathered to grab the artificial fruits. Why is it called grabbing? It seems that the supply cannot meet the demand. Only 1 to 2 can be sold within a week. The supply is scarce, but there are many buyers. Most of the pirates are unfamiliar to Xiao Luo, but she noticed 2 quite popular ones. One is Trafalgar Law, often mentioned by Yu, a supernova 3 years from now. At present, he is not very active in the pirate world, and few people know him. The other is Buggy the Clown, a user of the Chop Chop fruit, who was once an intern on Pirate King Roger's ship. After Roger's death, he established his own pirate crew and has been active in the East Blue, later dominating Orangetown, making him a minor monster on Luffy's journey. How did he end up here? Speaking of Buggy, one cannot help but mention his luck. In the future, he not only relies on luck to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, but also ascends to the throne of one of the 4 emperors. He is joked about as a user of a Luck fruit. But back to the point, why is everyone so interested in artificial fruits? She remembers that this thing has side effects, right? Once consumed, one would lose the ability to express sadness or anger. Even if one's heart is broken and tears are streaming down their face, their mouth would still be smiling, making a hearty laugh. In short, these are all failures. Very few are truly successful, and those that have already been consumed by Kaido subordinates, unless they intercept the successful products being transported to Wano country. But who would dare to intercept goods from Doflamingo and Kaido? There are probably not many with such courage. Xiao Luo and Chuan Yaxing hid on a high tree branch and watched for a while. After understanding the basic situation, Just as they jumped down from the tree and were about to pretend to be buyers to blend into the crowd, they saw a boy wearing an orange hat appear, carrying a bag on his back, though they couldn't tell what was inside. Xiao Luo was momentarily stunned. That brat AC was indeed after this thing too? Why couldn't he just honestly eat his burned fruit? Halfway down the road, Chuan Yaxing noticed the captain hadn't followed and turned back in confusion. Gushi? Coming. Xiao Luo spoke as she took the fox mask from her waist and put it on. Then she followed along. Chuan Yaxing occasionally glanced at Xiao Luo, not understanding why she put on that beautiful mask again. It wasn't until she accidentally caught a glimpse of Ace in the crowd that she suddenly realized, could that girl Gushi really be interested in Ace? However, the boy hadn't noticed him at all. His gaze fixed on a large wooden box held by a tall pirate across from him, a slight smile on his lips and a look of determination on his face. The pirate holding the box was surrounded by burly companions, making him seem quite formidable. As Xiao Luo and Chuan Yixing had just mixed into the crowd, they heard a red-nosed clown nearby shout, "Hey, hurry up and open it to see what kind of devil fruit it is." Buggy obviously couldn't wait any longer. But why was he, someone who looked down on devil fruits, making a fuss here? He had accidentally eaten the chop fruit after being scared by Shanks, which led to his hatred for Shanks. It was truly unexpected to run into him here. Trafalgar Law, holding his long sword, remained silent, his eyes more menacing than usual, as if he was suppressing some emotion. Coupled with the occasional shouts from other pirates, the atmosphere was noisy and intense, feeling like a fight could break out at any moment. At that moment, a strong man in his 40s, holding a cigar, walked out of a small shabby house. He was the boss of the hideout, named Seagull. Seeing that the number of people today was more than usual, a smile inevitably appeared on his face. "Everyone, please calm down. Let me show you today's top quality item." With that, Seagull gave a look, and the person holding the wooden box understood immediately, quickly opening it. A fiery red fruit appeared in front of everyone. Discussions began immediately. What is this? They couldn't tell the type. They had heard that artificial fruits were all zone types, hoping it was something powerful. The potential of the fruit would depend on the individual's training. Even the strongest fruit would be useless in the hands of an incompetent person. Who are you calling incompetent? Oh, are you taking it personally? Seeing the crowd getting anxious, Seagull slowly introduced, "This is the artificial fire fox devil fruit, starting at 100 million berries." Upon hearing this number, someone immediately changed their expression. "What? 100 million? Are you robbing us? The last wild boar devil fruit started at only 50 million berries, and you just doubled it." The wild boar fruit was eventually sold for 200 million berries. However, after being bought, some people began to rob the buyer. Isn't being a pirate all about stealing from others? If you have the strength, just go for it. The others echoed, "Yeah, what a scam. Were we supposed to get that much money?" Xiao Luo furrowed her brows slightly, the wild boar devil fruit. For some reason, she always felt like someone was cursing her. She instinctively glanced at Ace, who was standing in the crowd to her left. It seemed to evoke some memories for him as well. A fleeting glance of an incomprehensible emotion passing through his eyes. But it disappeared in an instant, and the confident, sunny smile remained on his face. Seagull exhaled a puff of white smoke. "Well, I don't care. Taking such big risks in business is just to make money, right? 100 million berries. Anyone interested?" After a long silence, Law finally spoke. "I want it." Seagull raised the corner of his mouth without changing his expression. As if receiving a command, someone in the crowd immediately shouted, "I'll offer 120 million berries." Law didn't hesitate. 130 million. The person continued to shout, 150 million. Xiao Luo turned back out of curiosity and glanced at the man. He was a tall, thin man dressed in luxurious clothing. However, his demeanor felt more like that of a small-time thug rather than a wealthy person. Chuan Yaxing secretly tightened her grip on the long sword in her hand and murmured softly, "Pirates really are wealthy, robbing and killing everywhere. How could they not be rich?" Xiao Luo noticed that her mood was not good and gently patted her back. Chuan Yixing came back to her senses from her sadness and said softly, "I'm fine." The two continued to watch the excitement. Luo said, 16 million. A big white bear beside him reminded him, "Captain, stop shouting. We don't have that much money." But Luo didn't care, no. "I must see what schemes Doflamingo has. One day, I will personally kill Doflamingo to avenge Corazon. So, I need to grasp a little bit of his weaknesses and push him down." The clown Buggy saw the two people raising the price higher and higher, and quickly shouted, 100,006,001 belly. Everyone was confused. Which genius is this? Just one more belly? How dare he shout it out? Everyone turned to look at the speaker, Buggy, standing with his hands on his hips, looking proud. This only caused an uproar of laughter among the crowd. However, he didn't take it to heart and let them laugh. Law frowned. 100,007,000. Buggy replied, 100,007,001. 100,008,000. 100,008,001. Law was momentarily speechless, wondering where this guy came from. Was he looking for trouble? He shot Buggy a fierce glare, but it didn't scare Buggy. Instead, it frightened Buggy's lackeys. One of them tugged at his shirt, trying to get him to tone it down. He was embarrassing himself in front of everyone. But with so many eyes on him, Buggy became even more excited. Is no one going to bid higher? The pirates watching were laughing uncontrollably. Where did this rich guy come from? Increasing the bid by just one belly? If you don't have money, don't come here pretending to be wealthy. Okay? The big boss Eagle also looked displeased, fearing he was there to ruin the party. What difference does it make to raise it by just one belly every time? Who the hell cares about his one belly? Seagull shot a glance at a tall, thin man in the crowd dressed extravagantly, and that man immediately shouted, 300 million! 300 million. And Buggy, who had his eyes closed and was feeling proud, was about to continue bidding when he realized what was happening and was left speechless. 300 million. Why not just rob it directly? No wonder he's a pirate, such a big mouth. Seeing the situation, Law tightened his grip on the long knife, really planning to charge up. Just then, a black-haired youth stepped forward, threw a bag from his back on the ground, and said domineeringly, 500 million belly. In an instant, the belly from the bag was scattered, with at least dozens of stacks of banknotes and gold coins. This immediately caught the attention of Seagull's group. Everyone was shocked. Who is this person? So wealthy? Is it really worth spending so much money just to buy a synthetic devil fruit? Xiao Luo was also taken aback by Ace's amazing operation. Where did he get so much money? Did he rob someone? Didn't he previously not even have money for meals? Or was he fooled by him? Seagull ordered someone to check, and two muscular men with tattoos approached, squatting down to start counting the money. Each of them had an uncontrollable smile on their faces, and Seagull and the others all focused their gaze on that bag of berries, watching intently. The little ones roughly estimated and found that there was only more, not less, and nodded to their leader, Seagull. Seagull took the artificial fruit from the wooden box and tossed it to Ace. This is yours. It's a done deal. From this moment on, if anything goes wrong, we won't take responsibility. The implication was clear. The broke fools could start robbing now. Seagull enjoyed watching this good show. However, this group of people did not dare to directly rob him of the fruit, because he could continuously supply goods if anyone dared to steal. He would ensure they would never get what they wanted again. Moreover, his subordinates were not pushovers either. Ace jumped up to catch the artificial fruit and landed gracefully. He glanced back at the crowd, eyeing him hungrily. Without turning around, he took the chance when no one was paying attention and ran away. His speed was faster than a rabbit. As the crowd reacted, they immediately grabbed their weapons and chased after him. Only Law and his group of partners stood still. Xiao Luo and Chuan Yaxing did not leave either. Law asked straightforwardly, where did your artificial fruit come from? According to his investigation, this matter was closely related to Doflamingo. Seagull stared at the man, continued smoking his cigar, and chose not to answer him. He then said to the two subordinates counting money, finish up, we're leaving. Just as he was about to turn around, one of the subordinates shouted loudly, boss, not good. Seagull turned back and saw that the subordinate's hand was stained with yellow paint. Immediately, a piece of bad news reached his ears. These gold coins are fake. Another subordinate, hearing this, quickly flipped through the banknotes, which at first glance looked no different from real ones. But upon closer inspection, he also found clues. He rubbed the page hard with his hand, and the image on the banknote smudged. Boss, the banknotes are also fake, all fake. We've been tricked by that damn brat. Seagull was furious. What? His forehead veins bulged with anger. Just wait till I catch him and tear him to pieces. After saying that, Seagull vanished from everyone's sight, and when they saw him again, he had already run hundreds of meters away, leaving only a small silhouette behind. Chase! Law commanded, and Bipo, Shachi, Pecan, and others followed him to pursue. Seagull's subordinates reacted quickly and also followed suit. This reversal took the two stunned Navy members by surprise. Chuan Yaxing asked, what should we do now? Xiao Luo chase. The two ran towards the direction where everyone had disappeared, leaving marks along the way to help Yu and the others find their way. Meanwhile, half an hour had passed since the agreed 2 hours, and Yu could no longer hold back and called the Navy in the Burning Mountain, requesting support. To her surprise, they had already received calls from 3 teams reporting the discovery of pirate dens selling artificial fruits, and from different directions. Yu was shocked. Does this mean there might be more than one den? This was beyond their expectations. The response from the other side was that many people had already been dispatched, and there were not many navy left on the coast to surround them. So they could only rely on themselves to resolve this matter. Currently, there were 4 known dens, and how many unknown ones remained unclear. After hanging up the phone, Yu showed a troubled expression. The other 2 had heard the conversation clearly. Stoka immediately stood up. Not good. Gu Shi and the others are in danger. We need to hurry and save them. Zote nodded, yeah. The 3 of them set off without hesitation. Along the way, Yu was gloomy. Such a big issue, and they didn't send any support? How can a few of us, who have never participated in a battle, possibly fight against those pirates? Among them, Zote had been in Navy for a few years, but his strength was average. After all these years, he was still just a small soldier, similar to a newcomer. Stoka understood Yu's feelings, but he was more worried about Gu Shi, so he didn't have the energy to think about other things. Zote advised, they have no choice either. There aren't enough people. Who knows if the enemy is even more numerous than we imagined? We have to face it alone and grow stronger. In the forest, Xiao Luo and Chuan Yaxing were both very fast, and it didn't take long for them to catch up with the main force. Everyone had already started running and fighting, and the sounds of battle were everywhere. Some people even rushed up in pairs to ambush them, but they were all kicked away by Xiao Luo, who used such great force that they didn't even have the strength to get back up. Yaxing, I'll go ahead to check the situation. You can catch up slowly and be careful, said Xiao Luo before jumping into the trees, swiftly darting between them with a whoosh, 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 moving quickly forward. At that moment, Chuan Yaxing reached her speed limit. She had always thought her speed was quite good, better than most, but at this moment, she realized she was just a frog in a well, lacking experience. Xiao Luo quickly disappeared from her sight, catching up with Trafalgar Law and the others. The other members of the Heart Pirates stopped Hyde's capable subordinates, allowing their captain to chase Hyde without any worries. Law looked at the little girl beside him, who was running at a pace comparable to his own, feeling perplexed. However, he didn't mind. As long as she didn't interfere with his important matters, it was fine. As they were running, a red nose suddenly appeared beside Xiao Luo, followed by Buggy's face. He was desperately trying to keep up, panting heavily as he barely matched the pace of the 2 beside him. Law clicked his tongue and sped up. Xiao Luo was not to be outdone and immediately chased after. The Joker Bucky suddenly felt defiant. He gritted his teeth, tilted his head back, and closed his eyes, charging forward recklessly. The 3 of them inexplicably began a covert competition. However, Bucky was still old after all, and his breathing was too loud. It felt like he couldn't catch his breath, as if he could collapse at any moment. Xiao Luo turned her head to look at him, and the more she looked, the more ridiculous he seemed. However, her gaze made Buggy furious as he gasped for breath and said, "The weak chicken devil fruit is mine." As he spoke, he even rolled his eyes. It wasn't the kind of eye roll that showed disdain for others, but rather the kind that was about to pass out. The masked girl was amused by him and smiled, saying, "Buggy, why aren't you behaving in your East Blue? Why come to the New World?" Buggy looked at Xiao Luo in surprise. "You know me?" Before anyone could answer, he became proud again. "Haha, as expected of me, even the New World. There are fans." In the East Blue, he was at least a big pirate with a bounty of over 10 million. Xiao Luo didn't answer directly, but asked him, "What do you want the artificial devil fruit for?" "Of course it's to take it." Bucky almost lost himself in pride. After realizing it, his voice abruptly stopped, and he immediately turned fierce, yelling with his face close to the girl's mask. "Why should I tell you? Who the hell are you?" Instantly, he was out of breath. He spoke with spittle flying everywhere, spraying all over the fox mask. Little Fall pushed the approaching Buggy away. "No matter what you want to do with it. This fruit is mine." "Huh, you little brat, you sure have a big mouth. Let's see if you can handle my grandpa Buggy first. Take this." 4 splitters, Clown's flying knife. As soon as he finished speaking, Buggy's right hand holding the small knife detached from his body and directly attacked Little Fall. Xiao Luo tilted backward to dodge, avoiding being hurt. Instead, she grabbed the hand that Buggy had thrown and smiled with a crooked grin. The smile was malicious, making Buggy feel a chill down his spine. Then he saw his right hand being forcefully thrown into the air by the little girl, instantly disappearing like a star. Even though he tried to control it as his hand flew away, he couldn't match the girl's strength. The part that split off could not be controlled once it exceeded 200 meters from his feet. This was a weakness of his split fruit, which he only discovered after consuming it for a long time. How could a girl he just met know this? This unexpected move left Buggy both angry and surprised, and he couldn't get a word out for a long time. Xiao Luo raised an eyebrow. "Hurry up and pick it up, or a beast will take it away and you'll lose your hand." "Who are you? How do you know my secret?" Baki was on the verge of exploding. Could this be someone familiar? He reached out to pull off the girl's mask. Xiao Luo dodged to the side, momentarily forgetting that Trafalgar Law was on the other side, and unexpectedly collided heavily with him. She quickly apologized, sorry. The next second, Buggy attacked with a knife in his left hand, and Xiao Luo jumped directly onto a tree. The knife aimed at Law, who had just stumbled from the collision, his furrowed brows tightening even more at that moment. Suddenly, a layer of blue translucent gas appeared on the ground, forming a semicircle that enveloped both of them. Law drew his long knife and severed Buggy's arm in one swift motion. In the space he created, he could freely cut and assemble a person's body without causing them to bleed or feel pain. This was the ability of his no Mi Buggy. Suddenly being cut like this became even angrier. He controlled the severed arm on the ground to point at Law's nose and shouted, "What are you doing here? Are you in cahoots with that filthy girl?" The man was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that this person could still control his severed arm freely. What a strange ability user. After the surprise, he raised his long knife and instantly unleashed a slaughterhouse. During the auction earlier, Law had found the clown very annoying. And now this guy was causing trouble again. With a few swift cuts, he turned Buggy's body into countless pieces. Logically, if he didn't reassemble, the target's body couldn't be restored. But the red-nosed man before him could, becoming increasingly irritated after being cut, cursing as his dismembered body reassembled. Buggy completely lost it, roaring, "You little brat, let me show you my power. Split pancake." After saying that, the lower half of his body was thrown out and began spinning uncontrollably, moving as fast as a pancake flying through the air, with the tips of Buggy's shoes resembling daggers, giving the visual of a spiky pancake charging at him. In Law's eyes, this move had no lethality. He just needed to jump lightly to evade it. Flashy but impractical, creating such a big scene for nothing? What a waste of expression. But through Buggy's series of actions, Law seemed to have grasped what kind of ability fruit the opponent had. Coupled with the split shout from the clown earlier, he was even more convinced. No wonder his knife had no effect on him. Xiao Luo, standing on the tree, watched for a while. The no Mi battling the split fruit, one skilled at cutting bodies with a knife, and the other unafraid of being cut. Even the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, couldn't kill Buggy even after slicing him to bits. To be honest, Xiao Luo wanted to keep watching to see how the two would determine the winner. It would surely be an interesting scene. But she had more important things to do and couldn't afford a delay. As Law and Buggy prepared for a big showdown, Xiao Luo reluctantly left to continue the pursuit of Seagull. However, during the chase, her stomach began to ache faintly. She wondered if there was something wrong with the ramen she had eaten earlier, which made her feel uncomfortable. While rubbing her stomach, she slowed her pace, trying not to run too fast to see if it would improve. Yu, Zote, and Stoka rushed to the small, dilapidated house, only to find it empty. There wasn't a soul in sight. As the three searched for clues around the area, Zote discovered a mark on the tree trunk. It was an arrow carved with a knife, and, judging by the color, it was a new mark made today, pointing in the southwest direction. "Everyone, over here!" He called the other two over. Although they didn't know if it was left by Gu, Shi, and the others. It was clear someone wanted to lead their accomplices over for help. With no other leads, the three had no choice but to take a chance. On the other side, little Luo was running and noticed that the trees ahead were becoming sparser, and sunlight slowly began to appear. Soon, she heard the sound of weapons clashing, ringing out sharply. Outside the forest was the edge of a cliff, and when she arrived, a large group of people was attacking Ace. Seeing a pirate sneak up on him from behind, little Luo rushed over and kicked the person away, landing beside Ace. Seagull, who was holding a cigar, changed his expression slightly upon seeing this. Another accomplice? Ace glanced at the masked girl beside him, extremely surprised. "What are you doing here?" He was impressed that she had tracked him down to this place. "I've told you several times, I really have no money. You should leave quickly. This place is dangerous, not somewhere for a little girl like you." A pirate charged at them, and little Luo knocked him aside while replying to the dark-haired boy. "You should worry more about yourself. A bad guy is still a bad guy, daring to come here alone to deceive people. Don't you know there are many of them? After all these years, you've only grown taller, but not smarter. You're still so reckless. When he was young, he started stealing things from the subordinates of Brugger, and now he's provoking the pirates of the New World." Ace saw that the little girl was not appreciative and didn't bother to waste words with her. "Fine. Just know that if you get killed later, it's not my fault. Xiao Luo, you don't need to worry about it." Seagull has been entangled with Ace, who, at this time, is not yet a devil fruit user and is relying solely on his personal strength to fight against Seagull. Neither of them has the upper hand. Occasionally, other pirates try to come up and snatch the Firefox fruit. looking for an opportunity to sneak attack. But more of them are just watching the fun, waiting for the two to injure each other and hoping to benefit as a bystander. At this moment, Seagull shouted, "Whoever helps me catch these two, I will give them a free artificial fruit." As soon as this was said, the pirates immediately became passionate, rushing forward with weapons in hand. Ace dodged while also having to defend against Seagull. He thought he would eventually get injured by them, but unexpectedly, the masked little girl kicked away a pirate who tried to sneak attack him again. Then, her hands turned black, looking as hard as a wall, and she started hammering down on the approaching people. No one could withstand her punches. The little girl's explosive power is particularly astonishing. Even rugged men weighing hundreds of pounds are knocked down by her punch. Her fists inexplicably remind Ace of his grandfather Garp's beloved Iron Fist. Over the past 7 years, every time Garp comes back, he and Luffy have to endure being beaten several times, truly suffering. After a few exchanges, nearly half of the pirates on the opposite side are down. Seeing they can't win, someone pulls out a gun and aims it at Xiao Luo's head. With a bang, the shot is fired. Before the sound even comes out, the gunman sees the little girl disappear from his sight, and as the gunshot rings out, a heavy blow strikes his forehead. Feeling as if his brain is about to explode, he instantly loses consciousness. No matter how powerful the pirate, even if they are a captain, they can't withstand a few punches from Xiao Luo. In just a tea's worth of time, only a few pirates are still standing. They are all sweating profusely, their faces pale with fear. Their feet start to involuntarily retreat. What a monster! Retreat. A few of them turn to run. Xiao Luo flashed back and quickly took care of the people in just a few moves. They all collapsed to the ground. Turning around, those who were still conscious were clutching their stomachs and unable to get up. Seeing the little figure that looked like a monster approaching, they showed expressions of difficulty. Shifting their butts to make way, afraid she would strike again. Ace was also shocked by the little girl's abilities. She was quite skilled. No wonder she confidently said that he should worry more about himself. Indeed, she didn't need anyone to worry about her. He had underestimated her. Just a second ago, Xiao Luo was still imposing, but the next moment, she was also clutching her stomach. Damn, it hurt. It felt a bit like stomach cramps, but not entirely. It felt like someone was twisting a knife in her abdomen. Seeing this scene, the pirates lying on the ground exchanged glances, not understanding what was wrong with her. Did someone kick her in the stomach? No. They hadn't even touched a hair on her head before being knocked down. Seagull, who was still fighting Ace, saw that Xiao Luo was uncomfortable and rushed over to launch a sneak attack. He realized that the little girl had extraordinary strength. If he missed this opportunity, it might be difficult to defeat her. The girl sensed a gust of wind rushing toward her, and as she straightened up to dodge, a black-haired boy blocked her path and intercepted Seagull's attack. How could a man take advantage of someone in distress? Pirates don't differentiate between men and women. Surviving is the only truth. Seagull grinned and disappeared from Ace's sight. The black-haired boy looked confused. Just as he was wondering, he heard a movement behind him. Turning around, he saw the masked girl using her hardened hand to block Seagull's long knife. He didn't expect that in just a split second, he would sneak behind to attack the little girl. Seagull spat out the cigar in his mouth, slightly surprised. Although armed hockey and observation hockey are common, your abilities must have reached a high level, right? He had noticed a detail earlier. The little girl could anticipate her opponent's next move, as she had dodged before he even fired. Luo didn't answer him. She pulled on the tip of his knife with one hand and struck it with the other. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, and Seagull's knife snapped in half. He attempted to attack, but Xiao Luo had anticipated his move and was prepared to block. However, Seagull didn't know what she intended to do. A punch after punch landed on his face, catching him completely off guard. He could defend against one attack, but not the second or third. Seeing this, Ace simply squatted down and watched the commotion. He carefully analyzed the masked girl's techniques. Not bad. If she needed strength, she had strength. If she needed speed, she had speed. Every move landed in unexpected places, clean and swift, without any excess, until the opponent was beaten to a pulp with no chance to fight back. He clapped and cheered from the side, a smile on his face. The little girl is impressive. She single-handedly takes down everyone. If it's him, he might need to put in some effort, and of course, he might get a few scratches. Such a powerful individual. Let's see if we can persuade her to join the Spade Pirates as a main force. Xiao Luo stepped on Shiga and directly asked, "Who instructed you to sell artificial fruits?" The person underfoot was taken aback and replied, "What instructions? I just wanted to get rich." Not telling the truth. Xiao Luo took the knife from her waist, crouched in front of Seagull, and gently traced it across his face, leaving a cut. "If you don't speak, I'll bury you here today. Do you believe it, hmm? Her voice sounded like that of a tender young girl who hadn't fully matured. Yet for some reason it felt a bit frightening, as if she could do anything if provoked. There was really no one directing her, it was just... Seagull wanted to argue a bit more, but before he could finish his sentence, he saw the masked girl raise her dagger high without any hesitation and brought it down. I'll talk. Spare me, I'll tell you. The dagger stopped just above the surface of his heart. Although he had seen blood, his life was saved. If he had waited 1 second more to beg for mercy, he might have already been on his way to meet the King of Hell. This girl really was decisive in her actions. Xiao Luo didn't say a word, drawing her knife and staring at him. This made Sigur's heart race. He was scared by her just now. After that, Sigur confessed honestly. It was Caesar Clown who said that he was out of funds for a certain experiment. So he thought about selling some artificial devil fruits to pirates who wanted to become stronger to raise money. We were just helping him with the work, and he promised to split the profits with us afterwards. Xiao Luo continued to ask, just him? Are there others behind him? Hegel hesitated and said, there shouldn't be any, right? I only know he's working for a big shot, but I don't know who that person is. Caesar just wants to secretly make some money behind that person's back. The big shot he mentioned should be Doflamingo, with no escape for him. But Xiao Luo had another question. Why are you selling artificial fruits so openly? Aren't you afraid of the Navy finding out? Hegel replied, if we don't do it openly, how can we attract people to buy? Ordinary people look down on this stuff, and the key is they don't have money. Only pirates, and those with some savings, can be attracted to come over so that business can be done. They planned to switch to another island to continue selling before the Navy arrived. They were supposed to leave this place in the next couple of days, but unexpectedly encountered a scammer, causing trouble. You pirates are really fearless for the sake of money. Xiao Luo clicked her tongue and asked, where is Caesar? Hegel replied, how would I know? He only sent someone to deliver the goods. He didn't show up. In the end, with Ace's help, a group of pirates was tied up by the two. They all shouted for mercy, not knowing why the little girl tied them up. Are you sending us to the Navy for a bounty? With so many of them, it should be worth quite a bit. Hegel struggled a few times, but the ropes still tightly bound him. Hey, female hero, I've said everything I needed to say. Can you let me go? Xiao Luo refused decisively. That's not possible. You guys are stepping stones on my path to promotion. How can I just let you go? After saying that, she brushed off the dust from her hands, feeling like she had accomplished something significant, and her heart felt a little lighter. Just then, Ace asked her, why did you help me just now? I see you're quite loyal. Do you want to join my pirate crew? He would have been better off not saying anything, but as soon as he spoke, Xiao Luo recalled another problem. She turned around and glared at the black-haired boy, extending her hand. Hand over the artificial fruit, and perhaps I can spare your life. Upon hearing this, Ace quickly protected the devil fruit hanging in the pouch at his waist, surprised. So you came for it too? Although he looked down on the animal-type fruit, he would never give it up because it was something he had snatched for his companions. That guy Masty Joss had been dreaming of eating a devil fruit. He didn't know why the ship's doctor, who usually enjoyed writing novels, had become so obsessed with it lately. Perhaps it was because the protagonist in his novel was a devil fruit user, so he wanted to try it out himself. After all, he had once stabbed himself in the chest for the sake of a plot in his novel, just to capture that authentic feeling. Ace often thought that it must be a painstaking masterpiece. It's a pity that Joss said he wouldn't show it to anyone until it was finished. Xiao Luo raised an eyebrow and did not hide her intentions. Of course, so just hand it over honestly. Don't make me take action. If you want, I can always snatch another one for you later, as long as you're willing to join me. What do you think? Think about it. Ace seemed a bit excited. Their pirate crew was still on the rise and needed more strong members. Join you? No way. Xiao Luo wanted to refuse in a cool manner, but as she spoke, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach. She had to cover her stomach with her hand. What was happening? Could it be poisoning? Ace couldn't see her expression, but felt that something was off, so he stepped forward to ask, hey, are you okay? When he got closer, Xiao Luo reached out to grab it. She didn't care about the pain anymore. She had to get this stolen item and hand it over to her superior. Ace quickly dodged. All right, you're playing tricks? He felt foolish for being deceived. Xiao Luo didn't explain anything and attacked Ace's waist. The boy was pushed back step by step. He stepped on the edge of the cliff, with the back half of his foot already hanging in midair. Turning his head, he saw the place he stepped on crumble, with rubble falling into the unseen abyss below, eventually swallowed by darkness. Ace almost fell in as well, flailing his arms to barely stabilize himself. As he turned his head, the girl's hand attacked again, and he quickly rolled and ran to the side. That was close. The boy rushed forward with lingering fear, not daring to look back. Stop right there. Xiao Luo was just about to use her shaving technique to appear in front of Ace and block his path, but suddenly, A wave of warmth surged down. The pain made her forehead bead with tiny sweat droplets, and her lips turned a bit pale. Although this pain was not comparable to being cut by someone, it was still excruciating, making her wish she could take a knife and commit seppuku. Seeing Ace running far away, she endured the pain and chased after him. Gushi! Suddenly, she heard Chuan Yaxing's voice from behind. Turning around, she saw her panting and standing at the edge of the forest. This is just in time. Yaxing, you take this group of pirates back to the warship, and I will go retrieve the artificial fruit. Xiao Luo dropped this sentence and continued to chase after Ace. Chuan Yaxing heard this and then realized that the pirates sitting on the ground were tied up in pairs. She was first taken aback, then filled with questions. So many people were taken down by Gushi alone? That's too exaggerated, right? How strong is she? At this moment, Chuan Yaxing suddenly felt a bit unnecessary. She hadn't been able to help at all. Ace ran for a while and saw the little girl gradually closing the distance behind him. Ace was originally very confident in his running skills because he and Luffy had been chased and beaten by Garp since they were young, honing their skills. He didn't expect the little girl to be quite good as well. He wouldn't give her the fruit, but he really wanted her as a person. Why not lure her onto the ship? Thinking this, Ace took out a synthetic fruit from his bag, running while waving the item in his hand. You really want this? Catch up to me, and I'll give it to you. After saying that, the boy thought about the direction his ship was headed, remembered its approximate position, and then turned to head down a steep slope. The slope was quite steep, but compared to the cliff-like bottomless abyss, at least there was somewhere to step. Xiao Luo ran to the side and saw Ace's gradually descending figure. She secretly clenched her fists, thinking that he could run away once. But he would never escape a second time. The masked girl leaped into the air and pounced down directly. Ace sensed something, looked up, and saw a shadow falling. He had no idea what that idiot was thinking, just jumping down like that and wrapping her arms around his neck. As a result, it made him lose his balance, and with a whoosh, he was sent flying, his feet leaving the ground in an instant. In midair, he saw that fox mask and instantly got angry, grabbing her ear and scolding her. You reckless girl, are you trying to get yourself killed? If you don't hand it over, don't even think about escaping. Xiao Luo was also in a bad mood due to her stomachache. She pulled Ace's cheeks with her hands, turning the handsome face of the young man into a grimace, thinking that she might as well take him back too. What about old feelings? The bad boy deserves to be locked up. After flying out for a while, the two landed and rolled down the steep slope, occasionally bumping into large stones that propelled them a distance before they fell again, hugging tightly together and rolling quickly down the slope. It was impossible to come to a sudden stop. From a distance, one could see something rolling from near the mountaintop all the way to the bottom. The sky gradually darkened, and the sunset hung in the west, slowly hiding behind the tall mountains. Yu, Zote, and Stoka arrived to see Chuan Yaxing holding a rope, with a group of pirates following behind, all linked together like a chain of crickets. If anyone dared to resist and not leave, she would draw her knife and strike their thigh, causing the pirates to scream in pain. Just when she was worried about how long it would take to bring back so many people, she saw Yu and the others coming and was overjoyed. You finally made it. Stoka glanced behind Chuan Yaxing and noticed someone was missing, asking, Where's Gushi? She went to chase after the artificial fruit. Hearing this, Stoka expressed concern and wanted to check the situation, but was stopped by Chuan Yaxing. Don't worry. She's strong enough to be fine. This group of people was all subdued by Gushi alone. I didn't even need to make a move. She had also experienced the feeling of lying down and winning. Although it was easy, she felt a bit guilty for not putting in any effort. Zoe was shocked, no way. She handled it all by herself. He knew the girl had some strength, but this was too exaggerated. She didn't seem like a rookie on her first mission at all. Stoka's worried expression relaxed, turning into admiration. Is Gushi really that amazing? Yu replied, Of course. You probably forgot how she stood out in the promotion match a month ago. The four chatted briefly, and Yu took out the snail phone left by Xiao Luo and immediately called Major General Huashishin to report the situation. On the other end, they said they would send a few people to assist, urging them to keep a good hold on the pirates and not let anyone escape. After hanging up, Huashishin reflected on the progress of this small team, which was faster than all the other teams, and no one had been injured. Unlike the group of fools who had called earlier, who failed to capture anyone and ended up losing their own men. The four of them decided to wait in place for assistance, since Xiao Luo hadn't returned yet. They thought it would be better to wait for her to go back together, as the forest could be quite dangerous after dark. During the wait, everyone stretched their necks to look at the forest entrance, hoping to see her figure appear soon. Chuan Yaxing curiously asked Yu, Did you see any other pirates on your way here? I did. Trafalgar Law and a clown were fighting. Is that what you wanted to ask about? Hee hee, although I secretly peeked several times, it didn't delay me from coming to find you. That man was truly handsome. Just a glance was breathtaking. Even now, thinking back, Yu Yu's heart was still racing. Chuan Yaxing pinched her nose. At least you have a bit of conscience. Not abandoning us for a handsome guy. Of course, Yu Yu said proudly, seeing them playfully teasing each other. The pirate seagull had a question. Who exactly are you? Where are you taking us? Earlier, he vaguely seemed to have heard the words worship. He wondered if he was hallucinating after being beaten by that little girl. The Navy couldn't possibly arrive this quickly, right? Chuan Yaxing and Yu Yu exchanged glances and then laughed. Zote retorted, what do you think we look like? This question left Seagull speechless. He turned his clever head around, and suddenly his pupils constricted, swallowing hard. You can't be. Before he could finish his sentence, the smiles on the faces of the four people in front of him already said it all. Damn, they really are the Navy. A bad premonition surged in Seagull's heart. If they caught him, wouldn't he be stuck in prison for life? What bad luck. At the foot of a high mountain, Ace sat up from the ground, supporting his waist. When he rolled down earlier, his back accidentally got scratched by a sharp rock. And it hurt like hell. He had just propped himself up for a short while when the little girl next to him moved her fingers and then got up, rubbing her buzzing head. Fortunately, she had armed hockey to protect her, so she didn't get hurt. But her stomach still hurt. Give it to me. Xiao Luo shook her head a few times to wake herself up. As she spoke, she moved closer to the boy. Seeing this, Ace quickly covered the devil fruit and moved his butt back quickly. He thought he would talk about it, after snatching it. As soon as he finished speaking, the masked girl lunged forward. The boy propped himself up with his hands to dodge her from the side, then got up and ran behind Xiao Luo. Just as he was about to say something, he saw a red blood pattern and blinked in confusion. When the girl turned around and charged at him, he asked, why is there blood on your butt? Xiao Luo stopped her fist mid-swing. Blood? On her butt? She suddenly turned around and pulled up her pants to check. And there really was blood. How could this happen? Was it someone else's blood on her? But the cramping pain in her stomach made her realize that things were not that simple. A certain thought flashed through Xiao Luo's mind, like a bolt from the blue, leaving her stunned. In an instant, she understood. Her mouth fell open in shock. Ace, as luck would have it, bumped into the gun. Ha, you must have gotten poked in the butt by a rock when you rolled down just now, right? Ha ha ha, that's worse than me. Ouch. It hurts. Because she laughed too loudly, it accidentally pulled at her wound, causing Ace to gasp. Shut up already. Xiao Luo was on the brink of a breakdown, almost ready to explode. If she wasn't mistaken, she had come to visit relatives. Although she didn't know exactly how old the girl was when this happened, it was probably during her teenage years. Oh my god, how terrifying it is for a grown man to visit relatives. It's even scarier than growing breasts. Xiao Luo instantly knelt on the ground, her eyes wide open, her face pale, with an expression of disbelief. Ace noticed that the little girl looked deeply affected and sensed something was wrong. He put away his smile, but didn't dare to approach her, fearing she might pull a trick again. Hey, don't think you can fool me again. I want to believe you this time. At this moment, Xiao Luo couldn't hear the sounds from the outside world. Her mind was filled with a barrage of thoughts that read, I got my period, I got my period, I got my period. How tragic this was. How the hell could she accept it? She couldn't. It was unacceptable. After a long while, the little girl still showed no reaction. Ace felt a pang of sympathy and squatted down, tilting his head to see what Xiao Luo was doing on the ground. Although he couldn't see her face, her lips looked a bit pale, indicating she wasn't in good shape. It's just bleeding from your butt, right? Is it really that serious? Look at me. I have a cut on my waist, and I'm fine. We've endured worse injuries as pirates. Seeing her silent, he continued, how about you come on my ship? I can have a doctor on board treat you. He's really skilled. Ace tentatively asked, shall we go? The little girl still ignored him. He had no choice but to get up and walk over to grab Xiao Luo's arm, trying to pull her up. However, she forcefully pushed him away, saying, what healing? This thing can't be cured, unless you turn me into a man, otherwise it comes every month. AIC was pushed down to the ground, but he wasn't angry. Instead, he was surprised and asked, could it be an incurable disease? Xiao Luo. She really doesn't want to talk to him right now, that idiot. Who is she cursing? Damn incurable disease. Can't you have a little common sense? Have you lived for 17 years in vain? You don't even know this? Xiao Luo originally wanted to stand up, but as soon as she moved, she was overwhelmed by waves of pain. It felt like her pants were even redder. She had heard others mention before that girls shouldn't eat ice too often because it can lead to a cold constitution. If one has a cold constitution, when relatives come, it can lead to stomach pain, and in severe cases, it can hurt so much that one rolls on the ground, even needing painkillers to endure it. However, Xiao Luo didn't take this matter to heart. When she was in Baldigo, there were 11 months of hot weather out of the year, with high temperatures constantly. How could she survive without eating icy things? She had to drink a glass of ice water every morning to feel comfortable. So, she was likely one with a cold constitution. Just now, while chasing the pirates, she had run for so long, fought, and rolled down hills. The pain was so intense. It seemed like a punishment for her. Now that it was dark, in this deep mountain forest, she didn't know what to do. She knelt on the ground, motionless, only feeling that the pattern on her jeans might have gotten bigger. Ace hadn't left. He stood not far away, keeping her company. He even showed a sympathetic expression. Could it be that she really had some incurable illness? After a long while, he heard the masked girl's weak voice. Hey, did you bring any paper? In the darkness, in the cave, Xiao Luo was lying on the straw-covered ground, her body perfectly still, with her hands resting on her stomach. But her expression was one of utter despair. She stared blankly at the top of the cave, as if her soul had left her body. The fire next to her crackled and popped, occasionally sending sparks flying. She was the only one left in the cave. She didn't know where Ace had gone, nor did she care. After zoning out for a while, her thoughts slowly began to gather, and she realized she could no longer sit idly by. Given the current situation, relying on Ivankov seemed unreliable. So, Xiao Luo decided to call the system. Yaya, do you still remember the promise you made to me 8 years ago? After all these years, isn't it time to arrange a reward task for a gender transition gift package for me? Yaya, I didn't promise you anything. I just said we would talk about it later. Xiao Luo was full of question marks. Isn't now the later you were talking about? Yaya, all right, but that wasn't a definite statement. Saying we'll talk about it later might mean there is nothing at all? What do you mean by that? Are you just stringing me along? Xiao Luo was suddenly furious. For the past few years, I've been diligently completing my tasks. And now you tell me there isn't any? How is your behavior any different from that of a ruthless boss? Yeah, what I just said wasn't a definite statement. Because I added the word maybe. So there might be something in the future, right? Xiao Luo was completely speechless because of the system. It was really frustrating. Was she reciting tongue twisters? She really wanted Yaya to see what she was saying. The implication was just to keep lying. When the next time came, still nothing. Forget it, you can go. Unreliable guy. She realized that in life, one has to rely on oneself. Yaya. Oh, so I'm leaving then? Xiao Luo didn't reply. She didn't feel like responding. In the end, she simply closed her eyes. The system was about to leave, but hesitated and turned back to ask. Why don't you try to accept it? There's nothing wrong with being a girl. And in your case, it's like being reborn. Being a boy was just your gender in your past life. It's just that you were reincarnated with memories. So, actually, you've been a girl since 14 years ago. Xiao Luo still didn't say anything. She understood the reasoning. If it weren't for her memories from her past life, she might have accepted it readily. The problem now was that she was reborn, but her memories weren't erased. It felt like someone was playing with her. Did they want her to have a split personality or something? The system, seeing that the host was ignoring it, sighed and quietly left. After all, it couldn't understand the difference between being male or female, as it had no gender. For some reason, after a while, Xiao Luo suddenly felt like crying. Could this thing actually affect a person's emotions? At that moment, she felt like a weak, pitiful, and helpless little kitten. She wanted to complain, to be comforted. Woo-woo, damn. Realizing something was off, she cursed herself in her heart and quickly controlled her impulse to woo-woo. By the riverbank, Ace was fishing in the dark water, and on a nearby rock sat a telephone bug, talking to his ship's doctor, Mascud Dios. While fishing, Ace told the doctor about the incurable disease of the masked girl. Is there a way to cure a disease like hers? That person is quite powerful, and I want her to join our ship as a main force, so you mustn't let her die. After hearing his silly captain's words, Mascud Dios probably had an idea of what was going on. But just to be safe, he asked a few more questions. How old is she? Does her stomach hurt when she bleeds? Ace thought for a moment. She should be about 4 or 5 years younger than me. Yes, I've seen her several times holding her stomach. What's wrong, Dios? Is it a problem with her stomach? Should we operate on her or something? Would that help? Upon hearing this, Dios was truly shocked by his innocence, but still had to tell him, this can't be cured. Ace stopped what he was doing and looked at the telephone bug in surprise. What? Is this disease really that difficult to treat? Even you can't do anything? Captain, let me finish my sentence. This is not a disease at all, but a normal phenomenon girls experience during their growth, indicating that she has grown up. The silly boy scratched his head. What does that mean? I don't understand. Who told you not to study well when you were young, just to mess around? It means. Anyway, it was boring to be alone on the ship, so Mascud Dios explained everything to Ace from start to finish. Otherwise, he was afraid that this illiterate captain would embarrass himself in front of the girl. That embarrassment wouldn't just be for Ace, but for their entire Black Spade pirate crew. The doctor talked for about 15 minutes. At first, the captain could still be heard asking questions, but later he fell silent, not knowing what he was doing or if he was listening carefully. Ace, did you understand? After a long while, a voice came from the telephone bug. That's good. It was worth my time talking for so long. By the way, didn't you say you found a devil fruit? Did Myhole and the others accompany you? When will you be back? Ace answered one by one. I found it, not with them, and I'll return to the ship tomorrow morning. It's dark now, and it's hard to walk. I can't tell the direction. I have to wait until dawn. The two chatted for a bit before hanging up. The scene shifted, and Ace returned to the cave with a few fish and a wild rabbit. Seeing the little girl with her eyes closed, seemingly asleep, he said nothing and silently started roasting the fish nearby. Soon, the aroma filled the entire cave. Meanwhile, the excessive blood loss, Xiao Luo had long been feeling dizzy from hunger. Just a moment ago, she was lost in her pain, but now her mind was filled with one word: hungry. She slowly opened her eyes and turned her head to see Ace busying himself, roasting fish, boiling water, and gathering plenty of firewood. Xiao Luo didn't expect that he was still here, so he just wanted to find something to eat. The masked girl propped herself up and sat up, and Ace shyly handed over a bamboo tube filled with hot water, stammering, "Drink a little, I heard this helps." Xiao Luo was momentarily stunned and reached out to take it. "You already know, huh? Otherwise, how would this straight guy let her drink hot water?" Ace, feeling embarrassed, dared not look at the girl and turned his head to the side. "Yeah, I just found out. That guy, Diaosi, explained it to me several times. Anyway, he never thought it would be so troublesome to be a girl. He had always lived with Dan and the others and hadn't really interacted with women." The atmosphere fell silent, and neither of them spoke. The more silent it was, the more awkward Ace felt. Xiao Luo didn't feel much. She blew on it a few times and then slowly drank the hot water. She didn't know if drinking hot water was effective, but since everyone said it was, she might as well give it a try. After all, enduring the pain wasn't a solution, and it made her mentally fragile. Just after finishing the hot water, AIC handed her a grilled fish. The boy shyly scratched his head and said, "Eat the fish." Xiao Luo silently took the fish and politely said, "Thank you." The brat suddenly became so considerate and understanding that she felt a bit unaccustomed. So she started to be polite as well. If it were when they were younger, he would definitely take the opportunity to target her. Would he really care about others now? That's rare, but perhaps it's because he doesn't know her identity. Otherwise, he would have long abandoned her. Ace hated her a lot when they were kids. When the boy saw the masked girl take the fish from his hand, he drooled and took two for himself, one in each hand, and started to eat heartily, looking quite pleased. Watching him made Xiao Luo feel hungry, especially since her stomach was growling. So she imitated Ace, took a big bite, and, after chewing a few times, ugh, she spat it all out. "It tastes terrible." It was both fishy and stinky, and it was burnt. It was simply hard to swallow. Xiao Luo disdainfully tossed the fish aside. Her series of actions instantly irritated Ace, who, not caring whether she was weak or not, shouted loudly, "Then don't eat it. Let yourself starve." He had kindly offered her grilled fish, and she was still complaining. Had she never experienced hardship? Had she never felt what it was like to be on the verge of starvation? It was still his younger brother Luffy, who was the most lovable. He would eat anything that was made for him. Clearly, it was freshly caught fish, so it should have been delicious. But the taste of what Ace made was like something pulled out of a garbage heap. It was no wonder Xiao Luo couldn't eat it. She thought that aside from that brat himself, only Luffy could eat what he made. She wondered how these two had managed all these years. She was a bit worried about Luffy, but didn't know how to ask. Perhaps it triggered some muscle memory. Xiao Luo stood up to clean and prepare the remaining wild rabbit and mountain chicken, ready to show that brat what real food was. At first, Ace didn't know what she was up to, but after watching for a while, he realized the little girl was cooking quite skillfully. She cut the chicken into pieces, placed them in a bamboo tube, added some water, sealed it, and buried it in the fire. Then she skewered the rabbit and placed it over the flames, roasting it until golden brown, flipping it over. She controlled the cooking perfectly, clearly someone who often cooked. Once everything was done, Xiao Luo took some salt from her bag and sprinkled it on top. For tasks like these when going out, she was used to bringing a knife and half a pack of salt, because it was inevitable to eat outside, and without salt, no matter how fragrant the food was, it wouldn't taste good. She handed the roasted wild rabbit to Ace, saying here. At that moment, the boy had already drooled all over, trying to act calm as he snatched it away. "Let me see how bad your cooking really is." But as soon as he took a bite, The delicious juices flowed down his throat. He chewed a few more bites seriously, and it was incredibly good. More importantly, it had a familiar taste. Xiao Luo could tell from Ace's stunned expression that her cooking had once again impressed him. This brat had always loved the meal she made when they were younger. Although he had never said it, Xiao Luo could still see it from his actions. He would always eat several more bowls, finishing everything cleanly without leaving a trace. So when she saw Ace like this, Xiao Luo couldn't help but smirk and tease. Is it that bad? If it is, then give it back to me and eat the fish you grilled yourself. As she spoke, she pretended to reach out to snatch it away. Ace dodged her. The boy looked down at the roasted rabbit in his hands with disbelief, murmuring to himself, "Wild boar sister." Xiao Luo was startled by his call. Her heart skipped a beat, and she began to panic. No way was she discovered. She instinctively touched the mask on her face, and fortunately, it was still there. The girl immediately sat back down, trying hard to cover up. What wild boar? Did you bring a wild boar back? Ha! Ace remained silent, his eyes vacant, as if lost in some memory. After a long while, seeing him keep his lips tightly pressed and not speaking, his expression turned somewhat sorrowful and guilty. Xiao Luo felt a bit strange and asked him, "Hey, are you okay?" Ace gently shook his head. "I'm fine. It's just that what you made reminds me of an old friend." Hearing his answer, Xiao Luo breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out he didn't suspect her. She then knowingly asked, "Really? It seems that what she made is as delicious as mine?" "Yes, it's very delicious, almost exactly the same." Ace's voice grew quieter, as if he were talking to himself. The same taste, equally delicious. Although his voice was soft, Xiao Luo heard every word clearly. This was the first time she heard Ace praise her, and she was a bit at a loss. Has this little brat taken the wrong medicine? Or has she been possessed? Usually, he wouldn't even argue with her, and now he's being so obedient? Praising her in front of an outsider? Yes, she's that outsider now, and also the former wild boar girl. Isn't that right? If there's a chance, I should compete with her. Xiao Luo didn't even know what she was saying. When Ace praised her like that, it felt as strange as if the sun were rising in the west. And the words she spoke were somewhat nonsensical. Why would she need to compete with herself? What if one day he really made her two identities compete? Where would she find someone identical to impersonate her? But Ace's next sentence was something Xiao Luo never expected. Perhaps there won't be this opportunity. She has already passed away. What? Passed away? Xiao Luo was greatly surprised, her voice involuntarily raised, sounding somewhat excited. AIC looked up in confusion, gazing at her. He wondered why her reaction was so intense. Xiao Luo suppressed the shock in her heart and adjusted her mindset. I mean, what a pity. How could she have passed away? No need to think. It must be that old Garp didn't tell them. He clearly knew she was taken away by Dad. He knows everything. Why didn't he tell them? It's really frustrating. That old man. What tricks is he playing again? That little Luffy must be heartbroken to know she died, right? Xiao Luo could feel that the little brat considered her very important. She originally planned to take some time to check on the bandit hideout with Sabo, but in the past 7 years, she had spent the first 3 years training at the Revolutionary Army base, never stepping off that island even once. In the last 4 years, she had been traveling the world with her father, rescuing civilians living in dire conditions. So, she had kept postponing her return to the bandit hideout until now. And then she ended up coming to the Navy as an undercover agent. Ace slowly recounted. She died in a fire. And she was right in front of me at that time. I clearly saw her, and I promised my brother that I would take her out. But before I could reach her, an explosion engulfed her in flames, and she never came out again. As he spoke, the boy anxiously rubbed his hair. That girl was my brother's most cherished sister, yet I broke my promise and didn't take her out. At that time, our relationship wasn't good. We used to fight all the time. Looking back now, I really shouldn't have. She was just a 7-year-old girl, and I don't even know why I always clashed with her back then. I hope she comes back. I wish I had died instead. Anyway, there are so many people in this world who wish him dead. His existence is a sin. Ace seemed to have opened a floodgate, and once he started, he couldn't stop. Over the years, he didn't even dare to mention the wild boar girl in front of Luffy. Not once. His guilt had nowhere to go. Now that someone was listening to him, it felt pretty good. Because of that fire, Ace had carried the guilt for 7 whole years, always feeling that Xiao Luo's death was his responsibility. He even wondered if it was because he kept calling her that girl that she really ended up dead. That night, Ace talked a lot, while Xiao Luo quietly listened from the side. Even when she opened her mouth to speak, she ultimately swallowed her words and said nothing. What could she say in such a situation? Say that she was the wild boar girl, say that she was still alive, ask him if he was happy? It all felt so strange. First, her relationship with Ace was just so, even a bit bad. If she recognized him upon seeing him upset, then what? staring at each other awkwardly? Wouldn't that be really embarrassing? Second, from the moment she set sail with her father, they were no longer on the same path. And now she had a mission. It was hard enough to create a new identity to enter the Navy from the bottom, and it was even less likely that she would reveal her identity to him. This matter involved a lot and could not be taken lightly. There could be no mistakes. It wasn't about trust. It was just better if fewer people knew. As they talked, Ace fell asleep, still holding the roasted rabbit in his hand. Luo didn't find it strange. After all, that brat was the kind of person who could fall asleep while eating. Just like Luffy and Grandpa. They were all the same. Speaking of those two, she couldn't understand why Grandpa was so heartless as to not mention a Luffy that she had left with their father. She had always thought that little Luffy would at most blame her for a few days for not keeping her promise and leaving without a word. But now, it was even worse. He thought she was dead and probably didn't even have the heart to blame her. With Luffy's personality, he would even want to bring his sister back to life, willing to do anything for that. Sigh. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but silently curse that old man Garp. Feeling unwell, Luo soon fell asleep. The moon hung high in the night sky, and outside it was quiet, only occasionally interrupted by the sound of wolves howling. But it didn't wake the two who were fast asleep. Ace woke up because the fire in the campfire was about to go out, and he was cold. The temperature in the mountains at night was quite low, and without a fire, it was indeed a bit chilly. He got up and casually added some firewood, and just as he was about to lie back down to continue sleeping, he accidentally caught sight of the little girl lying in the corner, hugging herself tightly and curled up. She was only wearing a thin white t-shirt, and on the bottom, she had a pair of cropped straight-leg jeans, paired with white canvas shoes. He heard that Guy Dong say that girls were even more afraid of the cold during this period. And if a big guy like him felt cold, the little girl must be even colder, especially under special circumstances. Without thinking much, he took off his light yellow shirt and covered it over Luo. In fact, his shirt was also very thin, just a short-sleeved shirt meant for summer. He didn't know if it would help, but it was better than nothing. Ace also moved the campfire a bit closer to the little girl. After doing all this, he returned to his spot and fell asleep immediately. A bubble formed above his nose, commonly known as instant sleep. After adding quite a bit of new firewood, the flames slowly began to burn, crackling and growing larger. Luo furrowed her brows tightly, drenched in sweat. She had a dream where she stood at a waste terminal, surrounded by raging flames that encircled her. The little figure she hadn't dreamed of in a long time suddenly appeared before her. Galu, covered in blood, turned around and asked in a chilling voice, "Why don't you save me? Why won't you save me?" As she spoke, she suddenly opened her gaping mouth and lunged forward, her face twisted in a terrifying expression, which startled Luo awake. She sat up abruptly, her back and forehead drenched in sweat. That was the nightmare buried deep in her heart. Luo had never thought that she would feel so guilty for so long because of fire. In this regard, she was somewhat similar to Ace. To put it bluntly, they were both responsible people. The heavier the sense of responsibility, the more they would blame themselves for not doing well. After a while, Luo slowly calmed down. However, she still felt hot, as if she were being roasted. It was as if she was in the middle of that fire at the junkyard. She turned her head and saw that the fire was right next to her, close enough to reach out and touch. Before going to sleep, she clearly remembered keeping a distance from the fire. How did she end up so inexplicably close? Luo glanced at Ace on the other side, bare-shouldered and soundly asleep, snoring loudly. At that moment, a gust of wind blew outside, causing Ace to turn over, rub his arms a few times, and continue sleeping. His position was far from the campfire and close to the cave entrance. Initially, Luo felt a bit angry, thinking he must want to roast her while he stayed far away. But then she touched the clothes covering her and suddenly understood everything. She felt ashamed of her small-mindedness. Why did she always think of Ace as a bad person? She had held a bias against him since childhood, and it persisted even now. So whatever Ace did, it always seemed suspicious to her. In fact, Ace was a very attentive person. He just had a habit of disguising himself with his arrogant personality, making it hard for others to notice his gentle side. Otherwise, he wouldn't have learned etiquette for Luffy. Luo suddenly remembered something and instinctively touched her stomach, discovering miraculously that it didn't hurt anymore. It actually just got better like this. Upon careful thought, it might be because she drank hot water and had a comfortable nap. Maybe her period decided not to punish her this time. Yay! The sudden good news instantly lifted Luo's spirits. The sky outside was still very dark, but compared to before, it was slowly getting brighter. Luo estimated that it was around 5 or 6 o'clock. She got up and could still feel a warm flow, but as long as it didn't hurt. That was fine. After being tormented like this once, she lowered her expectations, only hoping that her period wouldn't hurt every time it came. She would learn her lesson and take good care of it. Xiao Luo walked up to Ace, crouched down, and found him sleeping like a pig, completely unbothered. She reached out and pinched his nose. The boy couldn't breathe, shook his head to break free, turned over, and continued to sleep. Xiao Luo saw his expression and smirked with ill intent. She had decided to be a schemer this time and get revenge on Ace. The next day, sunlight streamed into the cave, shining right on the face of the black-haired boy. He groggily sat up and stretched. Perhaps because he had expressed too many repressed feelings the night before, his emotions had found a temporary outlet. As a result, he felt much lighter and had a dreamless, sound sleep. He didn't even realize it was already morning. Looking outside, he noticed the weather was sunny, which lifted his spirits. Hey, that person. Ace turned to look at where Xiao Luo had been sleeping, intending to call out her name, only to realize he didn't even know what her name was. But that wasn't important. What mattered was that the straw was empty, and he couldn't see the girl at all. Huh, where is she? Did she go out for some fresh air? Ace quickly got up and ran out of the cave, searching around but finding no trace of anyone. Just as he was puzzled, he suddenly realized something, and his expression changed. Oh no! The boy immediately ran back into the cave. He picked up his bag and rummaged through it. Everything was still there, except for the artificial fruit. Ace was alarmed and instantly furious. Damn it! She actually tricked him. All right, you little brat. Stealing from your brother Ace now, huh? If I don't teach you a lesson, I won't be named Portgas. With that thought, Ace ran out of the cave with his bag, ready to chase after the girl in the fox mask, cursing all the way. If he had known, he would have just hurt her last night instead of taking care of her. What a bad girl, repaying kindness with malice. You better hope I don't catch you. Xiao Luo followed the original path and climbed to the top of the mountain. Although the slope was steep, it was not difficult for her. However, since her aunt was still around, she didn't dare to go too fast and took her time, taking an hour and a half to reach the top. Normally, she could get there in less than 15 minutes. Of course, that was without using the moon step. If she used the moon step, it would take less than a minute. When she reached the top, the sun slowly rose from behind the mountain, and Xiao Luo held the artificial fruit, looking very happy. As long as she successfully handed it over to the fire mountain, the task would be considered complete. She didn't care what Ace would think when he found out the fruit was missing. She would just consider it a favor from the brat who owed her wages. Gushi. After resting for a while, Xiao Luo heard someone calling her from behind. Turning around, it was Chuan Yaxing. Yaxing, why are you still here? Xiao Luo was a little surprised. What about those pirates? Chuan Yaxing ran over and explained they were taken away by the people sent by the Fireburn Mountain General. Why didn't you go back with them? I was waiting here for you, and I didn't expect you to really make me wait. Xiao Luo was confused. What do you want me to do? She knows the way back. There is something you might not know. Besides the thief den we discovered, other teams have found 5 more locations, and Yu and the others have already gone to help. I stayed back to wait for you, in case you weren't clear about the situation. The commander seems to have high hopes for their team's abilities and specifically arranged for them to assist other teams. I see. Then let us hurry up and go. Do you know the location? Xiao Luo was saying as she stuffed the artificial fruit into her waist pouch. Chuan Yaxing nodded and said, yes, there is a ruin outside the sandstorm town to the west, and it's the closest to us. She led Xiao Luo there, and the two of them jogged along. However, the masked girl's speed was far from what it was yesterday. Chuan Yaxing found it strange and noticed that Xiao Luo was wearing a light yellow shirt tied around her waist, covering her hips, very similar to the one worn by Ace the Pirate. After hesitating for a while, she decided to ask, Gushi, what is that shirt you're wearing around your waist? Xiao Luo lowered her head to check. Chuan Yaxing didn't say anything, and she almost forgot. Before leaving, she had conveniently taken Ace's clothes. There was no choice, the pattern on her, but was too embarrassing to show. She only had one top, and it couldn't be taken off. If she were still a man, it wouldn't matter, but the key was that she was now a girl. Although in this world, running around in a bikini was completely normal, she couldn't do it. She couldn't accept the lewd expressions from a group of men looking at her. When Chuan Yaxing asked, it reminded Xiao Luo of something. She awkwardly scratched her head and asked in a low voice, did you bring that? The topic changed too quickly, and Chuan Yaxing momentarily didn't react. Which one? This left Xiao Luo speechless, not knowing how to explain. However, in the next second, Chuan Yaxing immediately understood. She stopped in her tracks and exclaimed in surprise, Gushi, you didn't come for that, did you? Xiao Luo nodded apologetically. She always felt it was strange to discuss this with a woman, but who told her she had no money and didn't have that. Relying on tissues all the time wasn't a solution. When did it come? Is it your first time? Yes, daddy. Chuan Yaxing tapped Xiao Luo's head. Why are you pushing yourself so hard? Don't you know you should rest well? You ran so far yesterday, jumping around and even fighting, handling all the pirates by yourself. You're such a little girl, being so reckless. If you don't take care of yourself, you won't even know what kind of illness you might end up with. Xiao Luo rubbed her head and said, who knew this thing would hurt so much? The pain is also because you little girls usually don't pay attention and eat whatever you want. Unlike me, I've never had this kind of pain. But I didn't bring that thing. It just happened to be over when the mission ended. How about I take you to buy it? Forget it. The mission is more important. I still have some paper. Before she could finish her sentence, Chuan Yaxing dragged her away, saying, you're more important to me. Anyway, Fengsha town is nearby. It won't take much time. But what? What good is the paper tube? You wouldn't want to bleed all over your pants while dealing with pirates, would you? It will affect the mission's progress, and you won't feel comfortable either. Just like that, the two of them arrived in town. Chuan Yaxing bought Xiao Luo what she needed for her period and even got her a new pair of jeans. After changing, she felt much better than before. No more stickiness. Xiao Luo hugged Chuan Yaxing excitedly and thanked. QQ Yaxing, thank you. When I get paid next month, I will definitely pay you back. No need to be so polite. Chuan Yaxing patted Xiao Luo's head. Is that enough to move you? Yes, I'm moved, she nodded. Having been in the pirate world for so long, this was the first time Xiao Luo felt the importance of having money. From now on, she would have to save a little for herself, just in case. Chuan Yaxing gently said, if you're moved, then promise me, when we encounter pirates later, let me help you. Don't try to be strong on your own. Xiao Luo softly replied, okay, her voice sweet and melodious. As she spoke, she unconsciously rubbed her little face against Chuan Yaxing. What is this? This is not the heavy and calm team leader at all. She's simply an adorable little cutie. So cute, right? Coupled with Xiao Luo's appearance as a soft and cute girl, just a little bit of acting cute could melt anyone's heart. This action left Chuan Yaxing momentarily stunned. Perhaps the person herself is still unaware of how cute she is. Gushi, I didn't expect you to act cute too. But then again, she's only a 14-year-old girl, and no matter how mature and steady she appears, it can't hide this fact. I wonder if it's because she's on her period, but this is the first time Chuan Yaxing has seen Gushi show a girly side. Upon hearing someone say she was acting cute, Xiao Luo, who had been closing her eyes and feeling warm from the care, immediately opened her eyes and bounced out of Chuan Yaxing's embrace. What? She looked terrified and incredulous. Did she actually act cute while hugging a woman? Who would believe that? But reflecting on it, she did indeed hug and act cute just now. No, that couldn't have been her. She wouldn't admit it. She must have been possessed by something strange. It wasn't because she was acting more feminine. Chuan Yaxing couldn't help but want to laugh at Xiao Luo's reaction. It seems like it's her first time hearing someone say that. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone else. You can still act cute with me next time. With these words, her face was saved in front of others, and the key is that she could still be her true self. Xiao Luo blushed and complained, nonsense, I didn't act cute. Uffed. Chuan Yaxing was amused by her adorable expression and laughed, agreeing, okay, you didn't act cute. That said, the smile on her face had already betrayed her. Xiao Luo turned around sulkily and said, let's go, to the ruins. The ruins outside Wind Sandtown. The surroundings were barren, with little vegetation, and when the wind blew, it kicked up a gust of sand, making the environment somewhat reminiscent of Baldigo. Xiao Luo and Chuan Yaxing were hiding behind a large rock, cautiously peering out to assess the situation in the ruins. The opposite ruins were made of yellow earth, with collapsed sections and a dilapidated appearance, leaving only the middle part where someone could hide. However, there wasn't a single shadow outside, and the surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the sound of the wind and sand. Chuan Yaxing whispered, what's going on? Did they find out something and run away early? As she spoke, Chuan Yaxing prepared to stand up and take a look. She was pulled back by Xiao Luo, who said, be careful, there might be traps. Her observation haki had sensed that there was a large group of people hidden in those ruins, likely waiting for them to rush in. Chuan Yaxing said, traps? No way. It's so quiet. It feels like there's no one here. Xiao Luo replied, exactly because it's unusually quiet that we should be more cautious. How about this, Yaxing? I'll lure some of them away, and you sneak in to check the situation inside. Chuan Yaxing protested. No way. Can you still run like that? I'll lure them away. But Xiao Luo was immediately interrupted by Chuan Yaxing. Didn't we agree that I would help too? Have you forgotten? Don't worry, I can do it. She patted Xiao Luo's hand, smiled slightly, and then stood up and ran off into the distance. Xiao Luo wanted to chase, but it was too late. Chuan Yaxing moved quickly and jumped onto the second floor of the ruins in just a few moments. As soon as her feet touched the ground, someone swung a sharp weapon at her. Fortunately, she had mentally prepared herself in advance and quickly dodged, jumping onto the roof. About a dozen bare-chested, scruffy men followed her up. Some held knives and swords, some wielded axes, and others raised rifles, surrounding Chuan Yaxing completely. One of them said, "So there are accomplices after all. You naval folks are really cunning. If you don't leave us a way out, you won't have good days either. Hee hee. The girl looks quite nice. How about we have some fun with her?" Chuan Yaxing secretly tightened her grip on the long sword in her hand, not expecting her identity to be exposed so quickly. It was probably because someone was sent to pick her up after the fire on the mountain yesterday, and the remaining pirates in the forest saw it. However, it was unexpected that they chose to stay and ambush her instead of fleeing. Now, surrounded, Chuan Yaxing was thinking about how to escape and divert their attention. Just then, the lecherous pirate reached out towards her, only to have his hand severed by her sword. Instantly finding an opening, she kicked him away and dashed out. The injured man rolled on the ground in pain. Seeing their comrade attacked, the others were instantly filled with rage. "Damn it, you filthy woman! After her!" In an instant, they all grabbed their weapons and chased after her. Little did they know, Chuan Yaxing was extremely fast, running like the wind. If she didn't slow down, this group of men would never catch up. The pirate with the gun fired wildly at her back, but she dodged each shot effortlessly. Xiao Luo originally planned to rush out to help, but seeing that her companions were safe, she turned back. Every battle is a chance for growth, and she cannot hinder their progress. It seems that Yaxing should have the strength to cope. After that group of people ran far away, she quietly sneaked into the first floor of the ruins. Xiao Luo could sense that there were still people upstairs. One of them had above-average strength and should be the leader of this pirate den, while the others were quite weak. She felt confident that she could handle them, so she simply jumped up to the second floor. As soon as she landed, two small pirates rushed over, and Xiao Luo took them down with a single blow each. She probably inherited her grandfather's iron fist with one punch. She sent blood flying, and her opponent immediately rolled their eyes and collapsed to the ground, motionless. "Gushi?" A voice called out from the darkness, sounding puzzled. Xiao Luo turned her head to look, and there were Yu, Zote, and Stoka tied back to back, with two other people beside them, who were members of another team. The five of them had numerous scars on their faces and bodies, clearly having gone through a fierce battle. Moreover, three plainclothes Navy officers lay on the ground, one with his head completely severed, another with broken hands and feet, and missing eyes and tongue, and the last one had been disemboweled. The ground was soaked in blood, and the air was thick with the smell of blood, a sight too horrific to bear. The three deceased were comrades from another team. They were brutally killed by the pirates, and it was likely that it happened in front of those two teammates. From their terrified expressions, it was evident that the two were greatly shocked and kept their heads down, murmuring something to themselves. Stoka heard Yu's call and immediately looked up. It was indeed Gu Shi, standing alone in the sunlight, backlit and wearing a fox mask, making it hard to see her expression. She had her fists clenched, wearing a light yellow garment around her waist, and when the wind blew, her long hair and the garment danced in the breeze. At that moment, she looked like a female warrior, exuding a powerful aura, framed by the sunlight into a beautiful picture. "Gu Shi, it's dangerous. You should leave quickly," Stoka shouted loudly. The man behind them was simply terrifying. He didn't want Gu Shi to get involved while trying to save them. Zote said, "Leave quickly, don't mind us." Yu, with tears streaming down her face, choked up, "You should go, you can't defeat him. No matter how strong Gu Shi is, she can't possibly compare to Fa Wei. This man not only has dual haki, but also has a bounty of 300 million. He's a very ruthless pirate. Haha, is this the level of Navy recruits now? Each one is either overdeveloped or underdeveloped. They even send a wet-behind-the-ears girl to catch us." He was expecting some powerful character to appear, which is why he had waited until now. What a disappointment. Slowly, the figure of the man speaking emerged from the darkness. He sat on a stone chair, with a pair of horn-like protrusions on his head. His arms were adorned with shoulder armor covered in sharp spikes. Hanging from his waist were 2 or 3 human skulls. He stood up, towering at about 6 meters tall, with a robust build, long black hair, and a beard that reached his chest. Steam was puffing from his nose, giving him an appearance reminiscent of a bull demon. He crossed over the heads of Yu and the others, approached Xiao Luo, and lowered his gaze. "Who is your leader? Why do you look down on people? What kind of trash have you sent?" Xiao Luo didn't say a word, nor did she even lift her head, and she threw a punch at the bodyguard's stomach. The man didn't dodge because he wanted to take the soft punch with his body. As a result, that punch sent him sliding back 2 or 3 meters. The little girl may be small, but her explosive power is impressive, surprising him. Fai stopped in his tracks, the corners of his mouth lifting. Interesting. It seems she is not just a cute little cat. This is getting interesting. On the other side, Chuan Yaxing slowed her pace after leading the pirates away. The group caught up, some confused, but mostly smug, all displaying lewd expressions. Oh, why aren't you running anymore? Out of stamina? Or have you thought it over and want us to play a bit? Chuan Yaxing drew her sword, her face darkening as she turned around. Her eyes filled with disdain and disgust. That expression instantly made the pirates understand that she didn't want to play with them. She wanted to fight them to the death. What a pity, such a beautiful face is about to become a corpse. Chuan Yaxing charged at the pirates with her sword drawn, and the group raised their weapons to engage in battle. Bang! A massive figure broke through the hard wall, flying out from the ruins and crashing heavily onto the sandy ground. Fai's back scraped against the sand, stirring up a cloud of dust that enveloped him in a hazy layer. He tried to get up but couldn't move. At this moment, Fai was bloodied, with blood streaming down from his head in several paths, sliding over his eyes and cheeks, while his chest was covered in blood. As the wind and sand slowly settled, he saw that detestable masked girl standing on the second floor of the ruins, 1 foot on the rubble, her hands hanging down, exuding an air of leisure and elegance. So imposing. Before long, the 5 people who had just been tied up stood beside the masked girl, all 6 of them looking at him. Fai finally understood why that crafty Navy group sent a bunch of useless people to eliminate them. There was a trump card. You. The man strained to lift his head, try to move his heavy body, but he remained completely still. In the end, his head grew heavy and he fainted. In another team, 2 people saw the one who killed their companion being defeated by the little girl in front of them, unsure of how to react, staring blankly at the distant Fai, then glancing at Xiao Luo's profile. It felt like a dream, so unreal. They thought they would also die here. It was just a matter of time. When 3 fools charged out, both felt it was futile, just sending a few more lives to their doom. Sure enough, after a few rounds, those 3 were tied up with them, waiting to die. Later, Xiao Luo charged in alone. The 2 had no hope left and didn't even want to look at her. They raised their heads again because a loud bang startled them. And before they could react, they saw the powerful Fai fly out. The 2 were completely clueless about the situation. The rescued Yu hugged Xiao Luo tightly. Starting to cray, goosebumps, wah wah wah. I thought we were definitely going to die this time. Xiao Luo patted her head, offering silent comfort. Zote stared at the unconscious Fai, murmuring, so strong. He never expected Gu Shi actually possessed armament hockey. If it weren't for this battle, he might still be unaware of it. Zote had just seen Gu Shi and Fai's hands turn black. After a series of confrontations, Gu Shi's armament hockey proved superior, knocking Fai down several times, and the final blow rendered that man unconscious, unable to get back up. That was a pirate with a bounty of 300 million. Just relying on soldiers like them in battle, they would have died hundreds of times already. Stoka stared wide-eyed at the girl he liked, unable to speak for a while. The little girl was unaware of how many times stronger she was than him, while he spent his days just eating and wasting time, not taking training seriously. He knew that Gu Shi was better than him, but he didn't realize just how much better. It turned out that their strength differed so greatly. He could even see the future of the girl before him, surely destined for greatness, surrounded by crowds. While he only deserved to hide in the crowd and secretly watch her rise step by step, ultimately becoming strangers. Suddenly, a wave of inferiority surged in Stoker's heart. Xiao Luo asked them to call back the phone bug to Hiwashishin. After reporting the situation here, they stated that they would send someone to assist immediately. Currently, Xiao Luo and their team had eliminated 2 pirate dens, while 2 other pirate dens had their pirates fleeing to the coast, only to be captured by the lurking navy. Hiwashishin personally captured their leader, as the others were not strong enough to handle it. So when Hiwashishin learned that the girl named Shiniguchi had also dealt with 2 leaders, he was a little surprised. He became somewhat curious about her. He hadn't paid attention to that girl before. At this moment, Second Lieutenant Shadi stepped forward and reminded him, "That's the girl I recommended. From the first time I saw her, I felt she was extraordinary, so I immediately recruited her into the army and subjected her to strict training. I didn't expect her potential to be so strong." "Oh, is that so?" Hiwashishin looked at Shadi with a half-smile. "You have quite an eye for talent." He certainly knew that this little second lieutenant in front of him was lying, as he himself didn't possess much strength and couldn't teach her anything. It was clear that the girl had some ability on her own, but he couldn't be bothered to expose this small lie. So he decided to go with the flow as a favor. 4 out of 5 pirate dens had been resolved. With 1 remaining, Huashishin assigned the task to Shiniguchi, hoping to hear good news from her before tomorrow night. Xiao Luo received the order and hung up the phone. She turned to Yu and the others and instructed, "You all stay here and wait for the rescuers. I'll go check on the situation with you." Xing Stoka immediately replied, "I'll go with you." Yu added, "Yeah, there are still a bunch of people we haven't dealt with. Maybe we can help." Zote stood to the side in silence. After witnessing that battle, he felt that they were on a completely different level from Gushi. Although he also wanted to help, he knew that if he went, he would only become a burden to Gushi. So he chose to remain silent. As expected, Xiao Luo rejected the two. "You guys are all injured, so don't run around. Stay here honestly and leave the rest to me." "But," you wanted to say something, but Xiao Luo had already jumped down from the ruins alone. She firmly bound the law enforcer and gave him a punch on the head to ensure he wouldn't wake up for 12 hours before hurriedly leaving, heading in the direction where Chuan Yixing had disappeared. She followed the footprints, running at a speed that was not too fast, about the same as a normal person. She was afraid that if she ran too fast, she might bleed out. At that moment, a tired and thirsty black-haired boy, dragging his weary body forward, suddenly saw a familiar figure running in the distance, and he froze for a moment. Then he immediately quickened his pace to catch up. His fatigue instantly swept away, leaving only a surge of anger. "You naughty girl, how dare you show up? Just wait until I deal with you. Stop right there." Due to the distance, the masked girl did not hear his shouts. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from his sight. When Xiao Luo arrived, there were about 10 pirates lying on the ground, with blood holes in their bodies, continuously bleeding, and the scene was covered in blood. A tall pirate in front was standing still with his back to her, looking around but not seeing Chuan Yixing. Just as she was about to call her name, the tall pirate slowly fell backward, his wide eyes staring blankly as he collapsed onto the sand, appearing as though he died with his eyes open. Then, Xiao Luo saw Chuan Yixing appear in front of her, panting and holding a blood-soaked long sword. The woman was covered in injuries, with cuts all over her arms. Her lips were pale, and she looked somewhat exhausted. After dealing with the last pirate, her body felt as if it had been drained of strength, and her legs softened, causing her to kneel down. Fortunately, she managed to stab her sword into the sand in time, barely supporting her body to avoid falling. Guessing, Xiao Luo saw this and hurried over to support her, asking, "Are you okay?" The woman gently shook her head and forced a faint smile. "I'm fine." However, she had just learned an important clue. Chuan Yixing leaned against a large rock, looking towards the direction of Gemolin town, her expression worried, praying in her heart that Gushi would return safely. She originally wanted to go along, but her body wouldn't allow it. She could only wait here for someone to come and get her. "Hey, have you seen a little girl wearing a fox mask pass by? She's not very tall, about 1.6 meters. Ace glanced at the pirates lying on the ground in the distance, then focused on Chuan Yixing and asked, "Did you take them all down by yourself?" A bit of strength, but not much. After all, she looked half dead herself. When the woman heard the voice, she withdrew her gaze and turned her head to see Ace standing not far away, shirtless, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, handsome and upright, exuding the carefree spirit of a youth. Looking at his bare upper body, Chuan Yixing became even more certain of her previous thoughts. The light yellow shirt around Gushi's waist indeed belonged to this pirate before her. Did he actually know that Gushi was on her period, and so he kindly gave her his shirt? Chuan Yixing imagined the scene of Ace tying his shirt around Xiao Luo's waist, bending down to look at the girl. The two of them so close that they could hear each other's breathing, surrounded by many pink bubbles. Ace said, "That way, others won't see the pattern on your butt. Your little secret can only be known by me, understand?" Xiao Luo lowered her head, her face full of shyness as she tugged at Ace's belt and replied, Got it. Thank you, Ace brother." Thinking of this, Chuan Yixing immediately blushed, then shook her head vigorously to disperse the images in her mind. This is too ambiguous, right? She felt her heart racing for Gushi. After all, it's quite embarrassing for a girl to have her period, especially when a boy knows about it. Wouldn't she want to dig a hole and hide? And what is this Ace doing with Gushi? He has chased her all the way here. Who would believe that there's nothing going on between them? She couldn't let such a cute little sister be taken away by the pirate in front of her. Chuan Yixing raised her head, a bit excited, and said, "I don't know, I didn't see anything. There was no girl wearing a mask passing by here, but I clearly saw her coming this way, just now." Ace scratched his head in confusion. "Did you see it wrong? Is that so? Then there's nothing that can be done." The boy touched his empty stomach. He hadn't eaten enough last night and had fallen asleep for no reason. Since he woke up this morning, he hadn't eaten anything, not even drunk water. Now he was feeling uncomfortable from hunger and needed to find a place to eat. However, The surroundings were all desert, with no wild animals. So he had to return to the town to eat. But he only knew of Gemolin Town, which was probably half a day's journey from here. Just before leaving, Ace pulled out a bottle of medicine from his pocket and tossed it to Chuan Yaxing. Apply this. It might help you recover faster. After saying that, he turned to leave towards Gemolin Town. Chuan Yaxing picked up the medicine bottle in surprise. She didn't expect this pirate to have a good heart. Wait, is he crazy? Has he forgotten how pirates slaughtered his own village? Has he forgotten the purpose of joining the Navy? She couldn't be fooled by his small kindness. Hey, wait a minute, Chuan Yaxing shouted. Ace turned back in confusion. Then she heard her say, are you going to town? The closest one from here is Winsan Town, just over there. The woman painfully raised her hand to point in the direction. Gushi was in Gemolin Town. Although that town was quite large, even if Ace went there, they might not necessarily meet. But she wanted to eliminate all possibilities. Ace looked in the direction Chuan Yaxing pointed and vaguely saw a hint of a town, estimating it would take about an hour to get there. Suddenly, the boy stood up straight and politely bowed. Thank you. You are really a good person. Do you want me to carry you to the town? Oh no, that's not necessary. I'm waiting for my companions here. Oh, I see. They'll take my leave first. Okay. Chuan Yaxing watched Ace leave and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was nervous when she lied just now and broke out in a sweat. She didn't expect that guy to be quite polite. Although Chuan Yaxing knew in her heart that pirates could be good or bad, she had a deep prejudice against them, especially since they were in a hostile relationship. So she remained vigilant towards pirates. Seeing Ace head towards Winsan Town instead of Gemolin Town, she felt she had done a good deed. Gushi was still too young and inexperienced. If someone treated her well, she might not be able to distinguish right from wrong. After all, she had just bought her a pair of pants. And Gushi was so touched that she hugged her and acted cute. So how could Gushi resist the tender care of these bad guys? It was said that men could be cunning and were best at deceiving little girls who didn't understand anything. As an overprotective sister, she had to protect Gushi and Yu well. No man should think of succeeding. On the other side, Gemolin Town. Xiao Luo followed the clues provided by Chuan Yaxing and arrived at the mask shop where she had called earlier. Although they hadn't found the last hideout of the thieves, their handler had already been informed. It was the shop owner, that old man with a withered tree-like face. The masked girl rushed in and saw the old man still sitting on the stool, dozing off. She reached out to launch a surprise attack, but was caught by his hand. The old man suddenly raised his gaze. His eyes were deep like a stagnant pool, dark and murky. He slightly curled his lips into a meaningful smile, but said nothing. Xiao Luo tugged at the hand he had grabbed and asked, "You're not an ordinary person at all. Who exactly are you?" The old man before her exuded an unfathomable aura, making it impossible for her to sense his strength, which only added to her fear. The old man opened his mouth, and a hoarse voice came out. "I knew you would come back. So, were you waiting for me? Where is Caesar Caron? You know his laboratory, right?" Caesar was originally a scientist for the world government, but due to his extreme ideas and his penchant for conducting inhumane experiments, he was expelled from his department and put on a wanted list. Later, he even used children for experiments. If we can capture him now, we might be able to save many people. Xiao Luo tugged at his hand again, but the old man had a great grip, and he couldn't pull his hand out no matter what. In the end, the old man loosened his grip on his own. The old man smiled and said, "Yes, I've been waiting for you for nearly 20 years. 20 years? Nonsense. I wasn't even born back then." Xiao Luo rubbed her sore hand, looking very displeased. This old man suddenly called her a fox, then said he had waited for her for nearly 20 years. What the hell? It made her head spin. "Do you know GOLD, Roger?" The old man put away his smile, and his expression suddenly became serious and sad, as if it had stirred up memories he had buried in his heart. Xiao Luo was stunned for a few seconds when asked by the old man, then replied, "I know it's One Piece, GOLD, Roger. He is Ace's biological father and has been dead for about 19 years. But she didn't understand. What does that have to do with him? If you want to know the answer, just follow me." After the old man dropped this line, he turned and jumped out of the back window, disappearing in an instant. Xiao Luo hesitated for a moment, unsure if this was a trap, but in the end, her curiosity won out. She jumped out of the back window and followed. The two of them ran through streets and alleys, out of the town, and all the way to the dense forest in the mountains. Xiao Luo noticed that the trees around her were becoming increasingly eerie, and she felt a chill in her heart, while the old man continued to run ahead, moving as swiftly as a spry young man. Hey, how much further is it? Could he be planning to take her into the deep mountains and forests to kill her, then skin her face to make a human mask to sell in a shop? That's how horror stories are written. The more she thought about it, the creepier it felt, sending shivers down her spine, as if someone was lurking behind her, ready to pounce at any moment. She instinctively glanced back, but thankfully there was nothing there. We're almost there. The old man's hoarse voice floated back to her. Xiao Luo suppressed the fear in her heart and continued to run after the old man. However, she still felt scared. So in the end, she simply charged forward without thinking about anything. A quarter of an hour later, the man stopped under a towering tree that was about 10 meters wide. Xiao Luo also slowed her pace. She looked up and couldn't see the top of the tree. Just as she was about to ask something, she saw the old man lightly jump and press on a patch of moss on the trunk, which instantly caved in. Then a dark door appeared beneath the tree, slowly opening, revealing a pitch-black interior that, if stared at for too long, would inexplicably instill a sense of fear. It felt as if something unclean could burst out at any moment, making Xiao Luo unconsciously swallow. The old man landed his hands behind his back and said, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he entered the giant tree alone. Xiao Luo hesitated for a moment before entering as well. Since they were already here, they couldn't back out now, could they? When she first stepped inside, she wasn't used to it. Everything was pitch black, and she couldn't see anything. After a while, it got better, and she could gradually make out the outlines around her. The inside was empty, with no furnishings, just a hollowed-out tree trunk, not very large, big enough to hold about 10 people. It seemed they were careful not to damage it too much to avoid killing the tree. On the ground in front of them was a locked wooden box. The old man stared at the box but didn't approach it. Instead, he looked at Xiao Luo and said, "That is what I want to give you. Go take a look." After saying that, he waved his hand, and an invisible blade of air appeared, cutting the lock clean off. "Give it to me? What is it?" Little Luo noticed that the old man was not moving, and she didn't dare to move either. What if there was some hidden trick inside? If she opened it and a ghostly thing jumped out, she might lose her life. The old man saw that the little girl was quite vigilant, so he stopped keeping her in suspense. It's a Zoan-type devil fruit, the Ten-Tails Fox, a mythical Zoan. The highest level of Zoan-type devil fruits is the mythical Zoan, which not only allows a person to transform into mythical animals or figures, but also grants the user special superpowers. Mythical Zoans are even rarer than Logia-type devil fruits. A mythical Zoan? And it's the Ten-Tails Fox? Xiao Luo has heard the legend of the Ten-Tailed Fox, which is a more advanced creature than the Nine-Tailed Fox. In myths, it is extremely difficult for a Nine-Tailed Fox to break through to become a Ten-Tailed Fox. It is already very hard for a Nine-Tailed Fox to successfully cultivate, but a Ten-Tailed Fox is even rarer. Wait, why are you giving me such a valuable thing? And you said you waited for me for nearly 20 years? Was it just to hand this over to me? But how did you know 20 years ago that I would appear here? How did you know that I am the person you are looking for? Xiao Luo was not only shocked, but also had a bunch of questions in her mind that she couldn't clarify. If the old man wasn't playing tricks on her, then there must be some hidden secret. Facing the little girl's doubts, the old man sighed, unsure of where to start. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly began. "Do you remember when I mentioned GOLD Roger to you? The Ten-Tails Fox Devil Fruit was found by him in Laugh-Tale. Before reaching Laugh-Tale, Roger visited Fishman Island, where a fortune teller named Shirahoshi told him that he would find a rare devil fruit on the final island, and that he must hand it over to a black-haired girl who would appear on Misty Island 20 years later. That girl would come to this island to investigate the truth about artificial fruits, and her appearance would suit a fox mask." The old man looked at Xiao Luo with a smile and asked, "What do you think? Is Shirahoshi's prediction accurate?" Without waiting for the little girl to respond, he continued to speak to himself. At that time, Roger didn't believe it, but when he really reached Laugh-Tale and found the Ten-Tails Fox Devil Fruit, he had no choice but to believe. Shirahoshi also predicted that having that girl eat the Ten-Tails Fox Fruit could help his child overcome the greatest tribulation in life. If that girl didn't appear 20 years later, Roger's child would undoubtedly die. At that time, he wasn't even married and had no children. But everything that Shirahoshi predicted came true. She was a well-known fortune teller on Fishman Island, and everyone respected her as Lady Shirahoshi. So Roger always kept her words in mind. However, Roger had already contracted a terminal illness and couldn't wait for 20 years, so he entrusted this matter to me. Later, he got married, and after disappearing for a year, he went to the Navy to confess and was soon publicly executed in Lowtown in the East Blue. That year, they were still in contact. Roger said he would entrust his child to a Marine Vice Admiral named Garp. The old man asked him why he didn't entrust the child to him as well. Roger smiled softly, but said nothing, revealing not a single word. Even if he had said he didn't trust him, it would have been better. To this day, he still doesn't know what Roger was thinking. That man was very deep. and even those closest to him might not understand him. At the same time, he had a childlike innocence and simplicity. Indeed, he was a complex and contradictory person. Xiao Luo listened to the old man's words with a face full of surprise, still feeling a bit dazed. His words were highly credible because he mentioned that Ace would die. Ace was only 17 years old, with 3 years left until the Marineford War. And that Shirahoshi really did exist. She was a mermaid of the giant blue shark tribe from Fishman Island. She had predicted the arrival of the great pirate era and foreseen the Marineford War, as well as Whitebeard's death, among other things. Goodness. She could even foresee someone like her, who had crossed over from the third dimension, which Xiao Luo had never expected. She needed to digest this information slowly. Seeing that the little girl was silent, the old man thought he might have been too succinct, and she probably didn't understand. So, he reminded her, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Why do you think I would definitely save Roger's child? Do I have that ability? She had always avoided getting too close to Ace for another reason. During the Marineford War, Ace died at Marineford. If their relationship was too close, she would surely cry like Luffy, choking on her tears. What could a small weakling like her do for someone as powerful as Whitebeard, who couldn't save him? The old man's expression was somewhat melancholic as he replied softly. Perhaps it's a form of hope, because in Shirahoshi's prophecy, you are the only hope for his child. Even if the hope is small, isn't it worth a try? This is something a father should do, knowing full well that his child is in danger. How could he just sit back and do nothing? No matter what, he must fight for his child. Xiao Luo. So, because of that prophecy, you found Caesar Clown, became his intermediary, delivered goods to the pirates to sell artificial devil fruits, and made a big fuss, all to lure me here? That's right. Who exactly are you? What's your relationship with Roger? In Xiao Luo's impression, she had never seen this person in the original work. Could he be an unfeatured character? Well, the old man slightly curled his lips, raised his head to look above, his eyes filled with nostalgia for the past. I'm the master of that brat Roger. Roger's master? There isn't much information about Roger in the original work. After all, the main character is that brat Luffy, and the story mostly revolves around his pirate crew. There are some stories from the previous generation, but not many. As for Roger's master and parents, they were never mentioned. However, with someone as powerful as Roger, his master must be quite formidable too. No wonder I couldn't sense his strength. He must be a very powerful guy. The old man took the devil fruit out of the box and handed it to Xiao Luo. From now on, it will belong to you. The girl took a step back to avoid it. She looked at the fruit in the old man's hand, which had a white base with red patterns, somewhat resembling the mask on her face. If she ate it and trained to awaken the abilities of the devil fruit, her strength would surely increase dramatically, even allowing her to join the ranks of the powerful. This was clearly a golden opportunity falling from the sky. But she firmly refused. I can't take it. I can't save Ace. Xiao Luo is speaking the truth. She is well aware of the enormity of the Marineford War, a major event that the whole world is watching. So many navies are surrounding Marineford, and it's not just the Whitebeard pirates trying to rescue Ace, but also Luffy, the Straw Hat pirates, Buggy, Jinbei, Crocodile, and others. Of course, some of them are helping with ulterior motives. Now that she is in the Navy, how can she save him under everyone's watchful eyes? If she is lucky enough to rescue him, even though this Navy undercover mission would be ruined, that outcome might not be too bad. What she fears is not being able to save him and losing her own life in the process. What will happen to the undercover mission? What will happen to Luffy? What will happen to her father? What will happen to her grandfather? She imagines that Garp would definitely kill her himself. When Ace died, her grandfather already had the impulse to kill Akainu, but it was Sengoku who stopped him, unless she can prevent Ace from being captured beforehand. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared in the old man's murky eyes. Ace? So you know Roger's child? He had heard Roger mention that if he had a boy, he would name him Ace, and if a girl, he would name her, and Ace should be a boy, and he should be an adult by now, right? Xiao Luo did not hide it and gently nodded. I know him. The old man was stunned for a few seconds and muttered to himself. It seems that there is a fate in the dark. It was truly surprising that the girl mentioned in Shaylee's prophecy actually knew Roger's child. With this prior acquaintance, the chances of her being willing to save him would increase significantly. Perhaps Ace's life was not meant to end just yet. He had previously been worried about how to persuade the little girl to save a stranger, but now he felt that there was no need for concern. Although he did not know what troubles Ace would encounter in the future, nor how the girl in front of him would make her choices. Everything has its own fate. Since the girl of prophecy has already appeared, they would just wait for the outcome. The old man insisted on putting the devil fruit into Xiao Luo's hands. Don't feel pressured. This is not moral coercion. Eating it does not mean that saving Ace is your obligation. On the contrary, it belongs to you, and whether to save him is entirely your decision. Xiao Luo was full of question marks. If this wasn't moral coercion, then what was? They were just giving her such a rare thing for free. Wasn't that putting pressure on her conscience? How could she feel justified in taking their things without doing anything in return? These old men talk in such a way. Do they really think she is just a 10-year-old child that can be easily fooled? Xiao Luo was just about to return the 10-tails fox fruit to the old man when he spoke again with a tone full of sadness. Once a teacher, always a father. Ace is the only bloodline left for my unambitious son, and if we can't protect him, that's enough. Don't come here to play the victim. Xiao Luo immediately showed her shark teeth and shouted fiercely. What happened to the promise of no moral kidnapping? There are signs of kidnapping everywhere, and you taking advantage of Roger like this. Be careful he crawls out of the ground to bite you. At this moment, Xiao Luo felt that the whole world knew she had a soft heart, even though she had never admitted it stubbornly. However, after calming down, for some reason, a scene suddenly flashed in her mind of Ace cooking fish and boiling water for her, and that brat-ass pain of guilt because of her death. He was afraid she would be cold, gave her his clothes, moved the fire closer, and so on, even though it almost roasted her alive. Xiao Luo stared at the devil fruit in her hand, lost in thought. She felt a bit uncertain, unsure whether she should wade into this murky water. What if she couldn't save the person and ended up putting those around her in danger? The old man noticed the girl was dazed and probably knew what she was thinking. After all, changing a person's fate is no easy task, and it might come with a painful price. Although he secretly hoped the girl could save his apprentice's only bloodline, he couldn't force her. The old man extended an invitation. It's too stuffy here. Would you like to go out for a walk with me? Xiao Luo looked up and replied, okay. The two of them walked out of the dense forest, heading toward the mountaintop. The higher they went, the brighter the sunlight became. The old man walked in front with his hands behind his back, and Xiao Luo followed behind. She looked at his back and asked, by the way, what is your name? How should I address you? Upon hearing this question, I suddenly couldn't remember, so just call me whatever you like, old man, or even the old geezer works. Xiao Luo was speechless. If you don't want to say it, that's fine. There's no need to scold yourself. The old man awkwardly smiled. I really can't remember. I'm over 100 years old. Why would I lie to you? I guess not many people in this world know about me anymore. He only knew he was over 100 years old, but he couldn't remember exactly how old he was. In his muddled mind, the clearest memory was of the things Roger had entrusted to him. When this matter was completed, the heavy burden on his heart finally lifted. He immediately felt a sense of lightness. The two chatted aimlessly as they gradually ascended to the mountaintop. Standing on the edge of the cliff, the view below was unobstructed. The entire landscape of Gemolin Town was in full view, and he could vaguely see the distant Gobi Desert. The old man and the young girl quietly enjoyed the breeze, neither of them speaking again. Just letting it out was really just letting it out. The old man did not continue to persuade Xiao Luo to eat the devil fruit. This instead made her feel doubtful. After waiting for her so long, wouldn't he say a few more words? Wouldn't he persuade her a bit more? How many 20 years does one have in life? Isn't he afraid of wasting it all? What on earth were they waiting for to keep such a good fruit until now? Just because they wanted to hand it over to someone whose appearance was uncertain? And that person might not even go to save Ace. Everything was unknown. She felt like they were merely gambling, wagering time and life. Thinking of this, Xiao Luo began to feel somewhat heartless. Half an hour later, after enough time had passed, the old man finally turned to look at her, ready to speak. Xiao Luo showed a somewhat expression. Then she heard the old man say, you still have the last group of pirates to catch, right? I can help you lure them here. Xiao Luo, why does it sound different from what I wanted to hear? The old man took out a small notebook, flipped through the numbers, and called the leader of the last group of pirates. He then claimed that he had 6 newly arrived artificial devil fruits ready for sale. Although the person on the other end was somewhat tempted upon hearing this, he became more cautious at the thought that the Navy had surrounded the island. Don't you know that the other groups have been wiped out by the Navy? They finally found a safe place to hide, and now the risk of going out is too great. It was precisely because he knew this that he handed such a good opportunity over to you. Normally, it would be split among 5 crews, but now only you are left. The old man paused for a moment and continued, if you don't want to do it, I can recruit some new pirates. Having lived for so many years, he was quite skilled at psychological warfare. As expected, as soon as he said this, one of the younger members on the other end became anxious. Boss, we can't miss this great opportunity. If we monopolize the artificial devil fruits from the 5 crews, How much profit will we make? Yes, as long as he doesn't recruit new members, all future business will be ours. Let's take it. After a moment of silence, the leader replied, where's the pickup location? The usual place? The old man smirked. Yeah, the usual place. Then, they hung up the phone. Xiao Luo listened the whole time, giving a thumbs up to the old man's nonchalant behavior when he sold out his teammate. Truly a centenarian. With just a few words, he managed to coax someone out. I can only help you up to this point. You should ambush by the lake in the eastern forest. The old man could sense Xiao Luo's strength, more than enough to handle those pirates, so he didn't need any help at all. And what about you? What are your plans moving forward? Once those pirates are handed over to the Fire Mountain, it's only a matter of time before it's revealed that he was the one pulling the strings. Me? The old man paused for a moment. Ever since his disciple died, his only wish has been to wait for the girl of prophecy. Now that he has found her, he doesn't know what to do next. It feels as though life has lost its meaning. Plans, he thought for a moment, just to enjoy the breeze and soak up the sun and live like that. At his age, there are many things he can't worry about. Whether he can wait for the girl of prophecy to rewrite Ace's fate is uncertain. But at least, even if he were to descend into hell right now, he would have given Roger some closure. Xiao Luo and the old man parted ways at the top of the mountain. He said he would never return to the mask shop, allowing Xiao Luo to search his old hideout without any worries. He mentioned that he could go anywhere alone. Being a wanderer was quite good. At least he could experience the life he had in his youth, which he missed dearly. He said that if the little girl ever encounters Roger's son, could she tell him that his father actually loved him a lot? But then he added, never mind. It's probably best for Ace not to know his heritage, so he won't live in pain. He said a lot, but he never mentioned anything about having Xiao Luo eat the fruit to save Ace. In the end, the old man jumped directly off the mountain. Hey you! Xiao Luo was about to chase after him, but as she took a step, she remembered that this was a cliff, only seeing stones falling down. Yet the old man moved as lightly as a swallow, treading on the air, slowly disappearing from her sight. Xiao Luo gazed in the direction where the old man had disappeared, momentarily lost in thought, standing there in a daze. He just left like that? Doesn't he want this valuable phantom beast seed anymore? Has he completely entrusted it to her? Even if she sells it to someone else in the blink of an eye, the old man won't care? She couldn't tell if it was trust in her or if he was taking another gamble. Xiao Luo took out the Ten-Tails Fox Devil Fruit again, staring at it for a long time without knowing what she was thinking. But as the wind gently blew at the mountain peak, it left behind the image of an old man's face and his hunched back in her heart. It was a bit heartbreaking. The heartache. Being soft-hearted is really a kind of illness. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly appeared. Yao, how could this happen? This fruit was supposed to be the reward for your next task. How did you get early? The Conqueror's haki from 4 years ago was the same. There hasn't been a reward yet. And look at you directly activated it. It makes me, as a system, seem completely useless. Don't you realize how long it's been since I made an appearance? I feel like you have a natural protagonist aura that doesn't even need me. Can you please let your aura stop stealing my job? How frustrating. It seems you want to force me to reveal my ultimate move. My genius host. Just wait for the big prize to come crashing down. Be careful not to get knocked out. The system went on its own, and after finishing, it didn't wait for Xiao Luo's reaction and left in a huff. Xiao Luo blinked. What was that noisy sound just now? She looked around, and there was no one else on the mountaintop besides herself. Maybe it was just auditory hallucination? Never mind, whatever. The important thing is to focus on the task at hand. Xiao Luo also stepped lightly and flew down the cliff. She quickened her pace and arrived early at the location the old man mentioned to lay an ambush. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, she heard whispers of voices. Where was that old man? Why couldn't she see him? Had he hidden away? And someone called out softly, Hey, old geezer, are you there? Hiding in the tree, Xiao Luo felt embarrassed. She didn't expect him to actually let others call him old geezer. Seeing that there was still no movement, the leader made a shushing gesture, closed his eyes to sense everything around him. There was the sound of wind, flowing water, insects chirping, and leaves falling. Besides that, there were no other sounds. He twitched his ears, sensed something, and suddenly opened his eyes wide. Not good, there's danger. Before he could finish his sentence, a heavy fist landed on his face. Instantly, saliva flew everywhere, and he spun around, crashing into a tree trunk. Everyone exclaimed in unison, Boss. Then they turned their heads and saw a masked girl standing in front of them. Who are you? Is that the Navy? It didn't seem like it. She was just a frail little girl. How dare she launch a surprise attack alone? After the shock, they grabbed their weapons and rushed forward. Xiao Luo immediately flashed back to confront them, catching the pirates off guard. The leader leaning against a tree, spat on the ground with a mouthful of rust-tasting saliva, propping himself up and shouting angrily, "Get out of my way. Let me take care of her." But at this moment, his subordinates were already lying on the ground, clutching their chests and moaning, unable to move. "Damn woman." The man instantly hardened his arm with armed color hockey, moving quickly and throwing a powerful punch. Xiao Luo slightly tilted her head to dodge, then curled her lips into a smirk. Too slow. Now she finally understood that the speed her father saw in her before was as slow as a turtle. At that time, she had used her fastest speed, but was told by Long that she was slow, which left her feeling quite unconvinced. She thought her father was deliberately targeting her. What? The pirate captain's eyes widened. Slow? Was this little girl mocking him? Instantly, he was furious and threw a punch, which was dodged. He accelerated and began to launch a fierce attack on Xiao Luo. Punch after punch came at her so fast that the shadow of his arms blurred together. Despite using all his strength, he didn't even touch a single hair on her head. This was unbelievable. Finally, the pirate stopped to catch his breath, and Xiao Luo seized the opportunity to kick him. The man reacted quickly and caught her, revealing a cunning smile. "I got you," he said, somewhat smugly. "Humph." Xiao Luo let out a cold laugh and lifted her other foot to execute the gale kick. A huge blue blade of light, shaped like a crescent moon, shot out from under her foot. If the pirate leader hadn't sidestepped, his shoulder would have likely been sliced off. With a crash, the tree behind him took the hit and slowly toppled over. Shave. Gale kick. Just as the pirate was in shock, Xiao Luo appeared above him. Her foot, glowing with blade light, came crashing down. Startled, the man immediately dodged and fell to the ground. So it turns out they are the Navy. That old fool actually betrayed us. When did he collaborate with the Navy? Or did that stinky girl eavesdrop on the meeting place? Xiao Luo stood coolly in front of the pirate captain with his hands in his pockets. What a pity. He escaped unfortunately. If you tell me where he is hiding, maybe after I throw you in jail, you'll get a decent meal. Don't say I don't know. Even if I did, why would I tell you stinking Navy guys? As he spoke, he stood up, twisting his neck with a crack sound, ready to make a big move. Xiao Luo remained calm in the face of danger, her smile deepening. The little pirates lying on the ground widened their eyes unconsciously, not daring to make a sound. The wind howled past, and it seemed as if leaves were raining down by the lakeside. When a leaf floated past the pirate leader's eyes, the little girl who had just been in front of him vanished again. Before he could react, his stomach suddenly felt as if it had been struck by a boulder. An excruciating pain. The force passed through his body and radiated out from his back, affecting the little brothers behind him as well. He fell to the ground, got back up, was knocked down again, and repeated this cycle. At first, he still had the strength to fight back. But in the end, the pirate leader's stamina waned. His vision blurred, and he saw double. He was inexplicably overwhelmed by a little girl. Kneeling on one knee, he recalled the rumors he had heard earlier and, panting heavily, asked, "Did you take down Zygel and Fawn all by yourself?" Xiao Luo didn't respond, which was taken as consent. At that moment, a little pirate on the ground got up and started to run. A shot was fired, hitting him in the thigh, and he immediately fell to the ground, rolling in pain and clutching his leg. "Don't struggle in vain. You can't escape." Xiao Luo's voice was cold and her expression calm. It made people's hearts tighten, fear occupying their entire minds. Her composure gave the impression that the little girl possessed unfathomable strength, making it seem like she had the capital to look down on them. Both those who wanted to escape and those who accepted their fate fell silent. The leader also had no strength to resist. Even the stronger Seagull and Fawet were no match for the little girl, let alone himself. In the end, the group of pirates selling artificial fruits was captured by Xiao Luo in one fell swoop. After tying them up, she called General Huoxiao Mountain to report the situation. Huoxiao Mountain did not expect that the progress in Shinigushi would be faster than he had anticipated, and he grew increasingly curious about what kind of person that girl was. He immediately sent someone to assist. Xiao Luo set off towards the direction of the warship with the pirates, walking on both sides to meet up more quickly. After walking for about 2 hours, Xiao Luo suddenly remembered that she had been having too much fun fighting and almost forgot one important thing. As a rookie who had never been on a mission, defeating the leaders of 3 pirate dens without getting a scratch was a bit hard to believe, right? She needed to think a way to get hurt a bit. With that in mind, she pulled out the dagger from her waist. This action immediately scared the group of pirates behind her, who were making some movements. One of them hurriedly threw the sharp stone he was holding on the ground. "Spare us, female hero. We don't intend to escape. Yeah, the rope is so thick. There's nothing we can cut it with." You're a Navy officer. It's not good to kill indiscriminately, right? We've already surrendered. Yes. Please calm down. Xiao Luo turned around strangely. She had been fully focused on thinking about how to get herself injured and hadn't heard the sound of the pirates rubbing the rope with the stone. However, the faint sound of the stone falling onto the grass was caught by her. She furrowed her brows and warned, "Don't try to pull any tricks on me." The pirates all shook their heads in unison. "No, we wouldn't dare. Just don't stab them with a knife. Everything else is negotiable." Xiao Luo turned her head to stare at the dagger in her hand, pondering whether it would be too much to stab herself a few times. Were these pirates really dead? Wouldn't they tell the truth? Just as she was in a dilemma, a group of people suddenly emerged from the woods, blocking her path. One of them, a clown with a red nose, placed his hands on his hips and said, "Stinky girl, hand over the artificial devil fruit. I might let you go this time." "Ah, Boogie." Xiao Luo, who had been troubled, suddenly lit up with excitement. Here was a ready-made pawn. Chow Chow arrived later than him. Buggy looked a bit confused. "You don't have to be that happy to see me, do you? I'm here to rob you." He eyed the bag at Xiao Luo's waist, estimating that there was more than one fruit inside. "Looks like you got another one. Your grandpa Buggy will take them all." Once he snatched the devil fruits and sold them to those ignorant bumpkins in the EC, he could easily make $1 billion. 5 will be 50 billion. 10? Ha ha. He would strike it rich. Isn't this much more reliable than looking for treasure? Xiao Luo smirked and teased. "Come on, if you can grab it, it's yours." "Oomph. Then I won't hold back. Watch this, splitting into pieces clown's flying knife." Baki grinned and instantly detached his arm, holding the flying knife, sending it flying toward Xiao Luo. Dodging such a trick was too easy, and Xiao Luo did dodge, but not completely. She intentionally let the flying knife graze her arm, and immediately a cut appeared on her arm. Baki was taken aback for a moment, then leaned on his waist and laughed heartily. "Ha ha, weak. Chick." He thought she was really strong, but it was just like this. The pirates behind Xiao Luo were shocked. Damn, how did the boss fail to hit that person? Yet a clown could easily injure them. Who exactly is this clown? Impressive. This group even began to pray in their hearts, hoping the clown could deal with the stinky girl and save them. Unbeknownst to them, it was the buggy pirates who were actually the dangerous ones. Ace unexpectedly encountered his companions in Winsand Town. Mihawk told him that the island was crawling with the Navy, and the pirates selling artificial fruits had already been targeted by them. There was basically no hope of grabbing the fruits, so it was better to escape early to avoid getting involved. Ace felt a bit unwilling upon hearing this. He had almost gotten his hands on the goods. If it weren't for his soft heart, staying with the girl for a night would not have led to her stealing the fruits. Now, he had to leave without finding her to teach her a lesson. And he couldn't swallow this anger. Helplessly, persuaded by his teammates, he decided to escape with everyone first. After all, he was worried about Doss guarding the ship alone. He didn't know if it was safe over there. It would be disastrous if the Navy discovered their pirate ship. "Let's buy some supplies and retreat." The one in charge of the money, Banshee, said, "Captain, we don't have much funding left." She was the only woman in the Spade Pirates, not only managing their finances, but also temporarily acting as the cook, since the other big guys couldn't cook and had to rely on her. In fact, Banshee couldn't cook either. Everything she made was always undercooked. One could say that the Spade Pirates' meals were quite poor, but there was nothing to be done. They had yet to find a suitable cook, and those who could cook wouldn't fight, while those who could fight wouldn't cook. Thinking this way, the former wild boar girl actually suited this position very well. He didn't know why, but he had been thinking about her a lot these past 2 days. Perhaps it was because of the memories triggered yesterday. Ace thought for a moment. The funds would be used to buy daily necessities, and, as for ingredients, they could catch some in the forest. Saying this, the group began to take action. On the other side, after being hurt by Buggy a few times, Xiao Luo began to fight back. In just a few moves, she subdued his lackeys. Then she grabbed Buggy and started hitting him. Since weapons couldn't hurt him, Xiao Luo didn't use any. With just her fists, she was able to beat Buggy quite badly. Her momentum was completely different from before, leaving everyone dumbfounded, their eyes wide open. In the end, Xiao Luo pressed the red-nosed clown down to the ground, leaned down, and softly said, "Thank you, Buggy." The man was filled with question marks. Is this girl crazy? Why is she thanking him for no reason? He certainly couldn't imagine that he was just a pawn. There aren't many smart people among pirates. Just as Buggy was about to ask something, he saw a group of people rushing over, all dressed in white uniforms. He was so scared that his eyes nearly popped out. What the hell? The Navy? How did they end up here? Suddenly, his brain clicked, and he looked at the little girl in shock. "Are you a Navy officer?" Damn it, no wonder she recognized him. No wonder all the people selling artificial fruits were taken down. Seeing this, the red-nosed man immediately surrendered. I'm just a small pirate with a bounty of over 10 million in the East Sea, not enough to make you go to such lengths. Xiao Luo raised an eyebrow. A small pirate from the East China Sea, capable of crossing the Grand Line and coming to the New World through the Red Land? Who doesn't know that these two hurdles are harder to get past than the other? Isn't this just good luck, coming over with other ships? Buggy still wants to deliberately hide his abilities. As for luck, he does have it, but that thing is unpredictable. Sometimes when he is on the brink of despair, it can take him to an even more desperate place. Perhaps it can be triggered. Xiao Luo smiled and said nothing. Back then, when Buggy was captured and taken to impel down, he also hid his strength and secretly escaped from a cell when no one was paying attention. He even opened the cells of many other prisoners and released them, earning the admiration of that group who called him Buggy the Great. As the Navy approached, a lieutenant asked, "Are you Shiny Gushi? The pirates are all here?" Xiao Luo stood up, stepping on Baki's foot to prevent him from escaping. Then she nodded, her expression a bit dejected as she replied, "Yes, but their handler got away. That person is quite formidable. I'm sorry, I couldn't capture him." The lieutenant looked at the injuries on the little girl's body and patted her arm to comfort her, saying, "It's okay. You've done very well. At least you're much better than some idiots from other teams, some of whom have even been in the Navy for years, yet they lack basic common sense, startling the prey and exposing themselves, causing their companions to lose their lives, making all kinds of low-level mistakes." The lieutenant turned to his subordinates behind him and ordered, "Take them away." Yes. The Navy personnel passed by the three and apprehended the pirates behind Xiao Luo. Everyone was a bit confused. They had expected the clown to save them, but instead, it seemed like a joke. They didn't even know how they suddenly lost. It was simply shocking. The lieutenant stared at Xiao Luo, his gaze shifting down to the bag at her waist. Xiao Luo noticed that before the lieutenant could speak, she eased the pressure on her foot. When some Navy personnel tried to crouch down to catch Buggy, the red-nosed man took the opportunity to escape. The lieutenant had just moved his lips when Xiao Luo interrupted. "Ah, the clown has run away. I'll go chase him. Lieutenant, you take this group of pirates back first." As she spoke, she dashed out. The two Navy personnel who had just crouched down looked confused, glancing at the disappearing Buggy and then up at the lieutenant. It wasn't until the lieutenant nodded that they followed suit to chase after him. At that moment, Buggy was running while looking back, a smug expression on his face, thinking to himself, "As expected of me, Buggy, escaping so easily." Little did he know he was being used once again. Xiao Luo jumped onto the tree and moved swiftly among the branches. She knew that the lieutenant had already noticed the devil fruits in her bag. Anyone with a keen eye could see that there were two. If she went back with them like this, such valuable fruits would surely be forcibly surrendered. She couldn't let them go to anyone else. Xiao Luo took out 10 fox devil fruits from the bag, tightly pressed her lips together, hesitated for a moment, then steeled herself and took a bite, chewing a few times. Ugh, it tasted so bad, several times worse than the food made by Ace. She almost spit it out, but she forced herself to swallow it down. After eating it, there was no immediate reaction. When she jumped to another tree, her heels suddenly felt an immense power, and she bounced high, soaring through layers of branches and leaves, flying into the air, with a vast forest spread out beneath her. Wow, this jumping ability is quite impressive. Then Xiao Luo noticed her 10 fingers, which had grown sharp red tips, like weapons. For some reason, the sight of these nails reminded her of Daji, with a charm that carried a hint of ruthlessness. Xiao Luo couldn't wait to see what changes had occurred on her face. She pulled out a dagger, pushed the mask up, and put it on her head. The shiny blade reflected her face, and she saw that the makeup around her eyes had red eyeshadow that flicked upward, along with seductive red lips and 2 sharp teeth that slightly showed when she smiled. She looked like a classic femme fatale. In that moment, she felt more and more like a woman. Suddenly, she regretted having taken it. Not long after, everything that had manifested shrank back and disappeared. Her nails also returned to their normal color. Xiao Luo dropped onto a tree, casually picked a fruit about the same size as a devil fruit, stuffed it back in her bag, and then continued to chase Buggy. Her speed had improved another level compared to before, and her hearing was sharp, quickly pinpointing the direction in which Buggy was escaping. Xiao Luo jumped a few times and quickly caught up, her movements light and silent. She leaped down from the tree and kicked Baki away with 1 foot, causing the red-nosed man to fall to the ground and slide several meters forward. He turned back in a fit of rage. "Ah, it's you again, you little brat. What the hell? Didn't I just shake you off?" This was the first time Baki saw Xiao Luo's face, full of collagen and still retaining her youthful innocence, looking soft and adorable with no hint of danger. Can you believe that someone like this has the strength of a fierce lion? "Baki, why not just come with me to jail? As she spoke, Xiao Luo clasped her hands into fists, her fingers cracking as she approached the man step by step. Baki, frightened, quickly shuffled backward. I won't go, don't come any closer. On the way back with Buggy in tow, Xiao Luo happened to run into two Navy officers who were chasing after them, so she handed him over to them. Buggy, unwilling to accept his fate, kept complaining and cursing. After living for over 30 years, he couldn't believe he was captured by a little girl and thrown into prison. What a grudge this was. He remembered it vividly. Little did Xiao Luo know, a large part of Buggy's future hatred towards Luffy stemmed from her. After reuniting with the main group, everyone began heading towards the seaside. Along the way, the lieutenant asked Xiao Luo if there were 2 devil fruits in her bag. Xiao Luo replied naturally, only one. The other is a regular fruit. I'm afraid of getting hungry, so I prepared it to replenish my energy at any time. As she spoke, she took out the red fruit she had just picked from the tree and asked, do you want to eat it? It's really sweet. The lieutenant politely smiled and said, no, let's hurry up and continue on our way. Okay. Xiao Luo put away the fruit and started eating it herself. One bite in, the sourness almost made her cry out. What is the difference between this and a lemon? But on the surface, she pretended to be calm, not letting anyone see anything unusual. After a few bites, she secretly threw it away. After walking for more than 2 hours, they were getting closer to the seaside. Xiao Luo walked at the back alone to monitor the pirates, trying to prevent them from playing tricks. She felt pleased, thinking about accomplishing something significant. However, Buggy couldn't share her joy. His ability made it easy to break free from the ropes, yet that annoying girl was right behind him, seemingly keeping an eye on him. After all, she seemed to understand the power of his fruit quite well. Damn it, would he really end up in prison with this group of Marines? He heard there was a place called Impel Down, and once he got in, you couldn't get out. As he saw the sea ahead, along with the insignia on the sails of the warships, Buggy felt increasingly desperate. He went out hoping to make money, only to end up losing himself in the process. Xiao Luo rested her hands behind her head, lying back with a content expression, completely immersed in the joy of the promotion she expected upon returning. She didn't notice that in the distance behind them, a group of people was carrying goods and heading towards the coast. The sniper Michael had excellent eyesight. Even from a distance, he was the first to notice the group ahead. Not good. Something's up. Ace heard this and asked, what's wrong? Michael pointed out the direction to him. Following his gaze, Ace immediately spotted his yellow shirt. He looked up to see long black hair, a white t-shirt, and a petite figure. Wasn't that the masked girl he was looking for? Great, I finally caught you. Ace rushed over. The others, seeing this, dropped their goods and chased after him. Michael reminded him, Captain, what are you doing? That group is the Navy. Yen Lu quickly pulled him back. Let's leave here first. We'll talk after they leave. Vorez also grabbed Ace's other arm. Yeah, Captain, don't be impulsive. The Navy? That guy is Navy? Just now anger surged, almost causing Ace to lose his rationality. Only then did he notice that in front of the masked girl was a group of bound pirates, with Navy officers holding guns walking alongside them, and at the front. They not only captured the pirates selling artificial fruits, but also those buying the fruits. He remembered that blue-haired clown. They had appeared at the same auction. But why didn't they capture the girl? Instead, she chose to sneak away after taking the fruit. Although Ace was a newcomer, he was also a well-known one. If that clown was caught, how could they ignore him? Filled with doubt, Ace shook off his companion's hands and quietly followed. I just want to take a look. The others exchanged glances and followed suit. They hid in the grass and saw the group bringing the pirates aboard the warship. Due to the distance, they could only see the scene but not hear the sounds. General Fire Mountain personally came out to greet them. The others all gathered around, eager to catch a glimpse of what the female hero looked like. Someone muttered softly, so it's her. Because Xiao Luo was too cute, she had already drawn attention on the way here. However, everyone thought she should be a soft and cute girl, and no one expected her to be so strong. It was completely inconsistent with her appearance. Yu rushed over to hug Xiao Luo. Gushi, are you okay? I was so worried about you, Stoka said with concern. What happened to these injuries? Zote smiled slightly. It's good to be back safely. Chuan Yaxing also came over, supporting her battered body. Gushi, we are proud of you. They heard that General Fire Mountain's expected deadline was tomorrow night, but she completed it so much earlier. The other Navy members chimed in. Little girl, how did you do it? Tell us. Yeah, that is amazing. If the first 2 pirate dens had companions helping, the last one was completed by her alone. Her companions have been brought back early. Which unit are you from? How come we haven't seen you before? I heard it's from the G1 branch, not from our main unit. Oh, I see. So after going back, we'll have to part ways? They wanted to make friends. Who would refuse to be friends with a cute girl? The previously silent Fire Mountain spoke up. Shinigushi, Congratulations on successfully completing your mission. Staying in the G1 branch is a bit of a waste of your talent. Ha ha ha. He had thought She would be a strong and robust woman. But upon seeing her in person, he was surprised to find she was so petite that he had to look down to see her. No, General, you flatter me. On the surface, Xiao Luo appeared very humble, but deep down, she couldn't help but wish to be immediately transferred to headquarters by Huashishin. However, she only thought about it. If her intentions were too obvious, it would raise suspicion. Such matters couldn't be rushed. After a few casual conversations, Huashishin ordered his men to lock up the newly captured pirates in the ship's cabin, preparing to take them back to headquarters for detention. At that moment, someone shouted, "The comrades who searched the old nest are back." The pirates captured earlier had revealed the mask shop of the puppet master. So Huashishin sent a few capable subordinates to check it out. They returned sooner than expected. Upon hearing the commotion, everyone turned to look. Xiao Luo, who had been facing away from the coast, also turned around and saw those subordinates carrying boxes filled with various masks. It seemed they had moved almost everything from the old man's shop back. Apparently, he really had left without taking anything. Wild Boar's sister. At the moment Xiao Luo turned around, Ace's eyes widened involuntarily, his pupils trembling violently, his whole body tensed, feeling as if his heart might leap out. How could this be? This was impossible. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and upon focusing again, he was certain that he was not mistaken. The girl looked very much like Luffy, but was even cuter and softer with fair skin. Her appearance overlapped with the image of Wild Boar's sister in his mind. Looking almost exactly the same, just a bit older. He wouldn't mistake her. Absolutely not. So, she was still alive? Wild Boar's sister. Ace stood up excitedly, only to be quickly pressed down by Mihawk. Are you crazy? There was a bunch of Navy ahead. Was it suitable to expose their position like this? Bonsai asked. Wild Boar's sister? What Wild Boar's sister? This name sounded so familiar. Wallace realized, it's the childhood friend the captain mentioned when he was drunk last time. Not long ago, after they dealt with a somewhat famous pirate crew, they had sat together to celebrate, and while chatting, Ace had casually mentioned the days he spent with Luffy, Sabo, and Wild Boar's sister. Everyone turned their gaze toward the warship, their eyes locking onto a tall and strong female Navy officer on the ship, who looked rugged like a man. No wonder the name Wild Boar's sister was such an apt description. Previously, they had felt it was a bit excessive for the captain to call her a wild boar, but now they thought adding sister was unnecessary. Captain, how did your former companion end up in the Navy? I want to know too. Wasn't she supposed to be dead? Ace was restless, wishing he could rush over and ask her why she was alive, but didn't come back. Why did she pretend not to know him when she saw him? Didn't she know how Luffy had spent the last 7 years in guilt? Even if Luffy no longer mentioned his sister, Ace knew the pain in his heart. That carefree person during the day often woke up frightened from nightmares, then hid under the covers to cry secretly. Ace had seen it and heard Luffy sobbing, but he could only lie on his side, pretending to be asleep, quietly listening to him cry, his own heart aching along with it. Yen Lu was surprised. Dead? The captain hadn't mentioned this before. Since she was already dead, it meant the captain had mistaken someone. There were many people in the world who looked alike. Moreover, the chance of someone resembling Wild Boar's sister should be quite high. Even men could possibly look like her. Ace insisted, I won't mistake it. It's definitely her. No, I need to find a way to infiltrate the Navy. He had always been good at disguise since childhood, often sneaking into the high town where nobles lived, and was an experienced hand. Wallace was shocked. You really are crazy? For such an ugly girl, I mean just for a woman, you're going to infiltrate the enemy's den? What if you lose your life? Is it worth it? Absolutely. Ace answered without hesitation. It was worth doing anything to confirm her identity. Once he figured out what was going on, he could tell Luffy that Wild Boar's sister was still alive, and he would surely be very happy. Thinking this, Ace felt a bit impatient. He saw the insignia on the naval ship's sail. It was the Navy's G1 branch, which would be much easier to infiltrate than the headquarters. Mihawk and the others saw that the captain was determined, and no amount of persuasion could change his mind. They glanced at that Wild Boar's sister, who was grinning with a few blackened teeth, and quickly averted their gaze, not understanding what kind of magic that person had to make Ace take such risks. The warship began to slowly start up, and the gathered Navy dispersed, returning to their posts. As the large figures disappeared, the few people on the shore turned their attention to Huashishin and the little girl in front of him. Bonsai vaguely saw the shirt around the waist of the girl with long black hair, and then looked back at the bare-armed Ace, uncertainly asking, Captain, is that your shirt? The boy absent-mindedly nodded, his mind already thinking about the plan to infiltrate the Navy branch, completely unaware of the reaction of those around him after he nodded. A few people widened their eyes in realization. This was clearly not about Wild Boar Sister at all. It was obviously for another cute little sister. What a clever diversion. Mihawk, why did you give your shirt to her? Because of her. Ace almost blurted out, but after realizing it, he instantly blushed. How was he supposed to explain that? It was quite embarrassing. Moreover, why should he mention Wild Boar Sister's situation to this group? He wasn't that nosy. However, thinking back to Wild Boar Sister's frightened expression earlier, she probably was also experiencing this for the first time. The more he thought about it, the redder his face became, feeling as if steam was about to rise from his head. Everyone had expressions of, "Oh, I understand now," fixed on him. This was the first time they had seen the captain shy. Unexpectedly, this big straight man also understood feelings. Some fools are just absurd. Before encountering someone who makes their heart flutter, they might not even understand what you're saying. Once they meet someone who stirs their heart, they naturally become enlightened without needing to be taught. Mihawk patted Ace's shoulder. "It's good to be young. You have that reckless spirit." Yinlu, so you like this type? But can't you like pirates? There are plenty of cute girls among pirates too. Wallace, Captain, let's focus on our careers. Those Navy folks are quite cunning. They might be deliberately luring you in. Bonsai, have you thought it through? How do you plan to convince that little sister to come with you to be a pirate? Don't tell me that after infiltrating the Navy, you won't come back. Don't forget your dream is to become the Pirate King. Ace completely didn't understand what they were saying. I just need to ask Wild Boar Sister a few questions and then come back. Why would I stay in the Navy? Mihawk asked. Then why are you blushing? He didn't want to expose him, still using Wild Boar Sister as an excuse. Being a guy who speaks contrary to his heart. If you can't lie, don't speak. Ace was speechless. He was too lazy to argue with them. He immediately changed the subject. You all wait for me here. After I come out of the G1 branch, I'll find you to regroup. Bonsai, that won't do. We're going with you. Rockflow, yeah, we're not the kind of people who fear death. We said we would help you reach the throne of the Pirate King, and we will definitely do it. We won't leave you to die alone. I feel like if I bring you along, I might die faster. Ace is also speaking the truth. It's easier for him to sneak in alone, and it's also easier to get out. Bringing companions makes it harder to control the situation. Once exposed, he doesn't have the ability to save everyone. Although it's just a branch, there are still significant risks, and he can't let his companions take the risk. This is his own matter. Whatever happens, he can bear it alone. As he watched the warship drift further away, Ace stepped out from the bushes and walked to the shore, quietly watching it disappear over the horizon. The wind by the sea was strong, almost blowing his hat away, and the young man quickly pressed down on it to prevent it from being swept away. The waves splashed against his feet, bringing a touch of coolness. The corner of Ace's mouth unconsciously lifted, feeling a sense of relief, and his smile became light and joyful. Great, she's still alive. She didn't die. He believed he would be able to see her again in just a few days. At this moment, Ace was very much looking forward to meeting little Luo. He couldn't wait to share this joyful feeling with Luffy, but unfortunately, his basic transponder snail couldn't reach that far. He didn't even remember the number of the mountain bandits' hideout. When he set off, he had agreed with Luffy to meet at sea, never thinking that there would be anything in these 3 years that required him to contact him. He was careless. Who would have thought he would encounter the dead Wild Boar Girl? Now, he could only secretly rejoice here alone. It felt like something lost had been found again. If Sabo were also alive, that would be great. A few crew members watched as Ace stood by the sea, sometimes smiling, sometimes sad. They were really worried he might have a mental breakdown. On the warship in the vast sea, Fire Fist ordered a count of the number and types of artificial fruits. And as the pirates said, everything matched up, not a single one missing, except for some sold ones that weren't pursued. A few rear admirals were interrogating prisoners in the cabin with Fire Fist, and what they uncovered might not even be as much as little Luo knew. Because the ones they captured were just pirates wanting to make a quick buck, they knew nothing about the situation. All they had been doing was buying and selling goods. As for Buggy, he was completely clueless. He got caught by the Navy the day after he landed. His luck was terrible. It only made him angrier the more he thought about it. One day, he would take revenge on that girl. Achoo! Luo suddenly sneezed unexpectedly. Stoka quickly asked her if she had caught a cold. It's nothing. Maybe someone is cursing me, she replied. Especially at a time like this when so many pirates have been captured, she couldn't imagine what the people in jail were saying about her. As soon as she finished speaking, Chuan Yaxing handed Luo a cup of hot brown sugar water. You should take care of yourself and drink this. Thank you, Yaxing. Luo cleverly took it, as she had promised to be good to her aunt. But a few hours ago, she couldn't help but jump around, fight, jump off cliffs, and engage in various extreme sports. Now, she feels a bit uncomfortable. Luckily, this good sister remembers and reminds her at all times. However, the others think it's just cold medicine, so they didn't ask much. The few great contributors are resting on the deck. They can vaguely hear people nearby discussing the fates of the pirates who consumed artificial fruits. Back then, he was quite proud of his strength, as big as a wild boar, catching us off guard and almost leading to our total defeat. In the end, just when we thought we were doomed, he suddenly died. I don't know which cunning scientist invented that thing. It must have been produced not long ago and then sold, treating people like guinea pigs. But some people consumed it and were fine, just like normal devil fruits, even gaining abilities. In simple terms, it's all about probability, depending on who is lucky and who is unfortunate. You guys think if in a few years they still haven't caught the mastermind, once the technology matures, won't there be successful artificial fruit users everywhere? I think it's possible. Xiao Luo frowned lightly upon hearing this. Will there really be sudden deaths? 5 years from now, artificial fruits won't lead to sudden deaths. Failures will only rob people of many expressions, making it impossible to convey their true emotions. All feelings will turn into hearty laughter, making it seem as if they are genuinely happy, even when their hearts are filled with sadness and tears. Although she knew who was behind it all and what dealings they had with Ming, Gu, and Kaido, she couldn't say anything. If her superiors asked, she couldn't just say she saw it on her computer at home, could she? Stoker patted his chest with lingering fear and said softly, "It's a good thing I didn't eat it." Back in the ruins, seeing how strong Gushi was, he wanted to become stronger too. In a moment of impulsiveness, he considered the idea of the fruit. While his companions weren't paying attention, he almost put it to his mouth, but hesitated at the critical moment. Not long after, the people who came to pick them up arrived, and he lost the chance to eat it. Thinking about it now, he felt he had saved his life. Yu didn't quite understand. It's so scary, spending money and losing your life. Didn't they consider the side effects? Zot analyzed. They must have thought about it. Perhaps they wanted power too much. This is human greed, which is never satisfied. In pursuit of what they desire, they spare no expense, ultimately harming themselves. During the few days on the warship, Hiwashishin took care of Xiao Luo and Yu, not making them stand guard, especially since they were all injured. They were considered the heroes of this operation. Not only did their colleagues pay attention to them, but some superiors would also chat with them occasionally. Lieutenant Shardy even swaggered around in front of everyone, as if he were the great hero who accomplished the task outstandingly. Alas, what could be done? After all, he had the insight to recommend that girl Gushi, didn't he? When they returned, who knew how Major General Westmouse would praise them? After drifting at sea for several days, Hiwashishin sent Xiao Luo and their group back to the G1 branch, while they took the captured pirates back to headquarters. Just before leaving, Hiwashishin called Xiao Luo over. Looking at her from the shore, he said, "Shinigushi, there will be a major general assessment at the Navy headquarters in 29 days. Would you like to participate? As far as I know, the major general assessment at your G1 branch will take at least another 6 months." He clarified, "I'm not trying to poach anyone from Westmouse. Even if you pass the assessment, it doesn't mean you'll be assigned to work under me. I just don't want to delay any potential Navy members." Hiwashishin then looked at the 4 people waiting for Xiao Luo behind her and smiled slightly. "Of course, you can come too." Yu Chuan Yaxing Zot and Stoker exchanged awkward smiles, not daring to speak. "Are you kidding? A major general? Is that a position they can touch right now? Currently, they are only privates and third-class soldiers. Even if they completed this task outstandingly, they would only be promoted to warrant officer at best. The ranks above include second lieutenant, first lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, brigadier general, and then major general. They are worlds apart from a major general. Moreover, their strength is lacking. Going would be equivalent to losing face. Maybe they could consider the major general assessment in 6 months, but 29 days is too short." Xiao Luo was calm and composed. "Okay, thank you for letting me know. I will attend." She waved at Hiwashishin. "See you in a month." Hiwashishin smiled and unconsciously raised his hand to wave goodbye to her, then watched as the girl and her companions turned and left his sight. After realizing, Hiwashishin retracted his hand and pretended to cough lightly by his lips. His earlier fatherly demeanor shouldn't have been seen by anyone, right? If someone saw it, how could he establish an authoritative image in the future? The man turned to look behind him, and the Navy personnel who had been staring at him all quickly averted their eyes, standing straight and pretending to know nothing. Only then did Hiwashishin turn back. He continued to gaze in the direction where Shini and Gushi had disappeared, not expecting that the little girl was actually not afraid of him. Unlike other junior soldiers who either acted respectfully or were too timid to speak in front of their superiors, no one had waved to him like a friend. When he was younger, Hiwashishin had wanted a daughter, but now that he was middle-aged, that wish had not been fulfilled. During the past few days with Gushi, His desire for a daughter had grown even stronger. He didn't know who had given birth to such a lovely daughter. They were truly blessed. Baldigo, Achoo, Long, who was reading a newspaper, suddenly sneezed. It was hot during the summer. It wasn't even cold. He took out the phone bug he carried with him and placed it in front of his eyes, waiting for a long time, but received no call. It seemed that his daughter wasn't thinking of him. However, he missed Xiao Luo very much, completely forgetting that he also had a son in the East China Sea. At night, on the way back to headquarters with the pirates, Huashishin passed an unnamed island, and Buggy secretly slipped off the ship with his little brothers. He was a devil fruit user and couldn't touch seawater. If he did, he would become weak and paralyzed, relying entirely on his little brothers to carry him over. Once they reached the small island safely and watched the warship gradually fade into the distance, Buggy excitedly said, "Hurry, hurry, make a boat. We need to get back to the East China Sea. Damn, this new world is too terrifying. Even a random girl is so powerful. That man with the long knife is also very scary." He really didn't want to stay here for even a second longer. The East China Sea was safe. Life was leisurely, and he could be a king. Here, he was just cannon fodder. On the other side, when the major contributors returned to the G1 branch, all 5 were promoted. Xiao Luo jumped several ranks to become a Navy Major, Lieutenant Commander. Chuan Yaxing was promoted to Ensign, and Yu Zot and Stoka were promoted to Second Lieutenant. As for Shirty, who had recommended Xiao Luo, even though he hadn't contributed much during this mission and almost got killed by pirates trying to escape the island, he was also promoted upon returning, becoming a Navy Lieutenant Colonel, 1 rank above Xiao Luo. He was just riding our coattails. He patted the little girl's shoulder and laughed heartily. "Gushi, well done. Do you know why I had you run 100 laps around the playground when I first met you? Because I knew back then that you were a talent with great potential." "Not bad. Very good. It shows that I wasn't mistaken." Xiao Luo was full of question marks, confirming that it wasn't just her troublemaking that he disliked, right? But she merely smiled politely and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Lieutenant. Oh no, I should now call you Colonel." Just joking. She had not wasted her time in her previous workplace. She had long since learned the skill of speaking appropriately to different people. Hearing the title Colonel made Shirty ecstatic. "Huh, you really are sensible. It's rare that you still remember my kindness. Gushi, keep up the good work and don't let my guidance go to waste." With that, he donned the colonel's cloak and left with great enthusiasm. Xiao Luo waved her hand at the man's back. "Okay, I will never let you down." As she watched Shadi slowly fade from view, she returned to the dormitory to start packing her things. Chuan Yaxing and Yu were also packing their luggage. Starting today, the 3 of them would be moving to the management building to live. Lilia and Ruology stood aside, feeling sour. They didn't expect that these few wouldn't die at the hands of the pirates, and even return to get promoted. Not only were they exempt from doing menial tasks like cleaning toilets, but they could even command the 2 of them to work. They were the princesses of the kingdom. Yet they were overshadowed by 3 commoners. Instantly filled with anger, Lilia crossed her arms and rolled her eyes disdainfully. "What's there to be proud of? In the end, you still have to guard the gates for our kingdom." Ruology echoed. "Exactly, we provide the money, you provide the labor. It's only fair." Xiao Luo, Chuan Yixing, and Yu were chatting and laughing as they packed their things, completely ignoring the 2 princesses as if they didn't exist. However, this infuriated the 2 princesses. Lilia kicked over the 3's luggage and raised her hand to hit the closest one, Yu, but at a critical moment, Xiao Luo grabbed her wrist. "Let go, you bitch," Lilia shouted loudly. She couldn't stand being touched by commoners. It made her feel disgusted and dirty. Seeing this, Ruology stepped forward to help, but Xiao Luo grabbed one of them and squeezed her wrist slightly, causing pain. You dare to lay a hand on us. Do you believe I can have my father strip you of your position?" Ruology struggled a few times, but couldn't break free, instantly becoming furious and embarrassed. Xiao Luo raised an eyebrow. "Dismissal? Do you think your father sent you to the Navy for no reason? To put it nicely, it's for training. To put it harshly, it's as hostages. If you want the Navy to protect their country, you have to pay an expensive protection fee every year. Many countries can't afford it. And once the Navy withdraws, they are attacked by pirates, leading to a life of misery, even the destruction of their nation and families. As for these princes and princesses sent here, they are merely temporarily unable to come up with that much money, serving as collateral for the Navy. Anyone with a bit of intelligence would realize their dire situation. Yet only this idiot still acts all high and mighty." After hearing Xiao Luo's words, combined with her father's disdain for them and the current state of the country, Lilia already had an answer in her heart, but was unwilling to admit it. "Hostages? What nonsense are you talking about? You lowly thing. You'll come back to get us eventually. Raji was so angry that she trembled all over, gritting her teeth. Bitch. If you keep spreading rumors, I'll tear your mouth apart. Xiao Luo pushed the two of them onto the bed, furrowing her brows slightly, and saying lightly, you can try. You. They propped themselves up to sit up, initially intending to fight back. But the sudden, overpowering aura emanating from her intimidated them, causing their legs to go weak and their bodies to stiffen, unable to move. What was happening? Why couldn't their bodies respond? It was as if they were being controlled. What kind of trickery was this? Realizing that the girl in front of them was not someone they could afford to offend, the two immediately reined in their tempers. Feeling anger, but unable to express it, Xiao Luo withdrew her gaze and squatted down to continue picking up the luggage that had been knocked over by the princesses. Yu still felt a bit unsatisfied. Is that it? They should be taught a good lesson. Chuan Yaxing advised. Forget it, it's not a big deal. She even felt a bit sorry for Lilia and Ruo Gigi, who were being used by their own father without realizing it. Although her own family was poor, they were loving, supportive, and happy together. Their relationships were not as complicated as those in the royal family, and there was no intrigue. After the three finished packing their luggage, they went to the management building. Yu and Chuan Yaxing lived on the third floor, along with two other cadets, for people sharing one room. Xiao Luo lives in a room for two on the fifth floor, but the other major is away on a mission and hasn't returned yet. It is said that she is on the same mission as Mame. Mame is the reclusive girl chosen from the same place as them. And among the 108 people who passed the assessment, only 4 are female. With such a connection, they should have easily bonded. However, despite spending so much time together and even living in the same dormitory, Mame remains distant from them. No, she seems to be distant from everyone. It appears she has no friends at all. Xiao Luo lay comfortably on the bed, feeling relaxed. Finally, she had her own space, and she couldn't help but take out her treasured collection to admire. She pulled out a bikini photo magazine from the bottom of her luggage and lay in the comforter, flipping through the pages with a face full of delight. After a few pages, she realized something was off. Why didn't she feel the same surge of passion as before? Was it the photos that were poorly taken? No, they actually looked more exciting than before. But why did seeing them fail to spark her interest? Oh no! Suddenly remembering something, Xiao Luo was startled and threw the magazine away. No way. This is impossible. Just as she was frantically ruffling her hair, there was a knock on the door. Gushi, let's go take a shower together. Hearing the voices of Yu and Chuanya, Xiao Luo instantly jumped up from the bed. She looked around frantically, unsure of where to hide the magazine. With the urgent knocking continuing, she shoved the magazine under the bed and hurried to open the door. Coming. After opening the door, Yu complained, what took you so long? What were you doing? As she stretched her neck to look inside the room, she added, you weren't secretly looking at some handsome guy's wanted poster, were you? No. No way. Xiao Luo answered nervously while picking up the wooden basin and towel. Let's go. We need to take a shower. Yu originally wanted to go in and take a look, but was pushed out by Xiao Luo. If we don't go now, there won't be any space later. That's right. Once the soldiers finish their training, there will be many people. Yu then remembered and hurriedly pulled the two of them to run. Although they didn't live with the soldiers, the bathhouse was still the same. Only those with the rank of Major General and above were entitled to have private bathrooms. In the past, Xiao Luo was always excited to go to the bathhouse. Although there were partitions, many beauties liked to run around, chasing and playing. That scene could only be described as paradise. Since she no longer felt passionate about seeing bikinis, going to the bathhouse should be fine, right? However, once they arrived at the bathhouse, watching the beautiful women running around, she remained indifferent. It felt as if she had entered a men's bathhouse in her past life. Clatter. The wooden basin fell to the ground, and Xiao Luo covered her head with both hands, shocked. How could this happen? For the next few days, Xiao Luo was gloomy. How did she end up on the path of being a girl with no turning back? She didn't know which step went wrong. Now she had no interest in women at all. Was it that her period made her a true girl from soul to body? Or was it the fault of that 10-tailed fox fruit? Boo-hoo, this is terrible. The sky is about to rain, and fate is making her turn into a woman. It seems this has become an unchangeable fact. Xiao Luo was crying in Chuan Yaxing's arms. She opened her eyes and stared at a certain spot up close. Really feeling nothing at all, she reached out and poked it, just like poking a rubber ball. Her heart was completely calm, and she even felt that she had nothing to envy. Sigh, as expected. When a girl stays too long in one state, she gradually loses herself. Chuan Yaxing, who was comforting Xiao Luo by patting her back, was momentarily stunned by the poke and asked, what's going on? Gushi, I noticed you haven't been quite yourself lately. Can you tell me what's happened? Xiao Luo shook her head and said nothing. On the side, Yu saw the two of them being so intimate for such a long time, feeling as if she was being excluded. When did you two get so close? I want a hug too. Saying this, she squeezed into Chuan Yuxing's arms. All right, you two little babies, stop moving around. I'm ticklish. It's because you favor Gushi, so I want to snuggle. Xiao Luo pushed Yu Yu's face with her hand. Try to make her leave Chuan Yaxing's embrace. First come, first served. Yu Yu was unwilling to back down and insisted on squeezing in. Just like that, the three of them tumbled together on the grass, laughing and playing. Before long, in the distance, a crowd began to gather, as if something was happening. Xiao Luo and the others heard the noise, stopped their playful bickering, and turned to look. It turned out to be another group of colleagues who had gone out on a mission returning. Each of them was injured, their clothes tattered, covered in bloodstains, and their numbers were 2/3 fewer than when they left. With dejected expressions, they passed through the crowd and headed towards the building where General Wushu was located. Xiao Luo caught sight of Mame, returning with injuries at a glance. The woman frowned, her eyes bloodshot, tightly gripping a long whip, her head lowered, lips slightly purple. And her complexion looked terrible, resembling a walking corpse. Compared to others, her condition was even more horrifying, with so much blood that it was impossible to tell whether it was hers or the enemy's. Watching their figures pass by gave an extremely tragic feeling, as if they had just escaped from the hands of death. Yu Yu was so frightened that she secretly hid behind Xiao Luo, thinking, Mame's expression is so terrifying. Although she was already aware that Mame was hard to get along with, she had never seen her display such an expression, like a cold-blooded zombie without any warmth. Xiao Luo patted Yu Yu's hand, remaining silent as her gaze fixed on the backs of the group. She didn't know what had happened to them, but she could guess some of it. They were likely ambushed by pirates and caught off guard, resulting in heavy casualties. It was fortunate that not the entire force was wiped out and that some managed to return alive. After seeing Admiral Squirrel, only Mommy among their group was promoted to the rank of Navy Lieutenant and moved into the management building, living in the room next to Xiao Luo. As for the major who shared a room with Xiao Luo, she had reportedly perished heroically during this mission, so Xiao Luo still lived alone. Mommy continued to do her own thing. Whenever Xiao Luo returned to her room and occasionally ran into her, she would reach out to greet her, only to be ignored as if she were air. This woman truly had an air of arrogance. In the following 2 days, while eating in the cafeteria, Xiao Luo overheard rumors about Mommy. Did you hear? That newly appointed Lieutenant Mommy was ambushed, and out of her 20-member team, she was the only one who survived. Originally, she should have died too, but the pirates found her too beautiful and, well, someone chimed in. Since all her teammates are dead, how do you know she was, by the pirates? The person continued. The others from the neighboring team saw it. Don't interrupt, let me finish. After she was taken, some unknown strength erupted from her, as if a demon bound within her was awakened. She picked up a weapon from the ground and crazily killed all the pirates on the ship, leaving no one alive. Her methods were brutal. Even after they were dead, she dismembered them, and the scene was a bloody mess, shocking to behold. Now you understand why she was the only one promoted among those who returned, right? The higher-ups misjudged the situation and nearly caused total annihilation, but she single-handedly saved the remaining comrades. After hearing the story, someone sighed. That is so tragic for her, being subjected to so many pirates. How unfortunate, such a beautiful woman. However, some people didn't share that sentiment and remarked sarcastically. So, does that mean she can be called upon whenever someone wants to resolve something? After all, she was with so many men. Upon hearing this, Mommy, who had been quietly eating, could no longer tolerate it. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she gritted her teeth, the metallic taste of blood filling her mouth. Clenching her fists in extreme anger, she vowed that even if she were suspended today, she would kill those who were gossiping behind her back. Bang! Just as she stood up to make a move, she saw a shadow flash before her eyes, and the disgusting Navy officer who had just spoken was sent flying, crashing into a large number of dining tables. The diners in the cafeteria turned to look at the commotion. A black-haired girl stood with her foot on the male Navy officer, warning, watch your mouth. Logically, Xiao Luo shouldn't have intervened. She was familiar with Mommy, and as an undercover agent, she was in a crucial period of her promotion and needed to perform well. The military regulations clearly prohibited fighting, but she couldn't hold back anymore and couldn't bear to listen. A woman who had endured such abuse might have twisted her body and mind, and it would take a long time to heal, only to be spoken about like this behind her back. This man had no understanding of respect at all. Just thinking about it made her angry, since she had already fought, she might as well throw a few more punches. Xiao Luo raised her fist and continued to beat the person down on the ground. Mommy was stunned for a few seconds, feeling annoyed by the meddlesome person who had emerged from nowhere. She never needed anyone's sympathy or help. In a fit of rage, Mommy joined the fight, knocking down the gossiping person with a powerful punch to the face, making his head buzz. She grabbed a man's neck and asked, "Who told you?" Her tone was filled with murderous intent. The person lying on the ground was scared and trembled, pointing with a shaking finger towards a spot in the crowd. It was Rhett. He said he saw it with his own eyes. "Ha!" Mommy turned her gloomy face to look, and the person being pointed at turned to squeeze into the crowd to escape. Mommy quickly rushed over, and at her height of 187 meters, she easily pressed Rhett's head down against the ground. With a loud thud, the ground instantly cracked. She flipped him over, pinned him down, and punched him in the face repeatedly, as if she wanted to beat him to death. No matter how much Rhett begged for mercy, it was useless. Mommy couldn't hear anything. Her eyes were bloodshot, completely devoid of reason. Each punch was filled with anger. In a large cafeteria, it was so quiet that only the sound of flesh being hit could be heard, and just by listening to that sound, one could tell how miserable the person being beaten was. Chuan Yaxing and Yu Yu, who were originally trying to persuade Xiao Luo to stop, were also disturbed by the commotion. Everyone started to focus on Mommy. Some wanted to step in to mediate, but were afraid of getting into trouble, so they stood frozen in place. A black-haired boy was engrossed in his meal, enjoying it, but was drawn in by the unusual atmosphere. He held his food and squeezed into the crowd to join the excitement, asking those around him, what happened? Everyone was too busy watching the spectacle to pay him any attention. Ace had no choice but to turn around and watch himself. He saw a woman with large blue wavy hair furiously pressing a man down and beating him, who was already bruised and battered, seeming like he was about to be killed. With his mouth full, Ace frowned slightly, thinking, wow, the Navy is really cold-blooded? Is no one stepping in to break it up? Just watching a colleague get beaten to death? As he thought this, he saw a small figure squeeze into the crowd and grab Mommy's wrist. That's enough. If you kill him, you won't get away with it. Not only would she be suspended, but she could also be convicted and imprisoned or even executed. Poof. You. Ace excitedly spat a mouthful of food onto the back of a Navy soldier's head in front of him. Seeing the person's gaze turn towards him, he quickly covered his mouth and swallowed his words. The Navy soldier in front turned around inexplicably and stared at him. Ace whispered, "Sorry, I didn't mean to." Saying this, he turned the person's head back to face forward and reached out to help wipe the back of his head. Little did he know, he had more grease on his hands, and when he wiped it, the person's hair became shiny. Mommy turned back with red eyes and shouted, "Let go of me." Xiao Luo glanced at the person on the ground, who was already on the verge of death. If she let go, they would definitely be beaten to death. Although she didn't speak, her attitude was resolute. She clearly didn't intend to let Mommy continue the beating. This action instantly enraged Mommy, who got up and raised her other hand to retaliate. "Stop it. Are you rebelling now?" At that moment, a female major general appeared and stopped the fight. In the base commander's office, the squirrel stood with her hands behind her back, facing away from everyone. The three beaten men were kneeling on the ground. He tried to explain. Everyone in the cafeteria saw it. They were the ones who started it. "Yeah, we were just chatting, and then Major Gushi rushed out and hit me. And Colonel Mommy was unreasonable, almost beating Rhett to death." As he spoke, he pointed at Rhett's face. "Look, Lord Squirrel, it was all that woman's doing. They just got promoted and are already abusing their subordinates. I say we should dismiss them and expel them from the G1 branch." Compared to the three men, Xiao Luo and Mommy seemed much quieter, standing straight and saying nothing. The squirrel frowned slightly. "All right, you three can leave for now." Hearing the general's words, two of them exchanged glances, wanting to say something but swallowing their words instead. And then they helped the immobile Rhett to leave. Once outside the door, they looked at the closed door. "What do you think Lord Squirrel will do to those two bitches? They won't have a good outcome anyway. Fighting privately in the G1 branch is a big taboo, and so many people can testify that we didn't lay a hand on them." "Hee, that's true." Inside the office, the squirrel turned around and looked at the two girls. "Why don't you tell me what happened?" Xiao Luo glanced at Mame and chose to remain silent. To say it again would be like reopening old wounds. She couldn't bring herself to do such a thing. Mame kept her head down, her fists clenched, replaying those images in her mind. Even though she tried hard to suppress her thoughts, they still uncontrollably crept in, making her feel overwhelmed and unable to speak. Seeing the two of them so taciturn, the Dormouse had no choice but to handle the matter officially. Just as she was about to issue a punishment, The female major general who had stopped their fight in the cafeteria stepped forward and whispered the details of the incident in the Dormouse's ear. Having also asked others about the specifics, she had already grasped the reason behind the whole situation. She understood why the girl was reluctant to speak up. It was indeed hard to articulate. As colleagues, they should support each other, not rub salt in each other's wounds. Those men sometimes spoke thoughtlessly, lacking tact. And a little lesson was not a bad thing. With just a few simple words, the Dormouse understood. However, the military had its strict rules, and no one could be allowed to act recklessly. If they did not punish them this time, it would be impossible to discipline others in the future. Guzumamii deducted 1 month's salary for fighting privately, and the 3 who just left were demoted by 1 rank. All right, this matter ends here. I do not wish to see you fighting over this again, understood? Little Luo nodded obediently, understood. The Dormouse then looked at the silent Mame, who bit her lip tightly and, after a while, forced out 2 words, understood. She wished she could personally cut off the heads of the 3 people who amplified her humiliation. How could the pain be resolved without a fight? You all can go now. The Dormouse rubbed his forehead, feeling irritable. He originally had a pile of official duties to handle, and the little brats below kept causing trouble every few days. He felt like he would eventually die in this position, but if he didn't handle it personally, he wouldn't feel at ease. Xiao Luo and Mame walked out of the office together. The female major general stayed behind with documents to handle some matters. As soon as they reached the corridor, Xiao Luo spotted a sneaky man lurking around the corner ahead. Upon seeing them come out, he immediately withdrew his head. Xiao Luo was taken aback for a moment. Wasn't that the stinky brat Ace just now? Black hair, freckled face, she wouldn't mistake him. What the hell was he doing at the Navy branch? Soon, Xiao Luo realized that Ace was likely here for her. Her face might have been exposed somewhere and he had seen it. Once she figured it out, Xiao Luo instinctively covered her face with her hand. What if that idiot exposed her identity here? What should she do? Major Wussmouse was right inside the building. This building was the most heavily guarded place in the G1 branch, and if she was exposed here, the consequences were unimaginable. Just as Xiao Luo was feeling flustered, Mommy stepped in front of her. Mommy stood in front of Xiao Luo, looking down at her with an extremely bad tone, saying, "Next time you think you're helping, be careful that I don't take revenge on you too." Xiao Luo blinked in confusion. Hey, who is this person? How interesting. It was the first time she had seen someone who helped but ended up helping incorrectly. However, her mind was filled with the huge trouble Ace posed, and she didn't want to deal with Mommy's nonsense. She tried to escape through another corridor, but Mommy grabbed her arm. "Stop right there. I haven't finished talking." She angrily pinned Xiao Luo against the wall and scolded, "Don't think that just because you helped me beat that stinky man, I'll be grateful to you. You just want to find a sense of superiority with me, right? You're noble, you're clean, which only highlights my dirtiness. What do you think you're doing, flaunting in front of me? Are you happy to be better than me? Don't think I don't know you're enjoying my misfortune. You self-righteous bastards." The more Mommy spoke, the more agitated she became, squeezing Xiao Luo's arm painfully. Xiao Luo couldn't help but frown slightly. "I don't understand what you're saying. This woman must be really crazy. Why was she yelling at her? Besides, who was laughing at her misfortune? You don't understand? What are you pretending to be pure for? Is it so great to have never been trampled by a man?" Mommy seemed to realize something, her expression becoming blank. "Huh, right, look at you. Still a naive little girl. Yes, you probably don't understand." She gently touched Xiao Luo's face with the back of her hand, sliding down. What a clean face and body. This snow-white face is really beautiful. In a few years, it will captivate a bunch of men, right? By the time I was your age, I was already filthy. For whole years passed, and the same thing happened again. She wished she could kill all the pirates in the world. Why was the universe so unfair? Why did all the bad things happen to her? Why was Shiniguchi so beautiful? Beautiful to the point of making people jealous to madness? Beautiful to the point of wanting to destroy her with their own hands. Over 2 months ago, on the day she signed up for the Navy, Mommy had noticed Xiao Luo. This little girl in front of her lived so freely and comfortably. Wherever she went, the sun shone there. Unlike herself, who was always living in a rotten swamp. Even washing 1,000,000 times wouldn't wash away the dirt and stench on her. Xiao Luo turned her head to the side, blocking Mame's hand that was trying to touch her face. It was only now that she understood what she meant. Xiao Luo looked up at Mame and said seriously, "It's not you who is dirty, but them." Her eyes were clear and bright, with not a hint of a lie, speaking with such sincerity. It made Mame's heart tremble. This was the first time she had seen someone look at her like that, without any disdain, disgust, or contempt. There was not even a trace of mockery, as if viewing a perfectly normal woman. This expression was something even her childhood companions had not given her after she encountered such things. And they had spread her story behind her back. They had been friends since childhood, the one she trusted the most. Mame lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Xiao Luo's peripheral vision caught sight of AIC walking over, and she immediately turned around and fled through the nearby hallway. She wasn't afraid of the brat confronting her. She was afraid of him confronting her here. As for Mame, she is now a sensitive and suspicious woman, and anything said to her might be misinterpreted. It's better to give her some time and let time dilute everything. Xiao Luo quickly rushed down the main building of the base, crossed the vast playground, and headed straight for their management floor. Then she returned to her room and slammed the door with a bang, patting her chest, still feeling frightened. She never anticipated that guy Ace would chase her all the way here. Isn't he too bold? A naval base, and he just barges in? What if he gets caught? She wouldn't be able to rescue him, especially since she hadn't even figured out the full extent of the Ninetales' abilities. After catching her breath for a moment, there was suddenly a loud knock on the door, startling Xiao Luo. She quickly covered her mouth, too scared to make sound. Knock, knock, knock. Gushi, why are you running so fast? Outside the door, Yu and Chuan Yaxing were also panting. Ever since their good friend was sent to General Squirrel's office, they had been a bit worried and had been waiting downstairs. After waiting for a long time without seeing anyone, they turned around and saw her rushing out from another exit, unable to call her back. Hearing that it wasn't Ace, Xiao Luo's heart finally settled down. Strange, why was she so afraid of that brat? Even if he was standing at the door, so what? Ridiculous. Could he possibly defeat her? What was there to be afraid of? Xiao Luo organized her mood and opened the door, smiling and asking, "What brings you here?" Yu poked Xiao Luo's forehead hard with her index finger and said, "Are you silly? We've been waiting for you." Chuan Yaxing hurriedly asked, "What happened? What punishment did General Wuxi get?" He said he would deduct a month's salary. "Yaxing, I might have to delay returning the money I owe you for another month." Xiao Luo swayed her clothes while speaking, with a hint of coquetry. This scene inexplicably reminded Chuan Yaxing of the image she had imagined earlier, where Ace tied his clothes around Gushi's waist, and she did the same, tugging at the pirate's belt. Look at her, so proficient at this charming gesture of pulling and swaying. Chuan Yaxing couldn't believe it was her first time. Thinking of this, she angrily shouted, "No way." Startled, Xiao Luo immediately withdrew her hand and straightened her posture against the door, not understanding why her reaction was so intense after a month's delay. I'm saying it's fine. You don't have to pay me back. It's not worth much anyway." Chuan Yaxing awkwardly scratched her face. "I will definitely pay you back." After chatting for a while, Yu and Chuan Yaxing returned to their rooms, as there were many things to do tomorrow, so they needed to sleep early and rise early. Xiao Luo closed the door, sat at the desk to collect information, and looked at how previous major general assessments were conducted. In the blink of an eye, she had completely forgotten about Ace. After a few hours of reading, she yawned continuously, stretched, got up, and then collapsed on the bed, falling into a deep sleep. Not sure how long she had slept, Xiao Luo felt someone approaching her in her dream. She suddenly opened her eyes, pushed the shadow hovering in front of her down onto the bed, drew a dagger, and pressed it against the person's neck, coldly asking who. "It's me, Wild Boar Girl," Ace exclaimed excitedly. Hearing the voice, Xiao Luo, using the moonlight, saw that the person she had pinned down was Ace, looking like a silly dog. She was instantly speechless. Damn it. Sneaking into a girl's room in the middle of the night. Who does that? He almost scared her to death. However, Xiao Luo still pretended not to recognize him and pressed the knife tighter, asking, "What Wild Boar Girl? Who exactly are you?" Ace excitedly tore off the fake beard on his face and said, "It's me, Ace pockmarked face. Don't you remember? When we were kids, you said I would have freckles when I grew up, and you were right." "Ha ha." Xiao Luo felt embarrassed. She didn't know what this guy was laughing about. He used to resist being called pockmarked face, so why did he sound so pleased today? What on earth was he so happy about? Xiao Luo squinted her eyes. "So it's you, the pirate who stole the artificial fruit. Who gave you the courage to come knocking at my door?" Ace was taken aback, trying to sit up, but Xiao Luo held him down tightly. He had no choice but to compromise, temporarily staying still, and asked in confusion, "Don't you recognize me? What is wrong with this girl? Is she playing a long-lost reunion game and failing to recognize him?" "Of course I recognize you. Portgas D. Ace, captain of the Spade Pirates. From this moment on, you are under arrest." Saying this, Xiao Luo grabbed him and forced him down on the table beside them. "Tell me, do you have any accomplices infiltrating the Navy base?" The girl was surprisingly strong, her tone serious, not like she was just playing around. "What are you doing, poor girl?" Ace's face was pressed against the table, and after struggling a few times without breaking free, He said, "Stop playing around, okay? Just tell me how you survived that big fire 7 years ago. Why didn't you come back to find me? And Luffy, why did you sneak in to become a Navy? And that old man Garp hasn't said a word. Did he force you to come?" Facing Ace's series of questions, Luo simply replied indifferently. "Are you sure you've got the right person? Or are you just stalling for time here with me? Got the wrong person? Absolutely impossible. You're not Monkey D. Luo, are you? In the cave? You only stole the artificial fruit and didn't capture me. Isn't it because we knew each other once? That was because my aunt was there. I couldn't protect myself, and I knew I couldn't beat you. That's why I didn't take you down. Fine, even if you don't remember me. What about Luffy? Yes, your brother. Luo never liked him, so it was normal not to remember. But what about Luffy? It couldn't be that she forgot him too, right? I don't have a brother." Upon hearing Luo's answer, Ace was somewhat astonished. How could she not even remember Luffy? Then he thought of a possibility. Could it be amnesia? Ace asked again. "Do you remember where you were born? Why should I tell you? Don't think that just because you grilled a few fish for me, I'll go easy on you. Tell me, what do you lose by doing that? Or are you hiding something?" As soon as he finished speaking, a large flame ignited on the boy's body, causing Luo to immediately let go. This was the flame fruit he had just eaten on his way to the G1 branch, and he hadn't fully mastered it yet. So flames occasionally burst out by themselves. Luo frowned. "I didn't expect you to become an ability user so quickly." AIC put her hands on her hips, looking quite pleased. "Yeah, so you better answer my questions honestly, or else I'll burn down your house and take you away to be a pirate with me. Burning down the house is understandable, but what's up with wanting to take her away?" Luo is not afraid of the little brat burning down her house. She is just worried about Ace exposing himself. One idiot. Luckily, she is Monkey D. Luo, but what if she wasn't? He sneaked into the enemy's den, revealed his identity, and even dragged Garp and Luffy into it. She really wants to pry open his skull to see what's inside, to quickly get rid of this trouble. Luo pretended to compromise and said, "Go ahead, ask. What's your name? How old are you this year?" "Shini Gueishi, 14 years old. Where do you live?" "Flower Village, Garcia Island." "Who is in your family?" "My dad, my mom, 2 younger brothers, and 1 younger sister, but they were all killed by your stinky pirates." "What are their names?" "Dad is Shini Val. Mom is Tony Dan. The oldest brother is Shini Zyron. The second brother is Shini Moke. And the youngest sister is Shini Jinjin." Luo's responses were basically fluent and didn't seem to require much thought, unlike something improvised on the spot. Upon hearing this, Ace found it hard to believe. His inner joy was dampened significantly, looking at the serious expression on the little girl's face. She didn't seem to be lying to him, but Ace still held on to hope. "So, do you know Garp? Vice Admiral Garp? The great hero of the Navy? Although I don't know him personally, I've heard of his name. I've wanted to become an excellent Navy officer like him since I was little," replied Luffy. "You guys were often thrown into the jungle to fight beasts by him when you were kids, and you still admire him? He's just a bad old man." Luo helplessly said, "I really don't understand what you're saying." Ace lowered his head, gripping his hands tightly. "So, you're really not the Wild Boar girl?" From the excitement just now to the current disappointment, less than 5 minutes had passed. "The Wild Boar girl is the childhood friend you mentioned who died in the cave last time?" Ace nodded, staring blankly at Luo's identical face, and asked again, "Are you really not?" In that moment of eye contact, the sadness in the boy's eyes was undeniable, making Luo's heart tremble, but she still replied firmly, "No." Her expression was resolute, and there wasn't a trace of hesitation in her answer. Ace was unwilling to believe it, but he couldn't think of a reason why the Wild Boar girl would deceive him. Even if she admitted her identity, what would it change? What could he do to her? At most, he could tell Luffy the good news that she was still alive. Besides that, what else could there be? Was he afraid Luffy would oppose her becoming a Navy? That reason didn't hold water at all. They weren't the kind of people who would stop others from pursuing their dreams. So, why wouldn't she admit it? While AIC was lost in thought, Luo took the opportunity to kick him, trying to pin him down, but the young boy sidestepped. Immediately, the girl hardened her arm and attacked his vital points. Looking very much like she wanted to capture him, the two began to fight, and if AIC hadn't dodged quickly, it wouldn't have been the table that broke. But his body, before long, the room was in disarray, filled with damaged furniture. This girl really treated him like an enemy, showing no mercy at all. To catch him, she didn't hesitate to turn her room into this state. Just as he was distracted, another punch came flying at him. The boy's body turned into flames, and that fist went straight through the fire. He successfully avoided it. Wild Boar girl, I want to play along anymore. AIC thought of something and didn't continue to waste time with Luo. Instead, he jumped out of the window and disappeared into the night. Luo immediately ran to the window to take a look, but the boy was already gone. She finally breathed a sigh of relief, glad to have chased him away. Hopefully, that brat can escape from the G1 branch soon and not linger around here. He's already 17 and still so worrisome. After enjoying the cool breeze for a while, Xiao Luo was about to close the window when she accidentally caught a glimpse of Mommy in the next room. She was wearing a white tank top, leaning on the windowsill and smoking, looking at Xiao Luo with an indifferent expression. Xiao Luo blinked a few times in confusion. What the hell? How is she here? Did she see Ace jump down from here just now? If she reports it to General Weasel, it will be over. Xiao Luo opened her mouth, hesitated, and frantically organized her thoughts in her mind. Well, just then, a knock came from outside the door, and several patrolling soldiers asked, Major Gushi, what's with all the noise in your room? Is everything all right? And no, it's fine. I'm just catching a mouse. Oh, I see. Have you caught it? Do you need help? No, it's fine. You guys can go back to what you were doing. After sending away the Navy outside, Xiao Luo nervously turned back to stare at the woman on the windowsill next door. She saw Mame with a cold expression extinguishing her cigarette and throwing the butt into the ashtray, then slamming the window shut with a bang. In the next room, there was no more movement. Only Xiao Luo remained standing by the window, disheveled in the wind. She felt like she might have misunderstood something. G1 branch database. A shadow was searching through the shelves, layer by layer. Not this one. Not this one. He had searched through the first row, then the second, then the third. His eyes were getting blurry, and he still hadn't found what he wanted. Considering the years since her disappearance, she should have joined the Navy 6 or 7 years ago. Why was there no record of her? Suddenly, Ace remembered the cloak draped over Xiao Luo's shoulders. It seemed to indicate some minor official position, right? Perhaps he could start with the management records. Management, where's the management? Ah, found it. He found a stack of documents on the 6th shelf and began checking them one by one, starting from 2nd lieutenant, then 1st lieutenant, then captain. Finally, when he flipped to the major section, he saw Xiao Luo's photo at a glance. Ace's lips curled up, immediately excited as he pulled it out. Let him find it. He would slap the document on Wild Boar Girl's face later and see what she had to say. Due to the dim light, the boy extended his index finger to ignite it, and a small glow appeared at the tip, like a candle. He brought his finger closer to the document and began to read seriously. Not long after, his smile froze on his face. He saw that the name's section read, Shinigushi. Ace's pupils trembled. How was it different from what he had imagined? He continued to read down, and the home address, family members, and experiences were all exactly as the little girl had said. She had joined the Navy just over 2 months ago. After her village was slaughtered by pirates, she became a refugee and enlisted. At the bottom, there was a red stamp marked, verified. This indicated that the Navy had also sent someone to confirm it. It seemed her identity was correct. So, she and T lied to him. She really wasn't T, Wild Boar Girl. He had mistaken her for someone else. Not Monkey D. Luo, but Shinigushi. Gushi. At that moment, all the previous hopes, excitement, and exhilaration turned to nothing. Clatter. The stack of documents in Ace's hand scattered to the ground. It's not her. Not Wild Boar Girl. She was really dead. It made sense. He had clearly witnessed that explosion, watching as the opposite side was engulfed in flames. How could she still be alive? For some reason, Ace felt that he was finding it even harder to accept than before. It was as if God had played a huge joke on him, igniting hope in his heart and then extinguishing it in an instant. Who asked there? At that moment, a beam of flashlight light shone in, dazzling Ace's eyes. He squinted and raised his hand to shield himself. This was bad. He had been discovered. As he saw someone rush in, Ace immediately shattered the glass and jumped out of the window. Help! They're SA spy. The 2 Navy personnel jumped down after him, ready to defend themselves. One of them shouted loudly, trying to alert the patrolling colleagues, while the other quickly took out a din mushy to call Vice Admiral Weasel. Vice Admiral, we found a suspicious person in the database wearing a Navy uniform, initially judged to be a spy sent by another faction. He is currently fleeing towards the east. We request support. Okay, I'm on my way. Weasel immediately got up from his bed, put on his cloak, and headed out, issuing orders to lock down all ports to ensure that the person could not escape. Instantly, chaos erupted inside and outside the base. Xiao Luo lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. After a while, she heard some commotion outside, accompanied by the sound of alarms. She opened the window and saw a number of Navy personnel mobilizing downstairs. Given the situation, it felt like something big was happening. Could it be that brat Ace has been discovered? Xiao Luo felt a bit uneasy. She changed her clothes and went outside. As soon as she reached the corridor, she ran into Mommy, who was also heading out. The two exchanged glances, but didn't acknowledge each other and hurried down the stairs. Once downstairs, Xiao Luo casually grabbed a naval officer and asked, "What's going on?" "I'm not sure about the details, but I heard that our base has infiltrated an enemy spy, and they're currently searching everywhere." "A spy? Oh no, it must be him. Where did that person go? It seems like he went east." Without saying a word, Xiao Luo quickly rushed towards the eastern coast. As he was running, he felt someone beside him. Turning his head, he saw that Mommy had followed him. What is up with this guy? What is she doing? Ahead was a fork in the road, and Xiao Luo deliberately chose the other path. Not wanting to be with Mommy, but that woman stuck to him like a plaster. Xiao Luo frowned. "Why are you following me?" "To catch the spy," came the reply. "Didn't she say she was in the east?" She took a few more turns, but Mommy still followed her. It was clearly intentional. Xiao Luo felt a surge of anger. "You catch your own, I'll catch mine. Stop following me." "What? Do you want to take the credit? The lover in your room before was that spy, right? Tell me, what do you think would happen if I told General Wu about this?" At that moment, a sinister glint appeared in Mommy's eyes, and she smiled with ill intent. Xiao Luo stopped in her tracks, calm in the face of danger. "What evidence do you have?" "I saw his face. It was the pirate ace." Imsirk 3D Ace and Xiao Luo growing up Imsirk 3D when Xiao Luo and Luffy were kids. She was teaching her brother. Mommy approached and provocatively said, "I remember you told the guards about a mouse before. As long as I expose this matter, plus the guard's testimony, even without solid evidence, people in the Navy will still be wary of you in the future." Xiao Luo secretly clenched her fists, remaining calm. She was about to go to the naval headquarters to participate in a major general assessment. If she was suspected at this moment, it might affect her promotion. Moreover, it was not long after the headquarters discovered the Revolutionary Army's undercover agents, and they would be even stricter about such matters. Mommy circled around Xiao Luo, her gaze fixed and scanning her up and down, as if trying to see right through her. "I really didn't expect you to be mixed up with pirates. It turns out you're not as innocent as you seem." Xiao Luo was speechless. Of course, she wasn't innocent. She had lived through 2 lives and had been to both men's and women's baths. So what was there not to understand? It's a pity about this pure-looking face. Mommy, while saying this, hooked Xiao Luo's chin with her index finger and lifted it up, leaning down to meet her gaze. The two of them close enough to feel each other's breath. Facing a somewhat crazy woman, Xiao Luo frowned slightly. "What exactly do you want? Isn't it obvious?" "Of course. It's to ruin you. How do you plan to ruin me? We don't have such a huge grudge between us, do we? If you want to blame someone, blame your overly noble self. I can't stand people like you." Mommy suddenly tightened her grip, squeezing Xiao Luo's chin hard. "Crazy?" Xiao Luo felt pain as she slapped away the crazy woman's hand and dodged to the side. Mommy took off the long whip from her waist, gripping it tightly. Today, she was going to tie her up and deliver her to those filthy men in the Navy with dirty intentions. With a swing of the whip, Xiao Luo jumped out of the way, and the whip struck the spot where she had just stood, creating a cloud of dust with its force. As soon as Xiao Luo landed, Mommy's whip came flying at her again. She kept dodging, her mind filled with worries about Ace's safety, having no intention to fight. After all, that brat had risked his life to sneak into the G1 branch for her. If anything happened to him, she wouldn't be able to forgive herself. Faced with Mommy's constant provocation, Xiao Luo caught her whip empty-handed. "Don't force me to fight." Mommy tugged hard on the whip, but the girl in front of her stood still, seemingly unfazed. "Come on, who do you think you are? Go ahead and try. Could a mere lieutenant colonel really not defeat a major? You." As Xiao Luo was about to make a move, a group of Navy personnel suddenly ran past them, heading southeast. Seeing this, both of them stopped their actions. If someone saw them fighting privately, they would face punishment, and repeatedly challenging military discipline was not as simple as just having their wages deducted. Among the crowd passing by, there was a guy at the cafeteria who openly said that if he wanted to resolve something in the future, he would look for Mommy. He glanced at the two with disdain and sneered, "TSK, lowly scum." His eyes were filled with disgust, as if looking at trash, deeply hurting someone. Mommy was already quite annoyed when she saw him, and upon hearing this, she became furious. She retracted her whip and stared intently at the backs of that group. Completely forgetting that she had just been fighting with Xiao Luo, she tightened her grip on the whip, her face filled with hatred, and stepped forward to chase after them. Xiao Luo saw that Mommy was no longer bothering her, and quickly turned to sneak away. The base was filled with colleagues searching for spies, and every distance she ran, she could see the Navy. She looked around, not knowing where Ace was hiding in the large G1 branch. Xiao Luo arrived at the East Coast, where security was tight and the port had been heavily sealed off. the Navy discovered a small boat in a hidden cove among the rocks, initially determining it to be from an outside spy. However, they found no clues on the boat to confirm the person's identity. Xiao Luo immediately pulled a colleague to ask, "Have you seen any signs of the spy?" The soldier reported back to the major, "We only found the ship and did not discover any trace of him." After speaking, the soldier continued to follow the main force to the next location. Xiao Luo pondered, since he hasn't been found, where could he have gone? Now that even the boat has been detained, how will Ace leave? Enough is enough. Has staying with Luffy for too long made him lose his intelligence? She remembered that Ace was quite bold and had ideas when he was young. But after growing up, he seemed a bit foolish. After not staying in one place for long, Xiao Luo headed in another direction. She walked along the coast in the pitch-black night, with the surging waves constantly crashing against the beach and rocks, as if they would swallow her up if she wasn't careful. When the seawater flowed to her feet, she realized she was and shouldn't touch it, quickly retracting her foot and stepping back. After wandering along most of the coastline, she still hadn't seen Ace's figure. Along the way, she encountered several colleagues who were also searching with flashlights. Arriving at a more remote area, the path became difficult to navigate, overgrown with thorny bushes, with hardly any place to step, and it was dark and eerie, rarely visited by anyone. There weren't many Navy soldiers around, just a few standing outside the bushes, afraid to step in. Some even left after glancing around. Nobody dared to consider going inside. Suddenly, a loud shout came from afar, "Help! A suspicious person has been spotted." Xiao Luo turned her head to look, catching sight of a shadow jumping into a tree and moving deeper into the thorny bushes. A soldier on the ground tried to chase after him, but as soon as he stepped in, he immediately recoiled, his legs covered in thorns, screaming in pain. The slightly smarter ones drew their knives and began to cut down the bushes, clearing a path. Some even turned back to fetch reinforcements, believing that a large group would arrive soon. Seeing this, Xiao Luo also jumped up the tree and followed the shadow. However, the shadow disappeared from everyone's sight in just a moment, vanishing without a trace. The faint moonlight in the dense forest was hardly sufficient, making it impossible to see anything. Ahead was nothing but darkness. But Xiao Luo could use the abilities of the ten-tailed fox, closing her eyes and sensing the shadow's presence through hearing and smell. It was indeed him, Ace, just a few hundred meters away from her. She opened her eyes and quickened her pace. After running for an unknown amount of time, moonlight began to slowly appear ahead. Xiao Luo passed through the dense forest and arrived at another coastline, where there were nothing but rocky cliffs and no one around. The sea wind howled continuously, and huge waves crashed against the rocks, sending up layers of white spray. Xiao Luo stood by the rocks, looking around. The air was filled with the smell of seawater, and the sound of waves filled her ears. She had just eaten the devil fruit not long ago, and her abilities had not yet been fully developed. After being disturbed by the forces of nature, she could no longer sense Ace's presence. Where is he? That brat. Where did he go? He wouldn't have jumped off the cliff, would he? Xiao Luo was just about to lower her head to look at the sea below when she felt someone approaching from behind. It was like a gust of wind blowing by, and then she heard that person ask in her ear, "Are you looking for me?" Xiao Luo turned her head and saw Ace standing behind her, bending down to look at her. This gaze made her unable to associate the person in front of her with the annoying brat who used to go against her every day in childhood. When has he ever looked at her with such gentle eyes? He had always been a nuisance, never willing to include her in anything. Due to the close distance, Xiao Luo instinctively took a step back. Poor Gasti. Ace, do you still have the guts to show up? Oh no. She didn't know why she was lost in thought staring at him, just now. Ace curled his lips. I was waiting for you. Waiting for me? Xiao Luo was surprised. Waiting for her? Did he still think she was the wild boar girl? I already told you I. Before she could finish, Ace interrupted her. You're not her. I know, I already know. The young man lowered his gaze. I just hoped you were her too. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. He then muttered to himself. It's a good thing I didn't remember the number of the Dayton family's phone bug. Otherwise, the guy Luffy would be just as disappointed as I am again. That feeling is really unpleasant. It would have been better if he hadn't had any hope in the first place. Seeing Ace's dejected expression, Xiao Luo bit her lip. Although she felt sorry for him, she still had to remind him, it's good that you know, our people are coming soon, you can't escape, so be smart and come back with me. As she spoke, Xiao Luo reached out to grab Ace, but instead of dodging, Ace firmly grasped her outstretched wrist and pulled her into his embrace. Xiao Luo unexpectedly crashed into the boy's chest, and for a moment, her mind went blank. She was at a loss for what to do, staring wide-eyed in confusion. What does this mean? On the chilly night, Xiao Luo found herself wrapped in Ace's embrace. The warmth radiating from the boy made her feel no hint of cold. Ace rested his head on her shoulder, his arms tightening around her, making it hard for Xiao Luo to breathe. After a moment, she reacted and tried to break free from Ace's hold. "You bastard! What are you doing?" But the boy showed no intention of letting go, continuing to use his strength to keep her trapped in his arms, rendering her immobile. His body was heavy and solid, and with Xiao Luo's petite frame, she felt like she was going to be crushed by him. After a long pause, Ace's deep voice broke the silence. "Mud, thank you." Xiao Luo was filled with questions. Mud? Is that her new nickname? She is now called Shinigushi, not Mud. Why does this brat always come up with such ugly nicknames? It's intolerable. Just as she was about to punch him, she heard Ace say softly, "Thank you for letting me see what Wild Boar Girl looks like when she grows up. Can I consider her still alive? I hope so. I still want to see her at 20, 30 years old. So please, live well along with her." After saying this, Ace let go of Xiao Luo. He walked to the edge of the rocks, looked down, then turned around and caught sight of the pursuers approaching from afar. The boy smiled at Xiao Luo, his back to the sea. "Nice to meet you." He spread his arms wide and leaned back. Startled, Xiao Luo quickly reached out to grab him. Ace. But it was too late. She saw the boy's feet leave the ground, his body losing balance, and he began to fall quickly downward. As she lunged toward him, Ace had already dropped. Damn it, they're all crazy. Below is the sea. Doesn't he know he's a power user now and can't touch seawater? Or does he want to die? Xiao Luo was just about to use the moon step to pull the boy up when she saw him land steadily on a small boat. Xiao Luo first looked bewildered, then furious. This little brat. So he had a backup plan. If he wanted to escape, why did he have to act like he was trying to take his own life? What a drama. It scared her heart to race wildly. Ace waved at Xiao Luo above and quietly said, "Also, see you again." He believed that one day they would meet again. This was probably the inevitable fate between the Navy and the pirates. He hoped that by the next time they met, he would have become an extraordinary pirate. He would have the ability to play with her more then. Right now, escaping was the priority. Ace smiled, riding the wind and waves, and quickly disappeared into the night. Xiao Luo looked in the direction where he had disappeared, momentarily stunned. The sound of the waves was too loud, and she was too far away to hear what Ace had said at the end. But it didn't matter. As long as he could escape safely, that was enough. Otherwise, how would she explain to Luffy if he died at the Navy branch? After a while in a daze, the pursuers behind her arrived, standing at the edge of the rocks to look down. Below, there was nothing but the rolling waves. It seemed that the sea had swallowed him whole. The nighttime waves were even fiercer than during the day, like a beast ready to devour, leaving little chance for survival for anyone who fell in. Moreover, from their previous angle, it appeared that Xiao Luo had pushed the traitor down with a palm, and there were sea kings lurking nearby. Everyone was even more convinced that he was undoubtedly dead, regretting that they couldn't capture him alive. "Major Gushi, are you injured?" Xiao Luo shook her head. The person asked again, "Did you see who the spy was?" Poor Gasti. "Ace, I saw him in Gemorn Town before. He was also involved in the artificial fruit incident, but unfortunately, he got away at that time. I didn't expect him to be tracked down to the G1 branch." To prevent Mommy from leaking information, Xiao Luo revealed it in advance. After all, the news of Ace infiltrating the Navy base was basically impossible to hide. If she lied at this moment, she might not even be able to protect herself. Not long after, a major general arrived. To be safe, he sent someone to climb down the reef to check. After searching around and finding no trace, he decided to give up. Seeing this, Xiao Luo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The guy had finally managed to leave the G1 branch. The Navy Major General reported the situation here to Vice Admiral Mongoose. And after hanging up the phone, everyone gathered and headed back to the base. On the way back, Xiao Luo was pondering how to craft the perfect lie so that even if Mommy leaked information, no one would suspect her. As she walked, she encountered other colleagues. They rushed out from the darkness in panic, saying in terror that Cameron was dead. Xylobian followed the crowd over, not knowing who Cameron was at that moment. It wasn't until they arrived at the scene, and someone shone a flashlight on the face of the corpse, that Cameron was seen staring at them with wide eyes, looking as if he couldn't close them in death. Xiao Luo just realized that she recognized him. He was the man who verbally insulted Mommy in the cafeteria. Not long ago, she had seen him, and Mommy was there too. How could he have died so suddenly? Could it be that? Xiao Luo recalled when Mamei decided to stop bothering her. It seemed to coincide with Cameron's departure. A terrifying thought suddenly popped in her mind. That woman couldn't be so cruel, could she? Several Navy personnel carried Cameron's body out of the bushes, preparing to move it to the medical room for the doctor to check the exact cause of death. Upon initial inspection, no fatal wounds were found on him. However, during the transport, they noticed that Cameron's body was somewhat stiff, indicating he had probably died about 1 or 2 hours ago. Xiao Luo watched their retreating figures, deep in thought, when another group of people emerged from the darkness. Mommy followed closely behind them, her indifferent expression no different from usual, as if the whole world owed her something. The two teams met like this, and the two major generals in the lead exchanged a few simple words, sharing their situations before both groups headed towards the main building of the G1 branch. During their conversation, Mommy learned that Ace had fallen into the sea, having been knocked down by Shiny Gushi, which she found somewhat amusing. She walked over to Xiao Luo's side and whispered, "You really did well, sending that stinky pirate out of the base in front of so many people. It seems I underestimated you before." Xiao Luo chose to remain silent, not wanting to deal with this crazy woman. But Mommy was relentless. "However, I still remember that a pirate appeared in your room. You said, 'I will reveal it to Major Weasel later. What will happen?'" As she spoke, a sinister smile began to appear on the woman's face. She couldn't wait to see the panicked expression on Shiny Gushi's face. Seeing the little girl beside her slightly stunned, Mommy smiled even more triumphantly. Xiao Luo stopped in her tracks, turned around to gaze at her, unafraid. "Can I also blame Cameron's death on you? I remember you went after him at that time, right? Plus, with the friction between you two, your motive for killing him is quite strong." "What nonsense are you talking about? Which of your dog eyes saw me kill him?" Mommy angrily grabbed Xiao Luo's collar and pulled it up, wishing she could twist the little bitch's head off. Xiao Luo curled her lips. "I didn't see it, just guessing. What are you so nervous about? But it's just that Cameron is dead. And now everyone in the base knows you have a grudge against him. Even if I don't say anything, someone will think of you. If I accidentally let something slip, what do you think those higher-ups will think? At that time, your revelation will only make them believe you harbor resentment and are deliberately slandering me. Do you know what's more important?" Xiao Luo's words awakened Momae, but made her even angrier. "Shinigushi, I didn't expect you to be so scheming. I almost fell for your appearance. So, from now on, let's not judge people by their looks. I'm not a silly and sweet person who can be easily manipulated. When she was a child, lacking experience, she was once bullied by others. After that, she preferred to control others' pleasure and didn't want to be the passive one anymore." The black-haired girl smiled wickedly, brushed away Mommy's hand, tidied up her disheveled collar, and then caught up with the main group. Only Mommy stood there, seething with anger, her whole body trembling. She really wanted to expose her true identity in front of everyone one day. At the G1 branch headquarters, the Weasel had been waiting for a long time. His subordinates began to return one after another, reporting what they had encountered. 2 Navy officers who discovered the spy in the database held Ace's bounty notice and confidently said, "Yes, it's him, poor Gasty Ace. We won't be mistaken." A rear admiral stepped forward. "According to the testimony provided by Shinigushi, it's also this pirate." The Weasel looked at Xiao Luo to confirm, and Xiao Luo nodded gently in response. With this situation, that guy's bounty is bound to increase again. Pirate Ace fell into the sea, Cameron was killed, and everyone began to speculate. Could it be that poor Gasty Ace killed him? It's very possible. Perhaps Cameron was the first to discover the pirate's trace and was silenced. This pirate is so bold. Why did he infiltrate our G1 branch? Is he the only one? Are there any other accomplices? No other individuals have been found for now. Everyone was talking back and forth. They were all unclear about Ace's purpose for coming to the G1 branch. Mommy's gaze pierced through the crowd, glaring fiercely at Xiao Luo. She was certain that the stinky pirate was coming for the little brat. But since she had a hold over her, she had been enduring and didn't say anything. Xiao Luo noticed Momae's hateful gaze. She merely glanced at her and then withdrew her gaze to continue listening to the others speak. Her expression was calm and composed, showing no fear of someone spilling secrets. Momae, seeing her arrogant demeanor, gritted her teeth in anger. At this moment, the Weasel asked his subordinate, "Has anything been lost from the database?" "Nothing's missing, but it's been rummaged through, and a stack of documents fell on the ground. I guess he was looking at this." After saying that, the subordinate presented the documents. The Weasel took them, flipped through a few pages. They were all records of the majors from their G1 branch. One person's record caught the Weasel's attention, and he pulled it out and read it briefly, then quickly glanced at Xiao Luo. "Shinigushi, I heard you met poor Casty Ace and Gelmore in town?" "Yes. Can you tell me the details?" "At that time, when we discovered the first pirate den, the pirate named Ace was also there, and the artificial fruit of the Firefox was taken by him. Xiao Luo lightly touched on some things she could talk about with the squirrel. After tying up that group of pirates, I took back the artificial fruit from Ace. However, due to my own discomfort, he managed to escape, and I didn't capture him along with the others. She spoke very naturally, showing no signs of lying. The first element of lying is mixing truth and falsehood, making it hard for others to detect flaws. Seeing the squirrel looking at Xiao Luo in silence. Unsure if it was suspicion or something else, Chuan Yaxing immediately stepped forward. I can testify that during that time, Gushi was indeed not feeling well. Otherwise, she would never have let that stinky pirate escape. The little matters between them were automatically overlooked by Chuan Yaxing. Most of it was just her imagination and didn't count. Even if there was something, she couldn't say it. She had to protect Gushi, who was still so young and couldn't let a stinky pirate ruin her bright future. The weasel flipped over Xiao Luo's resume and asked her, "What do you think poor Gasti Ace is looking for your information for?" Xiao Luo was surprised. Looking for my information? Her surprise was not feigned, but a genuine reaction. At that moment, she thought she had scared Ace away. But that little brat actually went to the database to find her information, just to confirm whether she was the wild boar girl, which led to her being discovered. What a big fool. Was it really that important to him whether she was the wild boar girl? Seeing that the dormouse was still waiting for her answer. Xiao Luo scratched his head. I don't know either. Could it be that he wants to ruin his good fortune and is harboring malicious intent to take revenge on me? Someone in the crowd interjected. Maybe he wants to target your family. Who knows? Major Gushi, you should quickly inform your family to be more cautious. Everyone's resume has their home address and family information. But they're already dead. I'm sorry, Grandpa, Dad. Silly little brother, I wasn't talking about you. I see. I'm sorry for bringing up something that shouldn't be mentioned. However, that Ace's efforts were in vain. Mommy couldn't take it anymore and secretly cursed in her heart. What a bunch of fools. Do they believe everything that little brat says? She's really good at pretending. Wushu felt that something was off, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. Hopefully, she was just overthinking. Before long, Cameron's cause of death was revealed to be asphyxiation, with signs of struggle on his body. It seemed the murderer was very strong. He couldn't break free and was suffocated to death. As for who the murderer was, it couldn't be confirmed for a long time, and most people assumed it was the pirate Ace who did it. No one would be cruel enough to kill a colleague, right? Although some had suspected Mommy, there was no evidence, so it remained just speculation. In the end, the matter was left unresolved. Yu complained, such a big thing happened last night, and you didn't call me? I missed out for no reason. Chuan Yaxing smiled. I called you, but you were sleeping like a pig, completely unresponsive, so I came down by myself. Was that really poor Gasti Ace? I don't know, but everyone says so. And some even said it was Gushi who threw him into the sea. Wow, is that true? That's too explosive. As the two chatted, their gazes shifted to Xiao Luo, who was walking ahead. Why does she look like nothing happened? No way. I need to ask her. With that, Yu ran ahead, and Chuan Yaxing couldn't stop her. Hey, Gushi, I heard Ace sneaked into our base last night. Xiao Luo was walking while thinking about the Major General's assessment. Can you believe it? There's even a written exam for that thing. It's truly something I've never seen before. She began to doubt whether Garp had entered through the back door. With his level of education, how could he have passed? TSK, I don't even want to say. He probably has something in common with Luffy. When he was a child, teaching him was like asking for his life. After just a couple of sentences, he would either fall asleep or make a fuss about wanting to go out to play. A typical underachiever. Even she, a straight-A student, exclaimed, I can't handle it. Yu then asked, did you really throw him into the sea? Yeah. Xiao Luo continued to nod, her face showing no expression. Nanny, this. Yu was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Xiao Luo remembered something and looked up at Yu. You guys go eat first. I need to make a trip to the library. After saying that, without waiting for anyone to react, she ran off on her own, fully absorbed in her assessment. Yu blinked, standing there in a daze. Did she really not care at all about Ace's life or death? She still had the mood to read? Huh, what's going on? It seems I underestimated her. Gushi is indeed someone who does big things. She wasn't affected at all. Impressive. Days went by, and Xiao Luo spent every day either training or reading. When she had time, she would secretly explore the abilities of the ten-tailed fox. She discovered that the ten-tailed fox could not only enhance speed, hearing, and smell, but also induce hallucinations, which is what is known as illusion techniques. This is quite interesting. It instantly piqued her interest, and she began to feel eager to try it out. However, these illusion techniques were not easy to control. As soon as Xiao Luo slightly got into the state, she would feel dizzy and could barely stand. This indicates that the physical consumption of illusion techniques is quite large. So she needed to take it step by step and adapt gradually. There was no rush. But that's okay. She had plenty of time. 3 years, after all. With her qualifications, she should be able to develop the fruit's abilities to over 95, right? During the day, she trained and studied, and at night, she hid in her room to research the fruit's abilities, never letting herself be idle. She enjoyed this fulfilling feeling, which made time pass quickly. When the Dormouse knew that Xiao Luo was going to the Navy headquarters for the Rear Admiral assessment, it would take time to give her some guidance. For example, the 6 forms of the Navy. After all, if they could pass, the G1 branch would also benefit, boosting their performance for the second half of the year. Xiao Luo had learned the 6 forms of the Navy when she was a few years old, but she didn't interrupt. Instead, she chose to listen humbly. In the future, when others asked who taught her, she would have a name to report. Soon, 20 days passed. Xiao Luo was packing her luggage to prepare for the naval headquarters, while Yu Yu and Chuan Yixing watched her put everything together, completely puzzled. You're just going to take an assessment. Why does it feel like you're moving? What if you don't get in? Won't you have to come back? There is no what if. I will definitely pass. Xiao Luo was quite confident about this. Huh? If you really get in, you won't come back? Then today is our last meeting? Who knows? Let's see if there will be other opportunities to meet in the future. Oh, this is too sudden. I can't bear to part with you. All good things must come to an end. We will part ways sooner or later. Gushi, you really have no heart. How can you say such things so easily? Yu Yu sniffed, expressing her dissatisfaction. Xiao Luo scratched her head, unsure how to respond. Having experienced more separations, she naturally felt it was nothing. She had long gotten used to it. It was Chuan Yixing who saved the situation. It's okay. We'll work hard to get promoted, and then we can also be transferred to the naval headquarters, so the 3 of us can be together again. Yu Yu felt a bit insecure. That sounds too difficult. I got this warrant officer position by chance. Without a strong backing, I can't even dare to think about getting promoted. After sending Xiao Luo off to the naval headquarters ship, Yu Yu, Chuan Yixing, Zwate, and Stoka said their reluctant goodbyes. Especially Stoka, who felt as if he was going through a breakup, tears welling up in his eyes. Gushi, when I have time for a vacation, I'll come to see you, so don't forget about me. Xiao Luo was confused, wondering if her feelings for this guy were really that deep. Huh? Well, she probably wouldn't forget, but after 10 years, who knows? It's like how she wouldn't remember some elementary school classmates after going to college. But as for coming to see me, forget it. If you have that time, it's better to go home and see your family. If we're meant to meet again, we will. Chuan Yixing smiled at Xiao Luo and said, take care. You too, she replied. The moment the boat started to move, Yu Yu hugged Chuan Yixing, looking sad. Just as she said, everything came too suddenly, and she wasn't prepared, which made it a bit hard for her to accept. Xiao Luo watched as the figures on shore became smaller and smaller, and the island of the G1 branch grew smaller too. In fact, her feelings weren't as intense as theirs. From the very beginning, she had a clear goal and didn't invest too much emotion in everyone. She could only say they got along well. She knew there would come a day of parting, and even a day of opposition. She also understood that she was not on the same path as them. On the surface, she was a Navy officer, but in reality, she was a revolutionary soldier. Xiao Luo has never forgotten her identity. All her efforts are aimed at getting promoted to a high position, stealing secrets from the Navy and the world government, and then reporting them to her father. A spy shouldn't have emotions. However, she hasn't done very well in this regard. Realizing the problem, Xiao Luo withdrew her gaze and stopped staring blankly in the direction of the G1 branch. She needed to learn to control her emotions. Just as she turned around, she saw a woman standing in the distance, coldly staring at her. The person was none other than Mommy. Is she also going to the Navy headquarters for the Major General Assessment? Each branch has sent people to the headquarters for the Major General Assessment, with a total of 98 applicants, but only 6 will be selected in the end. 3 from the headquarters, making up half. 2 from the G1 branch, and 1 from the G5 branch. The remaining applicants were all eliminated. Xiao Luo excelled in this Major General Assessment, topping both the combat and written exams, achieving first place and earning the rank of Major General. Everyone was surprised, as they had previously thought she was just a filler sent by the G1 branch. Among the 6 individuals, apart from the 2 newcomers, Xiao Luo and Momei, the others were veterans who had been in the Navy for several years. So, when the results were announced, the 2 of them attracted a lot of attention. Their looks also excited many male sailors. One was a mature woman, and the other a cute girl, both very beautiful. It felt invigorating to work alongside them in the future. In the marshal's office, Sengoku had just finished his official duties when he looked up to see Garp sitting on the sofa next to him, munching on his sunbae nonstop. He was eating as if it were his own, without any restraint. Sengoku, exasperated, walked over and snatched it back. Garp, you're stealing my snacks again. Don't you have any money to buy your own? Ha ha ha. Don't be stingy, Sengoku. I only ate a little of your senbei. Just a little? Look at this pile of trash. How many bags is this now? Garp glanced in the direction Sengoku was pointing and saw a heap of wrappers. He scratched his head sheepishly. Ha ha. Sorry, I got carried away and didn't realize I ate so much. I'm really fed up with you. Can you not be so reckless in front of me? I'm the marshal. You're superior. Who are we to each other? Does it need to be so clear-cut? If it doesn't need to be so clear, then I'm cutting your salary this month. Sengoku, you're so petty. Just for a few pieces of senbei. You want to withhold my entire month's salary? Don't you know I have a little one to support at home? Don't give me that. As far as I know, you've spent all your money yourself, and I haven't seen you send any home all these years. Garp was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Huh, you really love to dig into my past. It's all your fault for knowing me for so long. There's not a single secret left. Sengoku was speechless. For him, it was precisely because they had known each other for so long that he knew how to deal with him. Garp brushed off the snack crumb from himself and got up. I ate too much, I need to go out and digest. Since lunch, he had been looking for Sengoku, but that guy was busy the whole time, so he kept eating senbei on the side. Now his stomach was full of food and snacks. Wait a minute. 6 new major generals were just elected. You should pick one to work under you. That first place, Shinigueishi, is pretty good. What nonsense. I have enough manpower already. No need for that. You can assign them to others. Enough? Aren't the capable officers still just those few? Garp picked his nose with his pinky and turned his head, squinting at Sengoku with a knowing look, saying, having a confident ISNT about quantity, just enough is fine. Don't think you can send someone to supervise me. Sengoku casually grabbed a bag of senbei and threw it at him. Get lost, Garp. He was trying to help him add manpower, yet Garp doubted him like this. He unilaterally declared that their decades-long friendship was over. Watching Garp sneak away with a few more bags of snacks, Sengoku angrily slammed the table. With his level of intelligence, what's there to be suspicious about? Was he guessed? He keeps jumping into his own minefields. As a friend, I even specially left the first place for him. Forget it. Sengoku turned and made a call, assigning Luo to work under another Navy Vice Admiral. Looking at the small figure coming to report, the Fire Mountain never expected he had such a connection with this girl. He was so happy he couldn't close his mouth. Not only did she really become a major general, but she was also assigned to his unit. It seems even heaven felt sorry for him for not having a daughter and specifically sent this little girl to him. Luo politely greeted. Fire Mountain, we meet again. Ha ha. Yes, it's really a coincidence. Is the dormitory arranged properly? Have you moved your luggage to the headquarters? Have you eaten? The cafeteria hasn't closed yet. He was like a concerned old father. Everything is settled, and I can start working anytime. There's nothing important on the first day, so let me have someone show you around the headquarters. Thank you. Be polite and perform well at the headquarters. Strive to be promoted to Rear Admiral in 5 years. Okay, I will do my best. After chatting for a while, Luo followed a Navy officer to tour the naval headquarters. The naval headquarters is located in Marineford, on the Red Line, which divides the Grand Line and the New World. Above the Red Line is Mariehua, the location of the World Government Headquarters. And on the other side is the New World. The Red Line serves as the watershed between the Grand Line and the New World. The G1 branch where she used to be was located on the New World side of the Red Line. The naval headquarters in front of her was much larger than Luo had imagined and more magnificent than on TV. The main building, hundreds of meters high, stood majestically, towering over the surrounding mountains. It was so grand and imposing. At that moment, she truly felt like she had joined the Navy. Over the next few days, Fire Mountain was always smiling and would mention how his unit had a lovely little girl, praising her nonstop. At first, everyone thought he was exaggerating or that a middle-aged man who didn't have a daughter was just longing for one. But after seeing Luo in person, everyone's eyes went wide in shock. Wow, that little girl is so cute. A punch from her could make someone cry for a long time. Luo's reputation at the Navy headquarters is growing larger, partly because of her own achievements, having been selected as a new major general with the highest score, but more so because of Hua Xiaoshan, who praises her to everyone he meets. When others ask him how many pirates he has captured recently, he replies, "The new girl on my team has big, watery eyes that seem to speak. She's so lively." Another person asks him, "Major General Hua Xiaoshan, have you eaten? Want to join us?" He responds, "The girl is very sensible. She has only been here for a few days, yet she's already busy working up and down, and whatever I teach her, she picks up immediately without any worry." Sigh, such a good girl, and she's in my team. It's truly a blessing from heaven. He ends by asking, hey, are there no lovely girls in your team? I remember that Maenida's subordinates are all a bunch of unruly rough men. Ugh, what a hardship. 1 year goes by, and I feel like I've aged several years. This leaves everyone feeling furious. Recently, Garp has heard quite a few rumors about Shinigushi. He dug into his ears, feeling like he might develop calluses from all the listening. TSK. Look how proud Huashaoshan is. He hasn't even met his granddaughter. She is the cutest little girl in the world. Thinking about it, he hasn't seen her for 7 years. She must miss her grandpa terribly. Little Luo is really pitiful, taken away by her father since childhood. She was forced to separate from her grandfather, and she must be very reluctant in her heart. But she doesn't know the stronghold of the Revolutionary Army. Otherwise, she would fight her way in to get her back. That son of Long is raised for nothing, and now the danger has come to him. Many things he doesn't even tell his own father. Huashaoshan saw Garp digging in his ears with some impatience and asked, Vice Admiral Garp, would you like to come over for some tea? No, Garp refused very bluntly. Huashaoshan's intentions were too obvious. He just wanted him to take a look at that girl, to make him feel jealous, but he had no such thoughts. She's just a rear admiral. What's so interesting about that? He wanted to see his little Luo more. Garp stood up, hands in his pockets, and walked towards the playground. The next day, at the weekly Vice Admirals meeting, Huashaoshan was late. Gue Jiju said impatiently, Has Huashaoshan been a bit too arrogant lately? Everyone is just waiting for him. Well, he just got a rear admiral. Does he need to be so cocky? I heard that the rear admiral was selected as the first in the examination. I know, I was one of the examiners back then, but it's just like that. After all, he's just a rear admiral, far from everyone else. Haha, don't compare rear admirals with us. Those little brats won't climb to our positions without a few years of training. As everyone grew impatient, they started to stir. Garp leaned back in his chair with his head tilted back, snoring, with bubbles coming out his nose. Sengoku looked at the time. It was indeed a bit ridiculous to be this late. He said to his subordinate, standing aside, Go, urge Huashaoshan. Yes. As that person turned around, he saw a man smoking a cigar walk in with a smile. Sorry, everyone. I'm late. Everyone's gaze fell on Huashaoshan and the black-haired girl beside him. Damn, coming in so late on purpose to be the center of attention. In the Navy, there are not many female officers, so they're quite rare. It's all rough men in the troops, often squatting around female Navy units just to see women. The average age of these vice admirals is over 40. Most of them have fantasized about having a daughter, but very few have realized it, as they deal with pirates every day, sometimes not going home for half a year or even a year, and their wives have left. For those who haven't left, they don't cohabit much, making it hard to get pregnant. And for those who are pregnant, they give birth to boys. In short, seeing Huashaoshan's proud look at this moment really makes them want to beat him up, always showing off, so annoying. Sengoku urged, Please take your seats. The meeting is starting. Xiao Luo followed Fire Mountain into the conference room. She quickly spotted Garp, who was dozing off. The old man was sleeping soundly. Probably only he in the entire Navy would dare to be so reckless. At the meeting, each admiral had a subordinate standing behind them. This was their custom for meetings, as they needed their people to take notes on the meeting summary. After Fire Mountain took his seat, Xiao Luo stood to the side, taking notes in a small notebook while also covering her face, afraid that her grandfather would notice her. In the original story, Garp revealed his relationship with Luffy and Dragon in front of his subordinates, shocking everyone in the room. At that moment, those present learned that the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, was actually named Monkey D. Afterward, Garp realized that he had said some things he shouldn't have. But it was too late. During these days at the Navy headquarters, Xiao Luo has not had the time to find her grandfather to give him a heads up to help conceal her identity. As a result, today, she unexpectedly met him. With his carefree personality, she was really afraid he would suddenly shout, My dear granddaughter, what are you doing here? At that time, Fire Mountain only told Xiao Luo to bring a pen and notebook and follow him, without mentioning what they were going to do. If she had known it was for a meeting with the general, she would have never come. Kapu, get up. The meeting has started. Sengoku angrily punched him. If it weren't for the fact that they were old comrades, he would have wanted to kick him out in an instant. Huh, it started? Kapu, confused, smacked his lips and said, You guys go ahead. Anyway, there was someone behind him taking notes, so on the way back, he could just have his subordinates repeat the important information. There was no need to listen to their chatter attentively. After Sengoku had only said a couple of sentences, Kapu stretched lazily. While other colleagues were passionately discussing, Kapu sat on the side, picking his nose. From time to time, he would secretly take out a donut from his pocket to eat. Since Sengoku wouldn't let him sleep, he had to find something to pass the time. As a result, Sengoku had gotten used to it and had no choice but to hold back his anger, turning a blind eye. Xiao Luo Xiaomimi moved her notebook slightly aside and glanced at her poor student grandfather, basically certain that Luffy really did inherit traits from the previous generation. His behavior during class was exactly the same as his grandfather's during meetings, fiddling around here and there, just not paying attention. The 40-minute meeting finally ended. Sengoku tolerated Garp for 50 minutes, and as soon as the other vice admirals left their seats, he grabbed Garp by the collar and shouted, "Don't come to the next meeting. If you don't want me to come, then I won't get up early. You." Xiao Luo saw the meeting end, immediately closed her notebook, and turned to sneak away. However, she was caught by the collar of her back. The voice of Hua Xiaoshan came from behind. "Go greet General Warring States and Vice Admiral Garp." Xiao Luo's machine turned back. "No need, right? Look at them. They are busy and have no time to pay attention to someone like me, a little invisible person." "Who said you were invisible? Which naval headquarters doesn't know your name now?" Xiao Luo was speechless. "It was all you're doing. Do you know how annoying this is? She even gets pointed at while walking down the street. She can't even keep a low profile." Before Xiao Luo could respond, she was easily picked up by Hua Xiaoshan and placed in front of the two. Scared, she quickly covered her face with a notebook. "Marshal, Major General Garp, let me introduce you to this person I often talk about, Shi and I Gushi." After saying that, he turned to Xiao Luo and said, "Gushi, take the notebook down. Why are you being shy?" At that moment, 1,000 alpacas rushed through Xiao Luo's mind. Shy my ass. She was scared, okay. Why did she end up with Hua Xiaoshan as her boss? The two who were arguing paused for a few seconds before letting go of each other, straightening their clothes and turning to look at the little girl with serious expressions. They had the demeanor of leaders, as if the childish bickering just now hadn't teed in them at all. Garp raised an eyebrow. "Xiaoshan, I didn't expect you to be so persistent. Let us see just how much this mud can attract people." Xiao Luo, "It's mud again. Ace is indeed taught well by Grandpa. The next person call her mud. She guesses it will be Luffy." Fire Mountain pushed Xiao Luo a little, and she stumbled forward. The three of them were all waiting for her to speak, and the scene was quiet. Xiao Luo gritted her teeth, took off her notebook, quickly lowered her head, placed her hands in front of her, and politely bowed. "Hello, Marshal." "Hello, Major General Kapu." Kapu squinted his eyes. "Raise your head." He suddenly felt that this guy looked a bit familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. Xiao Luo knew she couldn't avoid it. Being shy and hesitant would only raise suspicion. She slowly raised her head, awkwardly smiled, and even felt too guilty to make eye contact with Garp. She had been here for many days, but hadn't greeted her grandfather, and he must be very angry. When she looked up, Garp was completely stunned. He had been standing with his arms crossed, looking serious, and couldn't believe his eyes. Could it be that he missed his granddaughter so much that he was seeing things? How could Xiao Luo suddenly appear in front of him, and wearing a Navy uniform? He had dreamed of this scene countless times, with Xiao Luo, Luffy, and Ace all joining the Navy and working by his side. Following the path he had planned for them, they would surely live a stable life. He never expected his dream to come true. Garp stared wide-eyed, opening his mouth to say something. But Xiao Luo immediately interrupted. "Hello, Vice Admiral Garp. My name is Gushi. I've admired you since I was a child, so I was a bit nervous when I saw you just now." Garp blinked in confusion. "What did you say your name was?" "Gushi? What a great granddaughter. You went to the Revolutionary Army and changed your name. Huh. Trying to distance yourself from the Monkey D. Family? You're even more rebellious than Dragon was as a child." Xiao Luo caught a glimpse of her grandfather's face, which was red with anger, and couldn't help but avert her gaze, nodding in response, yes. "What the hell? Come here." As he spoke, he reached out to grab Xiao Luo, but was blocked by Fire Mountain. "Vice Admiral Garp, although this girl Gushi is quite good, it's wrong to snatch people. She's a member of my team." Fire Mountain raised an eyebrow, speaking with great flair and a proud expression. Seeing Garp's reaction made him feel quite pleased, as if he were enjoying the thrill of slapping someone in the face. Garp turned to Sengoku and said, "I want this muddy mess." Sengoku squinted his eyes, looking speechless. Who was it that rejected her so decisively before? "You didn't want her when I offered her to you, and now I'm telling you it's too late. Why didn't you just slap her photo on my face? So it's my fault? I didn't expect you, Garp, to still choose subordinates based on looks at your age." Garp picked his nose. "There's nothing I can do. She's cute, so I want her. Dream on. The orders that have been given can't be taken back." As Sengoku spoke, he walked outside with his hands behind his back. He was afraid that if he stayed here talking to Garp, he would be unable to resist hitting him. What kind of impression would that leave on the newcomers? They might think their commander is always so unprofessional. Fire Mountain laughed and patted Garp on the shoulder. Haha, you're always welcome to come over for tea. After saying that, he turned to Xiao Luo. Gushi, let's go back. Yes. What Fire Mountain didn't expect was that as soon as they returned to their team, Garp followed them. Why the rush? Just a moment ago, he had shown no interest in the girl, and now he's the most enthusiastic one. What does he want? Fire Mountain leaned over. But before he could finish speaking, Garp slapped him in the face and pushed him away. I want to talk to the girl. Without giving him a chance to respond, Garp had already pulled Xiao Luo to a tree in the corner of the playground. Fire Mountain squatted down, rubbing his face. His gaze locked on the distant figures of the two, muttering. He can't be trying to persuade Gushi to transfer to his team, right? If that's the case, even if he's a Navy hero, I have to argue with him. But that old man doesn't seem very reasonable. I can't beat him either. Instantly, Fire Mountain sensed a dangerous aura, staring hard at the two, fearing that Garp would directly drag the girl away. Shortly after, he saw Garp punch the girl on the head, instantly causing a large bump to form. Fire Mountain felt heartbroken and was about to rush over to help when his subordinate stopped him in time. Vice Admiral, please be rational. How can I be rational? That old bastard actually came to my territory to hit my people. It was clear that Gushi had rejected his request, and Garp was angry and embarrassed. After all, he was Vice Admiral Garp. His actions must have their reasons. Nonsense. He always does whatever he wants, very willfully. What reasons are there? I don't know why Garp has so many fans. Everyone in the Navy respects him, admires him, and takes pride in him. Only those of us at the Admiral level know that the old man is actually quite bad. Fire Mountain turned back, wanting to keep an eye on the two. If Garp made another move, he would rush right over. But when he looked again, the area under the tree was already empty. He exclaimed, "Hey, where did they go? They seem to have run away. It's all your fault. Why did you pull me? Which direction did they run? Go chase them." Garp had chased Xiao Luo all the way to the beach. He threw another punch, and the girl didn't dodge. Wanted to see if she could catch her grandfather's fist with a piece of iron. Fortunately, the old man didn't use much strength, and she managed to withstand it. Garp was taken aback. It seems you still remember what I taught you when you were little. Of course, Grandpa taught well, and I've been using it ever since. Ha ha. Really? After all this time, you still remember the old man fondly? I knew you must be missing me. Realizing he was still angry, Garp suddenly put away his smile and clasped his fists. Don't think that just because you compliment me a bit, I won't deal with you. Humph, stinky girl. I'm going to use all my strength now. Get ready. Before he finished speaking, his fist had already come crashing down. Xiao Luo quickly jumped onto a nearby rock. If the old man used all his strength, she would likely not be able to catch it. A large pit immediately appeared on the beach. Following that, the rock she stood on was also smashed to pieces by Garp. Grandpa, let's stop playing I give up. Those who recognize the times are the wise. She didn't want to be chased and beaten by Garp at this age. But the old man had just warmed up and was in the mood. Plus, he hadn't hit his granddaughter in 7 years, so he was itching to vent his feelings. Weren't you always shouting about wanting to defeat me when you were little? Why are you so timid now that you've grown up? She wasn't timid. She just didn't want to have a conflict with him at this moment. After all, this was the entrance to Navy headquarters. It would be inappropriate to start a fight with a vice admiral just a few days after arriving. But Garp's loving iron fist kept coming at her, as if he wouldn't let up until he had a few rounds with her. Xiao Luo had no choice. She hardened her arms and struggled to take Garp's punch. Her small frame seemed a bit fragile against the 87-meter tall old man. Her feet sank into the sandy ground from the impact. Oh, she even learned to use armament hockey, which is more talent than that kid Luffy. Right now, Luffy is still studying the techniques of his gum-gum fruit, like the 3-color hockey and the 6 styles of the Navy, none of which he has encountered yet. Let me see, what else can you do? Garp swung his fist at Xiao Luo, but the little girl had already dodged in advance, teleporting to his back. He sensed her presence and immediately turned around, but Xiao Luo had vanished again. The old man predicted that his granddaughter would appear on his left side, and as soon as he threw a punch, she perfectly dodged again. Interesting, you've even learned observation hockey. It seems your old man taught you quite a few good things. I'm going to get serious now. Xiao Luo's observation hockey has not yet reached the level of Garp, and after a few moves, he was quickly found out by the serious old man. With one punch, he sent his granddaughter flying. Boom! Xiao Luo's body smashed the hard stone, and fortunately, she used an iron block at the moment of impact, which prevented her from getting hurt. That's enough, Grandpa. I'm done playing, really done. A shadow fell over Xiao Luo, blocking the sunlight. Garp stood in front of her with his arms crossed, his expression serious. Come on, Confess honestly, what did the dragon send you to the Navy headquarters for? The girl dusted off the sand from her body and sat up. I didn't do anything. I came here on my own. Is that so? Then why did you come? Being a Navy officer is my dream. Garp punched Xiao Luo on the head again. You brat, do you think I'm stupid? How dare you fool me? If her dream was to become a Navy officer, Garp would have already taught her the Navy's 6 styles. He wouldn't hold back and only teach her 2. After all, Garp is a principled person and wouldn't pass on everything about the Navy to someone who isn't a Navy officer, not even to his grandchildren. Xiao Luo hugged her head in pain. Ouch, it hurts. Can't you be gentler? I'm already this big. Is it appropriate for you to hit me? Even if you're 80 years old, I'll still hit you. Garp looked down at Xiao Luo, staring at her as if she had something on her face, making her feel uneasy. After a long while, Garp finally spoke again. Your personality is very much like dragons. You have your own thoughts, and you're deep and hard to read. Even family members might not know what you're thinking because you never say anything. They say daughters are closer to their fathers, and it turns out to be true. Luckily, Luffy takes after me. Unlike you all, not at all like family. The more Garp spoke, the darker his expression became. A hint of sadness flashing in his eyes, looking quite disappointed. His changing expression made Xiao Luo feel guilty. Grandpa. Just as she was about to say something, Garp interrupted. No matter what dragon sent you here for, if you dare to rebel or harm your comrades in the future, I will definitely not let you off. The Navy headquarters is like half of my home, and there are friends I cherish inside. Of course, if the Navy dares to take lethal action against my granddaughter, I will fight to save her. But I hope that day of being in a dilemma for myself never comes. After a while, Garp returned to his carefree self, looking completely different from the disappointed old man just now. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have said something significant. Ah, you know that dragon is your father now? I just found out. With all that your father talk, it would be impolite for her to keep pretending not to know. It truly is the style of a little brat. After staying by his side for so long, she could hold back from acknowledging him. He really can endure. Ha! All right, just continue to pretend you don't know, as if I didn't say anything. Ha ha. Xiao Luo knew that Kapu's mouth was just like Luffy's. Not tight and very leaky. Who knows when he would accidentally let slip some earth-shattering secret. She was just about to remind her grandfather not to reveal her identity when she heard the old man say, Don't worry, I won't tell anyone you're my granddaughter. You've been missing for 7 years, and if you come back, the higher-ups will definitely start to speculate and investigate, which will be detrimental to you. Just stay at the Navy headquarters with your new identity. Don't try to get close to me, and don't think about currying favor to get a promotion. I absolutely won't pay any attention to you. Xiao Luo whispered softly. I'm more worried that you'll come looking for me for no reason. If someone envious sees it, they'll think I have connections and hold a grudge against me. She climbed to her current position all by herself, through her own efforts, without relying on anyone. And she won't in the future either. As the grandfather and grandson chatted, Garp led Xiao Luo towards the base. Along the way, Garp kept talking about the funny incidents involving Luffy and Ace over the past few years. Those 2 little rascals had caused him quite a bit of trouble. Every time he went back, they would give him shock. The last shock was when that brat Ace actually became a pirate. He followed in the footsteps of his biological father. Because of this, Garp was angry for quite a while, and soon after, he saw Ace's bounty notice. He felt a sense of disappointment for not living up to expectations. They were all going off script, and in the end, he placed all his hopes on Luffy. As soon as he turns 18, he's going to bring him in to be a Navy. Upon hearing Garp mention Luffy and the others,